Because this seal was specially created by the experts of mankind to seal the demon clans, as a result Ren Tianyu was able to enter inside this barrier without any hindrance. Landing on the ground of the ravine, Ren Tianyu looked towards the member of Demon Clan who was holding a huge spear in his hand while floating in the sky, then his eyes automatically changed into Mangekyo Sharingan, as he became serious. Although Ren Tianyu vowed solemnly, nevertheless he was not 100% sure that he was able to kill this fellow. When all is said and done, this fellow was an expert of God domain level, so a moment of single carelessness would definitely cost Ren Tianyu his life. Haha, little human boy, you are truly stupid, actually coming here to court your death. Looking at Ren Tianyu, the Demon Clan laughed heartily and said, "It's already been several thousand years since I last tasted the blood of the humans. Little boy, I'll let you leave behind your name, since you will be the first person I'll be eating after I was trapped inside the seal several thousand years ago. My name is Zero, am the leader of Akatsuki organization." Ren Tianyu slowly said, then looking face to face with Demon Clan he added, "Now your name and status." "Since you asked, there is no harm in letting you know. My name is Ibuda Zibalai, am small team leader of Devil Army Group under His Excellency Demon God of Devildom, and am a low god." This Demon Clan i.e. Ibuda boldly introduced himself, then his special blue-colored eyes stared at Ren Tianyu and added, "Little boy, reminisce stops here, now it's time for you to say goodbye to this world." Finished speaking, Ibuda suddenly waved his spear with his right hand. After that a huge pitch-black colored spear attack gushed out from the spear, which advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Humph, deserved to be called Demon Clan, still truly despicable, actually initiating an attack all of a sudden. Seeing the sudden attack of Ibuda, Ren Tianyu sneered, his right foot heavily stepped on the ground, then he advanced towards incoming attack. He had no intention to dodge or block the incoming attack, he just directly advanced towards the incoming attack with the intention of meeting it head-on. Seeing this move of Ren Tianyu, Ibuda exposed a mocking smile on his face, because he clearly understood the true power of his 100 Demon Liao attack style. Although this spear attack looked like ordinary and mediocre, but its power was absolutely not as it seems. But when Ibuda was ridiculing, the scene he saw in front of him stupefied him. He saw his attack directly passing through the body of Ren Tianyu as if the body of Ren Tianyu was transparent. And Ren Tianyu was still advancing towards him without losing any speed. What? Seeing the strange scene in front of him, he was shocked. But as a low god-ranked expert, he very quickly adjusted his mentality. His eyes revealed a serious look, and was not that relaxed like just a moment ago, ability to change into emptiness? Really a hard-to-deal ability, however I do not believe that you are able to continuously use this ability for a long time. Thinking this, Ibuda directly rushed towards Ren Tianyu, tightly clenched the spear in his hand, and stabbed towards Ren Tianyu. Even after seeing that the spear was advancing towards him, Ren Tianyu didn't have a slightest bit of change in his expression. He just pulled out his sword of Kusanagi, and pointed it towards Ibuda, as if he was ready to use a move to perish together. Seeing that Ren Tianyu was pointing his sword towards him, he just sneered and said, "Humph, your father's spear is longer than your lousy sword. Little boy, you are still too naive." But Ibuda was shocked to see that his spear again directly penetrated and passed through the head of Ren Tianyu without any resistance just like a moment ago, and the sword of Kusanagi in the hand of Ren Tianyu had already arrived in front of him. Seeing this, Ibuda was so scared that the color of his face immediately changed, but it was already too late to dodge this attack, and before his terrified gaze, the sword of Kusanagi directly stabbed his body. But strangely he didn't feel any pain whatsoever, so carefully looking, he saw that his spear was still passing through the body of Ren Tianyu, and his sword was just passing through his body without any resistance. After the spear passed through the body of Ren Tianyu waved his sword of Kusanagi with his right hand, and tried to cut the waist of Ibuda. Seeing this movement, Ibuda waved the spear in his right hand and along with the dang metal colliding sound, the sword attack of Ren Tianyu was successfully blocked by his spear. Humph! Seeing his attack was blocked, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then made a series of one-handed seals with his right hand. Suddenly along with the ear-piercing sound of birds chirping, the right hand of Ren Tianyu was filled with dazzling lightning light. And this lightning light spread and completely wrapped his sword of Kusanagi, then this lightning light also spread to the spear of Ibuda. Not good. Seeing the sudden appearance of lightning, Ibuda instantly separated his spear from the sword of Ren Tianyu, then he quickly retreated. Don't think about running. Seeing the quick retreat of Ibuda, Ren Tianyu roared. Then the lightning in his right hand instantly elongated, and advanced towards Ibuda in a high speed. Roar, you dead man, don't look down upon your father. Seeing that he was forced to retreat by a tiny lightning attack of Ren Tianyu, Ibuda instantly felt huge humiliation. He had never thought that an insignificant human was actually looking down upon him. He pulled up his heavy spear with his right hand as if it didn't have any weight, and then directly stabbed at the pointed end of Ren Tianyu's Chidori Iso, Chidori laser spear, directly blocking it. The control over the spear of this fellow is too powerful. Seeing the method used by Aibuda to block his Chidori laser spear, Ren Tianyu was shocked inside his heart. After that, so as to not waste any more chakra, he dispersed his Chidori laser spear. Aibuda had used the tip of his spear to block Ren Tianyu's Chidori laser spear, and this method is not that simple as it looks. One must have perfect control over his spear and moreover must have good judgment to have a chance to accomplish this. Deserve to be called low god ranked expert. This strength really is not ordinary. Looking at Aibuda standing opposite to him, Ren Tianyu's expression turned solemn and muttered to himself. After these brief confrontation, Ren Tianyu roughly understood his strength. At the very least, it was impossible for him to use the same spear move of just a moment ago to block his Chidori laser spear. On the other side, Aibuda also slowly recalled the brief confrontations of just a moment ago. It seems this fellow possessed an ability to pass through anything without a doubt. All attack including energy attacks would directly pass through his body without causing any effect on him. But thinking this, the expression of Aibuda changed. According to what happened just a moment ago, it seems at the time when the attacks are passing through his body, he is also powerless to attack. So when he attacks, he definitely have to materialize, so I only need to aim for the movement when he is attacking. Since this is the case, all of my big moves also lost its effect. He is able to easily avoid all of my big moves using this move. So I have to use big moves very carefully, otherwise it is just wasting my magic power. Although we figure out the key aspect of the ability of Ren Tianyu, but knowing is one matter, ability to accomplish is another matter. And I think this is not the only ability he ought to have. Aibuda again though about how Ren Tianyu was able to create earthen wall outside the barrier just a moment ago, then carefully looked at Ren Tianyu and thought, it's better to test him out. It's getting late, there is only 2 days left, I must finish off this fellow as soon as possible. And when entering this place, Dean had stated that after 8 days the first floor would automatically transfer us out, but now I am in second floor, so this rule doesn't apply to me. Nevertheless I shouldn't stay here for a long time, so as to avoid being found. Ren Tianyu thought inside his heart. He feared that if he stayed in second floor for a long time, Long Feilu would discover the flaw after he got out from here. Although there were always many people entering the first floor for the test daily, nevertheless he would be inevitably found out. Swish! Just at that time, Ren Tianyu heard a loud sound of movement, so he looked, and saw a huge spear which was filled with pitch-black colored flame was flying towards him. And Aibuda was following this spear, while continuously maintaining the distance of 10 centimeters. Useless! Seeing the flying spear, Ren Tianyu muttered, then directly rushed towards the incoming spear. When that long spear pierced through his head, the spear just passed through and without any resistance, and without stopping his pace, Ren Tianyu stretched his right hand towards Aibuda. When the spear completely passed through his body, he directly materialized his body, and caught the shoulder of Aibuda with his right hand. I win! When he caught the shoulder of Aibuda, the eyes of Ren Tianyu flashed with excitement. After that he immediately poured out huge amount of eye power from his right eye. Then a huge spiral-shaped space ripple appeared in front of him, which surrounded Aibuda and started to suck him in. But just at that time, Ren Tianyu discovered a mysterious smile on the face of Aibuda, then he heard a movement sound behind him. Not good, diversion. Ren Tianyu didn't need to turn around his head to know what was advancing towards him from behind, and his eyes flashed with surprise. He knew that this fellow in front of him was only a diversion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, Look at the bottom. Chapter 150, Look at the bottom. There was not enough time to think. Ren Tianyu instantly stopped the process of absorbing Aibuda, because whenever he was in the process of absorbing another person or anything else, his body must be materialized at the time. So Ren Tianyu was forced to stop Kamui to absorb Aibuda, and immediately switch this power on his own body, making his body transparent and directly pass through the body of Aibuda. After that he swiftly retreated. And after Ren Tianyu had just left from that place, a heavy long spear directly shot through this place, and advanced towards Aibuda. But when that spear reached near Aibuda, he waved his hand, then that heavy spear suddenly stopped in front of him. Then it automatically flew back to his hand. Down below on the ground, Ren Tianyu was squatting on the ground while covering his right eye, and his left eye was firmly staring at Aibuda. Is this the backlash of forcefully stopping Jujutsu of my right eye? Feeling a strong tingling pain in his right eye, Ren Tianyu took a deep breath and muttered. Because he had forcefully interrupted his Kamui, Ren Tianyu had received some degree of backlash to his right eye. Ren Tianyu recalled the battle situation of just a moment ago, then with a smile on his face, he thought, it seems this fellow has already analyzed the ability of my Kamui. As a result, he had intentionally set up a trap like this, and was waiting for me to jump in. If not for my timely reaction, the spear would have pierced through my heart. Although the Kamui of his right eye could be said to be heaven-defying ability, as not only could he send his own body to a different dimension, making all the attacks directly pass through his body as if his body is transparent, but also had the ability to suck in any people or thing he came into contact with to a different dimension, and completely suppress them with his dimension. Furthermore, using this ability he could move through space, to instantly travel ultra-large distance and go wherever he want to go. But just like Uchiha Itachi of Naruto World said, there is no invincible jutsu, every jutsu possesses certain weakness, so this Kamui too was not invincible jutsu. When absorbing himself in other, he must materialize first, and he must also materialize at the time of attacking. This was a weakness of Kamui. Although Kamui is heaven-defying ability, nevertheless peak experts could use these small weakness to reverse the outcome of the battle. Just now, because of his carelessness, this fellow nearly took him down by using this point. AI, the difference in experience is clearly seen from this. Ren Tianyu sighed, and also thought that he had looked down upon the experts of this world a little bit. This was mainly because his strength increased too quickly, without experiencing many actual life and death battle, compared to other experts who had gone through countless life and death battle and grew up step by step. Although he had Naruto system that ensured the rapid growth of his strength, nevertheless it was powerless to increase his combat experience, so he needs to depend on himself to increase his combat experience. Now fighting with this fellow Ren Tianyu understood his own weakness, so hereafter during the cultivation, paying attention to this point is enough. If there was not any urgent matter after this, then perhaps Ren Tianyu would have accompanied this fellow for a good match, but currently he urgently had to go to Ailer Empire, so he had not much time to waste here. Since it is like this, I have to use this new ninjutsu I have mastered to end this fight. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu removed his hand which was covering his right eye, then slowly adjusted his right eye. Although he still felt a bit of tingling pain, but this pain was still bearable. Little boy, didn't expect your reaction speed was this fast? This was still not enough to kill you. Looking at Ren Tianyu in front of him, Ibuta spoke. Then still staring at Ren Tianyu, he sneered, although your ability to let anything pass through your body is troublesome, nevertheless from now on this move is already useless against me. Is it? Hearing Ibuta, Ren Tianyu didn't say a word to deny it, he just made a series of hand seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Along with several pang, pang sound, several white smoke suddenly appeared, then 6 exactly same Ren Tianyu appeared on the side of Ren Tianyu. This is, doppelganger? Seeing the sudden appearance of several doppelganger, Ibuta was greatly surprised as if he had seen something unbelievable. But after that he instantly calmed down and showed a disdain smile, and said, humph, boring tricks, many doppelganger is also garbage. Begin operation, first you 4 stall for time. Ren Tianyu said looking towards the 4 shadow clones at his side, then stretch his right hand, and the remaining 2 shadow clones walked over to Ren Tianyu and extend both of their hands. After that a powerful chakra gradually condensed in the hand of Ren Tianyu. Yes. 4 shadow clones immediately stepped forward, 1 shadow clone took out a scroll form inside its knapsack, untied the rope and spread out the scroll on the ground. Many lines were drawn on this scroll. After that this shadow clone quickly made a series of hand seals, the speed of making hand seals was extremely fast, which was enough to dazzle people who were watching. Doton Utenpen. Earth Style, Impermanence. After making a series of hand seals, this shadow clone heavily slammed his right hand on the scroll, then a mysterious black-colored runes appeared above the scroll. After that along with the voice of this shadow clone, the ground of this valley started to violently shake, and also started to crack open. This is? Feeling the violent shaking of the ground, Ibuta became solemn. Just at that time, a huge stone pillar suddenly shot towards him from beneath the ground where he was standing. Not good. Thought Ibuta. Then he instantly flew in the sky to dodge this stone pillar, but just like a bamboo shoots after a spring rain, countless other huge stone pillars just like the previous one started to grow out from the ground of this ravine, forcing Ibuta to keep on dodging. Although Ibuta had considered to fly high up in the sky to completely dodge this, but due to the seal in the sky, he was not able to do so. Damn it, heaven strike! Seeing the continuous rise of stone pillars, Ibuta tightly held the spear in his hand, and then poured his black-colored magical power into the spear. After that a huge spear light was shot out from the tip of his spear, towards the stone pillars beneath him. And a loud sound of explosion rang out. And on the ground, the shadow clone of Ren Tianyu which had used this jutsu also changed into a white smoke and disappeared, because the chakra inside its body was used up. But the preparation of Ren Tianyu's ninjutsu was still not complete. Our turn. The remaining 3 shadow clones roared loudly, then all of them jumped and landed above the top of the stone pillars. Then stared at flying Ibuta. Suetun Tsuoryun no Jutsu. Water Style Water Dragon Jutsu. Among them, one of the shadow clone quickly made a series of hand seals, then along with the loud roar of the dragon, under the command of this shadow clone a huge water dragon which was emitting blue radiances advanced towards Ibuta. Humph. Useless. Looking at the incoming huge water dragon, Aibuda spoke without the slightest bit of fear. Then he waved his spear with his right hand straight towards incoming water dragon. Break! Aibuda loudly roared, then the spear in his right hand directly stabbed the head of water dragon, but before he could put forth his strength, he suddenly felt that his body was paralyzed. Calmly looking, he saw the surface of the water dragon was covered by large amount of lightning. Aibuda looked towards the origin of this water dragon, then he saw that another one of the shadow clone was emitting lightning and was pouring it to the body of this huge water dragon. So you still had the power of lightning? But this level of power is still not enough to defeat me. Seeing this lightning, Aibuda slowly thought inside his heart, then he slowly started to release a large amount of his magical power. Then a black-colored huge magic dragon suddenly appeared in front of him. Then along with a loud dragon roar, this magic dragon instantly changed into 3 magic dragon and shot towards the 3 shadow clones of Ren Tianyu. After that, along with pang, pang, pang sound, the 3 shadow clones of Ren Tianyu suddenly changed into white smoke and disappeared. After that, the 3 magic dragon combined into a single one, then the body of this magic dragon slowly changed into a magic mist and dissipated. After that, just when Aibuda was preparing to look for Ren Tianyu, he suddenly sensed a peculiar sensation from behind him. He immediately turned around, and saw that Ren Tianyu had already appeared behind him without his knowledge, and was rushing towards him. And in his right hand, there was a huge rotating wind system energy light blade. Not good. Seeing Ren Tianyu who was rushing towards him, Aibuda exclaimed. He only had enough time to cover his body with a layer of black-colored magical power light, and Ren Tianyu was already in front of him. Just go to hell, you bastard. Futon Raisin Shuriken. Wind Style Rasen Shuriken. After arriving in front of Aibuda, the Raisin Shuriken in his right hand directly smashed the energy shield of Aibuda, which was hastily put up, and was sent flying. The sent flying body of Aibuda along with Raisin Shuriken broke countless stone pillars which was created by Ren Tianyu. Burst! Seeing that Aibuda had fallen to the ground, Ren Tianyu muttered lightly. Just after that, the Raisin Shuriken that had hit Aibuda sent out an extremely loud explosion sound, and a huge windstorm which covered several tens of meters suddenly appeared with Aibuda as a center. Aibuda suddenly felt as if countless thin needles were piercing through his whole body, and he could only roar in pain, and he couldn't even move his finger. Only after almost a minute, this huge windstorm slowly dissipated. A super huge crater had appeared at that place. The body of Aibuda lost its support in the air, and fell down at the bottom of this crater. Chapter 150, Futon Raisin Shuriken, Wind Style Rasen Shuriken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, Before Operation. Chapter 151, Before Operation. Standing at the edge of the huge crater, Ren Tianyu looked at his right hand, and saw his right hand was also slightly injured. Because he had used Rasen Shuriken, his own right hand had also received the injury, but because the physique of Ren Tianyu was more powerful than Naruto due to taijutsu training for several years, he had received only light injury in his hand, which was not that serious. But even like this, Ren Tianyu didn't dare to use this move every so often, as he had not learned Sage Mode yet, and also had not completely mastered Rasen Shuriken. Ren Tianyu had used this move this time, because he wanted to perfectly understand the power of this technique. After that, he jumped down to the bottom of the crater, then slowly walked towards Aibuda, who was currently laying on the ground. Arriving in front of the body of Aibuda, Ren Tianyu saw that Aibuda was continuously bleeding from his mouth and all over the body. It seems he won't be able to live any longer. Wicked human, it seems I still underestimated you. Cough cough. Seeing Ren Tianyu, Aibuda cursed to Ren Tianyu, but this affected his body, which was riddled with gaping wounds, so he coughed few times, and large amount of blood flowed out from his mouth. You brat, don't be too proud of yourself. Sooner or later we Demon Clan will definitely invade this Divine Wind continent again. That time will be arriving very soon, but it's too bad, you will not be able to see that, because it is impossible for you to leave this place alive. Noisy! Before Aibuda was able to finish talking, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then his right hand drew his sword of Kusanagi, and directly stabbed the neck of Aibuda, ending his life. And along with the death of Aibuda, the mission of Ren Tianyu was also completed. So inside his mind, he heard the system prompt about him obtaining 20,000 system points and the Shikuten, Scorch Style, Kekkei Genkai, Bloodline Limit. Obtaining Shikuten, Scorch Style, Kekkei Genkai, Bloodline Limit, Ren Tianyu didn't feel pain like he did when he had obtained Shikatsu Miyako, Dead Bone Pulse. The system suddenly released a golden-colored energy which wrapped around his body, then he immediately sensed new power inside his bloodline. After that, Ren Tianyu didn't urgently rush to test out this newly obtained Shikuten, Scorch Style, rather looked at the things inside the exchange system. Hey. I was waiting to exchange this fellow for a long time, now it will be extremely interesting at Shiman Clan. Forcefully calming himself down, Ren Tianyu again looked at the corpse of Ibuta, tightly held his sword of Kusanagi and cut open his heart. Afterwards he took out a black-colored energy crystal. There was a black-colored flame inside this crystal. This was the divinity crystal of Ibuta. Fu, finally finished, now I should go out. Packing up the divinity crystal, Ren Tianyu exhaled, and relaxed his body. But just when Ren Tianyu was getting ready to leave, suddenly a strange change occurred. A huge crack suddenly split open in the sky. And a terrifying space storm suddenly came out from inside this huge crack. And then, a huge black-colored hand struck out from inside this space crack, and one of its huge finger poked towards Ren Tianyu. Not good. Seeing this sudden change, the eyes of Ren Tianyu showed a shocked expression. It was already too late to think, so he immediately poured out a huge amount of power from his both eyes, and a purple-colored energy immediately started to appear on the surface of his body. And this purple-colored energy condensed into huge demon god whose body was covered with purple-colored flame energy. After that, Ren Tianyu immediately controlled Susanoo, and placed Yada mirror in front of his body. Just after that he heard pang a loud sound, and then Susanoo accompanied by Ren Tianyu was directly sent flying by the poke of this huge finger. Then after a while he heavily fell down on ground which was far away from his original location. Cough cough. Standing up, Ren Tianyu coughed few times, and spit out mouthful of blood from his mouth, and he also sensed that the chi and blood inside his body were rolling over and over. Although he was able to withstand this terrifying attack relying on Susanoo, nevertheless that huge force behind the attack still penetrated through his Susanoo, and directly affected his body, making him suffer from not that light injury. And to block that single attack, in a split second a huge amount of power was consumed. At that time his blindness value was instantly increased by 6%. Cough cough, what the hell was that? Recalling that terrifying hand of just a moment ago, the eyes of Ren Tianyu flashed with deeply shocked expression. Only a single move and he was seriously injured even after he had released Susanoo. Although he had just finished a battle, and had consumed not small amount of energy, nevertheless from his current state one could easily see the terror of this attack. Just at that time, Ren Tianyu suddenly saw a shadow in the sky again, so he raised his head and looked, and saw that the huge palm was again advancing towards him, F***K, still coming. Looking at the incoming palm, Ren Tianyu immediately cursed, and preparing to defend himself, he hastily reactivated Susanoo. But at that time, a large amount of gold-colored energy suddenly appeared in the sky, which changed into a huge magic incantations, and stuck to this huge palm. Then this terrifying palm suddenly stopped moving. What the hell is this now? Looking at the thing that had suddenly appeared, Ren Tianyu greatly taken back, then he immediately roared excitedly, good opportunity, but... Finished roaring, Ren Tianyu immediately dispersed the Susanoo, then his eyes instantly changed into Mangekyo Sharingan of Obito. After that he released a large amount of power from his right eye, then a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared in front of him, which sucked in his own body, and he disappeared from that place. At the first floor of Tower of Babel, along with the spiral-shaped space ripple, Ren Tianyu suddenly appeared in that place, then he sighed in relief. Taking the advantage of the sudden appearance of golden-colored magic incantations which bound that huge palm, Ren Tianyu had used Kamui to slip away from that place. There was not many time to think, so he crushed the transfer bead which was given to him by Dean at the time of entering. After that, along with the silver-colored radiances, he again disappeared from there. And what Ren Tianyu didn't know was, at certain mysterious space of Tower of Babel, which was thoroughly filled with terrifying gold-colored energy, a voice rang out, AI, my power won't be able to suppress these demon clan for too long time. Furthermore, from the other side of space transmission passage, that demon god is using his Devildom's world magic weapon to continuously bombard this passage. Currently even I don't know how much longer I can hold on. I hope the 100 clans of the continent have already made their preparation. That boy form just a moment ago was quite interesting, although he was not that strong, still he was able to use many types of power including space power. I hope he can grow up before the catastrophe arrived and become one of the power of mankind. At the imperial capital Tianlong city of Alar Empire, red-colored silk was tied all over the place of this city, and was filled with joyous atmosphere because tomorrow was the wedding day of the noble son of Shiman clan and eldest daughter of Wine clan. And the peoples of both clans had gathered here from 1 month prior to make the preparation of this wedding. When all is said and done, they were big clans, and marrying was a big matter, so they naturally won't be careless on this matter. They had already sent the invitation to all the people whom they should send. As early as 5 days before, all the people who had received the invitation had already arrived at Tianlong City in succession. Basically all the pub of this city were already full. Because many people were invited for this wedding, the clan head of Shiman clan had specially opened the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa for wedding ceremony which was outside the imperial capital in fear that the houses inside the imperial capital may be able to hold all the people who were invited. In the sky above the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, a huge phoenix was flying hidden within the clouds. On the back of this phoenix, Two people wearing a black robe with red clouds imprinted on it were standing. Tian, why on the earth are you drawing these things? A beautiful woman with beautiful long hair looked at the man next to her who was drawing things in the scroll using a brush, and asked. I draw these things so it is naturally useful, furthermore vermilion bird. Said the man who was drawing, and helplessly added, since now you have joined my organization, you should call me Zero, don't always call me Tian Yu. Don't you think calling me Zero gives you a kind of mysterious smart leader feeling? These two peoples were naturally Ren Tianyu and Fengwu who were at Tower of Babel. After coming out from Tower of Babel, Ren Tianyu directly handed over his card to Long Feilu completing his test assignment. Because Ren Tianyu had not delayed for a long time inside the Tower of Babel, and in addition there were many people for the test of Tower of Babel daily, Ren Tianyu didn't arise any suspicion from Long Feilu and returned to Academy. After returning to Academy, Ren Tianyu found a quiet corner and released Fengwu from his Kamui dimension. At first Ren Tianyu thought that she would seek to settle the accounts about the matter of suddenly getting absorbed into the Kamui dimension, but who would have thought that she would continuously ask him about matter of that different dimension with full of curiosity. At that time, his expression was complex, his Kamui dimension was suddenly exposed to her, and he also didn't want to kill this girl. For such a beautiful woman, killing for no reason at all, Ren Tianyu's conscience didn't let him do so, as a result he directly invited her to join his Akatsuki organization. And Fengwu also directly agreed to join, so Ren Tianyu gave her the position of vermilion bird. But after interacting with her, Ren Tianyu finally understood the unreasonable and hard to deal with aspect of this woman, as she kept on pestering him with questions after questions. So Ren Tianyu was forced to divert her attention. He told her that he was going to Ailer Empire, told about his revenge matter, and also told about the matter he was going to do with other 3 members of organization. After hearing that she thought for a bit and directly agreed to follow him, so he asked the reason, and she simply answered like this, since you all are going, I will also naturally go, otherwise what is the point of joining the organization? Next he went to say goodbye to Lan Yan and others, then he sucked in Fengwu inside his Kamui dimension, after that used Kamui to hurry over to Ailer Empire. On the way, Ren Tianyu used nearly 37,000 system points to exchange few things, for the preparation of tomorrow's operation. It was already afternoon when they arrived at Tianlong City, so Ren Tianyu didn't directly go to meet White Tiger and others, rather he released Fengwu, let her summon her phoenix, and flew towards the site of tomorrow's wedding, Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa to make some advance preparation. Che, you are smart, but you are not that smart. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Fengwu coldly snorted with disdain. Fine, I have already finished my preparation, let's return and meet with White Tiger and others. Ren Tianyu packed up the scroll and brush, then said to Fengwu. Okay. Fengwu agreed. After that she commanded her golden-winged phoenix to descend at the small forest near Tianlong City. After landing at the small forest, Fengwu led golden-winged phoenix to return, and walk towards Tianlong City with Ren Tianyu. At the second floor of the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant of Tianlong City, White Tiger, Void and the Jade Maiden were sitting on the table, and were drinking wine feeling boring. How come Zero have still not arrived here, the wedding is already tomorrow? White Tiger drank whole cup of wine, and said. I don't know, I guess he is delayed by another matter. Holding a cup of wine, without raising her head, Jade Maiden said. At this time, the voice of Ren Tianyu suddenly entered their ears. What's up, not meeting for few days and you are already missing me, but... Zero. Hearing the voice, White Tiger and others immediately stood up and looked towards the direction of the voice, and saw Ren Tianyu and Fengwu standing at the top of flight of stairs, smiling at them. I thought you were going to be late, Zero. Seeing Ren Tianyu, Jade Maiden said to Ren Tianyu with a smile. Tomorrow is important day for me, so how can I be late? Ren Tianyu said with a smile, then walked towards them and added, this person next to me is new member of our organization, Vermilion Bird. Let's go, we will talk about the operation of tomorrow inside the room. Okay. Said White Tiger and others, then they followed Ren Tianyu to the room. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Operation Start. Chapter 152, Operation Start. Inside the room of White Tiger, Ren Tianyu and others found a place to sit down, and started to discuss about tomorrow's operation. What's the situation here, White Tiger? Ren Tianyu asked looking at Li Jianrong. Everything here is actually quite normal. Just like Lan Yan had said, Shiman clan have arranged Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa which is outside the imperial capital as the location of wedding. Hearing the question of Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong answered and slowly explained the situation they had discovered, and I reckon basically all the member of Shiman clan will show up at that time, with the exception of hidden old experts and few necessary personnel to take care of their house inside the city. From this, we can clearly see how much Shiman clan value this wedding. Of course they'll value it greatly, after all it's the wedding of my dear elder brother. Hearing Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu coldly smiled and said, since all of them will show up, then it is perfect chance to round up the whole clan at one fell swoop. So Zero, are we going to make a move inside or outside the city? Li Xinyun asked to Ren Tianyu. Of course, outside the city. It's better for us to not make a move inside the city, as I reckon there are many hidden old experts inside the city. So we should finish them off outside the city. Ren Tianyu answered without any hesitation, because first he wanted to focus on those peoples who had bullied and humiliated him. As for those old bones, currently it was too hard for him to chew them, but if he killed all the people outside the city, then what could the remaining old experts, a general without an army, do to him? I still have a question. Yen Xilua looked at Ren Tianyu and slowly asked, at that time, all the people of Shiman clan would definitely scatter in all direction and run away, so are we able to block all of them from running away with only few of us? You don't need to worry about this, at that time I will create a barrier, and trap all of them within Mountain Villa. So not a single one will be able to flee from that place. Replied Ren Tianyu, then he took out several scrolls which he had prepared before and handed over to the four of them. Carefully keep this scroll with you, and use this scroll to pass through the barrier which I will be creating at that time, otherwise touch the barrier and you will be severely injured. Seeing that White Tiger and others took the scrolls, Ren Tianyu continued, when the moment comes, I will enter the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa alone first, and at that time, conceal yourself nearby until I gave a signal to move. But why? Hearing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and other asked, as they didn't understand the intention of Ren Tianyu. Because at that time there is bound to be many peoples entering Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. And all of these peoples are from various power of Divine Wind Continent, so we can't kill all of them. If we do so, then I reckon we will just be waiting for a continent-wide chase to kill. Ren Tianyu rolled his eyes and slowly explained. So at that time, I will enter alone and try to persuade them to leave, but if they don't listen to my advice, then they can't blame me for being ruthless. And I also want to determine one thing at that time, I must clarify this matter, otherwise it will be extremely difficult for me to ease my mind for the rest of my life. If it is like that, then okay, we will wait for your signal. After hearing Ren Tianyu, they naturally understood the thing Ren Tianyu wanted to clarify, so they didn't say anything, just directly agreed to Ren Tianyu. And they also had confidence in Ren Tianyu as he had the ability to come out anytime he wanted with his space ability. Okay, now we should rest, and restore our condition to its best state, for there will be a fierce battle tomorrow. Since they had already planned their moves, Ren Tianyu let everyone to take a rest, and prepare themselves for tomorrow's fierce battle. Okay, Zero, you have just traveled from Supreme Light Academy to Empire, so you should also get some rest. Li Xinyun looked at Ren Tianyu, and realizing that Ren Tianyu had just rushed over, and was very tired, she advised him to get some rest. Okay, see you all tomorrow morning. Ren Tianyu stood up. Honestly speaking, he was really tired because from the time inside the Tower of Babel, he had not rested once, and if he went to Shiman clan in this state, then it was just courting death. Ren Tianyu opened the door of a room, walked in and shut the door. Walking to the window of the room, he looked towards the direction of Shiman clan and recalled his circumstance in Shiman clan, then his eyes flashed with dense killing intent. I am really looking forward to tomorrow. Early in the morning of next day, the streets of Tianlong City was bustling with noise and excitement. The streets were many times busier with many peoples, because today was the big wedding day of Shiman clan's noble son and the Wang clan's miss, so Shiman clan and Wang clan had dispatched many people to the streets, to ensure everything was absolutely safe. And those guests who had arrived at Tianlong City had also woken up from their dream at an earlier time, then after washing off, they took the gifts and invitation card and walked towards Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa outside the city. Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa was something like a holiday villa outside the city for the member of Shiman clan, which also had the function as a place of entertainment. Not only Shiman clan, other big power inside the city also possessed such huge villas outside the city, because it could be said that the area covered by Tianlong City was extremely good, had a favorable climate throughout the year, and the value of the land around was also extremely good, so those big powers had occupied few villas in succession to use for the purpose of recreation place. Naturally, they had also gotten the approval of the king of Alar Empire. Today the Soaring Dragon Villa was dressed up with joyous atmosphere, all the servants within the villa was extremely busy, in the reception of many invited honored guests. And inside the heavenly fragrance restaurant of Tianlong City, Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and others had also woken up early in the morning, and after they gathered together, Ren Tianyu directly opened their mouth, let's go. Finished speaking, they directly walked outside the city. Behind Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong and others had worn the robe and the bamboo hat of Akatsuki organization. Then all of them walked towards Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. Inside Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, many rooms were laid aside for banquet. Many fine liquor and dishes were served on the table of those rooms. At the hall of this mountain villa, innumerable guests had already arrived right on schedule. The face of Shiman clan's clan head Shiman Badian was filled with smile. Next to him, extremely beautiful woman was sitting. This beautiful woman was the wife of Shiman Badian, and also the mother of Shiman Phone, Chen Mayun. Next to them, myriad of clan elders were sitting. And as a main protagonist of this wedding, Shiman Phone was dressed in magnificent wedding dress, and was in the process of greeting those peoples of the same generation. Seeing that it was already about time, Shiman Badian spoke to his trusted aide, "Go and invite Yusin." "Okay, Patriarch." This trusted aide answered, then went to invite another main protagonist of this wedding, Wang Yusin. When Wang Yusin, who had worn a beautiful wedding dress, came out with the support of two maidservants, basically all the men present on the scene were completely stunned, because in this dress Wang Yusin looked just like a celestial goddess walking down to this mundane world from the heaven, and looked so beautiful that she attracted the gaze of everyone. But the eyes of this celestial goddess nevertheless was completely lifeless, there was not a single thread of spirit on it. Shiman Fong, who was about to become the husband of this celestial goddess, walked towards her with extremely excited expression, then he took her jade-like hand from the two maidservants and walked towards the hall. When Shiman Fong had held her hand, the hand of Wang Yusin had clearly struggled a bit at that time, but she gave up the resistance again. And along with the pull of Shiman Fong, Wang Yusin walked towards the hall. Seeing that the main protagonists of this wedding had showed up, a middle-aged man wearing a red-colored clothing walked towards the crowd of the peoples and cupped his hand, then opened his mouth. "First of all, on the behalf of Shiman clan and Wang clan, allow me to thank you all for accepting the invitation and making time in your busy schedule to attend this wedding ceremony, to send your blessing to the couple. The eldest son of our Shiman clan, Shiman Fong, and the eldest daughter of Wang clan, Wang Yusin, naturally had favorable impression of each other from childhood, and had mutual admiration. Now this couple is finally coming together, so let us use the most warm applause to send them. Oh, it's very lively here." A simple and vigorous male voice suddenly sounded in this hall, interrupting the words of that middle-aged man. "Who?" Hearing this sentence, Shiman Badian stood up, and roared in a stern voice. And everyone on the scene looked towards direction of the origin of that sound. Then they saw the sudden appearance of a huge spiral-shaped space ripple at the huge platform at the right part of the hall. And a man wearing a black robe with red clouds imprinted on it and a bamboo hat with wind bell suddenly appeared at that huge platform. Space Magician. Seeing the way this man had appeared, everyone present on the scene exclaimed. Even the complexion of Shiman Baton became solemn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153.1, Causing Havoc in Wedding Site. Chapter 153.1, Causing Havoc in Wedding Site. I don't know what brought you here, Mr. Space Magician, but might as well toast a cup of wine in this happy occasion. Seeing Ren Tianyu, who was standing on the high platform, Shiman Badian held a cup of wine in his hand and said, "Oh, when did the patriarch of Shiman clan become this courteous?" Hearing Shiman Badian, and looking around at the familiar faces of the peoples, especially seeing Wang Yusin, the pupil of Ren Tianyu firmly shrunk, and he tightly clenched his hands, which was hidden inside the sleeves. At that time, Ren Tianyu didn't know that a young girl at the corner of the hall was extremely shocked to see the clothes of Akatsuki which Ren Tianyu was currently wearing. "But since you already offered a wedding wine, how about I give a small congratulatory gift?" Hidden under the bamboo hat, the corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile, then a huge amount of eye power gushed out from his right eye. After that, along with the appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple, a huge copper bell appeared at that platform. After that, Ren Tianyu placed his right hand on this huge copper bell, then this bell issued a soft buzzing sound. After that, looking towards Shiman Badian, he said, "This is my congratulatory gift to pay my last respect. I hope Patriarch of Shiman clan accept this." Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Shiman Badian immediately became gloomy, and all the crowd of guests around also started to discuss. "Are you here to pick a quarrel, mister?" Looking at Ren Tianyu, who was standing at the high platform, Shiman Badian said in a stern voice. Just at that time, Shiman Yuer arrived at the side of Shiman Badian, then pulled his hand and said, "Father." "What is it, Yuer?" Looking at Shiman Yuer, Shiman Badian asked impatiently. Now he was having a headache with the sudden appearance of Ren Tianyu, and didn't understand what Shiman Yuer wanted now. "Father, this is the person that killed great-grandpa and second-grandpa. Even if he is not the one, he definitely possess relationship with that person." Shiman Yuer softly said to Shiman Badian. "What did you say?" Hearing Shiman Yuer, Shiman Badian exclaimed, then he immediately released powerful aura and stared at Shiman Yuer and asked, "Is that really the truth, Yuer?" "I am not 100% sure, but that person also wore the same dress like this person, and also had worn a mask, but this person is wearing a bamboo hat. And his voice is also a little bit different." Shiman Yuer answered. "I got it, Yuer. Now why don't you get back first?" Hearing Shiman Yuer, Shiman Badian though for a moment, let Shiman Yuer retreat, then turned around his body and stared at Ren Tianyu with his eyes which were flashing with ominous glint. In the end, who are you, mister? Furthermore, are you the one who killed our clan's great elder Shiman Shu and second elder Shiman Xinbua? Shiman Badian released a powerful aura from his body, firmly locked on to Ren Tianyu and asked. If you talking about those two old men, then yes, they were indeed killed by me. Hearing the question of Shiman Badian, Ren Tianyu answered completely relaxed. Then firmly staring back at the face of Shiman Badian which had a huge change in complexion after hearing him, Ren Tianyu continued with a stern voice, but that is still not enough, compared to the pain and suffering I had to bear in Shiman clan, this is still far from being sufficient. I will slowly repay you back each and every pain and suffering I have suffered. What? This fellow killed 2 elders of Shiman clan. This fellow's strength is actually that high, actually able to kill 2 god-ranked experts by him alone. However, from what I heard, it seems this fellow has extremely big hatred towards Shiman clan. Hearing the discussion of the guest, the face of Shiman Badian became extremely unsightly. And at that time, all the high-level peoples of Shiman clan who were originally sitting there also stood up, then released their aura and locked on to Ren Tianyu. Just who are you? Hearing the voice of Ren Tianyu which was filled with extreme hatred, Shiman Badian firmly stared at Ren Tianyu and asked in a stern voice. I had never thought that, only after 2 years you can't even recognize my voice, my good father. Staring back at Shiman Badian, Ren Tianyu slowly said, and especially when he said, my good father, these 3 words, his voice was extremely cold. What did you call me? Hearing Ren Tianyu, the body of Shiman Badian quivered, then asked again as if he had heard something unbelievable. And all the peoples that were present here were extremely shocked when they heard, my good father, these 3 words from Ren Tianyu. It seems your forgetfulness is still extremely big. Ren Tianyu mockingly said, then he placed his right hand to his bamboo hat, and slowly removed it revealing his handsome face. Especially his Sharingan which was thoroughly filled with hatred, made the people below to tremble subconsciously. It's actually you are not dead, how is this possible? Seeing that extremely familiar face, before Shiman Badian could open his mouth, the complexion of the main protagonist of this wedding Shiman Feng instantly changed, then he loudly roared towards Ren Tianyu. And at his side, seeing the face of Ren Tianyu, spirit slowly returned to the completely lifeless face of Wang Yusen. Hearing the roar of Shiman Feng, also seeing the expression of peoples from Shiman clan which clearly showed that they had recognized him, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled, jumped down from the high platform, and landed on the center of the hall. Then looking towards Shiman Feng, strong killing intent flashed in his eyes, and under the shocked condition of everyone, he flashed and instantly arrived at the side of Shiman Feng. Along with the sudden appearance of Ren Tianyu, Shiman Feng who was staring blankly suddenly felt pain from his abdomen, then his boy was directly sent flying. After that along with the Hong colliding sound, he collided with the wall of the hall. Then Ren Tianyu immediately caught the hand of Wang Yusen and again immediately jumped to the top of the same high platform. Feeling a warmth on her hand, Wang Yusen still not dared to believe what was happening currently, so with a trembling voice she asked to Ren Tianyu, are you idiot? T.L. Here idiot is the childhood nickname of Shiman Tianlong i.e. Ren Tianyu. I am, little you. Looking at Wang Yusen at his side, the eyes Ren Tianyu revealed a warmth, I'm back, little you, are you willing to go with me? I'd like to, but now it's too late. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the eyes of Wang Yusen didn't have tears, but her eyes nevertheless showed extremely sorrowful expression. Feng. Seeing that Shiman Feng was sent fleeing with a kick, the complexion of both Shiman Badian and Chen Meiyun changed, and without wasting any time they ran toward Shiman Fen who was lying on the ground and was continuously coughing. After that Shiman Badian turned and looked at towards Ren Tianyu on the high platform and said, you unfilial son, still not coming down and apologizing to your elder brother. Shut up. You old bastard. When Ren Tianyu heard 2 words unfilial son, a huge amount of killing intent instantly appeared from his body, then his 2 blood-red colored Sharingan firmly stared at Shiman Badian, and roared, with what qualification are you speaking to me? At 5 years old, when my mother died, you were already no longer my father. 3 years ago, when you drive me away from Shiman clan, I had vowed that one day I will definitely come back, and settle the account with all the people who had bullied and humiliated me, and let you all taste the same pain and suffering I had suffered here. You unfilial son, regardless of any reason you have, regardless of any crime, you can't hit your elder brother, even more you should not make trouble for your elder brother as today is the wedding ceremony of your elder brother. If you immediately come down and admit your mistake by kneeling, perhaps I may still show you mercy and let you live considering you are my son. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the face of Shiman Badian showed an angry look, then emitting a powerful aura which spread to the whole hall, he pressured Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu took few steps forward, and stood in front of Wang Yusen, and blocked this aura. Hearing the words of Shiman Badian, Ren Tianyu just coldly smiled, and said, fine, my good father, since you bring up this subject, then let the innumerable peoples present here from different parts of this continent calculate your capacity as a father, and let them see clearly how you, a father, has treated me, your son? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153.2, Causing Havoc in Wedding Site. Chapter 153.2, Causing Havoc in Wedding Site. After that, looking at Wang Yusin behind him, he softly said, "Little you, sit here for a while, after that I'll take you away from here. As long as you are willing, no one in this world can stop me from doing so. I'm willing to leave with you, but..." Wang Yusin quickly said, but before she could finish speaking, Tian interrupted. "As long as you are willing to go with me, no one is able to stop us. I will deal with this matter first, so just wait for a moment." Finished speaking, Tian helped Wang Yusin to sit on the high platform, then looked towards the people of Shiman clan. Lying on the embrace of Tian and feeling that warm sensation from his body, Wang Yusin slowly closed her eyes. "Forget it, just being able to see him in the last moment of my life, what else is there for regret?" At the bottom, seeing his bride was lying on the embrace of Tian, the face of Shiman Feng showed utterly discomfited expression, but due to the pain on his abdomen, he was continuously coughing, and was not able to speak anything. "Now let's have a good talk about how you as a father treated me, this so-called son." Looking at Shiman Badian, Tian blatantly said, "In those years, after you and my mother gave birth to me, my mother took me and lived in the courtyard of servants. And as long as I could recall, I have never seen you set foot on the place where we lived. I as your son, because I didn't have the so-called Saint Dragon blood lineage of Shiman clan, from 3 years old started to chop woods, carry water, done this kinds of labors to earn food to eat. Because there was no one to take care of my mother when she gave birth to me, she suffered from illness, and lied on bed all year round, couldn't get up at all. I had no money, so not only couldn't I afford to buy a medicine for her, even for a little bit of food to eat, I had to exert my utmost to work and earn something. But even after working till dead tired, every day I got only a little bit of food, and if I don't work then I didn't get that too. When I was 5 years old, my mother died leaving me behind." "Shiman Badian, do you know how my mother died?" Saying this, Tian looked at Shiman Badian and showed a mocking smile, then continued, "My mother starved to death, yes, was simply starved to death. Even as the member of this clan where you don't ever have to worry about food and clothes, your wife simply starved to death. This really is an extremely big joke. Did you know, when my mother died, my heart also died at that moment. After my mother's death, you didn't even come to see her. I alone carried her on my back, and buried her behind the mountain outside the city. After that, just like before, every day I had to work extremely hard inside the clan, to get something to eat, and every day I also had to receive the beating and humiliation from these so-called elite juniors of the clan. Every day I continuously received new wounds on my body. Just like this, when I reached 15 years old, Shiman Feng, i.e. my great elder brother, slandered me." Tian looked at Shiman Feng, who was lying on the ground, and he didn't conceal his extreme killing intent at all and continued, "He slandered me by saying I do not possess bloodline of Shiman clan, and was not your son. I don't know what you were thinking at that time, and you actually believed him and expelled me from Shiman clan. After that I left Tianlong City, and roaming around I finally arrived at the edge of Magical Beasts Forest, but the unexpected thing for me was Shiman Feng still didn't let me go. He dispatched holy ranked expert to chase and kill me. And inside the Magical Beast Forest, he stabbed my chest. But to your disappointment, I luckily didn't die at that time, but passing through that time's life and death tribulation, my blood lineage finally awakened. Naturally it was not that so-called garbage holy dragon blood lineage of your Shiman clan, rather my own unique blood lineage, i.e. my eyes. At that time, I vowed to myself, one day I will definitely grasp enough strength, and at that time, I will absolutely return back to settle all the accounts with all the peoples who had humiliated and bullied me, without letting any one of you run away. And from then I was no longer Shiman Tianlong, but named myself Tian. Now I finally have this level of power, and several months ago, those 2 old bastards of Shiman clan also died from my hands. Now my organization Akatsuki have already arrived at Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, and all of them had already sneaked inside this villa, and are waiting for my order, to directly exterminate all the peoples of Shiman clan inside this villa. But saying this, Tian looked towards the people of Shiman clan who had a huge change in complexion, then he stood up, and looking below he said, "Well, the reminiscence ends here, now I'll only say one sentence, my revenge is directed against only the people of Shiman clan, so others are free to leave. After 5 minutes, we'll start our attack, goodbye." Finished speaking, when Tian prepared to use Kamui of right eye to take away Wang Yusin in his embrace suddenly coughed out a mouthful of black-colored blood. "Little you, what's going on?" Seeing Wang Yusin had suddenly spitted out a blood, the face of Tian immediately revealed worried expression, and seeing the lifelessly pale face of Wang Yusin in his embrace, he roared anxiously. "Idiot, you don't need to worry, before I entered this hall, I had already taken a poison. I was powerless to refuse my parents for this wedding. So I agreed to them to join Shiman clan, but the only person I love is you, so how can I marry someone else? Although I couldn't do anything to refuse this wedding, but I myself am a human, and I can still decide my own future. Since they had forced me to marry, I simply wanted to give them my corpse as a present. Lying on the embrace of Ren Tianyu, Wang Yusen smiled, and slowly said to Ren Tianyu, "No, you can't die like this, little you had promised to be my bride." Seeing that Wang Yusen was continuously losing blood, Ren Tianyu instantly became even more worried, and roared loudly. "Hee, idiot, I am already very happy to see you for the last time before I die." Wang Yusen stretched her right hand and stroked the side of his face. But at that time, the complexion of Ren Tianyu instantly changed, because he felt that her hand was already ice cold, without any warmth of living person. "No, little you, I won't let you die." Just when he tightly held Wang Yusen in his embrace, a loud sound of dragon roar rang out, and a golden-colored huge energy dragon shot towards Ren Tianyu. Swish! This huge dragon instantly arrived at this high platform, and along with a loud explosion sound, it hit that platform. Looking at the direction of the source of the attack, one could see Shiman Batian holding the huge sword with his right hand. After that explosion sound, Ren Tianyu, who was holding Wang Yusen, jumped out from the middle of the smoke and dusts, and landed on the ground. Seeing both Ren Tianyu and Wang Yusen were completely unscathed, Shiman Batian exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? I will give you only 5 minutes of time. After 5 minutes we will instantly begin attacking. At that time all the people inside will become the targets of the attacks." Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu directly used Kamui on himself and Wang Yusen and disappeared from that hall. At a mountain outside the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, White Tiger and others were standing and attentively watching towards Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. After a while they saw many people were suddenly coming out from that villa, and were walking away. At this time, a spiral-shaped space ripple suddenly appeared at their side, and Ren Tianyu, who was holding Wang Yusen, appeared at their side. "What happened, Tianyu?" Seeing the unconscious Wang Yusen, whose complexion was ghastly pale in the embrace of Ren Tianyu, White Tiger walked over and asked nervously. They had sneaked into Longtian City for several days, so they obviously knew the appearance of Wang Yusen. "She is poisoned, I have no time to speak. Jade Maiden, come over here." Ren Tianyu hastily spoke, then asked Li Xinyun to come over. "Jade Maiden, as soon as I send you and little you to my Kamui dimension, feed her this flower, to detoxify her poison. After you took care of poison, please look after her. When the fighting is over, I will let you out." Ren Tianyu took out a strange flower with 7 colored petals from his space ring, handed it over to Li Xinyun and said. This naturally was the purple gauze magnificent sky flower he had obtained at God Weeping region. Originally he had obtained 3 purple gauze magnificent sky flower, he had eaten one of them, and used other to fulfill the mission, and he had never expected that this final one would play such an important role here. Purple gauze magnificent sky flower. Seeing a flower treasure in the hand of Ren Tianyu, they naturally recognized this flower and its origin. Then after deeply looking at Ren Tianyu, Jade Maiden agreed. Immediately after Jade Maiden agreed, Ren Tianyu used Kamui of his right eye and directly sent both of them to his Kamui dimension. With the purple gauze magnificent sky flower's ability to remove myriad of poisons, Ren Tianyu believed that the poison of Little Yu would be removed, so he sighed with relief. After that, making the proper arrangements, Ren Tianyu looked towards Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, and his eyes flashed with pallid light. After that he said to White Tiger and others, "Operation start." Hey, we are already ready." Hearing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and others made a fist and replied with a mischievous smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Kekemen Go Fujitsu Hashiman Haijo. Chapter 154, Kekemen Go Fujitsu Hashiman Haijo, Barrier Defense Seal Jutsu 8-Gate Lockup. Ren Tianyu and others appeared outside of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. At that time, seeing many people were continuously existing the villa, Vermilion Bird asked Ren Tianyu with curiosity, "Zero, why were you so sure that they would definitely leave?" That is very simple. Basically all the people of these big power are the people who seek nothing but profit. And also they basically didn't have any big dealings with Shiman clan, as well as just a moment ago in the wedding site, I have stated that I had already killed 2 god-ranked elders of Shiman clan, so there is no profit in opposing us by helping Shiman clan. I reckon even if some people stayed behind in Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa to help Shiman clan, nevertheless it is absolutely unlikely be too much of them. Ren Tianyu slowly explained. However, there is also downside to this. I am absolutely sure that some of the people of Shiman clan have also sneaked out from this villa to make the report to the peoples of the house inside the city. So I reckon that very soon, many experts of Shiman clan will rush over here. Then why aren't all of them leaving this place? Since they already know we will be attacked them here, why are they foolishly waiting for us? Naturally because they can't leave this place. White Tiger replied to the question of Vermilion Bird. Look carefully, all the peoples that have left this villa and descended the mountain are actually still nearby and paying attention to this place. If Shiman clan left this place in this situation, then that would look like they are afraid of us. And for these kind of big power who extremely values their face, losing their face in this manner is something completely intolerable. Yes, that's right. Ren Tianyu slowly nodded his head. This was also one of the reasons why he alone had directly entered the wedding site. As for another reason, it was naturally to lead out Wang Yusin. Just at that time, sound of hurried footsteps came out from inside Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. It seems large number of people were rushing over this place. Ready, here comes the first wave of enemies, you all block them for me, I will set up a barrier. No problem. White Tiger and others replied, then they walked in front of Ren Tianyu, and firmly stared at the entrance door in front of them. Just then Ren Tianyu spoke from behind, be sure to remember, do not enter the entrance door, otherwise you will be injured when my barrier rises. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu took out the map of the region of Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa which he had drawn yesterday from the sky, then spread it on the ground. After that he started to make a series of hand seals in a high speed. The hand seals required for this barrier jutsu was extremely tedious. Even with the extremely high speed of Ren Tianyu in making hand seals, he couldn't complete it within a short period of time. At this time, more than 10 guards of Shiman clan who were holding a huge sword and wearing a warrior armor rushed out from the entrance door of Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. And all of these experts of Great Swords Master rushed towards White Tiger and others. Let me do it. Seeing several guards advancing towards them, Void slowly said. After that the dagger Karma Transmigration on his waist sent out a light chirping sound, automatically came out from its sheath and started to continuously revolve around his body. After that when Void stretched out his right hand, Karma Transmigration released grey-colored chi and flew back to his hand. With Karma Transmigration in his hand, a powerful sword intent gradually appeared on the body of Void. Seeing that Void was about to make a move, Ren Tianyu, who was in the process of making a series of hand seals behind them, thought inside his heart, let me see your true strength. Shattered Death. Looking at those several incoming guards, Void gloomily yelled. After that suddenly a huge amount of grey-colored aura appeared from his whole body, then he changed into a huge overbearing sword. Hon! A world-shaking loud explosion sound rang out. Void, who had completely changed into huge overbearing death sword which was filled with death intent, had directly slashed swiftly and fiercely, in the middle of the crowd of people in front of him. And these more than 10 Great Sword Master guards were completely unable to resist this attack, and were directly killed. They just gave out a blood-curdling scream when their bodies were cut into pieces, and large amount of blood spilled in front of the entrance door. Hon long long, dot. Along with the loud explosion sound, Void with intermediate god-ranked aura who had changed into 3 or 4 meters long giant sword blade, even after killing all of those guards, this sword continued to grind forward, making several meters long mark to appear in the floor. Only after it chopped the entrance door of Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, this sword slowly disappeared, and the figure of Void slowly appeared at the place. Just after Void had completely finished off those guards, the preparation of ninjutsu of Ren Tianyu was complete. All of you get behind me, I am going to raise the barrier. After hearing the voice of Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and others quickly fall back and stood behind Ren Tianyu. Seeing that White Tiger and others had already retreated, Ren Tianyu made a series of hand seals for another half a minute, and finally completed the preparation of his ninjutsu. After that Ren Tianyu squatted down, and directly slammed both of his hands above the scroll which he had already spread out on the ground. Kekimen Go Fujitsu Hashiman Haijo. Barrier Defense Seal Jutsu 8 Gate Lockup. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, suddenly a loud trembling sound resounded from the 4 corners of Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, and the ground around there started to continuously shook violently, as if something horrifying was about to break out from the ground. In the hall of Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, originally lively wedding site had now become extremely desolated. Everyone of Shiman clan and furthermore some of the people who were from the power close to Shiman clan were gathered in this place. The bridegroom Shiman Feng, who originally had the expression of flushed with success on his face, was now standing at one corner with blank expression, as if he still couldn't believe the fact before his own eyes. Just at that time, everyone clearly felt a series of violent trembling of the ground around them, which broke the original deathly stillness of the hall with the series of voices of muffled argument. All of you, just shut up. Hearing the voices of argument, Shiman Badian impatiently yelled loudly. Then he made eye contact with 4 middle-aged people who were wearing magnificent clothing next to him. Then those 4 people immediately showed the expression of understanding. They clearly understood that Shiman Badian was already ready to take action. Let's go out and look in the inn what is happening. Shiman Badian ordered, and took everyone out from the hall, then looked all around. When the people inside were wondering about the trembling sound and moving outside, in the south corner location of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, a huge platform suddenly grew out from the ground, and slowly rose. Above this high platform, a huge tiger-type magical beast's figure was standing. Everyone looked quickly, in the north side too. Just when everyone were in the state of shock seeing the sudden appearance of this high platform, the people standing at the side suddenly roared loudly. Then everyone looked towards the north direction of the villa. Sure enough, there was also a huge platform. The only difference between the huge platform of south and north was, on the top of the huge platform of north, there was Phoenix-like magical beast's figure. Not only that, there was also similar huge platform in the east and west side of this villa, with the snake which was covered with dragon scale and huge tortoise with snake tail like magical beasts were on the top of these huge platform respectively. If any Chinese saw the figure of these four magical beasts, then they would absolutely exclaim in surprise, "Crap, four holy beasts." T.L. Actually south equals vermilion bird, north equals black tortoise, east equals azure dragon, and west equals white tiger. But here author is talking about the direction on the basis of the villa, not actual direction. So I don't know if that is correct or not. Correct, the figure of these four magical beasts were just like the figure of azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. When everyone of Shiman clan was in the state of surprise seeing these huge platform, Ren Tianyu very quickly made his move. Then all the people present there saw a sudden movement from the statue of four holy beasts on the top of these huge platform. And a powerful energy suddenly fluctuated from them, then an energy barrier from these four holy beasts immediately spread in all direction in a high speed, gradually surrounding this whole villa, and took the shape of huge hemispheroid energy barrier. This is a barrier? Seeing the whole villa was completely surrounded by hemispheroid-shaped barrier, Shiman Badian suddenly blanked out. Immediately afterwards his face revealed extreme hatred, and he muttered, "Damn Shiman Tianlong, does he really want to wipe us out? Specially setting up this barrier to prevent us from escaping. Bastard!" Shiman Yuer didn't dare to believe what was happening before her own eyes. She was continuously recalling the sudden appearance of Ren Tianyu at the wedding scene inside her mind. And she had also never thought that the person who killed her great-grandpa and second-grandpa at Supreme Phalo Empire was actually her own brother whom she was searching for a long time. And at the time when she heard about the experiences of Ren Tianyu, in particular, about his mother starved to death, furthermore even after he was driven out from the clan, how Shiman Feng had dispatched peoples to chase and kill him, a kind of implication which even she herself didn't understand suddenly born inside her heart. Outside Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, Ren Tianyu looked at the barrier he had created with satisfaction. This was the barrier ninjutsu which was used by Furito's four-man team when they were attacking Koona, Hidden Leaf Village. After this ninjutsu was launched, from the four direction, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, these four gates would simultaneously rise, then they will create a hemispheroid barrier. After this barrier is made, no one could enter and exit from that place, but Furito's four-man team could easily pass through this barrier as they please using a special ninjutsu. The hand seals required to use this ninjutsu was very complex, moreover it also required a scroll to determine location of the four gates and the barrier. And the user of this ninjutsu was required to be alive to keep on maintaining this barrier. In the original Naruto world, after Sakura punched Fuin to death, the barrier also disappeared subsequently. The effect of this barrier could be said to be similar to the Shishianjin, Four Flames formation, of Four Sound Ninja. In the Naruto world, when Ganmai used his silver needle to attack this barrier, it was directly engulfed by flame. But this Shishianjin, Four Flames formation, required four individuals to use, and the four users couldn't make a move, but even a single person could use this Hashiman Haijo, 8-gate lockup, and that person could also take action. So when he had decided to attack Shiman clan, Ren Tianyu had selected this ninjutsu to prevent intervention from other experts of Shiman clan of the city. From the distant place, all people of those powers who had come to attend the wedding were observing the activity in the villa, but when they saw the sudden appearance of this barrier, they were extremely terrified, and simultaneously also rejoiced that they had decided to leave at that time. Inside Tianlong City, many experts discovered the sudden appearance of barrier around Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa with their mental perception, and all of them were extremely confused, and didn't know what was happening there, so all of them rushed over to investigate. Wow, Zero, you are too awesome. Seeing the huge barrier in front of them, White Tiger was extremely shocked, and looking at the Ren Tianyu he exclaimed loudly. That's right, Zero, how about you teach me this move, I really want to learn it, it's so awesome. Seeing the sudden appearance of this barrier in front of her, Vermilion Bird also excitedly said to Ren Tianyu. Although Void didn't say anything, nevertheless from the expression on his eyes, one could clearly know that he was also extremely shocked inside his heart. Let's put off this matter until sometime later. Also be sure to remember not to touch this barrier, otherwise your body will be immediately engulfed by flame. Ren Tianyu said with serious tone. He had set up this barrier to deal with the people of Shiman clan, so if this barrier was to accidentally injure his own people, then that would be a tragedy. Use the scroll I have given you yesterday evening, and enter inside this barrier with me, then massacre all the people of Shiman clan. The eyes of Ren Tianyu exposed a formidable ominous glint, then his eyes changed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and took the initiative to enter the barrier. Okay. Hearing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and others immediately replied, then a scroll immediately appeared in their hand, where a large word enter was written. Holding this scroll, all three of them followed behind Ren Tianyu and entered inside the barrier. When they made the contact with the barrier, the scroll in their hand emitted a white-colored light which surrounded their whole body. After their body was surrounded by this white light, they slowly penetrated through the barrier. While passing through the barrier, they gave off a bright white light. Far off in the hall, the attention of Shiman Badian and others were drawn by this bright white-colored light. Then at the entrance door location of the hall, he arranged more than 70 battle-ready guards, and these guards firmly started at this white-colored light. When this white-colored light faded, they saw 4 people who were wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on them had appeared at the entrance door location through the barrier. Ren Tianyu and others had used special method to enter inside the barrier. Kill. Seeing several tens of guards standing in front of them, who were at great sword master rank, and furthermore more than 10 saint-ranked guard commanding them, Ren Tianyu revealed a ruthless smile, then gave his order. After that he immediately pulled out his sword of Kusanagi, and dashed towards the crowd. After White Tiger and others saw that Ren Tianyu had already dashed out, they also immediately took out their weapons, and releasing their powerful battle chi, they changed into gray, white, and red-colored energy light respectively and scattered in all direction. Everyone, be sure to exterminate these people who dared to oft our Shiman clan. Seeing Ren Tianyu and others were rushing towards them, raising his huge sword in hand, one of the saint-ranked guard commander yelled at the guards around him. Hearing the command of their commander, these guards held their swords tightly, then releasing their battle chi, they rushed towards Ren Tianyu and others while roaring, "Kill!" And inside the Kamui dimension of Ren Tianyu, Jade Maiden had already fed the purple-colored sky magnificent flower to Wang Yusen. After that the pale face of Wang Yusen started to return to normal, and her breathing also slowly restored to normal. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Known by Many. Chapter 155, Known by Many. Ren Tianyu and others dispersed and rushed towards the crowd of guards. Although the strength of all of these guards were great sword master at minimum, furthermore there were more than 10 saint-ranked experts within them, they didn't even put these guards in their eyes. Perhaps this kind of strength was extremely formidable in the eyes of ordinary people, but how could these 4 people of Akatsuki organization be ordinary person? First of all, no need to talk about Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and Void, both of them were elite juniors from ancient 100 clans, had access to the most perfect inheritance, and had already reached god rank in strength. Because of the special characteristics of his blood lineage, White Tiger had already reached advanced sword god in strength. And although the strength of Void was only at intermediate sword god, nevertheless combining it with his special blood lineage, Heart Death, he was able to surpass his level, and battle against the peak god ranked experts. Although the strength of Vermilion Bird was only at peak saint rank, nevertheless her Phoenix God blood lineage was extremely formidable blood lineage, with which she could use Flame of Flame Phoenix. The heat of this Flame of Flame Phoenix was clear to everyone, it's said to be able to burn the heaven and exterminate the earth. And it's said that the possessor of this blood lineage could also bath in Rebirth Fire, and after bathing in Rebirth Fire their strength would increase further, but each person with Phoenix God blood lineage could bath in Rebirth Fire only once throughout their whole life, and they must have comprehend the power of Phoenix God blood lineage to a certain extent to be able to use this ability. Just like a wolf that had entered the flock of sheep, they directly started to kill these guards. Honestly speaking, there was no resentment between these guards and Ren Tianyu, and the revenge target of Ren Tianyu was also only the members of Shiman clan. But currently he didn't take this into consideration, now all the people who stood in his way were his enemies. Regardless of who they were, this time he didn't mind to ruthlessly kill all of them. Chie. The sword of Kusanagi in the right hand of Ren Tianyu directly stabbed through the body of a guard who wanted to sneak attack Ren Tianyu from behind, ending his life. At the same time, 5 to 6 guards who were holding long swords rushed towards Ren Tianyu from the front. Humph! Seeing these incoming guards, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly, loosened his right hand, then the guard behind him fell down. After that he quickly made a series of hand seals, then his right hand emitted a powerful lightning. And an ear-piercing sound of birds chirping rang out. Ren Tianyu slightly bowed, drooped his right hand, and the powerful lightning of Chidori shattered the hard floor of Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. After that his eyes firmly locked onto the incoming guards who were about to arrive in front of him. Swish! The body of Ren Tianyu blurred and disappeared from his original location, leaving behind only his after-image. Then Ren Tianyu instantly arrived in front of the foremost guard, and under the unable-to-believe expression of this guard, the Chidori in the right hand of Ren Tianyu directly stabbed his body, making a huge hole in his abdomen. This guard was surprised and he wanted to open his mouth and groan in pain, but due to the continuous flow of lightning of Chidori to his body was completely paralyzed. After that he sensed that he was slowly losing all of his strength, and finally slowly closed his eyes forever. First one. Ren Tianyu gloomily said, then he took out his right hand which was covered with Chidori from the corpse of already dead guard, then he continued to rush in front of him. Because he was drooping his right hand, the Chidori in his right hand continued to cut open a long ravine on the floor, and very quickly he made a contact with second guard. Seeing the fate of the first guard, this guard had already taken a precaution against the move of Ren Tianyu. When Ren Tianyu almost arrived in front of him, the long sword in his right hand emitted a yellow-colored radiance and then he chopped it towards the head of Ren Tianyu. Seeing the slash of this long sword, the Sharingan of Ren Tianyu already saw through the path of this attack, and just before this sword could arrive in front of his head, he suddenly bent his body, successfully dodging this attack. After that his right hand that was filled with Chidori directly stabbed the body of this guard, ending his life. 2. Ren Tianyu coldly said, and continued to advance towards the remaining targets. And on the other sides, White Tiger and others were also carrying out a massacre. White Tiger, holding the rapier among the 3 double-edged swords in his back, was continuously attacking all the people around him with a ruthless smile on his face. And his body was slowly releasing misty sword chi, which gave out a fierce aura, as if the sword chi was about to pierce through the void around him. Now looking at the guards around him with an excited expression on his face while holding his rapier, he opened his mouth, and said with voice filled with killing intent, 9 sword secret art, 1 form, flowing light form. After White Tiger spit out these words, the white-colored sword chi around his body suddenly lit up and rose, covered his whole body, then his body immediately changed into white-colored sword light and disappeared from that location. Immediately after White Tiger disappeared, the guards around that place suddenly gave out a blood-curdling scream. After a series of miserable screams, every guards around them covered their neck, fell down on the ground, and continued to churn. And one could clearly see that the blood was continuously seeping out from the gap between their fingers of the hand which had covered their neck. Obviously this was caused by White Tiger. In such a short time, he had directly cut the throat of all the guards around him in an extremely high speed. In the middle of these fallen guards, along with the white-colored sword light, White Tiger, who was holding rapier which was still dripping with blood, appeared. Then looking at the miserable condition around him, a ruthless smile appeared in his face. After that he stepped forward. The strength of all those guards who were rolling and struggling on the ground slowly disappeared, then stopped their struggle and turned into a cold corpse. On the other side, Void, who was holding Karma Transmigration, firmly stared at the magnificent lineup of 3 saint-ranked guard leader, furthermore 7 great swords master in front of him. Although the other's strength was very high, nevertheless as a member of Death God clan, Void was not afraid of them. One could clearly see this from the continuously quivering with excitement Karma Transmigration in his hand. Suddenly, Karma Transmigration automatically flew out from his hand and rose in the air in front of him, then the grey-colored undead battle chi around his body and Void himself directly changed into a grey-colored light and flowed into the blade of Karma Transmigration. After absorbing them, the Karma Transmigration sent out a violent sound, and a huge grey-colored energy surrounded the Karma Transmigration's blade, then the length of the blade increased by several meters, and changed into a big sword. And this sword now released an extremely fierce sword chi, and was filled with fierce aura which seemed unstoppable. Dance of Undead, first dance, undead / open the sky. Then this sword, just like slashing through the void, directly appeared above the head of these 10 guards, and advanced imposingly towards them. At that time, 3 figures flew from below towards this incoming slash. Then the 3 metal colliding sound rang out. Those 3 saint-ranked guards had released their powerful battle chi and had used their weapons to block this slash. But the shoulder of these 3 were unceasingly trembling. It seems it was not that easy to block this attack, despite their beast effort. Hon. These 3 saint-ranked guards were pressed down to the ground by the attack of Void, then kacha several cracking sound rang out. And several huge cracks appeared in the floor of this place, which spread in all direction. At that time, several sound of movement was heard. Those remaining 7 guards had taken this chance and was advancing towards Void while releasing their powerful battle chi. But when they had just arrived where the 3 saint-ranked guard leader fallen, suddenly huge grey-colored energy ring appeared above the huge sword. And the energies in the air continuously advanced towards this ring, then these rings lit with grey-colored radiance. Seeing this ring, and especially that gradually rising radiance, the guards felt chill inside their heart. And before they could make any move, they were completely suppressed and couldn't move at all, and could only look helplessly. After that this ring erupted with a loud sound. Death shockwave. Hon. Along with a loud explosion sound, this huge ring burst and the death wave spread in all direction in a high speed. The floor was completely crushed into pieces and changed into power. And the 3 saint-ranked guard leader were the first to be affected. This terrifying attack wave immediately engulfed them, and even the 7 guards behind them were not able to flee from this shock wave. This attack engulfed everything at that place. Along with a loud explosion sound, a huge dust and smoke rose up, which engulfed everything within the radius of 5 meters. After that, several guards who were lacking hands or legs shot out from this huge dusts and smoke, fell on the ground, and lied on the ground motionlessly. They were clearly dead. After the smokes and dusts dissipated, the circumstance inside could be seen. A deep crater which was about 1 meter in radius had appeared in that place, and at the bottom of this crater, the figure of Void who was wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it gradually became visible. And in the sky above him, Karma Transmigration lightly chirped, slowly revert back to its original size, and flew back to his hand. Next to him, there lied the scattered corpse of several guards. Under that sudden terrifying attack of Void, even those 3 saint-ranked guard were not able to escape from their death. Void looked towards the sky, and changed into a grey-colored light and disappeared from there. On the other side, a powerful golden-colored flame had appeared on the surface of the tender body of Vermilion Bird. The temperature of this flame was so hot that it seems even the air around her were being evaporated by this flame. This was Phoenix God blood lineage's the ability to use Phoenix Flame, which could burn nearly all evil energy in this world. Looking at more than 10 guards around her, a beautiful smile appeared on the fiery red lips of Vermilion Bird, then with a thought, the Fire Phoenix sword flashed with flame and automatically flew out from the sheath and landed on her hand. After the Fire Phoenix sword landed on her hand, the terrifying golden flame on her body flowed towards the blade of that sword. After that, the blade of Fire Phoenix sword was thoroughly filled with the golden flame light beam. Then looking at the guards in front of her with her 2 big beautiful eyes, she opened her mouth and yelled in her lovely voice. Phoenix soar the heaven. After that, along with the loud cry of Phoenix, a huge Fire Phoenix rose from the blade of the Fire Phoenix sword, flapped its 2 huge flame wings, raised its huge head and flew in the sky. After this huge Fire Phoenix rose, the body of Vermilion Bird changed into gold-colored flamelight, and flew in the sky. Then staring at those guards below with a ruthless smile on her beautiful face, she gave order to the Fire Phoenix to attack. After hearing the command of Vermilion Bird, the enormous eyes of Fire Phoenix stared at the guards below on the ground, spread its wings, and directly changing into huge fire, it directly scooped towards the guards below. Hon! Along with loud explosion sound, a huge gold-colored flame engulfed the area within the radius of 7 or 8 meters. And an extremely high heat was also spread in all direction from this flame. After that, foam was slowly walked out from the middle of this golden flame, and the Fire Phoenix sword she was holding with her right hand changed into fire radiance and disappeared. After Ren Tian Yu had finished off several guards in front of him, he saw that more than 30 guards were blocking the only path which led to the interior of the villa. Then he thought to himself, I should not waste any more time in this place. I reckon very soon those old experts of Shiman clan inside the city will also get the news of attack here. And if we still hadn't complete our task before those experts arrive here, it would be troublesome. Thinking this, the eyes of Ren Tian Yu flashed, and quickly made a series of hand seals. Finished making hand seals, Ren Tian Yu yelled. Katan's Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. After making hand seals was completed, he placed his right hand, which was curled in front of his mouth, took a deep breath and spat out a huge fireball from his mouth towards those guards standing in front of him. Seeing a huge fireball was advancing towards them, they released a powerful battle chi radiances from their body, and swung their swords, which sent out huge energy flying towards the incoming fireball. After that, along with a huge explosion sound, this huge fireball continuously became smaller and disappeared. But before these guards had time to become happy, a loud dragon roar rang out, and they suddenly saw a huge fiery dragon was advancing towards them, when they had just finished dealing with huge fireball. As a matter of fact, after Ren Tian Yu had used Gokakyu no Jutsu, Grand Fireball technique, he had continued to make hand seals of Ketan Goryoka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu, and taking the advantage of the gap when the guards were attacking, he had fired this ninjutsu. Along with a loud explosion sound, the screaming voice of those guards rang out. Under to the attack Goryoka no Jutsu, Dragon Flame Jutsu, of Ren Tian Yu, many guards were sent flying, some had their body roasted by this terrifying flame, and some were directly blown to pieces. Even after this attack continued to advance, and hit the entrance gate. And along with the loud explosion sound, the luxurious entrance door of the Shiman clan shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. After seeing that all the guards were taken care of, Ren Tian Yu walked towards the front, passed through the smoke caused by the explosion at the entrance door, and entered the courtyard of Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. Then looked at the groups of people of Shiman clan who were standing at the hall. Just at that time, several movement sound came from behind Ren Tian Yu, then 3 radiance appeared at his side, and from inside this radiance, the figure of White Tiger and other appeared. Due to the wind created by their appearance at his side, the black robe with red clouds imprinted on it worn by Ren Tian Yu fluttered. After that, looking at Shiman Badian and others of Shiman clan, he slowly said, I came, next, it's time to calculate all the accounts. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Meet Enemy Head-On by Oneself. Chapter 156, Meet Enemy Head-On by Oneself. Inside Shiman clan in the Tianlong city, an old man with white beard and head full of white hairs slapped the table, and stood up, then roared loudly towards the middle-aged man who was kneeling in the middle of the hall. What did you say? Say it again. My lord, Shiman Tianlong, who was expelled from Shiman clan 3 years ago, is leading a mysterious organization called Akatsuki to attack Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, which is located outside the city. And after I came out from the villa, I saw that they used a huge barrier to completely surround the villa. My lord, I have returned to notify this news. I hope my lord would arrange experts to go to reinforce them as soon as possible. This middle-aged man was the person who had returned from the villa to notify the Shiman clan under the order of Shiman Badian. And after getting this order, he had anxiously rushed all the way to the city. Now the person before him was the previous patriarch of Shiman clan, i.e. father of Shiman Badian, Shiman Quang. I got it, you can leave now. Shiman Quang waved his hand and signaled that middle-aged man to leave. After getting the command from Shiman Quang, this middle-aged person slowly bowed and left. After this middle-aged man left, Shiman Quang started to ponder for a moment, but walked towards the rear of the hall. After reaching the rear wall of the hall, he stretched his hand, caught the small magic lamp's lampstand, and twisted it. Then the ka-ka sound of gear moving rang out in this hall, and the floor in the hall cracked open, revealing a tunnel entrance, and there was a huge staircase leading underground in this tunnel. Shiman Quang walked down this staircase, and after his body completely entered this tunnel, the slabstone slowly combined harmoniously with crack on the floor and closed this tunnel entrance. Outside Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, the lights unceasingly flashed in the sky, and many experts who were emitting powerful aura appeared there. All of them were drawn by this huge barrier which had completely surrounded the whole Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. Inside the villa, Tian and his group were looking at the groups of people of Shiman clan who were standing at the hall. Beside them, there were more than 10 others experts who had stayed behind to help. And along the road behind them, numerous corpses laid on the ground, and the blood was still flowing out from these corpses, dyeing the floor completely red. Those corpses were the dead bodies of the guards of Shiman clan who had tried to obstruct Tian from taking his revenge under the command of Shiman clan. Staring at Shiman Badian, furthermore the groups of peoples of Shiman clan in front of him with his eyes which was flashing with fierce and malicious intent, Renrianya showed a ruthless smile. After his soul had fused with the soul of Shiman Tianlong, Tian himself had also possessed the hatred of Shiman Tianlong towards Shiman clan. Hated them because they had bullied and humiliated him in his childhood, hated them because they caused his mother to starve to death, hated them because they had never seen him as a human, hated them. This kinds of many hatred had already seeped into his bone marrow, and now seeing the target of his hatred in front of his own eyes, the eyes of Tian unconsciously changed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and this blood-colored pupils which was full of evil intent firmly stared at them. And when he saw the faces of these peoples, his killing intent gradually increased, but when he saw a single person among the crowd of Shiman clan, his gaze not only paused, but a complicated emotion flashed in his eyes. This person was the only one in whole Shiman clan who showed consideration to Shiman Tianlong, Shiman Yuer. It could be said that if Shiman Yuer had not protected Shiman Tianlong, then it was almost impossible for Shiman Tianlong to be able to survive. Although Wang Yusin had helped him very much, nevertheless when all is said and done, just like the distant water couldn't quench his thirst, she was from Wang clan, so it was impossible for her frequently visit him. As a result, after seeing Shiman Yuer, the state of Tian's mind was very complex. Because no matter what type of feeling he had for Shiman Yuer, from the time he had invaded and destroyed this wedding ceremony, he was already the mortal enemy of Shiman clan. And she as a court junior of Shiman clan, also should took her arms against Tian. But at that time, Tian would definitely try not to injure her as much as possible, because regardless of anything, he had already determined inside his mind to not hurt this gentle girl. You bastard, return my Yusin, you damn concubine seed. Shiman Feng hideously started at Tian and howled. Hee, my dear elder brother, aren't you a little bit too naive? Looking at Shiman Feng who had gone mad, Tian sneered with disdain. Then said to White Tiger and others, all of you don't make any move, I will personally kill all of them. But zero, these peoples are powerful experts. And among them, there are 5 god-ranked experts, so can you deal with all of them by yourself? Hearing Tian, White Tiger anxiously roared. In this hall, including Shiman Badian, there were 5 god-ranked experts, and each of them possessed Saint Dragon blood lineage, so their strength were extremely terrifying. Yes, Zero, we should fight together. Vermilion Bird also appealed to Tian. No need, I alone is more than enough. You all just defend the surrounding of this courtyard, and in case anyone dares to flee, kill them on the spot. Finished speaking, Tian directly stepped forwards without giving White Tiger and others a chance to refute. Step by step he walked towards the peoples of Shiman clan who were standing at the hall. Let's spread out, each person defend a wall. Seeing that Ren Tianyu had already started to move, White Tiger turned around and said to Void and Vermilion Bird. Then he directly fell back and sat cross-legged next to West Wall while holding his rapier, and attentively watched the battle that was about to unfold. Void and Vermilion Bird also fell back and arrived next to the respective walls, and attentively looked towards Ren Tianyu. Seeing Ren Tianyu, who was unhurriedly walking towards them, Shiman Badian said to the crowd of peoples of Shiman clan, "Don't meddle in this battle, we will settle them." Finished speaking, Shiman Badian and 4 clan elder flashed and appeared opposite to Ren Tianyu. Kill! Shiman Badian roared loudly, then a powerful gold-colored Saint Dragon battle chi appeared and surrounded his body. After that, the huge sword in his right hand flashed with fierce radiances. As a patriarch of Shiman clan, his battle chi had already reached intermediate god rank. And among the 4 middle-aged person by his side, 2 of them were early stage of god rank, 1 was middle stage of god rank, and final 1 was later stage of god rank. All of them were powerful expert of god rank. The aura of these 5 experts locked on to Ren Tianyu. After hearing the order of Shiman Badian, all of them rushed towards Ren Tianyu to attack. Humph! Seeing 5 people flying towards him, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then he quickly made a series of hand seals, futon, shinkajoku. Wind-style, vacuum bullets. Ren Tianyu took a deep breath, then he suddenly spat out numerous small sharp air column from his mouth towards incoming 5. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Brilliant Fireworks. Chapter 157, Brilliant Fireworks. After taking a deep breath, Ren Tianyu began spitting out a barrage of transparent air bullets towards the approaching Shiman Badian and others. Shiman Badian sneered in the face of Ren Tianyu's attack. "Is that really your plan?" he said, stepping in front of the younger members of the clan protectively. After that, Shiman Badian released the gold-colored Saint Dragon battle chi from his body, changing it into a massive dragon god shield. A multitude of pinging sounds were the only results of Ren Tianyu's attack as the bullets bounced off the shield. Old 6, you stay here and be careful of any sneak attacks by the 3 people next to the walls. Old 4, 5, and 7, let's take advantage of this opportunity and force him out from this courtyard. It is very likely that the youngsters will be injured if we continue to fight here, ordered Shiman Badian after successfully blocking the attack of Ren Tianyu. Okay. The 4 elders replied in unison. Then Old 6, with the strength of intermediate god rank, fell back and stood before the younger Shiman clan members for their protection. The remaining 3 immediately releasing their Saint Dragon battle chi, and 3 golden beams of light snaked out from their blades as they cried, "War Dragon style, Sky Dragon's attack." With the voices of the 3 elders, came the massive roars of 3 dragons, reverberating throughout the whole courtyard. After that, 3 golden energy dragons filled with terrifying Saint Dragon battle chi shot toward Ren Tianyu, leaving a blaze of golden energy in their wake, under their commands. With a great boom of sound, the 3 energy dragons swallowed Ren Tianyu under the shocked gazes of all present. After the visible explosion, a terrible shockwave of energy spread in all directions. The force of the attack was so strong that even after it swallowed Ren Tianyu, it passing through him, and leaving a ravine on the floor of the courtyard behind him, it slammed into the entrance, which after having been weakened by Ren Tianyu's last fire attack, this once exquisite entrance, already heavily damaged, collapsed altogether. Still standing next to one of the walls, Vermilion Bird saw the destructive attacks towards Ren Tianyu. Without thought, she began to release a golden flame. She yelled out 0. Anxiety in her voice as she prepared to enter the fight. At that moment, White Tiger, who was sitting in a relaxed cross-legged position, said, "No need to worry, Vermilion Bird, this kind of weak-level attack is not enough to give 0 a slight injury, so just sit back, calm down, and watch." Meanwhile, Void, his face unchanging, but for the flicker of his eyes as he watched the battle. Hearing the words of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird recalled that it had been Ren Tianyu who had rescued her from that extremely dangerous contest with the demon. This thought calmed her down immediately. After that, slowly withdrawing her phoenix flames, and began watching the battlefield, ready to halt any junior member of the Shiman clan from fleeing. The entrance door was completely destroyed by the 3 elders' joint attack, nothing remained but a billowing cloud of smoke. Suddenly Ren Tianyu burst free from the cloud, sword of Kusanagi in hand, a crackle of lightning accompanying him as he landed lightly on the ground behind. Ren Tianyu laughed with disdain. I didn't even need to use my Kamui to dodge that weak attack. Did you really believe that you forced me out of the courtyard? I just don't want elder sister you to get injured due to this battle. From the courtyard, Shiman Badian tapered the energy needed to maintain the golden dragon god shield, allowing the energy of the shield to slowly shift into particles which dissipated into the air. Watching the fading shield, he spoke to the elders. He is already forced to retreat, let's move. His body changing into a gold-colored radiance which rushed directly towards Ren Tianyu, the 3 elders followed suit. Seeing Shiman Badian and the elders rushing towards him, Ren Tianyu's eyes flashed with a pallid light, the powerful lightning around his body slowly dissipating. Sheathing sword of Kozanaji, he began rapidly making hand signs, completing the needed hand signs as Shiman Badian and the elders rushed out from the courtyard. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Taking a deep breath, Rin Tianyu placed his right hand near his mouth, spitting out a massive fireball that shot towards Zaman Badian and the others, a wave of brilliant heat traveling behind it. Seeing the massive fireball streaking towards them, the eyes of Shiman Badian flashed with a wan light, swinging his vast sword which was covered with his powerful battle chi into the oncoming fireball from Rin Tianyu. The slash of Shiman Badian was filled with Saint Dragon battle chi, blocked the fireball, the two colliding together, creating a deep crackling sound. Even with the defense of his Saint Dragon battle chi, the heat of the flame astonished Shiman Badian, as his face was actually burning from the heat. All of the members of the Uchiha clan were experts in the use of fire, and although the body of Rin Tianyu belonged to Shiman Tianlong, the one who his clan called a good for nothing, when the Naruto system had invaded Rin Tianyu's soul placing him in this new body, it had changed his bloodline to that of the Uchiha. This was also why Rin Tianyu had been able to activate and use the Sharingan without much trouble. As Shiman Badian blocked the attack of Rin Tianyu, the three elders who had been closely following rose into the sky, changing into three golden lights which began flying towards Rin Tianyu. Seeing the three elders that were flying towards him, Rin Tianyu immediately stopped the Gokakyu no Jutsu, grand fireball technique, placing both of his hands inside of his ninja tool backpack and drawing out 3 kunai into each hand. He threw them towards the incoming elders, then he started to make a series of hand signs immediately after the kunai were in the air. Seeing the kunai that were flying towards them, the 3 elders smirked. Does he really think these puny weapons are any obstruction to us? As the 3 god-ranked experts finished this snide remark, Rin Tianyu had already finished making a series of hand signs. Now, while both of his hands maintained the tiger sign, he opened his mouth, speaking gently Ninpo Shuriken Kaige Bunshin no Jutsu. Ninja Art Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Moments after Rin Tianyu uttered these words, the 6 kunai multiplied, continuing their flight towards the now shocked elders who, while not understanding how the advancing kunai had suddenly multiplied, still knew that even these several tens of kunai were not capable of penetrating the defense of their god-ranked battle chi. Calmly, the elders swung their great swords which glimmered from the light surrounding their bodies, hearing only the sound of multiple metallic collisions as they easily blocked the kunai. As the kunai were reflected away, the elders noticed that attached to the very end of these weapons were transparent steel wires, the other end of these short steel wires containing paper with an unknown rune. In front of them, Rin Tianyu, having completed the hand seals for the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, smirked at them with scorn, placing the palms of both hands together, spitting a single word, explode. With a series of deafening explosions ringing out, the papers with the rune upon them suddenly ignited under the shocked gaze of the elders, the explosions engulfing them. Rin Tianyu slowly released his hands, looking to the sky, where the explosions continued to reverberate, a smile appearing on his face. What brilliant fireworks! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Saint Dragon Heavenly Cross. Chapter 158, Saint Dragon Heavenly Cross. Along with the explosion in the sky, Rin Tianyu stopped supplying chakra to keep on maintaining Gokakyu no Jutsu, grand fireball technique, so Shiman Badian easily broke through this fireball. But seeing the continuous intense explosion in the sky which had engulfed his 3 brothers, he immediately became worried, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Old 4, old 5, old 7. After Shiman Badian had just finished screaming, 3 silhouettes were blasted out from the middle of this explosion, and landed on the ground. But this 3 silhouettes were finally able to steady themselves only after sliding backwards for nearly 1 meter in distance. Carefully looking at these 3 silhouettes, it was precisely those 3 god-ranked experts of Shiman clan. Everywhere in the bodies of these god-ranked experts were riddled with wounds due to the bombing of just a moment ago, and red bloods were continuously flowing out from those wounds. But although their appearance looked rather frightening, nevertheless they had not suffered any serious injury, only some superficial wounds. "Are you all right?" Seeing them dart out from the middle of explosion, Shiman Badian hastily rushed to them and asked worriedly. "We are fine, we merely looked down upon the method of this fellow." The person called Old 4 shook his head and answered. After that golden-colored Saint Dragon battle chi gradually surrounded his whole body, and all the wounds also slowly stopped bleeding. "We should be a bit more careful, because we don't know what fortuitous encounter this boy had obtained in these 3 years, to actually increase his strength this high. And also..." Shiman Badian turned around and looked towards Rin Tianyu, his eyes flashed with complex emotion, and he continued, "And also he was able to kill both number 1 and old 2 together. Do you still remember the explanation of the circumstances of their battle from Uer and others, after they returned to the clan at that time?" "Of course we remember." Old 5 answered, then he added, "I remember Uer stating that this person could use wind, lightning, water and sand, the energy of these 4 systems, furthermore can also use a special unknown type of black-colored flame. That flame had burned the arm of old 2, and number 1 was forced to cut off that arm because there was no any method to extinguish that flame. In addition to these 5 systems, this fellow could still use a kind of unknown secret technique to change himself into a terrifying giant, which is capable enough to block the strongest move of the 4 people. Precisely because of that, number 1, old 2 and furthermore Saint Dragon partner of number 1 Adelaide, all fell there. Speaking up to this, old 5 couldn't help but tightly clenched his hands, and stared at Ren Tianyu with his eyes filled with hatred. This precisely is what I wanted to say. Just now from the beginning he had only used fire system and wind system energy, he had not used any of the remaining 3 system energy, and that's without even mentioning that giant. So in this case, either he is not able to use, or... Saying this, Shiman Badian couldn't help but paused for a moment, and said, or, he is still hiding his strength. What? Still hiding his strength? How is it possible for him to hide his strength when he is facing us 4 god-ranked experts? I don't believe it, unless he had already stepped into the god domain just like our ancestors. Old 7 shook his head, and denied the guess of Shiman Badian. Even if you don't believe, there is no way for us to win, because the fact is our combined strength is only equal or only slightly better compared to the strength of number 1 and old 2 combined with their 2 dragon partners. So all we can do now is stall him as long as possible, and wait for our ancestors to arrive. At that time, he will forfeit his life. Shiman Badian solemnly said. Although he didn't believe that his old good-for-nothing son was now actually that powerful, nevertheless the death of number 1 and old 2, and everything that was happening before his eyes, convinced him about this fact. From now on, we will not try to kill him, we will just stall him, until the arrival of reinforcement. Yes. After Shiman Badian said this, the 3 god-ranked experts answered loudly. Then all 4 of them scattered and circled Ren Tianyu. Planning to surround me? Seeing them scattering in all direction, Ren Tianyu was slightly surprised. Then his Mangekyo Sharingan rotated in high speed, and quickly followed these 4 experts. Swish, 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 along with the 4 movement sound, Shiman Badian and others changed into 4 gold-colored light beam, and simultaneously appeared in 4 sides of Ren Tianyu. And they also simultaneously swung their huge sword towards Ren Tianyu. But Ren Tianyu unexpectedly didn't try to dodge their attack, which surprised Shiman Badian and others. Ren Tianyu just stared at them with his blood-red-colored eyes. But even though they found this surprising and regardless of any crafty plots and machinations that Ren Tianyu may have, they didn't stop their attack. The attacks of the huge swords of all 4 of them directly penetrated through the body of Ren Tianyu and landed on the ground, giving out a loud explosion sound, which was accompanied by a big cloud of dusts. Although they had successfully hit Ren Tianyu, but they didn't have any excited expression in their face, because when their swords cut through the body of Ren Tianyu, they didn't feel any kind of resistance, they felt as if they were just cutting through empty air. When they were feeling uncertain, Ren Tianyu slowly walked out in front of them from the middle of the clouds of dusts. After that, as if his body was transparent, Ren Tianyu directly passed through their body, and stood behind them. What's going on? Seeing that Ren Tianyu had just passed through his body, Shiman Badian was thoroughly stupefied, and failed to understand what actually was happening. And the other 3 god-ranked experts were also confused seeing what had just happened before their own eyes. But when they were in a trance, Ren Tianyu didn't wait for them, he quickly made a series of hand seals, Katan, Ryuan Hoka no Jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Caterwall. Ren Tianyu quickly turned back, and simultaneously spat out more than 10 miniature dragon-shaped flame with blazing temperature towards them. Sensing a change behind them, Shiman Badian and others snapped out from their trance, then quickly turned around, and saw the attacks were flying towards them. Seeing this, they immediately fell back to dodge this attack, but the dragon-shaped flame released by Ren Tianyu pursued them in a high speed. Humph, Saint Dragon Heavenly Cross. Seeing the flame were still flying towards them, Shiman Badian coldly snorted, and his body radiated a large amount of golden-colored Saint Dragon battle chi, which took the form of faintly visible dragon wrapping around his body. Then golden-colored energy dragon scales started to appear above his skin all over the body, changing him into golden-colored dragon person. After that, looking at the incoming dragon-shaped flames, under the surprised gaze of Ren Tianyu, Shiman Badian directly stretched his right hand, and destroyed all of the flames of Ryuan Hoka no Jutsu, Dragon Flame Caterwall, with only his right hand. And there was not any injury to his right hand, only the golden light weakened a bit. F***K, is this only the strength of hand? So powerful, actually able to directly destroying my Ryuan Hoka no Jutsu, Dragon Flame Caterwall, using his only one hand. Seeing that shocking attacking method of Shiman Badian, a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was not frightened, rather he was amazed. Saint Dragon Heavenly Cross. After one comprehends Saint Dragon blood lineage of Shiman clan to a certain degree, one is able to learn a secret skill of blood lineage. This skill was Saint Dragon Heavenly Cross. This secret skill was a method to move the power of Saint Dragon blood lineage in a special way inside the body, so that the power of Saint Dragon blood lineage would circulate in whole body. After the power is circulated to all parts of the body, one's body slowly change into dragon, and can also gradually use the power of ancient Saint Dragon. It is stated that, if one is able to reach the pinnacle of Saint Dragon blood lineage, then they are able to obtain the complete power of ancient Saint Dragon, and could even change their body into that incomparable powerful dragon body of ancient Saint Dragon, and thoroughly become dragon itself. And the appearance of Shiman Badian could only be counted as a half-dragon. No, even half-dragon couldn't be considered, but even like this, his power was increased by twofold, defensive ability was significantly enhanced, as that superficial layer of dragon scale possessed superior defensive ability. Saint Dragon Heavenly Cross? Seeing the current appearance of Shiman Badian, the three elders of Shiman clan were surprised. Afterwards they also quickly condensed powerful Saint Dragon battle chi above their body, and slowly golden-colored dragon scale appeared all over their body. But their degree of change into dragon was slightly lower compared to Shiman Badian. Roar! Shiman Badian opened his mouth and roared loudly. From his roaring sound, Tian faintly heard a vague dragon roar. Let's tear him into shreds. Just a moment ago, Tian had dodged their attack in a strange fashion, which made their heart restless, so now they forgot their original plan of stalling for time or such. Now they plan to directly start using their strongest power to kill Tian. After Shiman Badian gave the command, all four half-dragon human directly rushed towards Tian. Now the real fight began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Twisting Off Your Head. Chapter 159, Twisting Off Your Head. Seeing Shiman Badian and others who had already turned into half-dragon human form rushing towards him, the complexion of Tian slowly sunk. From the body of these peoples, Tian sensed a shred of unparalleled atrocity aura, and felt as if he was being stared by a terrifying ferocious beasts of primeval times. Tian carefully stared at them, and made a series of hand seals with both of his hands, Doton Tajudori Ahiki. Earth-style multi-mud wall. After Tian completed his ninjutsu, the ground in front of him started to violently shook. After that, one huge earthen wall after another grew out from the ground in succession. About 7 or 8 huge earthen walls rose from the ground in front of Tian blocking his body. After earthen walls rose, Tian again started to make a series of hand seals in preparation of next ninjutsu. Seeing the rise of earthen walls, the golden light in the eyes of Shiman Badian and others rose suddenly and sharply. That unparalleled atrocity aura on their body also quickly condensed, and directly changing into 4 golden light beam, they collided with the earthen walls which was created by Tian. Along with a Hong explosion sound, the first earthen wall was directly torn into pieces. After using Saint Dragon Heavenly Cross secret skill of their blood lineage, their body had already changed into that of dragon, so several ordinary moves were no longer of any significance to them. Compared to them, using their physical power which was greatly increased by their dragon change was more effective. Because of the hard dragon scale, their defense power was also strengthened. Under the continuous assault of Shiman Badian and others, the earthen walls created by Tian crumbled one after another. Tian jumped into the air and looked at the circumstances below, and seeing the state below, he couldn't help but thought inside his heart, isn't this basically a human-shaped ferocious beasts? There is no technique, only the physical strength is very powerful. However, let's see if your defense is also extremely powerful like this. Katan Goka Mekyaku. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. After finished make hand seals, Tian placed both of his hands in front of his mouth, opened his mouth, then suddenly boundless flame was spat out from his mouth. And this blazing hot flame advanced towards Shiman Badian and others. Immediately the ground below was engulfed by the boundless flame created by Tian. Even Shiman Badian and others were also completely engulfed by this flame. Tian fell down from the sky and landed on the ground, then looking at the flame which was sending out intense heat wave in front of him, he kept on carefully looking inside this flame. Just at that time, a loud shout suddenly came out from inside this flame, hot dragon smashing fist. Along with these loud shout, for successive huge dragon roar sound rang out from inside the flame, then 4 huge golden lights suddenly rose from the heart of the flame, and spread in all direction in a high speed. Due to the impact of these 4 huge golden light, the floor around them were broken into pieces in succession, and the flame created by Tian was also swept and extinguished by this golden light. Along with a Hong sound, a huge windstorm spread in all direction, and Tian used the sleeve of his robe to cover his face. When this windstorm stopped, and clouds of dusts dissipated, Tian was finally able to clearly see the circumstance of that place. The body of Shiman Badian and other 3 were dazzling with gold-colored Saint Dragon battle chi, and all of them were still in the state where their fists of right hand was on the ground. Looking at the gradually standing Shiman Badian and others, Tian gradually became solemn. After half-dragon change, it seems it really is not that easy to deal with these 4. And I also can't use Kamui of right eye to absorb them because Little Yu and Jade Maiden are still inside the Kamui dimension.
It looks like I must think of a new way to finish them off.
Thinking this, Ren Tianyu thought of a way to deal with the current situation, and his eyes lit up. Let's do it like that. Finished thinking, a powerful lightning appeared around his whole body, which took the form of lightning armor. After that his body changed into a lightning light and disappeared from that location. Seeing Ren Tianyu had disappeared, Shiman Badian and others quickly stood back to back, started to scan the surroundings around them, and took the precautions against the surprise attack of Ren Tianyu. Just at that time, they suddenly sensed a movement above their head, so they looked up. Then they saw a right leg which was covered with powerful lightning, and as if this right leg had changed into a huge lightning battle axe, it was directly chopping down towards them.
Raiton Jiriken Darapu. Lightning style guillotine drop.
Seeing this, Shiman Badian and others simultaneously raised their both hands, which were filled with dazzling golden lights. After that a muffled sound rang out, as the attack of Ren Tianyu directly landed on the hands of Shiman Badian and others, and the force of impact of this attack forced all of them to heavily kneel down on their one knee. And the floor beneath their kneel down one knee immediately issued a ka-ka disintegrate sound, and a huge shockwave was spread in all direction from that impact point. Although the power of his ninjutsu had forced all four of them to kneel down, nevertheless after this force of impact passed by, the Jiriken Darapu, guillotine drop, of Ren Tianyu was successfully blocked by them.
What a joke, actually able to block my Jiriken Darapu, guillotine drop, relaying upon their human body.
Ren Tianyu sensed the palms were firmly holding his right leg, a great strength was also coming from the palms on his right leg, and now his right leg didn't have any means to move downwards. At that time, Ren Tianyu sensed that the palms around his right leg suddenly began to squeeze his legs harder, as if they wanted to crush his right leg.
Humph!
Ren Tianyu snored coldly, then the magatama of his right eye quickly rotated, after that his right leg as if was transparent directly passed through their body, and landed on the ground. After that Ren Tianyu didn't retreated, but directly attacked the abdomen of the one called Old Seven with his right hand which was glimmering with powerful lightning.
Raiton Reigyaku Suehe. Lightning style, lateral bolt of pain. The attack of Ren Tianyu directly sent the body of Old Seven flying just like a cannonball, and he collided with the wall which caused a huge amount of smoke to rise. Just at this time, Shiman Badian and other two reacted. They attacked with their right hand which was emitting powerful golden light towards Ren Tianyu. But Ren Tianyu had already used Kamui of his right eye, so the three fists of these three people directly passed through his body. Shortly afterwards he heavily stepped on the ground with his right leg and directly jumped towards one side, and simultaneously made a series of hand seals in a high speed. Doton Ota Shibuta. Earth style Buta Futa.
After Ren Tianyu completed his ninjutsu, above Ren Tianyu, Shiman Badian and other two, suddenly a huge black hole appeared, then from inside that black hole, a huge green-colored boar-shaped earthen lid dropped down towards all of them. Because Ren Tianyu was also below this huge earthen lid, he himself would also be smashed, but Ren Tianyu used Kamui of his right eye, and disappeared from that place, successfully dodging his own attack. But this huge earthen lid continued to drop towards Shiman Badian and others who were underneath it. Along with a hong sound, this green-colored earthen lid directly smashed the ground, covering Shiman Badian and other two. Ren Tianyu appeared in the sky and slowly fall down. After that, ignoring Shiman Badian and other two who were smashed by that earthen lid, he firmly stared towards the direction of Old Seven who was sent flying by him. Relying on his dragon change, Old Seven had blocked Reigyaku Sue, lateral bolt of pain, of Ren Tianyu, so he was not that injured by this attack. So he slowly stood up. Looking at the unscathed Old Seven, Ren Tianyu sneered, "Your defense power is truly powerful, but I don't know whether your body can defend against my space attack or not." Finished speaking, his left eye suddenly became bloodshot which looked very frightening, and a huge amount of eye power came out from his left eye, which slowly spread in all direction. Kamui. After this single word came out from Ren Tianyu, Old Seven who was in the process of stepping forward suddenly sensed something unusual around him. He suddenly discovered that the space around his head seemed to be distorting. He clearly felt that his head was as if in the process of swaying due to the huge anonymous power. Feeling this, Old Seven was suddenly terrified, and the Saint Dragon battle chi above his body suddenly rose sharply in a high speed, then huge power fluctuations spread in all direction. But all of this was in vain. No matter how powerful his body was, meeting the space attack of Kamui, all of this was useless. Along with an appearance of space black hole, the head of Old Seven was also twisted off and sucked by the huge space power, leaving behind only the headless corpse which was spurting the bloods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Tsukuyami World. Chapter 160, Tsukuyami World. After finished using Kamui, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but to kneel down on the ground on his one knee, place his right hand on the ground to support himself, and use left hand to cover his left eyes which was tingling with pain. A large amount of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, and he was continuously panting heavily. The stinging pain he was feeling in his left eye was continuously irritating his nerves, forcing him to helplessly grit his teeth. This negative repercussion of using Kamui of his left eye caused endless trouble for Ren Tianyu. Since he had already reached Kage level, the amount of chakra consumed by the use of his left eye's Kamui was basically not much of a problem, but the burden this Jujutsu placed in his left eye was still extremely big. That distorting space attack of the left eye's Kamui could be said to be an attack that is impossible to guard against, and even the strongest defense was just like a paper without any effect against this attack. Nevertheless, as this attack possessed advantages, simultaneously it also possessed disadvantages. It heavily burdens the eyes itself, and also heavily harms them. Unless Ren Tianyu advanced his eyes to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't get away with these disadvantages. Although he could use system points to prevent himself from becoming blind even without advancing to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had no way to through erase all these harms his eyes itself had suffered, and these harms will have extremely big effect in the strength of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan when he awakened it in the future. The reason why Ren Tianyu sometimes would rather expend a huge amount of his strength to deal with the enemy, in place of easily dealing with them by using his Jujutsu were, one was Ren Tianyu wanted to increase his own strength, after all experiencing life and death fights would provide great help in improving his strength. Second was to have a greater foundation when he advanced his eyes to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, like this the strength of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan he obtained would also be even more powerful. Just at this time, suddenly a huge energy fluctuation came through underneath the huge earthen lid that was created by the use of earth-style ninjutsu by Ren Tianyu, directly sending this earthen lid flying. Shortly afterwards 3 huge dragon-form light beam rose from that place, which hit that flying earthen lid. Then along with the loud Hong explosion sound, this huge earthen lid was directly bombed to disintegrate. And the small pieces of rocks flew about in all direction. Along with the disappearance of earthen lid, the figure of Shiman Batian and other two whose whole body was emitting golden Saint Dragon battle chi became visible. And a powerful aura was quickly spreading in all direction from their bodies. But when their gaze arrived at the headless corpse of Old Seven lying on the ground not far away from them, from which blood was still unceasingly flowing out, their bodies suddenly quivered, then their eyes instantly became red, and loudly roared, "Old Seven!" Then they immediately started to run towards the side of the corpse of Old Seven. Seeing Shiman Batian and other two going crazy, a sneer appeared on the face of Ren Tianyu, then coldly snorted, "Is it unbearable? Compared with those suffering you gave me, this is still far from enough." Finished speaking, he quickly made a series of hand seals. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. Finished making hand seals, Ren Tianyu took a deep breath, and immediately spat out a blazing hot huge fireball from his mouth, which advanced towards them in a high speed. Seeing the path of huge fireball spat out by Ren Tianyu, Old Four looked at the headless corpse of Old Seven lying on the ground in front, then he immediately stopped his steps and opened his mouth. After that, along with a loud dragon roar, the golden lights of Golden Saint Dragon battle chi all over his body suddenly rose rapidly and sharply, then the dragon scales on his body suddenly increased rapidly, and 2 very small dragon horns slowly stuck out from his forehead. "You damned bastard, I will tear you to pieces." Finished roaring, his body quickly turned into a huge golden light and directly appeared in front of the Gokakyu no Jutsu, Grand Fireball technique, of Ren Tianyu. After that he didn't try to dodge or avoid, but directly collided with this huge fireball. And as if his body had changed into a sharp sword, he directly cut open this huge fireball from the center. The boundless blazing hot flame didn't even stop his steps, and he directly rushed towards Ren Tianyu. Seeing his Gokakyu, Grand Fireball, had no effect, Ren Tianyu also stopped maintaining this jutsu, so as to not waste his chakra in vain. After that his Mangekyo Sharingan firmly scanned the whole body of Old Four, then he instantly became clear. So that's why his strength suddenly rose sharply like this, and was actually able to forcibly cut open my Gokakyu, Grand Fireball, by only his physical strength. He unexpectedly burned his power of blood lineage. With his eyes, Ren Tianyu clearly saw that the source of battle chi in the middle of the dantian of Old Four was rapidly burning, and the golden-colored power was flowing in his whole body just like a liquid. However, how long can you persist in forcibly increasing your strength like this? Looking at Old Four who was rushing towards him, Ren Tianyu slowly shook his head, then a powerful lightning chakra suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. After that he immediately changed into lightning beam, and directly appeared in front of Old Four, then his right hand directly attacked the body of Old Four. But the expression of Ren Tianyu immediately had a huge change, because even after he used lightning chakra to increase his power, his right hand unexpectedly as if hit the steel plate, not only didn't cause injury to Old Four, but he actually felt tingling pain in his right hand due to the repulsion power of Dragon Scale. How is this possible? His defense power is actually this powerful. Ren Tianyu was greatly taken back, but just at that time, he suddenly sensed 2 hands had firmly clutched his right hand, and looking at Old Four, he saw that the Saint Dragon battle chi around his body had suddenly rose sharply, and with a ruthless smile on his face, Old Four said, although your speed is very fast, but your attack power however is very weak. With this level of attack, you are powerless to break through the defense of dragon scales on my body. Now I have caught you, I will not give you any opportunity to escape. Now I will tear you to shreds and avenge eldest brother, second brother, and old seven. Finished speaking, the grasp on the right hand of Ren Tianyu suddenly tightened, and he felt a strong power was incoming towards his right hand. But the lightning armor on the body of Ren Tianyu firmly obstructed it, but although the lightning armor was powerful, still Old Four who had obtained the power of ancient Saint Dragon was even more powerful, so the unceasingly twinkling radiances of lightning armor on the body of Ren Tianyu were continuously becoming weaker. And the lightning defense membrane of lightning armor was slowly being pressed against his body. You are quite powerful, merely I don't know whether your illusion resistance is this powerful too? Sensing a peculiar feeling in his right hand, the eyes of Ren Tianyu also flashed with strange feeling, as had never though that the strength of this fellow who had only changed into half-dragon had actually reached to this level. Afterwards looking at Old Four who was firmly staring at his own eyes, Ren Tianyu smiled, then his left eye quickly rotated and changed into the Mangekyo Sharingan of Achihai Tachi. Immediately after that huge amount of invisible eye power gushed out from his left eye, which seeped into the eyes of Old Four who was firmly staring at him. Tsukuyomi. When he was preparing to use his temporarily gained powerful strength to crush the hand of Ren Tianyu, Old Four suddenly discovered the huge change in the eye of Ren Tianyu. The patterns inside the blood-red pupil quickly rotated, then he unexpectedly felt a wave of dizziness, then he felt that 7 or 8 pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in front of him while he was in trance, after that his consciousness slowly disappeared. When he recovered his consciousness, Old Four shook his head and wanted to use his hands to rub his dizzy head, but he suddenly discovered that he couldn't use his hands. After that his mind immediately became clear, and he carefully observed his own body, but his pupils immediately shrunk seeing that his body was actually tied against the huge cross, and his body was also already returned to normal state from dragon change state. Just when he wanted to use Saint Dragon Battle Chi to struggle free from the cross, he was greatly shocked, because he suddenly discovered that no matter what he tried, he unexpectedly couldn't use a shred of his strength. After that he raised his head, and carefully observed the surrounding all around him. He saw that all around him, there was only boundless gloomy environment, and there was also a gloomy full moon in the gloomy sky. Where is this? Wasn't I about to crush the hand of that damned bastard? So how can I appear here? What the hell is going on? Many doubt appeared in his mind, that he suddenly thought about a possibility, is all of this an illusion, but... Your mind is moving very fast, correct, this indeed is illusion. At this time, a soft voice suddenly came from in front of him, so Old Four immediately looked in front of him and saw the silhouette of Ren Tianyu who was wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it, was slowly appearing. After appearing, he slowly walked towards him. What the hell is this place? Seeing Ren Tianyu slowly walking over, Old Four who was tied on the cross quickly struggled to free his body, but it was just a futile effort. No matter how much he struggled, the shackles which had tied his hands and legs remained absolutely still. Welcome to my Tsukuyomi world. In this space, time, mass and everything else are under my absolute control. Here in this space I am God. Looking at Old Four who was tied on the cross, the face of Ren Tianyu revealed a bloodthirsty ruthless smile. Then he stretched his right hand, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. For next 72 hours, I will nicely repay you the favors given to me by your Shiman clan. After speaking, Ren Tianyu slowly walked towards his side while holding that long sword. What the hell do you want to do, you bastard? Seeing Ren Tianyu was holding a long sharp sword which was glimmering with dazzling gleam, all the fine hairs on his body couldn't help but stood up, so he roared towards Ren Tianyu in horror. Humph! Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then he directly stabbed the abdomen of Old Four with the long sword in his right hand, then twisted his hand, causing the sword to quickly stir inside his body. Ah! After he was stabbed by the sword, Old Four immediately felt boundless pain which was directly poured into his brain, and flooded his sea of consciousness with this boundless pain. He firmly clutched his hands into a fists, and his eyes almost popped out due to pain. After twisting the sword, Ren Tianyu pulled out the sword. After the sword left from his body, the wound on the body of Old Four due to the stab also slowly healed thoroughly, as if he had never gotten stabbed. Ho-hoo, ho-hoo. Old Four continuously gasped for a breath. That boundless pain of just a moment ago almost thoroughly submerged his sea of consciousness. Don't panic, this is merely an illusion, everything is fake, everything is fake. Although this is fake, but the pain nevertheless is real, and all the pain suffered here is several times stronger than the outside world. Hearing the muttering of Old Four, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted in disdain, then again directly stabbed his body. Ah, as the sword again stabbed his body, Old Four couldn't help but again screamed, and thought, how could there be real illusion like this? Could it be that this is his power of blood lineage? Old Four suddenly recalled that he was firmly staring at those pair of demonic blood-red eyes before he was trapped in this illusion. It is useless even if you understand my ability. In front of absolute strength, all the struggle is just a futile effort.
Ren Tianyu pulled out the sword and lightly said. Afterwards, countless thickly dotted Ren Tianyu who were also holding sword appeared beside him. And all of them slowly surrounded the cross where old Four was tied. Seeing the sudden appearance of countless thickly dotted Ren Tianyu who were also holding the sharp sword, the complexion of old Four had a huge change, and his body slowly started to tremble due to fear. Now enjoy your final 72 hours. Seeing the change in the complexion of old Four, ruthless smile appeared on the face of Ren Tianyu, then countless Ren Tianyu in the Tsukuyami world continuously stabbed his body with their sword. Ah! A horrible shriek reverberated in this Tsukuyami space. Countless figure of Ren Tianyu kept on stabbing through his body with their swords. 72 hours in Tsukuyami world was just an instant in outside world. So everyone just saw that the Saint Dragon battle chi around the body of old Four slowly weaken itself, and the dragon scale on his body due to his half-dragon change state also slowly disappeared, then his body returned back to normal state. 3 days inside that space is merely an instant in the outside world. Seeing the familiar scene around him, this was the last sentence flashed in the mind of old Four. After that he directly fainted, and his body powerlessly fell down. Old Four. What happened? Elder Brother Four. Seeing the sudden collapse of old Four, Shiman Badian and old Five immediately exclaimed loudly. Then they directly started to rush towards Ren Tianyu from the side of that headless corpse of old Seven. Only rushing now. It's already too late. Seeing Shiman Badian and old Five rushing towards him, Ren Tianyu sneered with disdain, then grasped the body of old Four with both of his hands and lifted it up above his head. After that very quickly powerful lightning appeared from his body which covered his hands and also his whole body. Raitun Raiga Bomu. Lightning style, Liger Bomb. Ren Tianyu loudly yelled, then he violently smashed the unconscious old Four head first onto the ground under the grief and indignation gaze of Shiman Badian and old Five. When the body of old Four was violently smashed to the ground, a huge amount of lightning also fell onto the ground, and spread to the area of 5 or 6 meters in radius. Hon! Along with the loud explosion sound, the ground was completely scattered and with Ren Tianyu as a center, a powerful shockwave spread in all direction. Shiman Badian and old Five were forced to retreat by this shock wave. Only after retreating more than 10 steps, they were able to stabilize their body. After that they hastily looked in front of them, and seeing the scene before their eyes, the eyes of both of them immediately became thoroughly red, then both of them roared loudly. Old Four. Elder Brother Four. Due to the Raiga Bomu, Liger Bomb, of Ren Tianyu, the body of old Four was folded just like a folding bed, the skeleton of his body were directly snapped off from the flank, and had already died. Perhaps if he was still on the dragon change state, then there might be a small possibility for him to obstruct this attack of Ren Tianyu. But spirit of old Four was already heavily damaged by Tsukuyami, and had passed out, so there was absolutely no chance for him to survive this attack. Ren Tianyu stood up, looked at the already dead old Four, then directly sent the corpse flying towards Shiman Badian and old Five with a kick. My dear father, now you should be able to slightly experience my pain. Old Four. Elder Brother Four. Seeing the corpse of old Four which was sent flying towards them with a kick, Shiman Badian immediately caught it, placed it on the ground, and anxiously roared. But seeing old Four was not breathing anymore, Shiman Badian and old Five raised their face full of tears, stared Ren Tianyu in front of him and roared, "You unfilial son, I will kill you to avenge number 1, old 2, old 4, and old 7. I will personally kill you, definitely. Haha, kill me, do you have ability? Compared to the pain that your Shiman clan had given me, this is still far from enough. How did you all insult and humiliate me? I remember everything here." Ren Tianyu pointed his heart with his finger, and continued, "Every single time you all humiliated me, it was printed directly in my heart. Just because my mother was a servant girl, and I didn't possess the Saint Dragon blood lineage of Shiman clan, you all just wantonly bully and humiliate me. Now I already obtained formidable strength. So right now." Ren Tianyu pointed to the Shiman Badian with his finger, "I am going to use my power and thoroughly destroy Shiman clan. You bastard, don't think you will prevail." After Ren Tianyu had just finished speaking, suddenly the voice filled with hatred came from behind him. A golden light was rushing towards him from behind him. This was old Six who had stayed behind to protect the junior member of Shiman clan. After seeing 2 of his brothers were killed, he couldn't bear any longer, so taking this chance, he suddenly shot towards Ren Tianyu from behind him, and tried to stab Ren Tianyu with his huge sword from behind. 0. Seeing the old Six was suddenly launching a surprise attack from behind Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and others who were in standby near the wall, suddenly cried out in alarm. Since they were only paying attention to the fights, they were not able to notice the surprise the attack of old Six in time, so they just nervously roared. Hearing the voices from behind him, Ren Tianyu turned around his head, then saw that old Six was already near him. And with a hideous expression on his face, old Six stabbed towards Rin Tianyu. Go to hell, you bastard. Seeing that the stab was already near him, both of his Mangekyo Sharingan which belonged to Uchiha Itachi quickly rotated, then a large amount of eye power flowed out from both of his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, 5 Susanoo. Chapter 161, 5 Susanoo. Under the excited gaze of Shiman Badian and Old Five, and under the grief and indignation gaze filled with regret of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Void, Old Six holding his huge sword rapidly advanced towards Rin Tianyu from behind, changing into a golden light. Rin Tianyu turned around his head, and calmly looked at the rapidly approaching Old Six who was holding his huge sword. After that a huge amount of eye power sprang out from both of his blood-red-colored Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. Along with the emission of huge amount of eye power from the eyes of Rin Tianyu, a cold and menacing red-purple colored energy quickly spread out from the surface of Rin Tianyu's body. And under the control of two eyes of Rin Tianyu, this energy swiftly changed into incomparably huge red-purple colored skeleton. And under the support of the eye power of Rin Tianyu, this huge red-purple colored skeleton rapidly rose, changing into more than 30 meters giant demon god. The whole body of this giant demon god divulged a heart palpitation power, and its whole body was burning with red-purple colored flame, and overall it looked like a demon god capable of destroying the heaven and exterminate the earth. Ding! Along with the sound similar to metal colliding sound, the huge sword held by Old Six, which was filled with golden-colored Saint Dragon battle chi, directly stabbed the exterior energy membrane of Susanoo. And due to the extremely powerful defense of Susanoo, even though Old Six had exerted his full strength in this attack, this huge sword was not even able to stab through a tiny bit. Is this the giant described by Yuer that was used to kill eldest brother and second brother? Seeing the sudden appearance of huge demon god, the eyes of Old Six widened, and he immediately recalled the Yuer's description about the condition of fight where number 1 and Old Second were killed. Coming to court the death. Seeing that elder of Shiman clan, Rentania sneered with disdain, didn't look back, just moved his right hand. Along with the movement of his hand, the Susanoo around his body, under his control, also waved its right hand towards his back. As if an adult was slapping a child to death, the huge hand of Susanoo slapped towards Old Six. But was this easy to knock down Old Six, who was an intermediate god-ranked expert? When Old Six sensed a huge movement, he quickly snapped out from his reminisce, then tightly clutched his huge sword, his body directly changed into a dazzling golden-colored radiance and disappeared from there. The big right hand of Susanoo slapped the empty air, and sweeping away its hand arrived at the nearby wall, directly destroying it. Vermilion Bird at the other end of the wall nearly fell down. You all go to the roof of the backyard. Don't get caught up in the attack of my Susanoo, I will find you after settling this. Rin Tianyu looked at White Tiger and other two near the walls and slowly opened his mouth. Okay. Seeing the huge Susanoo around the body of Rin Tianyu, furthermore that ice-cold energy which made their heart palpitate, they hastily answered, because they also knew that they won't be able to help Rin Tianyu in this current situation. Swish! The sixth elder holding the huge sword fell on the ground at the side of Shiman Badian and Old Five, and was gasping for breath. Just a moment ago, he luckily slipped away quickly, otherwise it was very likely for him to unable to get away from the slap of that giant demon god. If he had not prepared to flee in advance, then he absolutely could not have escaped. Is this the giant demon god that Yuer was speaking about? Seeing the lofty Susanoo around the body of Rin Tianyu, Shiman Badian and others' eyes flashed with deep powerlessness. Let's try and see if we can break through his secret skill with our big moves. Old Five had a determined look on his face, seeing fourth brother and Old Seven fall before his own eyes. How could he just give up and accept the fate? No matter how much big price he had to pay, he would exhaust all of his power to kill Rin Tianyu to avenge them. Okay. Shiman Badian and Old Six replied. Afterwards Shiman Badian turned around his head, yelled towards Shiman Fong and others, Fonger, Yuer, you guys quickly evacuate to backyard, otherwise all of you will be swept in this battle. Yes, father. Shiman Fong hastily answered, and quickly evacuate to the backyard. At the same time other member of Shiman clan also quickly followed after him. Only the eyes of Shiman Yuer flashed, and when no one was paying attention to her, she slowly disappeared from the courtyard. Seeing the peoples of Shiman clan wanted to leave this place, White Tiger and others took out their weapons and prepared to engage in a battle, because Rin Tianyu had previously said that no one was to leave from this courtyard. White Tiger, let them go, only keeping an eye on them is enough. At that time, the voice of Rin Tianyu drifted over and interrupt their action. After I finish off these peoples, it will be their turn. Okay. Hearing the voice of Rin Tianyu, White Tiger and other replied, then slowly put down their weapons, and also slowly retract their battle chi, allowing Shiman Fong and others to leave this place. Turning his head, Rin Tianyu folded his arms in front of his chest, and the purple-colored flame on the surface of Susanoo burnt even more violently. Now how do you want to die? Bastard, don't look down upon others. Hearing Ren Tianyo's arrogant tone of speaking, Old Six, who had a bad temper, couldn't help but roared first. Then the golden-colored Saint Dragon battle chi quickly flowed to his huge sword, and a formidable power condensed above his huge sword. Shiman Badian and Old Five also gathered formidable strength in their right hand and attacked. Soaring Dragon Heaven-cleaving sword. Dragon's fist. Shiman Badian and others loudly roared. Then from the right hand of Shiman Badian and Old Five, a huge golden-colored spiraling energy wave came out, which changed into huge gold-colored energy ball and directly shot towards Ren Tianyo's Susanoo. Dragon's Fist was the unique skill that could be used only in the form of Saint Dragon Heavenly Cross. Just like the name, this skill was able to send a fist of dragon flying towards the opponent. The power behind this fist was very formidable. It is stated that this fist could even break through the hard dragon scales of actual dragons. And the golden huge sword in the hand of Old Six directly extended rapidly, and changed into 7 or 8 meters long golden huge sword. After that, with a splitting the heaven and earth apart momentum, that sword shot towards Ren Tianyu. Seeing 3 attacks filled with terrifying aura advancing towards him, Ren Tianyu just stand there folding his arms in front of his chest, while unceasingly pouring out huge amount of power without a slightest fluctuation in his expression. When these 3 attacks nearly landed on the Susanoo, the pattern in the eyes of Ren Tianyu suddenly rotated rapidly. Suddenly the purple-colored flame on the surface of Susanoo violently burnt, then the huge left arm with Yada mirror arrived in front of him, to defend against these attacks. Along with Honglong sound, these 3 attacks were actually reflected and were sent flying outside the barrier which was surrounding Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, leaving behind only a small ripple on the barrier. What? Seeing the finishing blow of all of them were actually reflected and were sent flying, Shiman Badian and other 2 were thoroughly dumbfounded. Is this the extent of your power? And here I especially used Susanoo, truly too disappointing. Still folding his arm, Ren Tianyu said with disappointed tone. Hateful bastard. Hearing Ren Tianyo's mocking tone, Shiman Badian and other 2 suddenly felt their face burning, then looked at each other, and all of them suddenly released a small gold-colored energy ball, gathered them together, then under their control, these 3 energy balls flew towards the sky. After flying towards the sky, with a hong sound, these 3 gold-colored energy balls exploded. After that 3 huge black hole appeared in the sky, then Shiman Badian and others roared simultaneously, "Come, my battle partner." After all of 3 of them roared, under the surprised gaze of Ren Tianyu, 3 loud dragon roar rang out from inside that black hole. Afterwards, along with huge 3 dragon heads, red, yellow and cyan-colored huge dragons bored out from those 3 huge black holes, and landed on the side of Shiman Badian and others. What happened here for all 3 of you to simultaneously summon us? That fiery red flame dragon asked to Old Five. Adalia, we are in critical juncture of a fight, so we had no other choice but to seek your help. Old Five answered that flame dragon by his side. His face revealed a half-crying, half-smiling expression. How could he have ever thought that this great rejoicing day for Shiman Kaln would unexpectedly turn into this state? What is going on? Cyan-colored wind dragon also asked Old Six. After that, carefully looking all around him, especially seeing the barrier, and furthermore seeing that huge Susanoo form of Ren Tianyu, this huge dragon couldn't help but quickly retreated. It's like this, Bulayasai. Old Six opened his mouth and briefly explained everything that happened here. After hearing the brief explanation of Old Six, that earth-yellow-colored earth dragon turned around and stared at Ren Tianyu, then opened its dragon mouth. So this fellow is the murderer of Adelaide. Yes, Buluk. Shiman Badian walked over to the side of this earth dragon and said. Good, last time this fellow ran away from God Weeping region, let's see where he will run away this time. You guys stall him, I will return to Dragon Island and inform His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. At most after 10 minutes, the main forces of our dragon clan will arrive here. At that time, I will torture his soul under the dragon flame. The huge dragon Buluk firmly stared at Ren Tianyu. Even he himself felt an extreme danger from Susanoo around Ren Tianyu, so he decided to return to the Dragon Island to call for reinforcements. Okay, Buluk, come back soon, we will stall this fellow. Adalia agreed to Buluk, and Bulayasai at the side also nodded his head in agreement. Okay, I will come back very soon. Finished speaking, the body of Buluk directly changed into earth-yellow radiances and disappeared, returning to the Dragon Island to call in reinforcements. Are the members of Dragon Clan are also participating? Truly troublesome. Seeing the appearance of 3 huge dragons, in addition seeing the disappearance of 1 dragon, the eyes of Ren Tianyu lit up, shook his head, but that's okay, like this the situation will be even more turmoil. At this time, under the curious gaze of Shiman Badian and others, the Susanoo around the body of Ren Tianyu slowly disappeared, revealing the body of Ren Tianyu. What's going on? Did he exhausted his energy? Seeing the disappearance of Susanoo, Shiman Badian said with a surprise, and his face revealed the excited expression. It's not that simple, just look at him. Is that the appearance of someone who has exhausted his strength? Old Five shook his head. In a single glance at the complexion of Ren Tianyu, he knew that he was not exhausted. It looks like you guys like group brawl very much. Ren Tianyu looked at Shiman Batian and others, furthermore 2 huge dragons by their side, then pointing at them, he counted, 1, 2. 5 God-ranked experts, very good, 5 against 1, that isn't fair. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu made a hand sign, Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Along with a series of pang, pang, pang sounds, suddenly several white smokes appeared around Ren Tianyu, then 5 exactly same Ren Tianyu appeared around him. Doppelganger? Seeing 5 clones had appeared at the side of Ren Tianyu, the eye of Shiman Batian flashed with surprise, but seeing the next moves of Ren Tianyus thoroughly terrified 3 human and 2 dragons. Suddenly a red-purple colored energy appeared around the body of all 5 clones of Ren Tianyu, slowly condensing into Susanoo, which released a horrifying aura. Ren Tianyu just stood behind folding his hand in front of his chest, then said with a smile, "This is called fair. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 162, Reinforcements Arrived. Chapter 162, Reinforcements Arrived. Under the incomparably alarmed and panicky gaze of Shiman Batian and others, the eyes of the 5 clones created by Ren Tianyu changed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and along with the release of huge amount of eye power from the eyes of these shadow clones, a red-purple colored ice-cold energy slowly appeared on the surface of these clones' body, which rapidly condensed into the form of giant Susanoo. And from these 5 giant Susanoo, an extremely suffocating feeling spread in all direction. Seeing the sudden appearance of 5 giant Susanoo, cold sweat flowed out from the forehead of Shiman Batian and others. After that Shiman Batian said stammeringly, how can this be? Behind these 5 Susanoo, Ren Tianyu jumped back and landed on the roof of courtyard, sat down cross-legged, and opened his mouth. "Don't you think it is fair now?" Then looking at Shiman Batian and others who were just standing there hesitating what to do, Ren Tianyu sneered, "What's the matter, my dear father? Didn't you say you will kill me to avenge those old guys? Now why are you mute? My fighting spirit is already ignited now, so you must adhere to the best. Bastard!" Hearing the voice of Ren Tianyu filled of mocking tone, the complexion of Shiman Batian was red through and through, didn't know whether it was due to his anger or embarrassment, then he cursed in rage. After that he spoke towards 2 dragons and 2 humans by his side, "You guys show me your fighting spirit, we have no other choice but to fight this together. Also the ancestor in the city ought to have already received the news of this attack, so I think they should arrive here very soon. And after 10 minutes, Bullock will also arrive here with the main forces of Dragon Clan. When that moment comes, regardless of his strength, he will die without a place for burial. So we only need to hold on for 10 minutes at most." Got it. Hearing Shiman Batian, the fighting will slowly appeared in the eyes of 2 humans and 2 dragons, then firmly answered with determination. "Is that so?" Seeing the renewed fighting spirit of Shiman Batian and others, the eyes of Ren Tianyu lit up with understanding, then looking towards the direction of city he thought, "So the old fellows of Shiman clan are going to arrive very soon? Before that I must finish everything here. But I have never expected that the Dragon Clan will also involve themselves in this matter. Although I had already guessed this possibility, but this is little bit outside of my expectation. And according to the dragon that had left just a moment ago, the number of dragons coming here is unlikely to be small in number, furthermore they will arrive within 10 minutes at most. But that much time should be more than enough for me to settle everything here. As long as the peoples of this place dies, I don't believe that it will not damage the vitality of Yushiman clan." Ren Tianyu thought to himself, then immediately commanded the shadow clones with Susanoo to begin the attack. Along with the order of Ren Tianyu, his 5 clones with Susanoo advanced towards Shiman Batian and others slowly surrounding them. "Let's go!" Seeing that 5 giant Susanoo had stated to move, Shiman Batian gritted his teeth, then roared. After that he changed into golden light and took the lead to rush towards one of the Susanoo. Because the current situation didn't let him to back down, there was no room to back down. So thinking that if he was to spare no effort and put his all into this fight, then perhaps there might be a chance for him to survive, he charged forward. Seeing Shiman Batian had rushed out, 2 humans and 2 dragons looked at each other, then they also quickly released their energy and rushed forward. Swish! The radiance of golden-colored battle chi around the body of Shiman Batian who had taken the lead to fly towards one of the Susanoo increased, and the energy within his body violently rolled over and over. After that a large amount of energy appeared on the layer of golden dragon scale on the surface of his skin, then emitting a dim golden light, dragon scale slowly changed greatly. And 2 huge dragon horns slowly extend out from his head. Roar! Shiman Batian looked up to the heaven and roared, which was similar to dragon roar, then the energy within his body rapidly gathered in his right hand.
When the energy of the whole body gathered to his right hand rapidly became bulky. Afterwards he swung his right arm, then along with the piercing through the void sound, this fist directly hit the head of Susanoo. Drop dead, bastard. Hon. This punch, which was filled with infinite anger and resentment of Shiman Badian, directly hit the giant head of Susanoo. Then along with loud rumbling sound, the Susanoo unexpectedly swayed. Although this was just a Susanoo used by the shadow clone of Ren Tianyu, which had very small quantity of chakra, nevertheless this also shows the strength behind this punch of Shiman Badian. Furthermore, his deep anger and resentment was also revealed from this. But even though Ren Tianyu admitted the destructive power of this punch was very astonishing, but resorting to this level of attack to destroy the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu was still not adequate. This Susanoo simply raised its huge right hand, then directly slapped the whole body of Shiman Badian. Swish! Just like swatting the fly, Shiman Badian was directly slapped flying. His body directly changed into golden meteor, and directly shot towards the ground. After that, along with a loud explosion sound, already broken and deformed ground was bombed again, making a new crater. On the other side, the 5th and 6th elder of Shiman clan were also engaging against the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu respectively. Although these peoples were rarely seen super experts on the outside, but meaning this Susanoo, which was unshakable even by thunder, they could do nothing. They were continuously swatted like flies by the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu. Afterwards they would stand up from the ground just like not dead cockroaches, and again continue to rush towards Ren Tianyu just to get swatted again. Ren Tianyu still clearly remembered that sentence of evaluation on the Susanoo of Itachi Uchiha by the Black Setsu, which was possessed by Madara's will power. At that time Black Setsu said that the Susanoo of Itachi Uchiha had Sword of Tatsuka for attack. For defense it had Yata Mirror, which could block and reflect all the ninjutsu, taijutsu, illusions, and furthermore soul attacks. For long-range attack, it had Yasaka Magatama, so this made Yukita Itachi essentially invincible. Naturally this invincibility was not realistic, but from such a high rating, one could clearly understand the might of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Seeing the overall situation in front of him made him certain of this, so he was relieved. The value of blindness of his eyes were in the process of decreasing continuously, because although the clones of Ren Tianyu could use their own Susanoo, but the blindness values of their eyes were actually continuously coming back to main body, so the blindness values were decreasing by 5 times more than usual. Ren Tianyu turned around and looked towards Shiman Fong and others at the backyard, and his eyes flashed with pallid light. His eyes were filled with deep hatred while looking at Shiman Fong and other junior member of Shiman clan who had bullied and humiliated him. He slowly scanned the faces of these people one by one, and slowly stood up intending to start dealing these guys. But just at that time, Ren Tianyu suddenly sensed that several powerful energies were approaching towards them. He raised his head and looked. Then he saw 3 huge golden lights were approaching towards him from the far-off horizon in a high speed. These 3 incomparably beautiful golden lights stopped just outside the barrier Ren Tianyu had created, and these golden lights slowly dissipated. After these 3 golden light completely dissipated, 3 hoary-headed old men with terrifying aura leaking out from their whole body, which was enough to suffocate other, appeared at that location. Finally came? It seems time's up, so I must finish off these 5 guys as soon as possible, then immediately withdraw. In any case, after these peoples die, my goals will already have reached. Seeing the experts of Shiman clan had arrived, Ren Tianyu's complexion changed. Although there still was a barrier to stop them, but looking at them with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he clearly understood that these 3 were super strong. The strength of each of these 3 men was even more powerful than the low god of Demon Clan whom he had encountered in Tower of Babel. And Ren Tianyu couldn't determine whether he could escape unscathed from the encirclement of these 3 men. At one of the mountaintop outside the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, a middle-aged person wearing a yellow-colored robe of emperor tightly knitted his brows. Seeing the appearance of 2 old men among these 3 suddenly appeared old men, so these 2 old fellows really didn't die. King Father, I recognize only one of them, that one is the previous generation patriarch of Shiman clan, Shiman Quang. But who are the other 2 people? A handsome young man wearing a gorgeous expensive dress standing at the side of this middle-aged man slightly bowed, and respectfully asked. At the side of these 2 peoples, there were a group of bodyguards wearing a black-colored suit of armor with black-colored helmet. These bodyguards were firmly guarding their surroundings. If someone were to see this middle-aged person, then that person would definitely exclaim, "Your Majesty the King." Correct, this middle-aged person really was precisely the king of Ailer Empire, Chen Wenxian, and that young man behind him that had asked him the question was the most outstanding prince among his numerous princes, and was also his next-generation successor, Chen Yaxing. Shinger, these 2 people are very powerful experts who had stirred the whole continent 1,000 years ago. Chen Wenxian tightly wrinkled his brows, strong pallid light flashed in his eyes, and he continued, that lofty and rather sturdy-figured fellow was once well-known peak god-ranked expert of that time. His name is Shiman Zhou. Once, in the Magical Beasts Forest, he killed a peak god-ranked magical beast with a single punch, thereby becoming famous in whole continent.
Finally, it was said that he had gone to the Endless Seas and Oceans territory, and challenged the Sea Clan of the Endless Sea in an attempt to break through the limit of his body, and advance to the boundary of God domain. But the news that he had failed and was buried in the sea forever spread out. But as it now seems that news ought to be the incorrect news, Shaman clan had intentionally spread to confuse us. As a matter of fact, this guy had already successfully stepped into the boundary of God domain, obtained endless lifespan, and now has already entered the realm of High God. As for other person, more than 100 years after Shaman Joe's disappearance, he became Earth System Law God. Finally, the news of his death while trying to enter boundary of God domain was also spread. It seems this was also done intentionally by Shaman clan. Now it is thoroughly clear that this fellow is also already at the realm of Midgod. If not for this mysterious Akatsuki organization causing havoc in Shaman clan, which drew them out, we would still be on the dark. Truly hateful. Saying this, Chen Wenxian clenched his hands into fists, and the domineering aura suddenly flashed from his body. As a king, he must not allow a power which he was incapable of controlling to appear in his sphere of influence. It could be said that the four major clans of imperial capital had already seriously threatened his imperial power. So Chen Wenxian was also continuously looking for a chance to completely eliminate these four major clans. But these four major clans were also not a fool, so via the various moves of Chen Wenxian, they had already clearly sensed his intention. But resisting the whole imperial clan relying on only their clan was still a bit overestimating themselves, so they thought to ally themselves through marriage. When two clans of these four clans allied together, even the power of imperial clan would not be able to move against them that easily. As a result, when he heard Shaman clan and Wang clan was allying themselves by marriage, he was extremely mad, but he had no choice. After all, currently he was moving against the four major clans in secret only. And when he was still thinking whether to shed all pretense of cordiality, the thing he had never thought would happen happened. During the big wedding of Shaman clan, a mysterious Akatsuki organization attacked the wedding site, and also set up a huge barrier surrounding the whole Shaman clan. When he heard this news, Chen Wenxian happily jumped, then immediately summoned the guards and quickly rushed over. And sure enough, just like the news said, a huge barrier had completely surrounded the whole soaring Dragon Mountain Valley. Although there were only few members in this Akatsuki organization, nevertheless the strength of each individual was very formidable, and especially the strength of the leader of the organization called Zero, was so formidable that it completely shocked Chen Wenxian. In an extremely short period of time, he alone had already killed two god-ranked experts. However, seeing the death of these experts, he was also very happy inside his heart. Due to this incident, the strength of Shaman clan is badly damaged. Seeing the appearance of these three experts of Shaman clan outside the barrier, Tian decided to speed up the pace. He clearly knew that the barrier he set up would not be able to sustain for a long time, so he must finish eliminating before they broke through the barrier. Thinking this, Tian commanded to pick up the pace to his shadow clones who were fighting with 5 experts of Shaman clan, then he himself directly rushed towards the backyard where Shaman Feng and others were located. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Tragedy. Chapter 163, Tragedy. Outside the barrier, the face of Shaman Joe and other were filled with worry seeing the state inside the barrier. Seeing the giant Susanoo of Tian, all three of them were extremely surprised, and they also discovered the dangerous plight of several peoples. Naturally, they also clearly discovered the lack of 4th Elder and 7th Elder in the battle, so their heart couldn't help but suddenly thumped, and immediately sensed that the current situation was not good. They also immediately thought about the situation that was most likely to occur now, but they were unwilling to let the things they imagined to occur. Wu Yuan, little Quan, move back. I will destroy this barrier, we must not delay any longer, or else they won't be able to hold on any longer. Seeing the situation below them, Shaman Zhou anxiously said to Shaman Wu Yuan and Shaman Quang. He really wanted to destroy this barrier without wasting any time, as he had also seen that Tian was now rushing towards backyards where the junior member of Shaman clan were located. Yes. Although Shaman Quang, who had his head filled with white hair, was called Little Quang, Shaman Quang did not dare to have any displeased sentiments. Because if you count their actual age, Shaman Zhou was more than 1,000 years older than Shaman Quang, so no need to mention calling him Little Quang. Even calling him Little Quang wouldn't have any issue. Shaman Quang was just lucky enough to break into the boundary of God domain, and step into the realm of Low God. As another protector god of Shaman clan, Shaman Wu Yuan's Earth System magic had already stepped into the realm of Mid God, but compared to that explosive strength of High God Shaman Zhou's battle chi, his strength was much weaker. Seeing that both of them had retreated, slowly a dazzling golden light appeared on the surface of Shaman Zhou's body. Boundless golden Saint Dragon battle chi slowly appeared around his body from the divinity crystal within his body. From distant, he looked just like the second sun in the sky. Roar! A true dragon roar came out from his mouth,
and the attention of all the peoples who were watching the battle inside the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa was drawn by this buzzing sound. Along with the continuous sharp and quick rise of Saint Dragon Battle Chi, a golden-colored dragon scales began to appear from his abdomen and spread all over his body. 2 thick dragon horns gradually rose from his head, and a thick dragon tail slowly came out from his body at the location of his buttocks. Shimen Zhou, whole person already changed into a dragon people. Activating the Saint Dragon blood lineage within his body, and after completing Saint Dragon Heavenly Cross, the eyes of Shimen Badian looked at the huge barrier below him. His body suddenly changed into huge golden-colored meteor and directly streaked down towards the barrier underneath him. Break! Along with his loud yell, the right fist of Shimen Zhou directly landed above the barrier. Hon! A thunderous explosion sound rang out. The barrier set up by Ren Tianyu issued an ear-deafening explosion sound, and the platform of 4 holy beasts also shook violently. But after shaking for a bit, the barrier didn't disappear, rather it withstood the strong attack of Shimen Zhou. After that, under the amazed gaze of Shimen Zhou, a huge black-colored flame from the surface of barrier engulfed his fists and spread to his whole body. Kekimen Gofujitsu Hashimen Haijo, Barrier Defense Seal Jutsu 8-Gate Lockup, originally was a kind of high-level barrier, which summons the statue of 4 holy beasts. This barrier was formed by the combining the power of 4 holy beasts, so it was not that easy to destroy it, much less a single fist. And whoever touches this barrier, are burned by a flame to death. This was also another reason why Ren Tianyu had specially chosen this barrier technique from multiple other barrier techniques from his system when he decided to attack Shimen clan. Humph! Feeling that his body was continuously burning by this flame, Shimen Zhou coldly snorted, then targeting these flame, his body released invisible shockwave which directly dispersed the flames on his body. It looks like this barrier is not that simple. Inside the barrier, after sensing the reinforcement of Shimen clan had arrived, Ren Tianyu directly rushed towards the backyard where those junior members of Shimen clan were gathered, with the intention to swiftly end the life of these peoples. Seeing that Ren Tianyu had arrived, White Tiger and others also jumped down from the roof, and landed behind Ren Tianyu. Seeing that Ren Tianyu had suddenly arrived in front of them, and particularly seeing that blood-red-colored Mangekyo Sharingan from with strong undisguised killing intent was leaking out, Shimen Feng and others felt cold sweat on their back due to extreme fear and continuously retreated. You, what do you want to do? Seeing Ren Tianyu was slowly stepping forwards towards them, Shimen Feng stammeringly asked. His eyes were flashing with strong alarm and panic, and was continuously retreating back. He had clearly seen the scene of Ren Tianyu killing his 4th and 7th uncle with his own eyes, and especially that Susanoo of Ren Tianyu completely frightened him. Simultaneously inside his heart he was secretly regretting, not regretting about the things he had done to Shimen Tianlong, rather regretting that the murderer dispatched by him unexpectedly failed to kill Shimen Tianlong, resulting him to suffer such a big disaster. My dear elder brother. Hearing Shimen Feng, Ren Tianyu smiled, but this smile looked like the smile of devil to Shimen Feng. Moreover, you peoples, every debt you owe me I remember it all in my heart. For every grievance someone is responsible, for every debt there is a debtor. Now it's time to calculate the accounts, and start collecting all the debts you all owe me. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, then under the panic-stricken gaze of everyone, spat out a huge blazing fireball from his mouth towards them. Ketan Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Ah. After the fireball of Ren Tianyu landed, loud blood-curdling scream came from inside. In the middle of flame, one could clearly see many peoples continuously screaming and rolling on the ground. And Ren Tianyu just ignored everything he saw, without a slightest change in his expression. He only continued to supply his chakra from his mouth to maintain this fireball, because this was just him settling the accounts. Behind Ren Tianyu, seeing this extremely tragic scene before her, Vermilion Bird couldn't bear and turned her head to the side. White Tiger and Void glanced each other, just shook his head, and sighed but didn't say anything. Because they knew that all the experiences Ren Tianyu had suffered continuously in his childhood were the knots in his heart, which was commonly known as demon heart among cultivators. If this knot was not untied, hereafter sooner or later in the cultivation, Ren Tianyu will definitely have an accident. And also after hearing the experience of Ren Tianyu, they also didn't have any favorable impression on these peoples, so they allowed Ren Tianyu to vent well. As the screaming voices gradually stopped, Ren Tianyu also slowly stopped fireball. And when the flame disappeared, several charred corpses became visible, and smell of burned meat drifted from those corpses. Behind these corpses, Shimen Feng was sitting on the ground while shivering, and a liquid was flowing out from his crotch area wetting the floor underneath him. Ren Tianyu had intentionally avoided Shimen Feng from attacking. With all the debts of Shimen Feng, Ren Tianyu would definitely not let him off this easily. You demon. Seeing Ren Tianyu coming towards him, and also seeing the charred corpses at his side, Shimen Feng unexpectedly cried, and hysterically roared at Ren Tianyu.
Due to the series of action of Ren Tianyu, the heart of Shiman Foam was already almost fallen apart, and this was also the intention of Ren Tianyu. Demon, humph, compared to benevolent god, I am willing to be cruel demon. Hearing Shiman Foam, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted in disdain, then the Sharingan of his right eye stated to rotate rapidly, and eye power gushed out from his right eye, illusion, Sharingan. Staring at the eyes of Ren Tianyu, Shiman Foam suddenly became stiff, his two eyes also became blank. One could clearly see that he was already trapped inside the illusion world of Ren Tianyu's Sharingan. After that, Ren Tianyu walked next to him, placed his right hand on his body, and released a huge amount of eye power from his right eye. Suddenly a huge spiral-shaped space ripple appeared, and sucked in Shiman Badian inside his Kamui dimension. After completing this task, Ren Tianyu walked over to Vermilion Bird and said, Vermilion Bird, you also enter my Kamui dimension. Now we are going to quickly finish everything here, and with your Saint Rake strength, it will only be dangerous for you here. So you also enter my Kamui dimension and help Jade Maiden to look after little you. Okay. Vermilion Bird nodded her head. Afterwards, Ren Tianyu again used Kamui to suck in Vermilion Bird into his Kamui dimension. Shortly afterwards he said to White Tiger and Void, let's go to the final battle, it's time to end all of this. Finished speaking, he led White Tiger and Void towards the location where his 5 shadow clones were fighting against Shiman Badian and others. After feeling the shaking of the barrier, Shiman Badian and other who were in the process of battling the 5 shadow clones of Ren Tianyu looked up and saw the figure of Shiman Zhou and other 2, then their face immediately revealed excited expression. Everyone hold on for a bit more, ancestors are already here. Yes. 2 dragon and 2 humans also replied excitedly. But just at that time, loud horrible screaming sounds suddenly came from the backyard, making the heart of Shiman Badian and others to thump. Then they instantly thought about Shiman Foam and other younger generations, and looked up. As expected, the figure of Ren Tianyu had disappeared from the roof above. But such small distraction in this critical juncture of a battle was very bad decision. The shadow clone fighting against Old Six took the advantage of this slight chance. He immediately waved the huge right hand of Susanoo, which was holding Sword of Tatsuka, and the huge sword lightstreak across the body of Old Six. After that, the body of Old Six, who was flying in the sky, immediately became stiff, and along with the bold rain, the body of Old Six directly separated into 2 halves. Old Six. Seeing the tragic death of Old Six, the eyes of Shiman Badian and others immediately changed into red color, and roared sorrowfully. But at that time, the sword light of Sword Tatsuka entered the head of Adalia, changing it into a corpse too. After 2 shadow clones had finished off the enemies before their eyes, they came over to remaining 2 humans and 1 dragon. And seeing the present situation from outside the barrier, Shiman Zhou became even more anxious, and started to exert his full strength to destroy this barrier, but it was unlikely for him to be able to destroy the barrier set up by Ren Tianyu within short period of time. Along with the final 2 sword light, Old 5 and final dragon were also directly killed by the sword of Tatsuka of Ren Tianyu. Now only Shiman Badian was left. Now seeing 5 Susanoo around him, Shiman Badian helplessly closed his eyes. The eyes of one of the shadow clones flashed with pallid light, and said, "Goodbye, my dear father." Then he swung his sword of Tatsuka towards Shiman Badian to stab him to death. But just at this time, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, knocked Shiman Badian out of the sword's way, and stood in front of the path of this sword. Along with Poochie sound, the sword stabbed through the body of this figure. Before the stunned gaze of 5 shadow clones, Ren Tianyu, who had just arrived at this place, suddenly paused his step and stared blankly. He just stared blankly, with unable to believe what he was seeing with his own eyes' expression on his face. After a long time, Ren Tianyu opened his mouth and let out a loud grief and indignation-filled roar. This voice was also filled with regret. Elder sister Yuer, but in front of him, it was not Shiman Badian who was stabbed through by Sword of Tatsuka, but was the suddenly appeared Shiman Yuer. The sword light of Sword of Tatsuka had stabbed through her abdomen, and Shiman Badian, however, was fallen on the ground a little far away, due to her bump. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, somewhat a spoiler. Chapter 164, somewhat a spoiler. No, elder sister Yuer. Seeing that the sword of Tatsuka had unexpectedly directly stabbed through the body of his highly esteemed elder sister Yuer, whom he loved extremely dearly, Ren Tianyu immediately rushed over to her side along with the roar filled with remorse. And because of the violent fluctuation in the state of mind of Ren Tianyu, his 5 shadow clones also changed into several white smokes and disappeared. The sword of Tatsuka that was stabbing through the body of Shiman Yuer also disappeared, and the body of Shiman Yuer slowly fell towards the ground from the sky. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared beneath her and caught her body. That figure nevertheless was Ren Tianyu, who had very quickly rushed over. Holding the body of Shiman Yuer in his hand, Ren Tianyu half squatted on the ground. Seeing that large cut open wound on her abdomen,
furthermore continuously flowing out blood from that wound. The tears of extreme remorse continuously flowed out from his eyes. He placed his right hand on that wound from where blood was continuously flowing out, and a blue-colored light shined on the palm of his right hand. Ren Tianyu exerted all of his effort to use medical ninjutsu to heal her. Elder sister Yuer, why are you so stupid? Why did you come over here?
Cough cough. Shimen Yuer coughed several times, and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Silly little brother, when all is said and done, he is still my father. No, elder sister Yuer, he is not fit to be the father, he is also not worth for you to do this. I beg you, please don't die. I don't want revenge, I don't need revenge for this hatred, I just want you to live. Feeling the body of Shimen Yuer was gradually becoming cold, furthermore regardless of how much he exerted himself, the blood was still continuously flowing out from the wound of her abdomen. Ren Tianyu hoarsely roared. Silly little brother, regardless of his mistakes, when all is said and done, he is our father. Elder sister also knew that you were bearing hardship in your childhood, but elder sister hates herself for being busy with cultivating, and failed to take care of you at that time. This was elder sister's mistake, so elder sister preferred to use her own blood to wash off the hatred in your heart. Looking straight at the face of Ren Tianyu, Shimen Yuer extended her hand and touched the face of Ren Tianyu. Then continued in a soft and gentle voice, silly little brother, you have already killed enough people, you should not go down the wrong path like this anymore. Stop your revenge, and like that you will truly obtain real happiness. Elder sister Yuer, I promise you anything, I will forget about this revenge, I just want you to survive, I just want you to live, nothing more. Feeling the body of Shimen Yuer was becoming even colder, Ren Tianyu panicked and continuously spoke to her. As long as you live, happily, elder sister, die, no regret. Feeling her life force was gradually running out, Shimen Yuer stammeringly said. The world she was seeing with her eyes slowly blurred, the strength inside her body also slowly left her, after that accompanied by her slowly closing eyes, her hand fell down from the face of Ren Tianyu. Elder sister Yuer. Seeing Shimen Yuer had already closed her eyes, and there was no sign of breathing from her, Ren Tianyu looked towards the sky and loudly roared, which was filled with deep regret. He began to remember how Shimen Yuer had taken care of him during his childhood, how she didn't attend to cultivation sometime because of him, how she carefully rubbed medicine on his wounds he suffered, and how she had protected him from being bullied when she saw it, one after another. At the heart of Shimen Tianlong, Shimen Yuer was not only his elder sister, but was also the figure of mother herself. Along with the flow of tears of deep remorse from the eyes of Ren Tianyu, the chakra inside his body suddenly began to stir violently. Powerful chakra scattered everywhere within the body, unceasingly destroying the internal organs of Ren Tianyu. And along with the riot of chakra, this powerful chakra slowly overflowed from inside his body, which changed into a light blue-colored light beam and completely surrounded the body of Ren Tianyu. At this time, a purple-colored energy suddenly come out from inside Ren Tianyu's sea of consciousness, seeped into the internal organs of Ren Tianyu, and continuously repair his damaged internal organs, which were being unceasingly destroyed by the riot of chakra. Currently the mind of Ren Tianyu was filled with deep remorse, deeply regret why he attacked Shimen clan, deeply regret why he became so conceited and arrogant that he didn't take the hold of elder sister Yuer before anything else, deeply regret why he killed elder sister Yuer, and so on. Types of deep regret continuously increase within Ren Tianyu. His Sharingan eyes were rotating unceasingly, and the patterns were also unceasingly changing. One moment it was the pattern of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, another time, it was the pattern of Uchiha Obito. His eyes continued to rotate faster and faster, and continuously changed towards the new pattern. Shimen Badian, who was knocked far off on the ground, shook his head, and slowly stood up. When he saw the bloody body of Shimen Yuer on the arms of Ren Tianyu, his complexion suddenly had a huge change, then he roared with a voce filled with sorrow, Yuer. Then he immediately became crazy, then looking at Ren Tianyu with his eyes filled with deep hatred, he roared, you unfilial son, I'm going to kill you. Finished speaking, he directly rushed towards Ren Tianyu. Swish, swish, suddenly two movement sound rang out. Then gray and white colored light beams suddenly appeared in front of Shimen Badian. After that Shimen Badian was directly hit and sent flying. After this light dissipated, White Tiger and Void appeared at that place. And Shimen Badian fell on the ground far off from that location. White Tiger, the current circumstance is anything but reassuring, we should take Zero and get out from here as soon as possible. Looking at the barrier which was already on the verge of collapse, furthermore seeing already unconscious Ren Tianyu, Void solemnly said. I will look at this old man, you go over and help Zero. As for a way to leave from this place, let's talk about it later. White Tiger firmly stared at Shimen Badian and without turning his head he said. Okay. Void agreed. After that he moved to the side of Ren Tianyu, extend his hand to support Ren Tianyu. But what Void had never expected was, just when his hand touched the body of Ren Tianyu, a powerful repulsive force suddenly came out from the body of Ren Tianyu,
and Void, who didn't had his guard up, was directly sent flying. Swish! Void controlled his body in midair, then somersaulted several times in the air, and landed on the ground, but was still forced to take several steps back, before he was able to stabilize his body. What happened? Seeing this peculiar scene before his eyes, White Tiger walked over to Void and confusedly asked. I also don't know. When I just touched Zero with my hand, at that moment, a powerful repulsive force suddenly came from him, which directly sent me flying. Void shook his head, and expressed that he also didn't know. Just at this time, suddenly a loud breaking sound came from above. Along with this sound, the barrier set up by Ren Tianyu finally broke into pieces under the continuous attack of Shimen Zhou. And the 4 Holy Beast platform of the barrier, which was located at 4 direction of Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, also slowly sunk into the ground and disappeared. At this time, along with swish, swish, swish sound, 3 golden-colored radiances suddenly appeared at the side of Shimen Badian. After this golden lights dissipated, the figures of Shimen Zhou and other 2 became visible. Badian, are you alright? Shimen Quang walked over to Shimen Badian and asked. Father, I'm fine, but Old Four and others, Fomer, Yuer and other younger generation, all were killed by that fellow. Shimen Badian shook his head, and said sorrowfully. AI. Shimen Quang heaved a sigh. They had already seen all the situation inside the barrier. At that time, even if they wanted to help, they were completely blocked by the barrier. So they could only try to break the barrier as soon as possible. After this battle, one may say that the vitality of Shimen clan was greatly damaged. Several god-ranked experts were basically dead or wounded. Now, with the exception of Shimen Badian, only 2 or 3 god-ranked experts remained. As for younger generation, many had died in this battle. They won't be able to recover this damage and reach the current level of power even after 100 years. First I will beat them to half dead, then catch them. After I catch them, I will put them through concocting medicine process. Shimen Zhou coldly stared at White Tiger, Void, and furthermore unceasingly roaring Ren Tianyu, whose body was completely surrounded by rioting chakra. After saying this, he directly advanced towards Ren Tianyu and other 2. TL note, concocting medicine process, parching, roasting, backing, steaming, soaking, simmering, and so on. Seeing Shimen Zhou advancing towards them, White Tiger and Void looked at each other, both of their face revealed worse than crying smile, then holding his sword tightly, White Tiger changed into white-colored light and disappeared from that place. As for Void, he fused with Karma Transmigration, directly changed into 3 or 4 meter long sword and chopped towards Shimen Zhou. Pang, pong, 2 similar to metal colliding sound rang out. Shimen Zhou, who had already dragon change, had used his dragon claws to block their attack. His right hand had gripped the blade of Void's sword, and regardless of how much he exerted himself, he couldn't even move an inch. And his left hand had directly caught the sword of White Tiger, so he also couldn't move a bit. Suddenly the eyes of Shimen Zhou flashed with pallid light, then a powerful energy flowed out from his left hand which was catching the sword of White Tiger, then a huge repulsive force spread from the sword and arrived at the hand of White Tiger. Immediately after that, White Tiger suddenly felt numb in his hands, so he loosened his grip on his sword. At that time, the left hand of Shimen Zhou directly punched the abdomen of White Tiger, which directly sent him flying, collided with the house behind him, and the house he collided directly collapsed, burying White Tiger. After that, Shimen Zhou exerted some power in his right hand which was holding the sword blade, which directly broke that sword blade, forcing Void to appear again. After that, Shimen Zhou directly kicked Void, sending him flying too. He also broke the wall he collided with, and was buried. Now it was unknown whether Void and White Tiger were alive or dead. After the obstruction were gone, Shimen Zhou slowly walked towards Ren Tianyu. Arriving next to him, seeing the corpse of Shimen Yuer lying on his embrace, a pallid light flashed in his eyes, then he threw punch towards Ren Tianyu. When the punch of Shimen Zhou almost touched Ren Tianyu stopped roaring madly, slowly closed his eyes, then once again opened his eyes. At this moment, whooshing, 5-element, patterned blood-red colored pupil appeared in Ren Tianyu's eyes, and a powerful eye power wantonly gushed out from his eyes. Other side, dot. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, suddenly the space around him invisibly fluctuated. And the fist of Shimen Zhou stopped 5 centimeters away from Ren Tianyu. After that, no matter how much he exerted himself, Shimen Zhou was powerless to move his fist forward even a bit. Seeing this, Shimen Zhou was greatly taken aback. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, Abilities of Two Eyes. Chapter 165, Abilities of Two Eyes. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, suddenly an invisible space fluctuation appeared at the side of Shimen Zhou. Then his fist, which was originally going to hit Ren Tianyu, stopped and could no longer move forward as if it hit invisible barrier. The rioting chakra inside his body also slowly calmed down. After passing through this chakra rioting, his chakra level had unexpectedly increased, but the increase was not very high.
After all, it was not that easy to increase his strength after he entered the shadow level. Ren Tianyu slowly stood up while carrying the corpse of Shimen Yuer. After that, completely ignoring Shimen Zhou, he directly passed by him and arrived at the location where White Tiger and Void was sent flying by Shimen Zhou. White Tiger, Void, are you alright? Ren Tianyu scanned through the piles of rubbles, then yelled towards it. After Ren Tianyu had yelled, White Tiger and Void, who were buried under the rubbles, suddenly shook. After that, along with Hong sound, two figures jumped out from the piles of rubbles and landed at the side of Ren Tianyu. Chuff chuff. Zero, I'm alright. But the fist of this old man truly is heavy. White Tiger wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and weakly answered. The gap between their strength was truly too big, as he, a peak god-ranked expert, was actually sent flying with a single punch and had lost consciousness for a second there. Fortunately, Shimen Zhou only wanted to beat them to pulp, then capture them alive, otherwise it was hard to say whether they could survive the single punch of him. Although Void didn't speak anything, nevertheless, from the blood continuously flowing out from the corner of his mouth and his pale face, clearly shows that he was also not lightly injured. It's better for you two to enter my Kamui dimension. After I finish dealing here, I will let you out. Ren Tianyu looked at the pale face of White Tiger and Void, then said. But Zero, here. White Tiger looked at Shimen Zhou and others and anxiously started to speak. Rest assured, they are still not strong enough to kill me. Don't forget my space abilities. Ren Tianyu interrupted White Tiger, then handed the corpse of Shimen Yuer to Void, and continued, when you all arrive to my Kamui dimension, help me look after corpse of my elder sister Yuer. Taking the corpse of Shimen Yuer, Void stared at Ren Tianyu, nodded his head and said, rest assured, I know what I should do. After handing over, the eyes of Ren Tianyu changed into the Mangekyo of Obito. After that, along with the spiral-shaped space ripple, Void, White Tiger and the corpse of Shimen Yuer were directly sucked into the Kamui dimension of Ren Tianyu. After this, he slowly turned around, his eyes also again changed into that newly awakened his own Magnikyo Sharingan, then firmly stared at the four peoples of Shimen clan in front of him. At the moment when Ren Tianyu had opened his eyes, Shimen Zhou merely felt that something had suddenly changed in the surrounding space. After that, when his fist reached just about 5 centimeters away from the body of Ren Tianyu, he suddenly felt that his fist had hit an invisible barrier, and no matter how much he tried, he was not able to advance forward his fist. Not only that, but after he withdrew his fist, tried to walk behind, but similarly bumped into an invisible barrier, stopping his path. It seems he was enclosed inside this less than 3 meters space prison. No matter which direction walked, he had no way out. And sensing something peculiar, Shimen Wuyuan slowly walked over, but what was unexpected thing for Shimen Zhou and other was, the body of Shimen Wuyuan unexpectedly passed through the body of Shimen Zhou without any resistance. And after about 10 seconds, Shimen Zhou once again sensed invisible space fluctuation just like that of before, and as if there was never a barrier around him, the barrier around him disappeared without a single trace. What is going on here? After he was freed, continuously recalling that strange state, Shimen Zhou was confused inside his heart, and didn't understand what had just happened. Feeling the abilities of his newly awakened eyes, furthermore continuously flowing in information on those abilities of his eyes, Ren Tianyu slowly opened his mouth. It seems the abilities of my eyes are pretty good. Thanks to the extremely deep regret he felt due to killing his elder sister Yuer with his own hand, furthermore the disappearance of that portion of love from his heart, the sentiment of Ren Tianyu slowly reflected in his eyes, which finally caused Mangekyo Sharingan with his own pattern which only belongs to Ren Tianyu himself to appear in his eyes. The Dojutsu awakened in his right eye was the ability that had something to do with space. That was the Dojutsu he had used just a moment ago, other side. The principle of using this ability of his right eye was just like camera. His right eye would capture the figure of anything, and with that thing as a center, a space with 3 meters radius is cut off from this space, and for a short time, this 3-meter radius space including that thing inside would stay in a cross-sectional state, thereby absolutely trapping the enemy for a short time. That is to say, at that time Shimen Zhou and 3-meter space around him was in fact already cut off from the original space by the ability of Ren Tianyu's eyes. It means at that time, Shimen Zhou was not in the original space, rather moved to cross-sectional space by the ability of Ren Tianyu's eyes. So Shimen Wuyan directly passed through the body of Shimen Zhou, naturally because the body of Shimen Zhou was already not in the same space as Ximen Wuyan. This Dojutsu consumed relatively small amount of eye power to maintain it for 10 seconds or less, but if he expend comparatively larger amount of eye power, then he could maintain this ability for as long as he wishes up to the maximum limit of 10 minutes. And this skill could also be used on own self too. As a matter of fact, the principle of this ability in Kamui of Obito's right eye was similar, nevertheless this ability had more benefits than Obito's right eye. That's right, the ability of his right eye can also affect the body of others, completely stopping them for a short time, and sending them away from reality world. In this brief moment when the enemy was trapped, he could do other matters, for example, attack another enemy, or just flee. And this ability could be used on himself too, causing the same kind of effect as Kamui. And this ability could be launched instantly without any delay. Even if the enemy is already right before his eyes, he could instantly use this ability to stop this enemy, making this close proximity as if far away at the end of the world, with no means to touch. This is the origin of the name of this Jujutsu, Other Side. But this ability also had a little downside, i.e. once you use this Jujutsu, you can use this Jujutsu again only after the cooldown time of 20 seconds. So in this 20 seconds cooldown time period, this Jujutsu couldn't be used no matter what. And his right eye could clearly see through every dimensional cross-section around him, and Ren Tianyu could step on these cross-section he see with his right eye, making it possible for him to walk in the air. Because he is just stepping on the dimensional cross-section, walking in the sky is just like walking on the ground for Ren Tianyu. And the ability of Ren Tianyu's left eye was unexpectedly related to time. In Naruto world, with the exception of Madara who had Jujutsu related to time, there was no another person who had the ability related to time. The ability of Ren Tianyu's left eye was called Solidify Forever. This ability could stop, forward or rewind the movement of people and things for a short duration. This ability could be used on oneself or on others, completely depends upon the intention of Ren Tianyu. But this Jujutsu also had 5-second cooldown time. Although currently he could only stop, forward and rewind time by very short time, but increasing the eye power of his left eye could increase this duration. Nevertheless, the ability to control the time truly was excessively heaven-defying ability. Ren Tianyu guessed that he would be able to maintain this Jujutsu for only about 5 or less seconds even if he exert all of the chakra inside his body. But contrary to expectation, maintaining it for 1 second didn't consume big amount. After sensing his ability, Ren Tianyu stared at Shimon Badian who was hiding behind Shimon Zhou and others, eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Regarding this person, no matter how, Ren Tianyu would not let him go. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu slowly walked towards Shimon Zhou and others. While walking, a large amount of eye power slowly gushed out from his both eyes, and slowly unusual purple lighting spark appeared around body, which slowly formed a huge skeleton. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Futsu no Matama. Chapter 166, Futsu no Matama. Ren Tianyu expressionlessly walked towards the direction of Shimon Zhou and others. As the distance between them gradually reduced, even more powerful eye power gushed out from the newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan of Ren Tianyu. After that, a purple-colored lighting radiances appeared on the surface of his body. This special purple-colored lighting radiance glowed brighter and brighter, and gradually surrounded the whole body of Ren Tianyu, then took the form of purple-colored skeleton around him. Along with the unceasingly gushing out eye power, this skeleton gradually increased in size greatly, expanded, and changed into a giant demon god of more than 40 meters in height. Assemble! Ren Tianyu lightly muttered. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the whole body of this lofty skeleton was suddenly covered by a layer of thick purple-gray colored energy thread, gradually changing into a huge suit of armor for the huge skeleton around Ren Tianyu. After that, a huge helmet also appeared at the head of this huge skeleton, and at the eyes location of this huge helmet, 2 dazzling purple-colored light lit up. It looked just like an unstoppable demon god from distant. At the right hand of this huge demon god, purple-gray colored energy fog gradually rose and lengthened out to 10 meters or so. Along with this continuous gathering, condensing, and solidifying of this energy fog, gradually a thin narrow long sword which was about 10 meters in length appeared in the right hand of Ren Tianyu's Susanoo. And soul-shaking purple-gray colored lightning sparks were flickering on the sword blade of this strange long sword. And as for why was this long sword strange? Naturally, because the blade of this sword was too long and too thin. Compared to any other swords, the length of this sword was many times longer, and its blade was also many times thinner. Seeing the appearance of Susanoo around himself, Ren Tianyu spread his arms, closed his eyes and carefully experienced the powerful energy aura of the Susanoo around his body, furthermore also studied the information regarding his Susanoo which suddenly appeared in his brain automatically. Afterwards he slowly opened his eyes, and thought, is this my own Susanoo? In that case, I should test its strength first. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu looked at Shimon Badian who was standing behind Shimon Zhou and others, and slowly thought again, using this power, it is perfect way to end my revenge for now. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu began his move. Along with his move, the Susanoo around his body slowly raised its right hand, and its right hand held that unusual long sword with purple-gray colored lightning sparks glimmering around it. Is this the hidden trump card of this fellow? Looking at the suddenly appeared giant demon god around Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Shimon Zhou became solemn. Although he had already seen Susanoo from outside the barrier, but because of the obstruction of barrier, at that time he was not able to clearly sense the powerful pressure of Susanoo. But now standing face to face against it, Shimon Zhou finally clearly sensed the powerful pressure emitted from Susanoo.
Even he himself felt a sense of danger coming from this Susanoo. Just at that time, the Susanoo in front of them suddenly swung its right hand, and a huge sword light blade from that glimmering long sword advanced towards Shiman Badian at their side. Not good. Shiman Zhou, though inside his heart, then directly changed into a golden light and instantly leap over a distance of 5 or 6 meters, directly appearing in front of sword blade light. Looking at the quickly arriving sword blade, Shiman Zhou extended his hands, which were covered with dragon scales. And a dazzling gold-colored light appeared in front of him, which formed into an energy shield, with tiny gold dragons swimming on its top. Hon! Under the gaze of everyone, this huge sword blade directly chopped this gold-colored light shield. Along with the contact with each other, a loud explosion sound rang out in this place, and under the disbelief expression of Shiman Zhou, his body directly changed into golden light, and was unexpectedly sent flying without being able to do anything against this sword blade. After that, along with the explosion sound, he collided with several walls and houses behind him, directly passing through them, and finally stopped after colliding with a mountain 100 meters away. The numerous rocks above the mountain shook and dropped, burying Shiman Zhou inside a rock pile. After Shiman Zhou was sent flying, Ren Tianyu controlled his Susanoo to raise that long sword directly towards the sky, and powerful purple-colored lighting flew towards the sky from this long sword. After the purple-colored lightning speak flew to the sky, suddenly an ear-deafening thunder sound reverberated through the sky, and deep black-colored clouds quickly gathered. After that purple-colored huge lightning fire snake unceasingly swam through this black clouds, flashing a powerful destruction aura. The whooshing pattern of Ren Tianyu's right eye was unceasingly rotating, and he was clearly able to see the space cross-sections, which was not visible to the eyes of ordinary person in the space around him with his right eye. Ren Tianyu, accompanied by Susanoo, stepped on the space cross-section and jumped up from one space cross-sections to another, unceasingly moving upward in the sky, but on the eye of others, Ren Tianyu looked as if stepping in the air and jumping up. Arriving just below the black clouds, the Susanoo extended its right hand and raised its long swords towards the sky, but it didn't enter the dark clouds. After that, the lightning fire snakes swimming in the black clouds suddenly stopped moving, and the thunder sound also immediately disappeared. And staring below, his two eyes flashed with cold light. Futsu no Takamikazuchi, anyone? Thunderous earth. Along with Ren Tianyu's voice, dazzling purple-colored radiances flickered in the black clouds, and fist-sized little lightning ball fell down from the black clouds towards soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. An extremely loud sound which shook the soul of everyone present there reverberated through this place, and also the ears of all the people watching this battle lost the sense of hearing for a brief moment. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave also spread in all direction, which shook all the mountain of the surrounding, causing the huge rocks to fall down. When this shaking stopped, and everyone's sense of hearing returned, all of them hastily looked towards the direction of soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. They saw that the whole villa was surrounded by the clouds of dust from the explosion and couldn't see the circumstances inside it at all. And Ren Tianyu, who was standing in the sky, looked at the long sword in the right hand of Susanoo and thought, I didn't expect this Futsu no Matama is many times more effective than I have imagined. Correct, with the exception of this single long sword, the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu didn't have any other arms, unlike the Susanoo of Itachi, which had 3 weapons, and Susanoo of Sasuke, which also had 3 weapons, bow, arrow and sword. But even like this, Ren Tianyu didn't felt that his Susanoo was any less powerful than theirs. This long sword of Ren Tianyu's Susanoo was a renowned sword called Futsu no Matama sword, was a well-known god-killing sword of Japanese myth, and was Takamikazuchi no Kami's sword. In the era of Japanese myth, there was 3 spiritual swords, namely Sword of Tatsuka, Tian Kanjian sword, anyone? And Bullyo sword, anyone? Here Sword of Tatsuka was a no Habakiri, snake slayer of Takamagara, which was used by god Susanoo to slay 8-headed 8-tailed big snake. Tian Kanjian sword, anyone? Was also well-known sword by many peoples. As for final Bullyo sword, anyone, it was extremely strange, and no outsiders knew anything specific about the origin of this sword. As a matter of fact, this Bullyo sword, anyone? Was Futsu no Matama sword, which was Takamikazuchi no Kami's sword. According to legend, it had the ability to control myriads of thunder, and ability to seal the human soul. Just a moment ago, Ren Tianyu had used Futsu no Takamikazuchi, anyone? Thunderous earth, which was the power of Futsu no Matama. After the clouds of dust dissipated, the pupils of everyone could help but shrunk, as they saw a deep crater of more than 10 meters in radius at that place. At the bottom of the crater, there was a huge semicircular earthen wall. That wall slowly cracked and disappeared, revealing Shiman Wuyuan, Shiman Quan and Shiman Badian. Humph! Still not dead? In that case, I will give you even big move. Seeing Shiman Badian was enscathed under the protection of Shiman Wuyuan, Ren Tianyu's eyes suddenly flashed with powerful killing intent. After that, coldly snorting, he began to prepare next big move. But just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the mountain 100 meters away, which instantly appeared in front of Ren Tianyu, and directly attacked Ren Tianyu's Susanoo. and Ren Tianyu was forced to unceasingly retreat by this attack.
After retreating several tens of meters, Ren Tianyu finally stabilized his body, lifted up his head and looked in front. Then saw the figure of Shimen Zhou and half-dragon person form after the golden light slowly dissipated. At this time, Ren Tianyu sensed a powerful aura behind him, and saw Shimen Wuyuan, whose body was glimmering with earth-yellow-colored radiance, had appeared behind him. Now Shimen Wuyuan and Shimen Zhou had approximately surrounded Ren Tianyu.
Big fight was on the verge of breaking out.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 167, Earth Mountain God. Chapter 167, Earth Mountain God.
Looking at Shimen Zhou and Shimen Wuyuan, who were preparing to jointly attack him, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals. Now Ren Tianyu's speed of making hand seals was extraordinary. He would leave behind after images while he made a series of hand seals. In a blink of an eye, he had already completed making the required hand seals.
Raitan John. Lightning style, false darkness, dot.
Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, a dazzling lightning spear flickered in the sky above his head. And successive sounds of crackling thunder rang out, along with powerful lightning chakra fluctuation. After that, along with a swish sound, this lightning sphere suddenly stretched rapidly, then changing into a huge lightning spear, it pierced towards Shimen Zhou.
Humph!
Seeing this rapidly advancing lightning spear, Shimen Zhou snorted with disdain, and extended his right hand covered with dragon scales. And this right hand, which had already changed into dragon claw, was also glimmering with brutal aura of gold dragon battle chi.
Hon!
This sharp-pointed lightning spear collided straight with the right hand of Shimen Zhou. Sharp-pointed lightning and the golden-colored Saint battle chi of Shimen Zhou's right hand continuously clashed and tried to swallow each other.
The powerful impact of false darkness forced Shimen Zhou to unceasingly retreat back. It seemed like this lightning wanted to break through the obstruction of Saint Dragon battle chi, and stab the body of Shimen Zhou. Seeing that Shimen Zhou was temporarily stopped, Ren Tianyu turned around and looked at Shimen Wuyuan behind him. Then the whooshing pattern of his right eye rotated rapidly, and eye power gushed out from it, spreading in all direction. The space all around suddenly rippled along with slight spatial fluctuation. Other side.
Ren Tianyu simply spat out these two words, then along with the perception of Ren Tianyu, Shimen Wuyuan and his surrounding space were already cut off from this space and sent off to independent space cross-section for a short duration of time. So for the following 10 seconds, he could only stay within the space of 3 meters around him, and couldn't move any further. Seeing that he had successfully trapped both Shimen Zhou and Shimen Wuyuan temporarily, Ren Tianyu didn't hesitate. He directly stepped on the space cross-section and directly rushed towards underneath Shimen Kuang and Shimen Badian. No, precisely speaking, he was rushing towards Shimen Badian. Seeing Ren Tianyu furthermore with Susanoo rushing towards them, the complexion of Shimen Kuang at the side of Shimen Badian suddenly changed. After that he immediately pulled Shimen Badian without slightest hesitation, changed into golden light, and fly away from that place. Because inside his heart he clearly understood that, with his strength of low god, he was powerless to stop Ren Tianyu. So he chose to flee from this place without a slightest hesitation.
Want to run?
Seeing flying away golden light, Ren Tianyu cursed loudly. Then he immediately swung the Futsu no Matama sword on the right hand of Susanoo, and a powerful lightning flew out from the sword which chased after them. Although they were very fast, but the sword slash of Ren Tianyu was even faster. Very quickly when it was about to reach them, this sword slash was intercepted by another golden-colored light. Along with a loud dragon roar, a dazzling golden-colored light dragon flashed in the path of sword light, and had hit the huge sword slash created by Ren Tianyu, slightly changing the direction of the huge slash, causing it to land on the far-off mountain, which destroyed that mountain along with extremely loud explosion sound. Ren Tianyu looked towards the source of this golden dragon, and saw that it was Shimen Zhou, whose body was radiating golden radiances, hurriedly flying towards this place. It seems he had already broken false darkness of Ren Tianyu. Swish! Shimen Zhou appeared next to Shimen Kuang and Shimen Badian. Then he said, "Little Kuang, immediately leave this place with the patriarch of this generation. He is the target of this boy.
We may not be able to protect him while we're fighting."
"Yes, ancestor."
Hearing Shimen Zhou, Shimen Kuang immediately replied. After that he pulled Shimen Badian and flew away towards Tianlong City.
After seeing both of them had flew away from here, Shimen Zhou stared at Ren Tianyu. Looking at Shimen Zhou, who was obstructing him, and furthermore fleeing Shimen Badian, the ferocious aura around the body of Ren Tianyu continued to increase even more, and eye power also gushed out even more. Then on the Susanoo around the body of Ren Tianyu, a dazzling purple-colored lightning spark slowly appeared, and its figure also slowly rose, and finally stopped after it almost reached 50 meters in height.
On the left hand of Susanoo, another Futsu no Matama appeared.
"Since you are stopping me, I will kill you first, then go to take revenge. All those people who obstruct me must die."
said Ren Tianyu.
Then Ren Tianyu directly sent 4 purple-colored huge lightning slash towards Shimanzhou with his 2 Futsu no Matama. Furthermore, he himself also rushed towards Shimanzhou. Humph, youngster, although you are very strong, but don't excessively look down upon others. Seeing Ren Tianyu was directly flying towards him, and furthermore those 4 sword slashes, Shimanzhou shot loudly, and the golden light surrounding his body suddenly rose rapidly, which gradually gathered to his hands. Go to hell! Finished yelling, Shimanzhou quickly waved his 2 fists continuously. Suddenly a large amount of gold-colored light balls flew towards Ren Tianyu from his that quickly waving 2 fists. These numerous gold-colored light balls streaked across the sky with a long beautiful arc, and flew directly towards Ren Tianyu in a high speed. This is... Seeing this countless light balls flying towards him, Ren Tianyu was greatly taken aback, because this move of Shimanzhou was extremely similar to Morning Peacock, Asakujiku, move of his own 8 inner gate. Merely his Morning Peacock, Asakujiku, produced countless flame balls because of the friction between the air and his fists, but this move of Shimanzhou merely launched his own energy. These flying golden light balls were merely the boundless Saint Dragon battle chi of Shimanzhou. These numerous gold-colored light balls first collided with the 4 huge sword slashes of Ren Tianyu, which caused a huge explosion. Although the energy of Ren Tianyu's 4 sword slash were relatively high, but they were not able to compete with the bombardment of these innumerable light balls. Just like using quantity to make up for quality, these 4 huge sword slashes were broken to pieces by these innumerable light balls. And these broken pieces changed into energies and finally dissipated in the air. After breaking these 4 huge sword slashes, these light balls directly advanced towards Ren Tianyu's Susanoo. Immediately Susanoo's huge body was submerged by these numerous light balls. And a continuous series of extremely loud explosion sound reverberated through the sky. At that time, in the sky above the center of the explosion, a large amount of earth yellow-colored magic power gathered, gradually taking the form of huge miniature hill of about 10 meters in height, which fell down towards the middle of explosion. When this miniature hill was falling towards the middle of explosion, an extremely powerful sword blade directly split the explosion, giving rise to smokes, and also hit this hill. This hill was also directly chopped into 2 halves, and fell underneath. After that, a figure of a person jumped out from the smoke of explosion, and stand on the sky. This figure was precisely Ren Tianyu with his Susanoo. Ren Tianyu looked behind him, and saw that it was Shiman Wuyan who was trapped by his other side. Since 10 seconds had already passed, he was already able to move around. After that, taking the chance that Ren Tianyu was stopping the attack of Shimanzhou, he had also used his Earth System magic to attack, but to his surprise, his attack didn't even have a slightest effect. Shiman Wuyan saw that the soaring dragon mountain villa underneath him had already disappeared. Then he slowly recalled, when the barrier was still surrounding this villa, how Ren Tianyu had carried out the slaughter of Shiman clan's member, and his eyes flashed with brutal aura. Clamming down his mind, he changed into earth yellow-colored radiance and flew away. Why did this fellow suddenly left? Seeing Shiman Wuyan was flying far away, Ren Tianyu had a strange feeling in his heart. He didn't understand what was going on. Currently he obviously had the upper hand in a fight against Shimanzhou, so instead of helping him, why did he leave so suddenly? But in the next moment, Shiman Wuyan's action told him the reasons. Shiman Wuyan flew to the miniature hill of about 30 meters in height, and stopped in the air above this mountain. After that he took out a crystal-clear earth yellow-colored magic staff. One earth yellow-colored crystal which was emitting powerful magical power was inlaid on the top of this magic staff. And the position around this magic crystal was portrayed with a secret rune. After taking out this magic staff, Shiman Wuyan began to quickly chant the incantation. And along with his incantation, boundless earth yellow-colored magical power began to gather in the sky around him, then slowly condensed into one earth yellow-colored magical power light ball. Along with the continuation of chanting, earth yellow-colored magical power grew more and more, and the radiance of this earth yellow-colored magical power light ball also became more and more bright. Suddenly, a sound of pulsating came out from this light ball, just like the sound of human heartbeat. Earth System Mid-Rank God Incantation, Earth Mountain God. Along with the voice of Shiman Wuyan, this light ball fell towards the miniature hill underneath him. When this earth yellow-colored magical power light ball made a contact with the hill beneath him, this light ball gradually melted and entered inside this hill. After seeing that this light ball had entered into this hill, Shiman Wuyan shouted in loudly. Awaken, Earth Mountain God. After Shiman Wuyan shouted loudly, the 30 meters tall hill beneath him suddenly glimmered with earth yellow-colored radiances, then this huge hill began to sway continuously. Huge rocks on this hill started to roll down, and fell below to the ground from this hill. Ren Tianyu looked at that violently swaying miniature hill of 30 meters in height which was far away from his current location, and suddenly had a bad feeling inside his heart. What the hell is going on? On the other side, Shimanzhou had a big smile on his face. So this youngster forced us to use this move? But it's understandable, as this move is very suitable to deal with this youngster's demon god.
The hill continued to sway, and this swaying became bigger and bigger. Suddenly at the two sides of this hill, two huge rock hands stretched out and supported on the ground. Then this huge hill slowly elevated. Afterwards two sturdy huge rock pillars extended out from below of this hill, which also landed on the ground. And at the top of this hill, the head made up of huge rock stuck out from inside the hill, and two earth yellow colored radiance appeared at the position of the eyes. Under the earth system magic of Shiman Wuyan, an earth giant of more than 30 meters in height slowly formed in that place all of a sudden. Shiman Wuyan slowly descended and landed on the shoulder of this earth giant, then looking at Ren Tianyu in the sky in front of him, he spat out, "Earth Mountain God, tear this fellow to shreds." Along with the voice of Shiman Wuyan, this earth giant of more than 30 meters in height unexpectedly rose in the sky, and slowly flew towards him. Is it specially manufactured giant to deal with my Susanoo? Seeing that gradually flying Earth Mountain God, Ren Tianyu unhurriedly thought. After that he again stared at Shiman Zhou, and forced a smile inside his heart. AI, because of several fights of a moment ago, I have already wasted large amount of my power, and the current amount of chakra inside my body is also not that much. Don't tell me that I have to end my revenge just like this. No, never. Ren Tianyu tightly clenched his right hand, and his eyes flashed with extreme hatred, as he slowly remembered all the insult and humiliation he had received in this childhood, and furthermore the tragic death of elder sister Yuer in front of his eyes. Absolutely can't end like this. Shiman Bat-Ian must die, even if I need to pay a big price. But although the strength of my Susanoo is very powerful, but with the remaining amount of my chakra, I can't maintain it for a long time. It seems, it's time to summon those two guys. Thinking this, the Susanoo around him slowly disappeared, and he prepared to use Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. But just at that time, Ren Tianyu suddenly sensed a powerful space fluctuation not far from his location. He raised his head and looked, then he saw a sudden appearance of huge space black holes several meters away. And a loud dragon roar came out from inside. Could it be that, hearing this loud dragon roar, Ren Tianyu immediately knew what it was? He forced a smile and couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, wolf in front, tiger in behind, and in addition this fellow about to arrive in front of him. AI, why is there a group brawl every time I fight? This is really... If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, Kuchios no Jutsu. Chapter 168, Kuchios no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu. From inside that huge space black hole, soul-shaking dragon roar came out. Hearing this, the movement of Ren Tianyu slowly stopped. Hearing that gradually increasing dragon roars, Ren Tianyu made a wry smile. AI, I have never expected that most of the battles I have fought since I arrived in this different world is basically group brawls. First I fought over thousands bones of the dead ferocious beasts at God Weeping region. This time while attacking Shiman clan, first was group of God-ranked experts, then two God domain experts joined, and finally after that the Dragon clan are also joining. AI, such a miserable life. But apart from making a wry smile, there was not a single trace of fear on his face. Because when he had killed the dragon Adelaide, he had already considered that he would become the mortal enemy of Dragon clan as a consequence. And now since the Dragon clan was helping his mortal enemy Shiman clan, they had also already became his enemies. And as a cultivator, if he couldn't move forward because of mere fear, then why on earth did he cultivate to gain strength? To become truly strong, one must not fear the sufferings, and should dare to challenge his own heart. No matter who, as long as he blocks one's way, one only had to destroy and thoroughly eliminate it. Just like Uchiha Madara of Naruto world, he himself faced whole ninja world, easily knocked down all 5 Kages as if adult was teasing the child, and even while facing against the resurrected past Hokages, there was not a single bit of fear in his face. He alone showed disdain for the whole ninja world. And exactly this type of strong heart was precisely something Ren Tianyu wanted to learn. As the black hole gradually enlarged, huge dragons emitting powerful aura flew out from inside that huge black hole. Flame dragon, ice dragon, earth dragon, holy dragon, over 20 dragons flew out from that black hole. From the aura they were emitting, all of them were God-ranked dragons. At that time, Ren Tianyu sensed that 5 unusually powerful aura was coming out from inside that black hole, which firmly locked onto him. After that, along with this 5 powerful aura, 5 lofty middle-aged person wearing golden battle armor came out from inside the black hole, and remained floating at the sky. After these 5 middle-aged person came out, that huge space black hole also slowly began to close up and finally disappeared. This is... Feeling the powerful aura all around him, the pupils of Ren Tianyu firmly shrunk, only now he finally sensed the feeling of danger. The aura of each of these 5 middle-aged person were comparable to Shiman Zhou, as all of them were experts of High God Realm. And now including Shiman Zhou, there were 6 experts of High God Realm, Shiman Wuyan who was Mid God Realm expert, and furthermore those more than 20 God-ranked dragons.
Seeing this impressive lineups, the complexion of Ren Tianyu finally changed. Oh, this situation is anything but reassuring. If they jointly attack with this kind of formation, sooner or later I'll fall. Never expected that this dragon clan would actually use this kind of amazing lineups to entertain me. They really thought high of me. But Shiman Badian, that old bastard, is still not dead, so I cannot retreat. If I withdraw now, Shiman Badian will absolutely hide inside Shiman clan, and it will not be easy kill him. Thinking this, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes, and continued, since it is like this, then I will stir up even more big turmoil, and let the name Akatsuki reverberate through this whole continent. Didn't expect that Wu Yan. Furthermore, you, old barbarian, also came out. One of the 5 middle-aged man with fiery red-colored long hair said with a surprise, after seeing Shiman Zhou and Shiman Wu Yan floating in the sky a distance away. Humph, we Shiman clan is almost about to get whipped out, leaving behind none. So without coming out, do you want us to helplessly look at the destruction of our Shiman clan? Shiman Zhou said in a bad mood. Recalling that he was forced to helplessly look at the slaughter of the member of his Shiman clan, he looked at Ren Tianyu with eyes full of killing intent. Oh, Adalasi, don't excite him anymore, aren't we here to seek the killer of Adelaide? Quickly kill that fellow, take his soul to the cave of Dragon Godflame and burn his soul by dragon flame for several thousand years. At the sight of this red-haired middle-aged man, i.e. Adalasi, another middle-aged man whose body was surrounded with earth-yellow-colored aura opened his mouth. Jie, and Dongni, the soul of this fellow is mine. I want to use his soul to make undead warrior. Daring to kill members of our dragon clan, it seems power and might of our dragon clan are completely forgotten by the humans, since we didn't move around for these last few years. A middle-aged man with grey-colored long hair said with his unpleasant-to-hear voice while smiling strangely. After his brief remark, remaining 2 middle-aged person also joined in the quarrel. And the other dragons just flew around without any surprise on their face, because even in Dragon Island, these 5 were always like this. All 5 of them were person occupying leading position of Dragon Clan in Dragon Island. And all of them had reached the realm of High God in strength. And after reaching High God realm, Dragon Clan were able to use their power to change their dragon body into that of human body. These 5 individuals were Flame Dragon Adalasi, Earth Dragon Andamni, Death Dragon Bulakite, Ice Dragon Kelui, and Holy Dragon Xylazite. Originally, when they had heard that the killer of Adelaide had appeared, they had immediately assembled dragon clansmen. And at first they had no intention to send all 5 of them, but seeing the destruction Ren Tianyu caused at God Weeping region, they increased their guard against Ren Tianyu. And this time Bulak had returned back with the information that Ren Tianyu had surprise attack on Shiman clan, so Dragon Clan decided to dispatch all 5 of them, so as to be prepared for all contingencies. Well, according to that Bulak, Adelia and Buleasai, these 2 dumb idiots stayed behind to help Shiman clan, so where did those 2 go? At this time, Holy Dragon Xylazite stopped quarreling, looked all around, and said confusedly. Let me tell you about it. At that time, the voice of Ren Tianyu entered the ears of those 5 middle-aged person whose true form was that of dragon. Those 2 lizards have long since died by my hand. What did you say? Bastard! Say that again. After hearing Ren Tianyu, all 5 of them instantly stared Ren Tianyu with furious looks, complexion became unsightly, and cursed Ren Tianyu. I'm just stating the fact. Ren Tianyu indifferently shrugged his shoulder, and the next sentence of Ren Tianyu thoroughly angered these 5 dragons, almost causing them to explode. The one called Adelaide or something, my sword cut off its head and it died. But those 2 lizards were even more miserable. Ren Tianyu looked at the unsightly expression of those 5 dragons, and with a smile on his face, he added, those 2 didn't even leave behind their corpse, as they were directly changed into powder by my attack. Roar, bastard, your father will butcher you. Hearing the words of Ren Tianyu, the fire dragon Adalasi, who had extremely violent temper, roared in anger. Then his body directly changed into blazing flame light beam and shot towards Ren Tianyu. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ren Tianyu, and swung his right hand towards Ren Tianyu's head. Go to hell, you bastard. Humph, solidify forever, time stop. Seeing Adalasi in front of him, Ren Tianyu sneered with disdain. Although his speed was extremely fast, but under the Mangekyo Sharingan of Ren Tianyu, it was nothing. Along with the huge amount of eye power gushing out from his left eye, suddenly an aura of profound mystery spread in all direction, and the fist originally about to hit his head, abruptly stopped, and the figure of Flame Dragon also became standstill in the sky, maintaining his previous action. Konoha de Zenpu. Severe Leaf Hurricane. Immediately after Adalasi stopped in the air, Ren Tianyu directly kicked his head. And along with a pang sound, Adalasi was immediately kicked flying. And while in the mid-air, the effective time stop Ren Tianyu had used on the body of Adalasi ended, and he also instantly woke up, flew several meters back and finally stabilized his body. Adalasi, are you alright?
Seeing that Adalasi was kicked flying back, other 4 superior dragons came over and asked Adalasi with concern. "I'm alright."
Adalasi shook his head, then wiped the blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, and rubbed his aching face, while looking at Ren Tianyu with a strange complexion.
"Adalasi, what happened just a moment ago?" Just at this time, Ice Dragon Kelawai asked confusedly.
At that time, when they heard the words of Ren Tianyu, all of them were angry, so they merely heard Adalasi roaring in anger, then saw him already kicked flying back.
"I also don't know what had happened at that time.
Just when my fist was about to hit this guy, I don't know what happened, but my body was already hit flying back." Adalasi shook his head, as he had also no idea what had happened at that time.
This was the Jujutsu of Ren Tianyu's left eye solidify forever's ability to control time.
As a matter of fact, during the time when he was affected by this Jujutsu of Ren Tianyu, Adalasi's consciousness was completely shut off. That means he was not able to know what had happened within that time, or had the memory of that time interval. This was the powerful ability of time. "Hey, since you have arranged such a magnificent lineup to welcome me, I also should take this seriously."
When all 5 dragons were puzzled, the voice of Ren Tianyu entered their ears.
After speaking, he bit the thumb finger of both his hands, and blood flowed out from his thumb fingers. After that, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, then both hands pressed down in the sky. Suddenly 2 mysterious rune seals spread all around sky in the sky from his hands.
Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu.
Along WTH, the voice of Ren Tianyu, pang, pang, 2 sound rang out and 2 large white-colored smoke suddenly appeared in the sky. After that, 2 voices came from inside these smoke.
"Ha, Tianyu, you finally summon Orsama. I hope I can have a satisfying fight this time. Since you are summoning me, that means the enemies have already appeared, is that right, Tianyu?"
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 169, Nibi Matatabi. Chapter 169, Nibi Matatabi.
After the white smoke dissipated, an earth-yellow-colored giant raccoon dog whose whole several tens of meters high body was covered with purple-colored mysterious runes, and similarly big demon cat whose whole body was covered with blue-colored flame with 2 tails appeared at that location.
This was the last trump card of Ren Tianyu, Ichibi Shikaku, and Nibi Matatabi. Ren Tianyu jumped down from the sky and landed on the head of Shikaku.
Then, looking at the surprised face of 2 individuals of Shiman clan and furthermore the stupefied face of Dragon clan, Ren Tianyu slowly folded his arm in front of his chest, then spoke to Shikaku and Matatabi. "Shikaku, Matatabi, I leave this minor trouble to you too."
"Haha, little boy Tianyu, when did you become this polite?" Hearing Ren Tianyu, Sukaku replied while laughing.
"Yes, in Naruto world, I have only very rarely seen you Uchiha clan forced into a tight corner like this. So it seems the opponents this time are not that ordinary." Seeing the exhausted face of Ren Tianyu, Matatabi was a bit surprised as it said. Afterwards it looked at more than 20 dragons, furthermore those several experts of God's domain realm floating in the sky, and continued, "But this time I just so happens to be wanting to try out the strength of this world's experts." Hearing Matatabi, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled, and sighed, "Truly deserved to call them tailed beasts, each and every one of them are so fond of battles." Nibi Matatabi was hurriedly exchanged by Ren Tianyu while he was en route to Shiman clan after coming out from Tower of Babel. The trip inside Tower of Babel, Ren Tianyu had completed the mission and had earned 20,000 system points, and furthermore he had earned 10,000 system point by completing the mission in God Weeping region. This amount of system points was already enough to open the seal of Nibi and exchange it. In Tail Beast's exchange system of exchange store inside his body, Ren Tianyu was extremely confused. Because one tailed beast required 15,000 system points, 2 tailed beasts required 30,000 system points, and 3 tailed beast required 60,000 system points. Normally, although there was disparity between the strength of tailed beasts, nevertheless the strength of one tailed beast compared to 2 tailed and 3 tailed beasts was not that different. But now he understood that the system was not demanding more system points according to the strength of tailed beasts, rather demanding according to unlock. Every time he unlocked one tailed beasts, he needed double the amount of system points to unlock next tailed beast, and so on. Ren Tianyu had exchanged Matatabi with Shikaku present beside him, so seeing Shikaku and the different surrounding environment, Matatabi was also extremely confused. But fortunately the temper of Matatabi was not violent like that of Shikaku. And unlike Shikaku, it didn't directly attack Ren Tianyu after it was just exchanged. And Ren Tianyu also directly opened Sharingan. Seeing Ren Tianyu had the bloodline of Uchiha clan, and furthermore hearing the explanation about this world from Ren Tianyu, plus Ren Tianyu implored its help and with Shikaku's mediate, Nibi Matatabi also temporarily agreed to help Ren Tianyu. And signed the summoning contract with Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu also thought to use that 30,000 system points to exchange 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, which would have definitely increased his own strength.
For example, Sasuke's Dujutsu Enten Nikagetsuchi, Inferno Style, Flame Control, Shursui's Koto Amatsukami, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, which was the most powerful illusion and so on. But Ren Tianyu recalled the warning of system which stated that he should first slowly adapt to the increased eye power, and at that time his eye power was just about to break through, so he could exchange only a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. But he himself couldn't dare to guarantee that he was able to sustain another 2 or 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan exchanged at once. As for exchanging Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan to promote it to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, currently he couldn't do so. After all, how could mere 20,000 system points be enough to upgrade Mangekyo Sharingan to eternity? And if exchanged only 1 pair, then it would be far less helpful than the help Nibi could provide. So he decided to exchange Nibi. Nibi Matatabi, known as Scorching Demon Cat, possessed the ability to control flame. And it itself is engulfed by Wraith, and manipulates deceased Wraith to serve as its battle ability. In Naruto world, Yujido of Kyomogakure, Hidden Cloud, who was the Jinchuriki of Nibi, encountered immortal duo of Akatsuki, Kakuzu and Haiden. Haiden used his peculiar ability, i.e. immortal body, and his strange curse ability, to defeat Yujido. After that, catching her alive, he brought her to the base of Akatsuki and sealed Nibi into Geto Mazo, Geto statue. And now, Nibi Matatabi was summoned by Ren Tianyu again, to accompany him in his exotic expedition on the road of getting strongest in this different world. What type of magical beasts are these two? Seeing the huge body of Shikaku and Matatabi, and that frightening aura leaking out from their body, Holy Dragon Xylazite muttered it itself. Ordinarily, it's not like they had never heard about the magical beasts with formidable strength, but they had never seen this type of magical beasts. I also don't know. Flame Dragon Adelasi shook its head to express that he had also not seen this type of magical beasts. Afterwards it asked Shimanjo and Shiman Wuyan, Old Barbarian and Wuyan, have you ever seen these type of magical beasts in human world? Speaking frankly, we have also not seen. Shimanjo carefully looked at the figure of Shikaku and Matatabi, then rummaged through his memory, but was not able to find any information on these type of magical beasts. However, looking at the appearance of these two magical beasts, it seems they will be very difficult to deal with. Humph, any type of magical beasts they are, under the aura of us Dragon Clan, who was king of myriad beasts, both of them will definitely lie prone on the ground. Ice Dragon Kelawai coldly snorted. After that it suddenly released its frosty-colored cold mist which surrounded its whole body, then all of a sudden its height increased to about 20 meters, its whole body covered with frosty-colored dragon scale, and its whole body emitted ice-cold aura of dragon. After that its pair of 2 ice-cold dragon eyes firmly locked onto Shikaku and Matatabi. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing Ice Dragon Kelawai had changed into its dragon body, the remaining 4 issued dragon roar one after another, and also changed back to their dragon body. Because to them, although they could change into human form, but only in the dragon form, they could bring out to play their formidable fighting capacity. Seeing all 5 of the dragons had changed into their original dragon form, Shimanjo and Shiman Wuyan look at the face of each other, then they again ignited their boundless power, and firmly locked on to Ren Tianyu, who was above the head of Shikaku. Seeing the action of 2 people of Shiman clan and those huge dragons, and also sensing that his chakra reserve was nearly empty inside his body, Ren Tianyu said to Shikaku, Shikaku, lend me a little bit of your chakra. After battling several battles in succession, now my chakra is running extremely low. Haha, no problem, Tianyu, replied Shikaku with a loud laughter. Afterwards, huge amount of chakra wrapped around Ren Tianyu which began to enter his body. Ren Tianyu immediately sensed that the almost dried up chakra reserve inside his body slowly began to recover, and his own strength also began to slowly recover. Is this the chakra of tailed beasts? Truly tremendous. Seeing this tremendous amount of chakra, Ren Tianyu though inside his heart. Although Ichibi Shikaku was one of the weakest tailed beasts among all of the tailed beasts, and chakra was also not unlimited like that of Kyubi, 9-tailed, but compared to the chakra capacity of present Ren Tianyu, it was more powerful by don't know how many tens of times. At the beginning Ren Tianyu had also considered to become Jinchuriki, but now he had already given up on this idea. It's not that he couldn't do so, depending on his current strength and with the assistance of Sharingan, Ren Tianyu could absolutely seal tailed beasts inside his own body without any trouble. But Ren Tianyu didn't do so, because if he wanted to resurrect 10-tailed beast in the future, then he would need to extract the tailed beast sealed inside his body, and if he were to do so, wouldn't he just die? It is the common knowledge that once tailed beast is extracted from the Jinchuriki, then that Jinchuriki would absolutely die. So unless he didn't find a way to solve this, Ren Tianyu didn't dare to seal a tailed beasts inside his body. Let's go. Holy Dragon Xylazite roared, then took the lead to fly towards Shikaku and Matatabi. And behind it, the remaining 4 high god dragons followed closely, and behind them those more than 20 god-ranked dragons firmly followed. Let's move out too, we cannot let this guy flee. Shimanjo said to Shiman Wuyan, who was standing on the shoulder of Earth Mountain God. Okay.
replied Shiman Woyan, then commanded the Earth Mountain God to closely follow and advance towards Ren Tianyu.
Okay, recovering complete.
Ren Tianyu opened his eyes, and his shiny eyes flashed. After that, looking at the incoming dragon clan, Ren Tianyu clenched his fists, which issued cracking sound. Then he said to Shikaku, "Shikaku, Matatabi, let's go."
Yes. Okay. Shikaku and Matatabi answered. Matatabi took the lead to take the action.
It stamped its foreclaw on the ground, suddenly issued a thunderous roar, and that huge body of Matatabi changed into blue-colored flame, jumping towards the sky. Originally, the jumping ability of cats were already extremely strong, and Matatabi being a demon cat, its jumping ability was even stronger. In a blink of an eye, Matatabi overstepped those huge dragons. Finally reaching above their heads, Matatabi spread its mouth, and a powerful flame began to quickly gather in its mouth.
Bioan Hoka. Flaming cat roar.
Along with the voice of Matatabi, Matatabi spat out a fireball of about 3-meter radius from its mouth. This huge flame ball suddenly began to split apart in the sky, changed into numerous miniature flame and rained down towards the dragons underneath.
Humph!
Seeing this attack, Holy Dragon Xylazite coldly snorted, and started to quickly chant incantation, draconic magic, divine blessing. Along with the voice of Holy Dragon, soft light system element gathered in the sky and a huge golden-colored light screen appeared above all the dragons. Those flames only hit this light screen, causing it to ripple and give out a series of pang, 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 loud sounds. But under the attacks of these flames, this light screen color unceasingly became pale. And at the location where those flame hit, there appeared a deep crater in the light screen, as if this light screen would be broken at the next moment. At this time, an earth yellow-colored magical power adhered to this light screen. And a layer of deep earth system magical power protective layer appeared on the surface of light screen, firmly blocking the flame attack of Matatabi. Carefully looking, the huge dragon body of Earth Dragon Andagni was releasing dense earth yellow-colored magical power. The face was Andagni had used the most suitable defending magic of Earth system.
Futon, Rankuden. Wind style, air bullet.
Just at this time, Shikaku, who was beneath them, suddenly spat out 6 or 7 huge air bullets from its huge mouth, towards the dragons in the sky.
Humph!
Ice Dragon Kelawai coldly snorted, opened its mouth, and shot out its ice-cold dragon breath underneath it. And along with the freezing sound, the air bullets of Shikaku were unexpectedly thoroughly frozen by this dragon breath and shot down towards Shikaku. At this time, a huge sand sword rose in front of Shikaku, which completely blocked all of these several ice cubes.
And these huge ice cubes fell on the ground, scattering into many small ice cubes.
At this time, suddenly a horrible shriek sounded from the sky. Looking carefully, Matatabi had already appeared in the middle of the behind crowd of dragons, and swinging its huge cat claw, Matatabi had directly hit a huge dragon, causing it to fall from the sky accompanied with large amount of blood. Along with a loud hong sound, this huge dragon fell on the ground, causing a large amount of dusts to rise up. And at the time when this dragon wanted to struggle to stand up, Matatabi directly landed next to it from the sky, and its huge cat claw directly pushed down head. This dragon continued to struggle and wanted to get up, but under that heavy cat claw of Matatabi, it nevertheless couldn't move a bit. At this time, a powerful blue-colored flame spread to this cat claw from the body of Matatabi, and finally spreading to this huge dragon's body. Immediately after that, this huge dragon gave out a horrible shriek, as this huge dragon was burned with that powerful blue flame of Matatabi. While being burned alive, this huge dragon struggled even more violently, but merely after about 5 seconds, it slowly began to stop its struggle and its body became motionless. And surprisingly, there was not a single trace of burn on the body of this huge dragon. Seeing this huge dragon had stopped struggling, Matatabi opened its mouth and inhaled. Suddenly a soul of huge dragon which couldn't be seen by the naked eye of human appeared from the dead body of this huge dragon, and was drawn inside Matatabi's mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 170, Different World Version Sennin Goroshi. Chapter 170, Different World Version Sennin Goroshi, 1000 Years of Death.
After absorbing the soul of this dragon, the blue-colored flame on the body of Matatabi began to burn even more violently.
After that it opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Roar!
This roar was full of excitement. It was happy for its rebirth, and excited for upcoming battle.
As a tailed beasts, which one of them feared a big battle? Is this the special flame of Demon Cat? Actually able to directly attack the soul, it really is formidable. Standing on the head of Shikaku, under his Mangekyo Sharingan, Ren Tianyu clearly saw that, when that blue-colored flame spread to the body of that dragon, a special power actually seeped inside its body, reaching its soul, and after finally burning it to death, even soul of that dragon itself was also devoured by Matatabi. Tian Yu, the flame of Matatabi is second only to that of Stinking Fox, Kyubi. So naturally, it's powerful.
Hearing Rin Tian Yu muttering to himself, Shikaku explained to him. There was extremely clear difference in ability among all nine-tailed beasts, so although Matatabi's flame was powerful, nevertheless its overall strength was lower, compared to Kyubi, nine-tailed, demon fox with unlimited chakra. Ren Tian Yu also dreamed that one day he would awaken Rinnegan, and release all nine-tailed beasts. At that time, if he saw someone not pleasing to his eye, he would just blow the whistle, and all nine-tailed beast would immediately tear them apart.
That day is not that far away.
Ren Tian Yu looked towards the sky, discarded this thought, then began to make hand seals, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu.
Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Along with pang sound and a white smoke, the clone of Rin Tian Yu appeared on the head of Shikaku. After a clone appeared, both Rin Tian Yu and his clone began to quickly make a series of hand seals. Under the chakra support of both Shikaku and Matatabi, Ren Tian Yu temporarily didn't have to worry about the issues of chakra.
Suitun Suoryuden. Water Style Water Dragon. Katan Goryoka no Jutsu.
Fire Style Great Dragon Flame Jutsu. After they finished making hand seals, both of them loudly yelled. After that, along with the surge of chakra inside the body of Rin Tian Yu, suddenly two loud dragon roar came from behind both Rin Tian Yu and his clone, then simultaneously huge water dragon and blazing flame dragon appeared behind them. And under the control of Rin Tian Yu and his shadow clone, both dragons intertwined with each other while advancing forward.
Fire Cloud's Frenzy.
Seeing the attack of two energy dragons, the huge dragon eyes of flame dragon Adalasi flashed with pallid light, then spat out huge flame towards the incoming two energy dragons' attack of Rin Tian Yu from its dragon mouth.
Humph. Seeing this, Rin Tian Yu snorted coldly with disdain.
After that, under the control of himself and his shadow clone, two huge energy dragons suddenly began to quickly move according to his idea, directly dodging the attack of Adalasi, then circled and advanced towards the crowd of more than 20 god-ranked dragons who were flying behind. From the beginning, the target of Rin Tian Yu was not these powerful experts, because he was extremely clear that wanting to injure these 5 superior dragon with these 2 ninjutsu was just a pipe dream. And the might of these 2 asterisk-ranked ninjutsu, although was somewhat insufficient to thoroughly deal with those god-ranked dragons, but merely reaching them was enough for the plan of Rin Tian Yu. Under the command of Rin Tian Yu and his shadow clone, these huge energy dragons directly arrived at the crowd of behind dragons. After that, directly locking onto targets, these 2 dragons roared and immediately shot in the middle of this crowd. Along with a hong loud explosion sound, 2 huge energy dragons, one fire one water, 2 with opposite energy collided, instantly causing a huge reaction. A terrifying energy storm diffused in all direction, which swept away the crowd of dragons in all direction. Even Shiman Zhou, Shiman Wuyan, and those 5 superior dragon a bit far away were also affected by this huge energy storm, but along with the sudden appearance of energy radiances above their body firmly stood at the same location just like a mountain, basically negating all the effects. But this energy storm swept all of those god-ranked dragons, all of them were blown off in all direction. No one among the god-ranked dragons were able to firmly stabilize their body. Okay, objective achieved. Shikaku, Matatabi, I'll start to move, help me stop these fellows. Seeing these 2 asterisk-ranked ninjutsu had achieved the expected objective, Ren Tian Yu said to Shikaku and Matatabi. No problem, Tian Yu. Leave these guys to us for the time being. Shikaku directly replied. Matatabi at its side also nodded its huge big cat head. Then, let's go. Finished speaking, Ren Tian Yu and his shadow clone directly jumped off from the head of Shikaku and landed on the space cross-section which couldn't be seen by naked eyes, then quickly rushed towards those god-ranked dragons. Don't think that you will have your way. Seeing the direction Ren Tian Yu was rushing towards, Death Dragon Bulakite immediately understood his intention. Currently all of those god-ranked dragons were exerting huge effort to stabilize themselves in this huge energy storm, and if this fellow rushed towards them at this time, then the result would be terrible. So it immediately flapped its wings and got ready to stop Rin Tian Yu. But just at that time, a large amount of sand suddenly rose towards the sky, blocking the way of this Death Dragon Bulakite, which forced it to stop its movement. Shikaku raised its huge head and issued a satisfied laugh. You little lizards, your opponent is me. The eyes of Matatabi also shined, and firmly stared at their movement, but what Shikaku and Matatabi failed to notice was, far behind, the Earth Mountain God was slowly disappearing into the ground under the command of Shiman Wuyan. On the other side, Ren Tian Yu and his shadow clone were already about to reach those crowd of dragons. At that time, both of them made a series of same hand seals, then along with the ear-piercing bird's cry sound, a dazzling lightning simultaneously appeared on the right hand of Ren Tian Yu and on the left hand of his shadow clone. After Chidori appeared in their hands, both of them simultaneously stretched their hand which was covered with lightning. After that, a narrow and thin lightning light appeared between their hands, then both of them simultaneously advanced towards crowd of dragons with this lightning. Raitun Raiden. Lightning style lightning cable.
Very quickly Ren Tianyu locked on to first target, a holy dragon. Ren Tianyu and his shadow clone directly rushed towards this dragon, then this thin and narrow lightning light directly streak across its body. The hard dragon scales on its body was just like a paper in front of this lightning light. 3 seconds after Ren Tianyu and his shadow clone left, a thin and narrow cut became visible on its neck. This cut became bigger and bigger, finally separating the head from the body. After that, the huge dragon head and that huge dragon body directly fell towards the ground from the sky, which was accompanied by sprinkle of gold-colored dragon blood from the neck. Roar, you bastard, I will tear you to shreds. Seeing the miserable end of that holy dragon Xylazite roared loudly. The fertility of Dragon Clan was very low compared to other race of this continent, so each of the dragon were incomparably precious for the Dragon Clan, but now within 10 minutes from the time they had arrived, 2 dragons had died a tragic death in front of their very own eyes, and in addition Ren Tianyu had already killed 3 dragons, altogether 5 dragons had already lost their lives from the hand of Ren Tianyu, so how could they not get furious? But despite this, they were firmly hindered by the sands of Shikaku, and in addition Matatabi was jumping with that powerful bouncing ability and attacking at them with its cat claw or its huge fireball. Basically they didn't have any time to prepare their big moves. And Shikaku and Matatabi were also temporarily unable to injure or kill Atalasi and others, because similarly both of them also didn't have any time to prepare for their big moves. So currently they were in the state of stalemate, with no one able to harm other. On the other side, Ren Tianyu had already killed 3 dragons in one breath, and when he had locked on to another target and was preparing to make his move, both him and his shadow clone suddenly sensed huge gravitational force around them, and it became harder for them to move. This is gravity skill? Feeling this difference, Ren Tianyu was shocked inside his heart. At this time, a loud movement sound suddenly came through, and a huge rock spear suddenly appeared from below and directly skewered Ren Tianyu from the buttocks. After that, along with a pang sound, this Ren Tianyu changed into white smoke and disappeared from the sky. Although Ren Tianyu was very glad for his good fortune that this attack hit his shadow clone, nevertheless the way of dying of this shadow clone was really too directly getting skewered by a huge stone spear from the buttocks. When the memory of this shadow clone was sent back to the brain of Ren Tianyu, he immediately felt that this chrysanthemum titan. Your grandmother didn't expect this different world has also this Senin Goroshi, 1000 years of death. Ren Tianyu shivered all over. The sensation of this shadow clone's death was transmitted to his brain, just now left behind a shadow in his mind. Just when Ren Tianyu prepared to look around for the bastard who had used such vicious method to kill him, he suddenly heard a movement sound in front of him. Ren Tianyu immediately looked in the front, saw a huge rock fist was advancing towards him. Because currently the eyes of Ren Tianyu was that of Uchiha Itachi, he was not able to use Kamui of Uchiha Obito, or his own other side. As a condition reflex, Ren Tianyu raised his both arms in front of him, a layer of lightning chakra appeared around his body, and large amount of eye power gushed out from his eyes. Afterwards this huge fist hit him. Ren Tianyu suddenly felt as if he was slammed by a giant truck with the speed of 80 meters per second, and he was directly sent flying downwards. Along with a hong sound, Ren Tianyu was knocked down to the ground, and along with a huge crater, numerous huge cracks spread in all direction. The ground with several 10 meters of radius was completely destroyed by the impact of this force. This shows the power of this fist. Tianyu. Seeing this circumstance in the distance, Shikaku and Matatabi roared loudly with great alarm, but Ren Tianyu had already fallen on the ground, and due to the huge dust cloud resulted by the explosion, no one could clearly see the circumstance inside it. They looked up in the sky, and saw a huge rock giant whose body was emitting a powerful magical power standing at the sky. And at the head of this rock giant, the figure of Shiman Wuyan appeared. Bastard, it turns out that this guy had sneaked attacked Tianyu. Seeing the main culprit, the eyes of Shikaku flashed with ominous glint, and let out a loud roar. After the dust cloud dissipated, in the midst of deep crater, Ren Tianyu, who was injured all over, was motionlessly lying down with both of his eyes shut. And that earth mountain god in the sky above directly descended from the sky, extended its bulky right leg, and trampled towards Ren Tianyu. If this leg truly trampled, coupled with that terrifying impact, then Ren Tianyu would truly lose his life. Roar! Seeing this, worried look appeared on the eyes of Shikaku, who was far away, then loudly roaring, boundless sands flew towards Ren Tianyu's location. And Matatabi trampled on the ground and also jumped towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. Don't think you will success. But those 5 dragons in Shimanjo roared. The earth dragon Andogni quickly chanted an incantation, then along with a huge vibration on the ground, 7 or 8 huge earthen wall broke through the ground, directly blocking the boundless sands of Shikaku from moving forward. And Shimanjo and remaining 4 dragons directly appeared in front of Matatabi, directly blocking her. Shimanjo swung his fist, and 4 dragons swung their tails, then along with hong sound, Matatabi was sent flying downwards to the ground. After that, along with a loud impact sound, the whole ground swayed, and a huge crater appeared. On the other side, that huge rock leg of that giant earth mountain god almost stepped on the body of Ren Tianyu. Support me through Patreon to get early access and other bonus. Here is the link. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, Real Target. Chapter 171, Real Target. As the distance gradually narrowed, that huge right rock leg of giant earth mountain god already arrived in the sky above Ren Tianyu, and huge shadow had already completely covered the body of Ren Tianyu. In the distance, Shikaku and Matatabi, who were blocked by Shimanjo and those 5 superior dragons, had no other choice but to helplessly look at earth mountain god advancing towards Ren Tianyu. Just at this time, originally lying motionlessly in the middle of crater, Ren Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes. And a huge amount of eye power gushed out from those 2 blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly after that, a purple-colored lightning appeared on the surface of his body, which formed into giant skeleton demon god. And at the right hand of this demon god, an ultra-long thin sword appeared. "Go to hell, you bastard!" Ren Tianyu yelled loudly, and with his thought, suddenly a lightning slash was sent out from the Futsu no Matama sword. This directly cut off the earth mountain god from the middle of its legs. This huge sword blade directly cleaved the huge body of earth god giant from the middle. And this 2/2 fell down at either sides of Ren Tianyu, which gave out a thunderous sound. Stepping on the ground, Ren Tianyu directly jumped out from the crater, and landed on the ground outside the crater. After that, the Susanoo slowly dissipated, revealing the sorry figure of Ren Tianyu. Originally flashy cloak of Akatsuki organization which Ren Tianyu was wearing had now already changed into beggar clothing. Many holes on the clothing revealed the sturdy body of Ren Tianyu, which he had unceasingly hammered into shape by training taijutsu for more than 3 years. And his right arm nevertheless was hanging down, as if there was not any bone in that arm. It seems this arm was broken. Cough, cough, bastard, didn't expect a slight carelessness unexpectedly injured me this heavily. Ren Tianyu coughed twice, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After wiping the blood with his left hand, he looked to his already broken right arm. Still, it really is troublesome now, as my right arm actually got broken. As a matter of fact, in that split second when that Earth Mountain God's attack almost arrived, although he was able to timely use his arms to defend his body, and also the lightning chakra inside his body automatically covered his body with a layer of lightning armor, but due to time constraints, and the fist of this Earth Mountain God was too heavy, his right arm was broken. After all, the Earth Mountain God was created by Shiman Wuyan using his Earth system magic on a small mountain of about 30 meters high, so its strength was indeed powerful than the imagination of peoples. And in the split second he was hit, Rentayu's right arm had instantly broken. After that, he had barely managed to activate Susanoo to protect his left hand. Then he was directly sent flying. If not for Susanoo, that time, I would be in real danger. Ren Tianyu sighed. Again looking at his right arm, he continued, "What bad luck, only one hand is left. This way it is troublesome for me to make hand seals." But the troublesome thing was behind him. The 2 halves of Earth Mountain God which was cleaved by Ren Tianyu suddenly stood up, and a huge amount of earth yellow-colored magic power gathered in these 2 halves. These powerful magical power continuously gathered on these halves, and under the support of this magical power, they started to grow their missing halves. After that, new 2 Earth Mountain God appeared in that place. F***K. Seeing the appearance of Earth Mountain Gods, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but cursed. There was no mistake, he had injured himself to attack it, but not only he failed to destroy the target, instead there was an addition. Wasn't this plain cheating? At this time, Shiman Wuya, who was floating in the air, landed above one of the Earth Mountain God. After looking at the sorry figure of Ren Tianyu, he sneered, "Hump, did you think that it was that easy to destroy my Earth Mountain God? I have poured my Earth System divine magic incantation inside their body, so even if you destroy it until only head remained, it can quickly absorb boundless earth elements from the surroundings and recover its body. Youngster, this time you are dead." Ren Tianyu wanted to refute, but he suddenly heard the sound of movement from above him. Looking above him, his eyes firmly shrunk. After seeing Ren Tianyu had killed their several companions, those dragons in the sky were thoroughly angry. Some of them spat out their powerful dragon breath attack towards Ren Tianyu, and some of them were quickly gathering a powerful magic while chanting their magic incantation. Not good. Ren Tianyu thought, then immediately powerful lightning chakra covered his whole body, changing into a layer of lightning armor. After that, changing into lightning blur, he immediately disappeared from this location. The attacks of those dragons landed on the ground, immediately causing a loud sound of explosion, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Although the attack of these dragons were very powerful, and the attack density was also extremely concentrated, but under the stimulation of lightning chakra, not only the defense of his body increased, even his speed was as fast as lightning. As the saying goes, among all the martial arts under the heaven, only speed cannot be defeated. More powerful attacks and powerful moves, if they didn't hit the enemy, then everything is meaningless.
And when it comes who is the fastest person in Naruto world, the answer is definitely Reikage of Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud. Fourth Hokage was known as fastest because of his space ninjutsu Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. If they purely compete in speed then, Reikage would easily win hands down. Unless a person opens the 8 inner gates, no one is able to match Reikage in terms of pure speed.
Below on the ground, those dragons could only see lightning blur.
No matter how they attack, and how much attack range they had, they were basically powerless to land a single attack on Ren Tianyu. Although the right arm of Ren Tianyu was broken, he still had taijutsu. He had diligently trained in taijutsu for more than 3 years, thinking that in case he was not able to use ninjutsu, taijutsu may come in handy. Now it seems, training taijutsu was really not waste of his time. While dodging the barrage of attacks, he was continuously thinking inside his heart.
Prolonging this battle is very unfavorable for us.
And if it goes on like this, then sooner or later I will be exhausted to death.
Shikaku and Matatabi are being tied down by Shimonjo and those 5 superior dragons for the time being.
But this is also a good thing, as I can deal with these dragon first. But before that, I must dispose this troublesome person. While dodging he looked towards cautious Shimon Wuyan who was hiding between 2 Earth Mountain God. This guy really is hidden danger from the beginning, so I should kill this guy first. But this guy is hiding in the middle of those 2 Earth Mountain God. And currently I can't make hand seals, so powerful ninjutsu was out of the question, and as for taijutsu.
Thinking taijutsu, Ren Tianyu looked at that giant body of Earth Mountain God, and again looked at his small body, then shook his head, and gave up this idea. Using taijutsu to deal with these 2 giants of more than 30 meters high who felt no pain, and didn't die, Ren Tianyu believed that his brain was still not that broken to try that. Although these giants are troublesome, and couldn't be killed, but it is after all a magic spell. And as long as caster died, the magic spell will naturally break itself. While continuously dodging the attacks of dragons, Ren Tianyu unceasingly thought about countermeasures. Like this I only have to think about the way to deal this guy. After thinking for a bit, Ren Tianyu thought of a way to deal with the situation. He didn't look at those 2 giants, instead looked over to the dragons with a cruel smile on his face. After he had formulated the plan, boundless chakra rapidly surged from his body, and lightning flickered even more violently on the surface of his body. Ren Tianyu slowly floated in the sky and stopped in the midair. From the distance he looked just like a thunder god. Suddenly the thumb and little finger of left hand of Ren Tianyu curled, leaving behind only 3 fingers, and a powerful lightning gathered in the fingertips of his left hand. And at the distance, seeing the whole body of Ren Tianyu was covered with lightning, furthermore the method of curling his fingers, Matatabi who was in the process of confronting several superior dragons, who used to be sealed within the human of Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud, naturally knew this special move of Reikage, is this. Reikage's ninjutsu, Sanbon Nukite, 3-fingered assault. Didn't expect Tianyu, this boy still had these,
And those continuously attacking dragons, seeing the figure of Ren Tianyu, they immediately roared in excitement. They believed that Ren Tianyu didn't have any strength left, so they immediately fired powerful blazing dragon breath attack towards Ren Tianyu.
Humph. Jigakuzuki, Sanbon Nukite.
Thrust of hell, 3-fingered assault. Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, stretched his left arm straight, and as if his body changed into a lightning spear, he shot towards those dragons. But next scene caused the glasses of everyone to drop to the ground, and especially Matatabi. This huge demon cat even exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? Although the momentum of Ren Tianyu was quite big, but after making contact with those dragons' breath, he merely broke thorough 3 dragon breath, after that his body was directly hit and was sent flying. This was just like loud thunder but small raindrops. Those dragons who had carefully prepared to guard against his attack, after seeing his big momentum were also clearly depressed. But no one knew whether this was coincidence or not, but Ren Tianyu was sent flying towards the direction of Shimon Wuyan and 2 Earth Mountain gods. Seeing Ren Tianyu was hit and was sent flying towards him, how could Shimon Wuyan let this chance slip by? Recalling how Ren Tianyu had killed the peoples of Shimon clan, he looked at Ren Tianyu with his eyes filled with hatred. After that he commanded 1 Earth Mountain god to advance towards the direction of sent flying Ren Tianyu. After getting command from Shimon Wuyan, this giant Earth Mountain god extended its 2 huge arms, opened its palms, and received Ren Tianyu.
It seems it was ready to flatten Ren Tianyu into a patty.
As the distance gradually reduced, and when the 2 palms of Earth Mountain god were already about to meet Ren Tianyu, at that time, Ren Tianyu suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, his eyes flashed with bright light, then controlling his body, he stamped on the space cross-section in the sky which was invisible to naked eyes, and directly changing into a blur he disappeared from that place. And that Earth Mountain god just clapped in the empty air.
Not good. Seeing Ren Tianyu had disappeared, Shimon Wuyan immediately knew that this was bad. After that he instantly knew that something will happen, so he commanded other Earth Mountain God at his side to be on the alert. And he himself also unceasingly scanned around with his own eyes. At this time, about 20 meters at the right side, Ren Tianyu suddenly appeared. After that he extended his lightning-covered left hand, and quickly dashed towards Shiman Wuyan. This was real Jigakuzuki, Sanban Nukite, thrust of hell, three-fingered assault. From the beginning the target of Ren Tianyu was not those dragons, but targeting dragons was only him pretending to get close to Shiman Wuyan, as his real target was always Shiman Wuyan. Seeing Ren Tianyu was quickly rushing towards him, Shiman Wuyan quickly rushed behind the Earth Mountain God of his side, intending to use Earth Mountain God as a shield to stop Ren Tianyu. Seeing Shiman Wuyan was hiding behind Earth Mountain God, Ren Tianyu sneered with disdain. Did you really believe that this giant will be able to stop me? If there is two of them, then there is a slight possibility, but only one, humph. Ren Tianyu changing into an all-conquering spear, directly penetrated through the giant body of Earth Mountain God, making a huge hole on its body. Stab! Along with the stabbing sound, under the gaze of everyone, the left hand of Ren Tianyu directly stabbed through the body of Shiman Wuyan, directly crushing his heart. And the powerful lightning system chakra in that left hand spread throughout the body of Shiman Wuyan, completely paralyzing him. Feeling that his body was penetrated through, furthermore that sensing lightning energy was wantonly moving around his body continuously, with a puff, he spat out blood from his mouth, looked down at the hand which had penetrated the rough his heart, and he stammeringly said, "From the beginning, your target was, actually, me. Correct, who asked you to make these giants which are too difficult to deal with, so I had no other choice but to kill you." Ren Tianyu slowly continued, "And also, I am the very vengeful person. You broke my arm, so how could I let you go for free, but..." After Ren Tianyu pulled out his left hand from the body of Shiman Wuyan, his body suddenly fell down powerlessly to the ground and laid there motionlessly. After his heart was crushed, even if he had successfully stepped into the realm of God domain, he was not able to avoid death. And in the left hand of Ren Tianyu, currently there was a crystal which was emitting a soft yellow-colored radiance. Support me through Patreon to get early access and other bonus. Here is the link. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Final Attack. Chapter 172, Final Attack. Along with the death of Shiman Wuyan, his magic Earth Mountain God also ceased to move. After that light earth yellow-colored magical power came out from this huge mountain, and this Earth Mountain God began to give out quivering sound. After that, along with loud explosion sound, it scattered into innumerable rocks, and these rocks began to rain down to the ground. As for Ren Tianyu, he immediately changed into a blur and disappeared from that location. And the corpse of Shiman Wuyan was thoroughly buried by those rocks. Wu Yan! Seeing Shiman Wuyan was buried by the rocks, Shiman Zhou cried out sorrowfully. He had never thought that Ren Tianyu was actually able to kill Shiman Wuyan in a split second like this. After yelling, he instantly prepared to rush towards Ren Tianyu to avenge Shiman Wuyan, but the sand of Shikaku blocked his way. Standing in the air, Ren Tianyu looked at the earth yellow-colored divinity crystal in his hand, then immediately placed it inside his space ring. After that, looking at the already broken right arm, he slowly muttered to himself, "Still not finished?" Currently at Ren Tianyu's right hand, originally already broken bone, was being quickly healed under a mysterious power. Under this healing power, originally broken and deformed right arm slowly completely restored itself. Feeling he could now make moves with his right hand, Ren Tianyu moved his right arm few times. Sensing that there was not any issue, he thought, as expected, this Shikatsu Miyako's power really is miraculous. Good, from now on I don't need to fear the issues of broken bones. Just after the bone of Ren Tianyu's right arm was broken, he was being continuously chased all over by those dragons, so he basically didn't have time to stop and use Shikatsu Miyako to repair his right arm. As a result, he had to fight and simultaneously use Shikatsu Miyako to slowly repair his right arm's bone. After that, he lifted his head, and looking at those dragons in the air, Ren Tianyu revealed a ruthless smile on his face. After that, stamping right foot downwards, he changed into a blur and flew rapidly towards dragons. While flying towards them, he quickly made a series of hand seals too, and quickly built up chakra inside his body. Katan Zukaku. Fire style, searing migraine. After he finished preparing this ninjutsu, he took a deep breath, then opened his mouth, spatting out huge flame from inside his mouth which quickly speared all around. This blazing flame surrounded the whole crowd of dragons. But these dragons were also not to be trifled with, each and every one displayed their remarkable ability, and resisted this flame's burning. But at that time, just after he released the fire-style ninjutsu, without stopping, Ren Tianyu had continued to make a series of another hand seals, and very quickly he finished making hand seals. Futon Atsugai. Wind style, pressure damage.
Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, suddenly a super powerful hurricane with Ren Tianyu as a center quickly spread in all direction. And under the effect of this hurricane, the burning potency of the flame was greatly amplified, causing the flame all around to burn even more intensely. After that, the dragons inside the flame immediately began to give a horrible shriek. Each and every dragon were engulfed by powerful flame and were also blew flying by this hurricane. After releasing this ninjutsu, he didn't even pay attention to these dragons. Along with appearance of lightning around his body, he disappeared from that place, flying towards the battlefield of Shikaku and Matatabi. Ren Tianyu immediately appeared above the death dragon Bulakite, made a series of hand seals with both of his hand.
Katan, Senen Goka. Fire style, Great Fan Fire. T.L? I think my translation is wrong, so can anyone suggest what may be the right jutsu?
Ren Tianyu opened his mouth, and immediately 3 huge flame balls of burning red-hot flame just like meteors streaking across the sky. These 3 flame made a huge arc in the sky advancing towards Death Dragon Bulakite.
Humph! Death Swallow!
Seeing these 3 incoming flame balls, Death Dragon Bulakite immediately snorted coldly.
Then after quickly chanting the incantation, a large amount of death fog emerged out from its body. One could sense death aura from this dense fog.
This dense fog immediately rose, and surrounded the flame balls of Ren Tianyu. Immediately after that, along with a loud corrosion sound, these fireballs were actually slowly corroded by this dense fog. This shows that the corroding ability of this fog was very powerful. After corroding the fireballs, this fog continued to rise even higher, intending to surround and swallow Ren Tianyu too. But after seeing the corroding ability of this fog, Ren Tianyu didn't dare to take any chance. He immediately changed into a blur and disappeared and reappeared on the head of Nibi Matatabi.
Boy, how are you, is everything alright? Seeing that Ren Tianyu had returned, Shikaku asked Ren Tianyu with worried tone. Rest assured, my luck is great, so everything is alright. Sensing worry in the tone of Shikaku, a warmth appeared inside Ren Tianyu's heart. After that, patting his chest, he indicated everything was alright. After that, looking at those 6 most powerful experts flying in the sky in front of him, Ren Tianyu frowned, because he suddenly felt a bad premonition. He didn't know why he was feeling this, but Ren Tianyu was continuously feeling as if extremely huge danger was approaching him. Although this was only his feeling, nevertheless he knew that if he dragged on for too long, he would definitely provoke the attention of some people who held wicked intention. As a result, he decided quickly end this battle, and no longer drag on here for too long. Matatabi, are you able to use Baijidama? Ren Tianyu asked Matatabi.
Now he had decided to kill these peoples in front of him as quickly as possible, then kill Shiman Badian, and quickly withdraw from this place without wasting any time. And Ren Tianyu was also extremely clear that no matter if he succeed his revenge now or not, from now onwards he would become fugitive in this divine wind continent. And whether it is Shiman clan, Dragon clan or even Wine clan, all of them would definitely not let him or his Akatsuki organization off.
Baijidama? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Matatabi doubtfully asked, Tianyu, don't tell me that you are thinking. Yes. Ren Tianyu clearly knew what Matatabi was thinking, so he opened his mouth to confirm her.
Then he continued, we have delayed for too long here, this will definitely provoke the attention of some big experts. And if they also join this battle, it will be extremely hard for us to leave this place,
Well, since it is like that, I will immediately use Baijidama. Matatabi said to Ren Tianyu while nodding its head.
As for Baijidama, this was inborn ability of tailed beasts, so how could Matatabi as a 2-tailed beast not able to use this?
Tianyu, then what about me, want me to also give them my Baijidama? Shikaku opened its mouth.
No, our task is to stop these guys, and create chance for Matatabi to use Baijidama. I don't want these guys to unexpectedly ruin this magnificent scene.
If Shikaku and Matatabi both prepared to use Baijidama simultaneously, then it was basically impossible to complete it.
These guys in front of them were not fool, so how could they not interfere and let both of them release Baijidama? And Ren Tianyu alone was basically powerless to stop all of these guys at once. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 173, Super Powerful Attack. Chapter 173, Super Powerful Attack.
After formulating the next action plan, Ren Tianyu began to quickly make a series of hand seals. Even the eyesight of these high god realm Shiman Zhou and others were only able to see blurs, nothing more. After battling against Ren Tianyu, these peoples were already clear that Ren Tianyu would always make a series of those hand seals before he release any magic skill.
So these dragons in Shiman Zhou were secretly watching out for these movements. But the next jutsu released by Ren Tianyu surprised all of those peoples, as, before he completed making a series of hand seals, Ren Tianyu yelled loudly, Doton Doria Johiki. Earth-style rampart of flowing soil. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the ground in front of them began to tremble violently. After that, along with Kaka earth-splitting sound, huge earthen wall broke out from the ground in front of them, and completely blocking Ren Tianyu from their line of vision. This is... Seeing the rise of earthen wall, which was just like city wall, Shimanzhou and those 5 dragons were confused. They didn't understand why Ren Tianyu did this. Suddenly a light flashed in their brain, and all of them simultaneously thought one possibility. Could it be that he want to flee? Shimanzhou and 5 dragons simultaneously thought this possibility. After that they glanced at each other, then Shimanzhou immediately changed into a golden light and rushed forward. After that, golden radiances covered his right arm's fist, then his fist started to release a destruction aura in all sides. And far behind him in the sky, those 5 dragons opened their mouth, then a mysterious low and deep voice reverberated from inside their mouth. Then powerful element power from the air around them gathered towards their body. All of them were starting to prepare draconic magic. At this time, a huge sand wave suddenly rushed forward from behind the earthen wall. After that, with the momentum that covered the sky and earth, it rushed towards Shimanzhou, wanting to thoroughly bury his body inside this endless yellow sands. With no other choice, Shimanzhou was forced to stop and struggle weakly to free himself from these sands. Right after that, a huge figure suddenly jumped up towards the sky from behind the earthen wall. Looking carefully, this was Ren Tianyu, who was covered by purple-colored huge demon god. And a powerful purple-gray-colored lightning was unceasingly flickering on the body of this huge demon god. And both hands of this demon god were holding long narrow swords which were emitting purple lightning. Ren Tianyu looked at those 5 dragons who were continuously gathering the power of elements towards their body. Now in the sky they had successfully condensed 5 huge element light balls, and from it powerful energy fluctuation were spreading in all directions. Humph! Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then he raised both Futsu no Matama in both hands of Susanoo towards the sky as it flashed with lightning. Along with a swing of these swords, 7 or 8 huge lightning blades flew towards those 5 dragons. Just when the lightning blades were about to reach them, Holy Dragon Xylazite sent forth 5 light system energy balls. These energy balls changed into a protective screen in front of these 5 dragons, which successfully blocked the attack of Ren Tianyu. After that, Flame Dragon Atalasa, Ice Dragon Kelowai, and Death Dragon Bulakite simultaneously completed the preparation of their magic. Along with 3 loud dragon roars, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 gray, 3 huge energy dragons flew out from that energy balls above their head. Then mutually spiraling in the sky, these 3 lights directly attacked Ren Tianyu's Susanoo. Along with a hong loud explosion sound, Ren Tianyu's giant Susanoo was directly hit and sent flying. Then along with a loud sound, it fell on the ground. And after Ren Tianyu fell on the ground, the energy ball above Earth Dragon Andani, just like a meteor, fell on the ground. And along with the cracking sounds, for huge earthen wall suddenly grew out from the ground, trapping Ren Tianyu, who was accompanied by Susanoo inside them. After that, from the sky above, huge earthen lid descended on the top of 4 walls, directly covering the space above. Now Ren Tianyu was thoroughly surrounded from all sides. After Ren Tianyu was thoroughly trapped, suddenly rich amount of earth system elements rose in all direction of these 4 walls. And along with the continuous gathering of this earth system elements, for huge earth cannon which were several meters in length suddenly appeared in the sky. After that, under the control of Andani, these cannons attacked towards these earthen walls. From this appearance, it seems it intends to thoroughly dishearten Ren Tianyu. But just at that time, from inside that huge earth prison, suddenly huge purple-colored lightning rose, and the earthen walls all around continuously trembled. After that, large number of cracks appeared on the walls, as if something terrifying was about to break out from inside. Along with a hong explosion sound, for a huge lightning sword blade sprang out from inside that earthen prison, by splitting all these earthen walls. And this sword blade also successfully cut those huge 4 earth cannons into pieces. Looking carefully at the source of these sword blades, one could see that the purple-gray colored lightning was flickering even more violently above the suit of armor of Ren Tianyu's Susanoo. Suddenly, Ren Tianyu immediately stepped on the ground and jumped. Continuously jumping, he along with Susanoo finally stood in the sky. After that, looking at 2 Futsu no Matama in both of his Susanoo's hand, Ren Tianyu suddenly had an idea. Susanoo suddenly placed its hand together, and the 2 Futsu no Matama merged together. After that, along with even more violent glimmering of purple-gray colored lightning, even more longer Futsu no Matama appeared in the hands of Susanoo. And along with the appearance of this long sword, cold sweat appeared on the forehead of Ren Tianyu, both of his hands unceasingly trembled, and the blindness points of his eyes suddenly began to decline very quickly. Originally the blindness value would increase by 1% after every 1 minute, but now in every 3 seconds, 1% would increase. Along with the thought of Ren Tianyu, Susanoo slowly raised this long sword, as if raising this sword costs large amount of its efforts. Slowly this long sword was raised above the head of Susanoo under the command of Ren Tianyu. And then, suddenly a dazzling lightning appeared on this ultra-large Futsu no Matama. Along with a clacking sound just like a clap of thunder sound, this huge Futsu no Matama sword directly slashed from high up in the air. After that 30 or 40 meters long ultra-large lightning sword blade, as if it possessed the power of the creation of heaven and earth, directly fly out from Futsu no Matama sword towards those 5 dragons. Not good, everyone scatter. Seeing this huge sword blade, the huge dragon eye of Death Dragon Bulakite firmly shrunk, and he immediately felt chill. There was not enough time to think, so he immediately released large amount of dense death fog from his body. Death pulse. Along with the roar of Bulakite, this dense fog suddenly gathered at one point, then a powerful shockwave spread in all direction which directly hit the 4 dragon it is surrounding and sent them flying. But just after this, that huge lightning sword blade directly streaked past from its body. There was not even a slightest bit of resistance, and all the movement of Bulakite also suddenly stopped. After passing through the body of Bulakite, that huge lightning sword blade still continued to fly onwards, and hit the mountain. And along with a hong sound, this mountain was directly cut into 2 half by this sword blade. And the indistinct horrible scream came through this mountain. It seems someone unlucky lost their life from this attack of Ren Tianyu. Only after this, a long line of blood slowly appeared on that huge dragon body of Bulakite. After that, along with Puchi sound, large amount of blood spread in all direction, and the body of Bulakite directly spilt into 2 as it fell down towards the ground. And in the distant, after using this one move, Ren Tianyu directly felt powerless and knelt down in the sky. And the Susanoo around his body also slowly changed into energy and dissipated. Large amount of cold sweats were dripping down from his forehead, and he was unceasingly gasping for air too. Who didn't expect the side effect of this move is unexpectedly this big. My eyes almost lost its sight. Currently the surrounding all around him seen with his eyes were extremely blurred, and he was basically not able to see anything a bit far away, as if he had more than 800 degrees of myopia. And looking at the blindness value of his eyes, just now in that split seconds, his blindness value had already reached 67, almost reaching 100 and becoming blind for real. And the move of just a moment ago was the true might of his Susanoo, which Ren Tianyu was able to bring out to play after gathering his power with great difficulty. Now it seems like, although the power was extremely powerful, but the side effect was also not that small. Ren Tianyu looked at his system points. After passing through these several battles, Ren Tianyu had already accumulated nearly 50,000 system points. Killing that High God Realm Dragon gave him 20,000 system points, Shiman Wuyan gave him 10,000 system points, furthermore there were several others who gave him system points, so now he had plenty of system points. Ren Tianyu used almost 4,000 system points to finally thoroughly restore his vision. But the almost empty chakra reserve inside his body and unceasingly tingling pain in his both eyes, repeatedly warned Ren Tianyu of his injuries. AI, even if Shikaku completely replenished my chakra, still it would be best to not use my Dijitsu for the time being. If by any chance an injury is left behind in my eyes, then that would be very bad. Although he could restore blindness value with his system points, but he nevertheless was powerless against the injuries caused in eyes after using Dijitsu. So to avoid getting any big injury to his eyes, Ren Tianyu didn't use Dijitsu unless it was the absolute necessity circumstance, otherwise Ren Tianyu would have spammed Amaterasu in succession, or continuously used Kemui of left eyes, which was able to avoid any attacks and so on. At this time, those 4 dragons who were sent flying saw the split into 2 corpses of Bulakite. Immediately after that all of them let out a loud sorrowful dragon roar, and quickly flew downwards towards it. But someone else was faster than them. Leaving behind after image, Ren Tianyu directly appeared at the side of Bulakite's corpse. After that, using the Kusanagi sword in his right hand, he directly cut open its head, then using some strength on his sword, the divinity crystal which was releasing death fog flew out and fall in the hand of Ren Tianyu. Just after that, movement sound came from above him. Ren Tianyu didn't even need to guess, as he knew that those dragons had arrived. So without even looking, he quickly rushed towards Shikaku. With the current state of his body, if he was to face experts of God domain, he would definitely be in danger, as without any chakra inside his body, he was basically unable to continue to fight. Bastard, don't run. You damn bastard, I am going to tear you to shreds. Seeing that after killing Bulakite, even his divinity crystal was also not spared by Ren Tianyu, these 4 dragons instantly became even angrier, and began to directly chase Ren Tianyu. Because of low chakra, the speed of Ren Tianyu was not that fast, so the dragons were gradually catching up to him. When Ren Tianyu was feeling anxious, suddenly yellow-colored sand appeared at his side, changed into huge palm and catching his waist, quickly flew back. Ren Tianyu directly appeared on the head of Shikaku. Just when Ren Tianyu was about to thank, the earthen wall suddenly collapsed, and the huge figure of Matatabi appeared. And above its mouth, one ultra-large essence energy ball was floating. Support me through Patreon to get early access and other bonus. Here is the link. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 174, by Jadama. Chapter 174, by Jadama.
Along with the huge terrifying energy fluctuation, Matatabi's that huge figure appeared before everyone's eyes.
Matatabi was looking towards the sky, and one ultra-large black-colored energy ball was above its mouth. Matatabi was spitting out huge amount of its chakra from its mouth, towards this huge energy ball. Baijadama is completed, Shikaku, let's withdraw. Seeing that huge Baijadama above the mouth of Matatabi, Tian excitedly said towards Shikaku. Baijadama is the unique skill belongs to all tailed beasts, made up of 8:2 ratio of yin and yang chakra of tailed beasts. And the gathered chakra rotates in high speed, taking the shape of one high-density chakra energy ball. After that it is sent out from above the mouth in straight line, and the explosion of this energy ball was strong enough to completely blow off a mountain. Even relying on his current Susanoo, it was basically very unlikely for Tian to stop the power of this Baijadama, and directly turn into dregs. Currently, unless he used Kamui of Obito to dodge, perhaps there is no other way for him to survive Baijadama. But the target of this Baijadama was those several dragons, not himself, so it was not Tian's headache, but was the headache of theirs. Okay. Hearing Tian, Shikaku also roared in excitement, then directly jumped back and stood behind Matatabi with Tian on its head. Shikaku also didn't forget to use huge sand waves to obstruct those dragons before retreating. He didn't give any chance for those dragons to flee. And after seeing Tian and Shikaku had already retreated behind itself, Matatabi's eyes looked towards those 4 dragons and 1 human who were in the process of dodging the sands of Shikaku, then its eyes flashed with pallid light. Soon afterwards, it lowered its head, aimed Baijadama at enemies, then under the control of Matatabi, this huge black-colored chakra ball directly shot out towards them. And this high-density chakra ball flew towards those 4 dragons and 1 human in the sky. The power of this Baijadama was so powerful that all the mountains and ground beneath the route of this Baijadama were directly cut open, creating a long gully. Everything that were obstructing its way were immediately destroyed, and changed into powder. Even the space around as if was about to split open under this monstrous power, was sending out a peculiar fluctuation. This huge Baijadama go forward and directly hit those 4 dragons. They didn't have any resisting ability, and under the hit of this huge energy ball, they were sent flying. Along with their deafening hong loud explosion sound, terrifying energy storm spread in all direction from that place as a center. Everything around, including big mountains, and all the peoples were destroyed and changed into powder under the terrifying power of this energy storm as if they were old rotten woods. Even Shimanjo, who had timely fled far away, under the power of this, his half-dragon form body, which had a layer upon layer of thick gold-colored dragon scale and powerful gold-colored energy of Saint Dragon Battle Chi, directly changed into powder and dissipated in the sky, left nothing behind under this powerful destructive might. Storm is coming, be a little bit more careful, Tian. Seeing explosion far away, Shikaku warned Tian. After that, along with dazzling light, terrifying energy storm arrived at their side. Immediately after it warned Tian, in front of them, the sands quickly moved, gathered, and took the form of solid sand shield. And this sand shield looked just like the miniature version of Shikaku. This was the true absolute defense used by Ichibi, Psycho Zettai Bogyo, Shikaku no Tate, ultimate defense, Shikaku's shield. After that, Shikaku immediately used its own tail to block its eye, to keep out the dazzling radiances. Matatabi also used its tail to block its eye, it's just that it had one more tail than Shikaku. At this time, Tian immediately lied down on the head of Shikaku, and began to slowly absorb the chakra of Shikaku to recover his own body. Since there were 2 tail beasts at his side, no matter how strong this explosion of this Baijadama was, he would definitely not be affected. So currently recovering his chakra by seizing this moment was most important. And if Shikaku and Matatabi were to know that they had become the shield for Tian, then it was unknown whether they would be angry and just slap him to death. And among the faraway mountains where those peoples who were watching the battles were staying, 3 or 4 mountains were also blown off by this powerful blast. Since these mountains were not the target of Baijadama, and also very far away from the center of explosion, the energy storm that arrived here was also many times weaker, and these peoples were also not that weak, so there was no injured person. This energy storm even reached the imperial capital Tianlong city, but there was no power when this energy storm reached the city, so it only blew off some things and there was no harm to the peoples inside the city. Only after nearly 3 minutes, this terrifying energy storm slowly dissipated, and the radiances at the center also slowly weakened, and everyone around were also able to slowly open their eyes. When the explosion stopped and energy storm also completely stopped, everyone could see the scene at the center of explosion. After that, each and everyone couldn't help but to have their eyes wide open with their eyeballs almost leaping out, and their mouths were also wide open, turning into a perfect O-shaped, wide enough to completely swallow a whole egg. And they unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Everyone were thoroughly shocked seeing the scene before their eyes. At the center of explosion, that huge mountain where soaring Dragon Mountain Villa was located had completely disappeared without a trace. And all the small mountains around within the diameter of about 1 kilometer from that place had also completely disappeared in the same fashion. Now instead of mountains, there was only a single huge bottomless crater. This huge crater had the diameter of about 1 kilometer, everything within this area were swallowed. Leaving behind this huge crater, there was nothing left there. Seeing the circumstance in front of himself, even Ren Tianyu himself unconsciously swallowed saliva several times. Even though he had already estimated the result of Baijadama, he was also extremely stunned seeing the scene before him. And this was the result of 2-tailed beasts Baijadama, then what about 8-tailed beast? Or 9-tailed beast? Or the 10-tailed beast which was the aggregate of all tailed beasts? Ren Tianyu couldn't even imagine their effects. If he wished to know, then he should see it personally someday in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Renowned Akatsuki. Chapter 175, Renowned Akatsuki. Ren Tianyu forcefully calmed down his state of mind, which was in the state of shock seeing the result of Matatabi's Baijadama, as well as he discarded other thoughts too. Although he was totally looking forward to the power of Kyubi Kurama and Jubi One-Eyed God, but these creatures were extremely far away matters for current him. Because even if he was currently able to exchange them, relying on his current level of strength, how could he able to control them? Perhaps the movement he exchanged them, the first thing they do may be swallowing him. If that happened, then that would be a tragedy. As the saying goes, it's important to walk step by step. Food should be eaten bite by bite. Who could successfully become fat eating mouthful at once? Ren Tianyu was extremely clear about these inside his heart. And also he still hadn't completely mastered all the ninjutsu inside his ninjutsu system. Currently he had sufficiently mastered ordinary ninjutsu, but he still hadn't completely learned some secret art and forbidden art, even to the extent that there are still many Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Tota waiting for him to exchange. These would definitely provide extremely big aid to increase his strength. And the next target of Ren Tianyu was Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Once this ninjutsu was learnt, that would definitely largely boost his strength. After that there were Forbidden Jutsu, Edo Tensei, Reanimation Jutsu, furthermore Sage Arts too, and moreover he also wanted to create his own ninjutsu, in addition upgrade his eyes and so on. These are the matters that demand the immediate attention of Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu jumped down from the head of Shikaku, looked all around him, then looking towards Shikaku and Matatabi, he said, Shikaku, Matatabi, the things here are already almost finished. So you two should return first, I'll see you later. Okay Tianyu, then we'll leave first. Shikaku looked all around him, discovered all the enemies had already been eliminated, even though several tens of god-ranked dragons had also changed into powder and dissipated in the air under the attack of Matatabi. But at this point, Ren Tianyu thought that it was rather pity, because including Shimen Zhou, 5 high god realm experts died under the Baijadama of Matatabi, so their death didn't give Ren Tianyu any system points. Here Ren Tianyu again felt pity. If these 5 individuals died by his hand, then he would have obtained huge number of system points. And after that, whether exchanging Sanbai, 3-tailed, or exchanging New Eye, his overall strength would have greatly increased by 1 step. Okay, you leave first. Ren Tianyu nodded his head. After that, along with 2 peng peng sound, the huge body of Shikaku and Matatabi changed into white smokes and disappeared from that place. After seeing both of them had disappeared, he turned around and looked over to the direction of Shimen clan, then muttered to himself, Shimen Badian, this time you were able to run away due to your good fortune. But next time, however, you will not have such good fortune. Wait for the next time until I come to Tianlong City. At that time, you and your Shimen clan will truly perish from this world. And also at that time, regardless of whoever protect you, you will not be able to escape your death. Finished speaking, huge amount of eye power gush out from Ren Tianyu's right eye, creating a spiral-shaped space ripple at that place. After that, the figure of Ren Tianyu gradually disappeared from that place along with that space ripple, leaving behind that huge crater with diameter of more than 1,000 meters created by Baijadama. Ren Tianyu very clearly knew that, after Shimen Badian fled inside Tianlong City, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Shimen Badian. Because Tianlong City was after all the supreme headquarter of Shimen clan, who knows what kind of terrifying experts were hidden inside. And also the Imperial clan inside Tianlong City also couldn't let him behave unscrupulously inside the city, because even if they also want to attack Shimen clan, but the thing was there was also a limit. If one was talking about outside the city, then regardless of what Ren Tianyu do, even if he create chaos and darkness or bloodbath, they could turn a blind eye to it, and treat it as if they didn't see. But if you were talking about running amok inside the city, then they couldn't pretend to have both of their ears shut to what goes on outside the window. Because once Ren Tianyu stir trouble inside the city, that would be equivalent to undisguised slap in the face of Imperial clan, so how could they sit still? And Ren Tianyu also understand this point, so he go ahead and leave this place, ending his revenge for the moment.
But regardless of what others says, the revenge of this time was also very satisfactory, as he successfully robbed their treasured person, ruthlessly attacked Shiman clan, they lost many elite younger generations juniors, and furthermore also lost quite a few god-ranked experts. 2 of the clan's god domain experts also died in this battle. This was undoubtedly very heavy price. What Ren Tianyu didn't know was, just after he left from this place, extremely powerful golden light suddenly appeared at the sky above the crater, and after looking at the circumstance around, suddenly snorted coldly and flew back towards the direction of Shiman clan inside Tianlong city. After Ren Tianyu was gone, the news of this battle, just like a terrifying hurricane, swept across the whole Divine Wind continent. All the high-level forces got the secret report about the battle at Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. Above the secret report, the name Akatsuki was clearly written. A mysterious organization called Akatsuki raided on wedding ceremony site of Shiman clan's eldest son Shiman Feng and Wang clan's Wang Yusin on their wedding day, then snatched away the bride, eldest daughter of Wang clan. After that, they set up a huge barrier, trapping all Shiman clan inside. Among all the experts of Shiman clan present there, with the exception of Shiman Badian who was rescued by Shiman Quang, all were round up at one fell swoop, not a single one survived. Eventually Dragon Clan's experts arrived at Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, and cooperated with Shiman Clan's God Domain experts, Mid-God Shiman Wuyan and High-God Shiman Zhou to annihilate Akatsuki organization. And the dispatched lineup of Dragon Clan was extremely magnificent. The lineups includes 5 high God rank superior dragons, and more than 20 God ranked dragons. But the unexpected thing for everyone was, the leader of Akatsuki organization named Zero unexpectedly summoned 2 super powerful magical beasts which no one had ever seen. And using a type of mysterious art, the Akatsuki's leader Zero changed himself into more than 40 meters giant. And this giant had a sword which chopped High God Realm Dragon into 2, and the surplus energy of this slash easily cleaved a miniature mountain easily. But the most amazing thing were those 2 magical beasts. One of them suddenly released super powerful ultimate move. Not only the enemies present on the scene, including remaining 4 High God Realm Dragons, Shiman Clan Shiman Zhou, as well as the remaining more than 10 God-ranked dragons were all blasted into powder, not even bones were left behind. This attack also crushed several more mountains within the diameter of more than 1,000 meters, leaving behind a huge crater with more than 1,000 meters diameter in that place. All the mountains in that area disappeared without a trace. Still, the most surprising matter was not that, rather the number of peoples of Akatsuki organization at the time of raid was more surprising. Altogether there were only 4 individuals. Jade Maiden had already entered the Kamui dimension to take care of poison Wang Yusin. Only with these 4 individuals, they had the ability to make Shiman clan and Dragon clan to eat this big losses, causing all forces to have no choice but to pay attention to this Akatsuki organization. And those people watching the battle were able to know the code names of Akatsuki member. Leader of Akatsuki organization, Zero, and its members, white-haired man with super high-level swordsmanship, White Tiger, extremely powerful and different and merciless sword art, Void, and Phoenix battle chi all over the body as if bathing in phoenix fire, Vermilion Bird. All of them wore same kind of black robe with red clouds imprinted on them, and in their head they wore mysterious bamboo hat. It was very easy for everyone to remember their dress up. Regardless of anything, this time the name Akatsuki organization thoroughly reverberate through the entire continent. Their data were placed on the hand of big forces, but after Ren Tianyu had established Akatsuki organization, he had basically not made any move, so there was also no way to examine them. Only the members of Mercenary Guild where he had once completed the mission, had little bit of his information. And after Shiman clan was raided, all the enemies of Shiman clan applauded and yelled well done, because Akatsuki organization replaced them and released their pent-up desire which they were holding in all along. Afterwards all the powers immediately arranged to move, first to take the advantage of this heavy loss of Shiman clan, and set about to continuously suppress Shiman clan, just like beating soundly to a dog in the water. They were very unlikely to let this chance slip by. Secondly, to deal with the matter of all forces, that was to send peoples everywhere to inquire about and search the member of Akatsuki organization. And all the forces instructed the same things to the scouts they dispatched: be sure to never provoke the member of Akatsuki organization, exert yourself to be on friendly terms with them. Whoever provokes them, I will personally kill that person. Now get to work. And as for those who knew Akatsuki's member, naturally Luo Tianqing and others, after they heard the conduct of Ren Tianyu and his group, all of them had their mouth wide open, and their eyes were filled with doubts. They had never thought that Ren Tianyu who had kind and gentle face unexpectedly created such insane matter. But they all made a resolution that they would not let other know the identity of Ren Tianyu, because they clearly knew that, if they speak this matter, then this would absolutely cause Ren Tianyu and others a trouble. In one of the mysterious island of Endless Sea, in the huge golden hall, at the front of this golden hall there was a huge tall platform with a huge golden dragon statue on it. In the area underneath of this statue, there were numerous small-sized transparent beads, and inside these beads, small transparent dragons were circling. In the center of this hall, a middle-aged man wearing a golden battle armor was sitting cross-legged.
He was sitting cross-legged in the midair, and a light golden light glimmered on the surface of his body. Just at this time, 20 or 30 transparent bead above that high platform suddenly gave out a caw-caw cracking sounds, then with a pang sound, they scattered into pieces and the debris fell on the ground. And that middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in the midair suddenly roused up due to this unusual change. After he saw the scattered small pieces of those 20 or 30 beads on the platform, his complexion instantly became unsightly, and his body suddenly released a powerful aura. Then looking towards the sky, he opened his mouth and gave out a loud roar. And a powerful golden light spread in all direction, causing the whole hall to tremble under his powerful aura. And this aura directly blew off the roof of this hall, and the whole island heard this extremely loud roar. Hateful, Xylazite and all others actually fell. Damned bastard, no matter if you flee to the ends of the earth, we Dragon Clan will absolutely find you and tear your body into thousands of pieces. And Tianlong City's Shiman clan was also similarly cursing to chase and kill. Anyone who provides the location of member of Akatsuki organization would get 500,000 gold coins. If anyone could kill them and took their head, then Shiman clan would absolutely thank them heavily. But what was surprising was, the Wang clan who had their daughter stolen didn't make any movement. This was little bit intriguing. Originally quiet Divine Wind Continent, because of the move of Akatsuki under the leadership of Ren Tianyu, suddenly become stormy. And after leaving battlefield, Ren Tianyu didn't go to somewhere else, instead had directly entered inside his Kamui space, as he believed that White Tiger and other ought to be worried about him, and he himself was also extremely worried whether the poison of Little Yu was cured by Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower or not. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Road to Resurrection. Chapter 176, Road to Resurrection. Inside Kamui space, White Tiger and others were sitting on the platform that was floating in the air. Everyone had worried expression in their face. And at another floating platform not far away from them, Shiman Foam was lying motionlessly with lifeless eyes. After using Genjutsu to dominate him, Ren Tianyu had sent him in this Kamui dimension along with Vermilion Bird. Although it was impossible for the illusion of Ren Tianyu to continuously last this long, but don't forget there was a great illusionist inside Kamui dimension. With her present, it was very unlikely for Shiman Foam to wake up anytime soon. And Wang Yusin, who was originally poisoned, under the efficacy of Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, the poison inside her body had already been detoxified. And under the care of Jade Maiden, she regained her consciousness. After waking up, Wang Yusin was suspicious, looking at the environment around her, and especially seeing unconscious Shiman Foam, furthermore seeing several peoples wearing same kind of cloths sitting at her side. Only after Jade Maiden and others resolved her doubts, was she able to know that this space was Ren Tianyu's own space, and they were all member of Ren Tianyu's organization. And they had accompanied Ren Tianyu to Shiman clan. But when she heard that Ren Tianyu was still fighting on the outside, she immediately began to get worried. Only after the persuasion of Jade Maiden and Vermilion Bird, they were able to settle her down with great difficulty, but she still was worried while waiting for the arrival of Ren Tianyu. White Tiger and all others were also similarly worried, especially White Tiger and Void. Both of them clearly remembered that before they entered Kamui dimension, 3 extremely powerful experts had arrived at that place. But they didn't show this worry on their face, because if even their mind was in chaos, then what would happen to Wang Yusin after knowing that? But if both of them knew that after they had left the battlefield, a crowd of powerful experts of Dragon Clan also appeared at the battlefield, then they would also definitely not be able to stay calm like this. And the corpse of Shiman Yuer was preserved using a special power of Vermilion Bird's Phoenix God blood lineage, so as to not let her corpse to begin rotting with time. Seeing the corpse of Shiman Yuer, Wang Yusin was greatly taken aback, then tears began to slowly flow out from her eyes. Because due to the relationship with Shiman Tianlong, she and Shiman Yuer had a relation just like that of sisters, and now suddenly seeing her corpse, she naturally felt incomparable grief. At the time when everyone were anxiously waiting, suddenly the space above the platform not far away from them began to distort. After that, Ren Tianyu, who was covered all over with injuries, appeared before the eyes of everyone. Seeing the appearance of Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and others immediately stood up, and happily jumped towards Ren Tianyu's side. Seeing the scares on Ren Tianyu, Vermilion Bird asked worriedly, "Zero, are you alright? Why are there so many injuries on your body? Are you seriously injured?" "That's right, Zero, why this sorry figure, was there serious hindrance?" White Tiger and others also asked worriedly. "Rest assured, I am fine, these are all superficial wounds." Ren Tianyu waved his hands, indicating that everything was fine. With the exception of getting his right arm broken, he didn't receive any other severe injury, and under the effect of Shikatsu Miyako, dead bone pulse, his arm was also already healed. Ren Tianyu's gaze landed on Wang Yusin, who was standing at the back, then he slowly walked towards her. Arriving at her side, Ren Tianyu held her jade hand,
and asked in extremely soft tone with concern, "Little you, how are you? Are you alright? Did the poison in your body detoxified?" "I'm fine now. With the help of elder sister Jade Maiden, the poisons inside my body are already eliminated completely." Wang Yusin stretched her right hand, helped Ren Tianyu to wipe his cheek. Looking at the scars in the body of Ren Tianyu, her eyes revealed anguished expression, and she continued, "Idiot, are you alright? Why are there so many injuries? Rest assured, little you, it's not like you don't know me. From childhood I've taken beating and am already accustomed to it. So this type of superficial wounds are merely small appetizer, nothing more." Ren Tianyu answered with a smile. Then he raised his arms, intentionally acting strangely by bulging his muscles, signaling everything was alright. "Poochie." Seeing the strange appearance of Ren Tianyu, Wang Yusin suddenly laughed, and her jade finger of right hand poked Ren Tianyu's forehead. After that she said with a smile, "Idiot, you really changed, you've become more mature, no longer that foolish idiot. Of course, after going through so many things, I nevertheless grew up," Ren Tianyu said with a smile. And just when he hugged Wang Yusin in his bosom, suddenly the sound of coughing came from behind. White Tiger, with a strange expression in his face, and placing his right hand in front of his mouth, he coughed several times, and said to Ren Tianyu, "Hey Zero, if you want to flirt and have some private words, then go somewhere private, alright? I am little bit jealous seeing you so open and aboveboard, And at his side Vermilion Bird and Jade Maiden also had smiling expression on their face, and were looking at Ren Tianyu with expression like a smile yet not a smile. As for Void, as always he was expressionless, but looking carefully one could discover that the corner of his mouth was unceasingly twitching. Although Ren Tianyu was thick-skinned, but he couldn't help but his complexion became red. As for Wang Yusin, no need to talk about her, she immediately exclaimed, and completely buried herself on Ren Tianyu's bosom and hid her face. Ren Tianyu coughed few times, pretend as if nothing had happened, and patted Wang Yusin who was in his embrace, hinting her to rise. And after the urge of Ren Tianyu, Wang Yusin slowly come out from the embrace of Ren Tianyu with bright red complexion. At this time, Ren Tianyu thought about Shimen Yuer, and asked Vermilion Bird, where is the corpse of elder sister Yuer? Here Vermilion Bird stepped aside and revealed Shimen Yuer, who was lying behind her. Currently the motionlessly lying on the ground corpse of Shimen Yuer was covered with a thin golden-colored flame. Elder sister Yuer. Seeing the corpse of Shimen Yuer, Ren Tianyu directly flashed and arrived at the side, and knelt down beside the body. Then his trembling right hand slowly touched her face as his tears slowly flowed out from his eyes, and dropped on her asleep face. "I'm sorry, elder sister Yuer, all this happened because of me." "Zero, don't be sad." Seeing grieved Ren Tianyu, White Tiger said with a sigh. "Idiot, elder sister Yuer she." Wang Yusin came over to Ren Tianyu, and said with her face filled with sadness, "Don't worry little you, I will absolutely look for the method to resurrect her," Ren Tianyu said with strong determination. He recalled Rinnegan's Geto Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Geto Art of Rinne Rebirth. But he was unsure when he would be able to awaken this supreme eyes, and he was also unsure whether this jutsu would work in this different world or not. At this time, he suddenly thought Phoenix's rebirth firebathing, so he immediately turned around and said towards Vermilion Bird, "Can your flame Phoenix Villa's Phoenix God blood lineage's rebirth firebathing resurrect elder sister Yuer?" "This, I don't know." Vermilion Bird shook her head as she expressed that she didn't know about it, and continued, "Normally our rebirth firebathing is said to work only on us who inherit Phoenix God blood lineage. But I heard that several thousands of years ago, a person begged our Phoenix Villa to help him resurrect one person. As for the final result, I'm not sure. No matter what, as long as there is hope even if only slightest, I'll not give up that opportunity," Rantainu said firmly, then looked at Vermilion Bird, "I want to trouble you to help me get to your Phoenix Villa. But all along our Phoenix Villa doesn't allow any strangers to enter and especially men." Vermilion Bird shook her head, as she replied to Ren Tianyu. "So I'll let you take me there, and I believe I can successfully enter with your help," Ren Tianyu said to Vermilion Bird. "Fine, although I'll help you, but even I can't guarantee that you'll be able to enter Phoenix Villa." Seeing the determined face of Ren Tianyu, Feng Wu nodded her head. "Thanks a lot." Ren Tianyu gratefully thanked, then looking at Jade Maiden, he said, "Jade Maiden, originally I promised you to kill that Ling Yanqi after this revenge, but now because of this condition of elder sister Yuer, It's okay, as long as you remember this in your heart. I believe that you wouldn't deceive me." Jade Maiden slightly smiled and didn't rebuke Ren Tianyu. "Thank you. Since it is like this, we set off to Phoenix Villa." Ren Tianyu gratefully thanked Jade Maiden too. After that he looked over to lying motionless Shimen Yuer, then raised his head and said, "Support me through Patreon to get early access and other bonus. Here is the link. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 177, Eternal Mangekyo Exchange Method. Chapter 177, Eternal Mangekyo Exchange Method.
Within the border of Light Empire, there was one high mountain of about 2,000 meters in height. Trees were standing in large number in this mountain, so this mountain was fresh green in color, giving peoples a kind of pleasant mood. And at this mountain, one long mountain road spiraled around this mountain all the way to this mountain's peak. And at the most summit of this mountain, a huge villa stood straight and upright. The style and decoration of this villa in the summit gave people a kind of unsophisticated, magnanimous feeling. This mountain was called Phoenix God Mountain, and that villa at its summit was whole continent-wide famous Flame Phoenix Villa. Although there were many peoples who wanted to climb to the top of this Phoenix God Mountain and enter Flame Phoenix Villa, but thanks to off-limit command placed by Flame Phoenix Villa, that stated anyone other than someone invited by Villa Master are forbidden to enter this mountain, and all the violator are to be killed without any pardon. And at the mid-mountain path of this mountain, 6 peoples wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted in them and wearing bamboo hat in their head were walking towards the summit. This group was naturally Ren Tianyu and others. After Ren Tianyu decided to go to Flame Phoenix Villa, they immediately set out, because Ren Tianyu didn't want to wait, because if he dragged on for a long time, then perhaps the resurrection of Elder Sister Yuer would become even harder. After deciding his next move, Ren Tianyu opened the Naruto system within his body and exchanged new pair of eyes. This time he exchanged Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, because Sasuke's Jujutsu, Enten Nakagetsuchi, Inferno style of flame control, could let him even more easily manipulate Amaterasu's black flame. And more than anything else, after exchanging Sasuke's eye, Ren Tianyu could also dream about awakening Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the supreme form of Sharingan, the evolution method to attain it were extremely severe. After one already awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, one must transplant another pairs of Mangekyo of one's brother, and after that it relies on one's talent and ability to achieve it. Until this moment, there were only grandfather Madara and Sasuke this brat who had successfully awakened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. By transplanting the eyes of his own younger brother Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara became the first person to ever achieve Eyes of Eternity. And after the fusion of these two eyes, not only did his eye power become even more powerful, but also developed unique secret jutsu. And under the hoodwink of Obito, Sasuke this brat carelessly used his Mangekyo's Jujutsu without any restraint, resulting him to greatly reduce his visions. And ultimately under hoodwink and lure of gains from Obito, he transplanted his elder brother Uchiha Itachi's eyes, successfully becoming second person to ever achieve Eyes of Eternity. This Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's eye power is very fascinating. First, it get rid of the curse of getting blind when using Jujutsu of Mangekyo Sharingan, letting one to use Jujutsu without any menace, as the eyes would possess eternal light. Once upon a time, relying on this Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's never wither away ability, Uchiha Madara had conquered various clans, leading Uchiha clan to achieve the most flourishing time, and with Senju clan became 2 most powerful clan in the ninja world. Second, it vastly increases the eye power, even to the extent that they could easily tame Kyuubi, 9-tailed, this paramount-tailed beast. Uchiha Madara had used these eyes to tame Kyuubi, and fought with Senju Hashirama. And in the battle between Itachi and Sasuke, Itachi had acknowledged that Madara had the ability to control Kyuubi. And after Ren Tianyu thought this, he estimated that after achieving Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his eyeball's supporting capability would also greatly increase, and it was very unlikely to have any big side effects when he used Jujutsu. And his eyes would also not suffer for any great injuries. This was quite qualitative improvement. Third, he could use complete Susanoo, not that half-body shaped Susanoo of normal Mangekyo Sharingan. User could directly magically change into huge mountain-like humanoid giant, and user would occupy the forehead location of Susanoo. The entire body of Susanoo would be covered with a layer of simple energy battle armor, and possess the power to destroy heaven and exterminate the earth. The single sword slash could easily cleave big mountains, and this mere single slash of the sword would be able to match tailed beasts by Jidama. Even 5 Kages succumbed to the complete Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. And the most important thing for Ren Tianyu was, after awakening Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would be eligible to upgrade his eyes to the most exalted form of Sharingan, Rinnegan, this Eyes of Creation or Destruction. It was still unknown whether Flame Phoenix Villa could revive Elder Sister Yuer, so he still needs to enhance his eyes as soon as possible, so that he could awaken Rinnegan. When Ren Tianyu was thinking about awakening Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the ban on the panel of Sharingan system to upgrade Eternal Mangekyo lift up. And when Ren Tianyu saw the required number of system points to upgrade, he nearly lost his consciousness. If he wanted to upgrade to Eternal Mangekyo, he required whole 1 million system point. And this was not the most fraudulent, the system warned him, this was most ordinary and also most normal upgrading. If he select this option to upgrade, then only the eye power of Itachi and Sasuke would remain in his eyes, and the remaining Obitos and his own eye power would disappear for his eyes.
And if he want to still retain those powers, then it was very simple, he just need to add system points, i.e. 500,000 system points to each additional pairs of eyes. In other words, if he don't want to lose ability of other Mangekyo while upgrading to Eternal Mangekyo, then he needs to spend 2 million system points. Ren Tianyu was very reluctant to give up these eyes ability. Obito's Kamui was very practical and also not that weak ability. And his own eyes had the ability to control time, which was also very rare ability, so he had no other choice but to select the second type of upgrade method. After seeing the required number of system points to exchange Eternal Mangekyo, Ren Tianyu gritted his teeth, either give up, or go through the end, directly exchanged Eyes of Shui too. Anyway, have many debts than no worries about additional one debt, and have many louse than no need to worry about tickling. But like this, the required number of system to upgrade to Eternal Mangekyo also rose by 500,000, reaching to 2.5 million system points. Immediately after seeing this figure, the corner of his mouth began to twitch several times. 250? Is this talking about me or other people? T.L. 250 means idiot. The Jujutsu of Shisui, Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, Ren Tianyu had admired for a long time. He would never give up this kind of Jujutsu which could initiate a miracle. Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, was known as the strongest genjutsu, second to none. And everything that are branded as strongest shouldn't be underestimated. In the Naruto world, this genjutsu beat thousands of other genjutsu, even to the extent that even Tsukuyomi was second to this genjutsu. This shows the might of this jutsu. Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, could unconsciously manipulate opponents' thoughts, and let them act according to users' wish. It was regarded as a miracle jujutsu because the victims himself and other would entirely become unaware that they were being manipulated. This jutsu was powerful even to the extent that it could even break the control of reanimation jutsu caster on the reanimated peoples. This technique had the ability to thoroughly convert good people into evildoer into good people, make alive people to commit suicide, free reanimated peoples, and so on. But this jutsu also had a weakness, i.e. cooldown period of this jutsu was too long. If one didn't have Senju Hashirama's chakra, one could use this jutsu once every 10 years, and even if one had Senju Hashirama's chakra, one would not be able to use this jutsu more than once a single day. And Ren Tianyu could find Senju Hashirama's chakra without any trouble, because inside store system there was Senju Hashirama's Mokuton, wood style. Ren Tianyu asked system, why is Mokuton so expensive like this? In Naruto world, there were several people who used Mukuton, but their Mukuton's power was far too weak compared to first Hokage. So if the power of this exchanged Mukuton is also too weak like that, then wouldn't I suffer too much loss? But the answer of system completely satisfied Ren Tianyu, because the system's Mokuton was Senju Hashirama's intact Mokuton. And those pirated versions of Senju Hashirama's Mokuton would not be able to compare the might of system's Mokuton. Moreover, after exchanging Mokuton Kekei Genkai, system would modify Ren Tianyu's body structure into that of Sage Body, then his body would have powerful vitality just like Senju Hashirama. After hearing this, Ren Tianyu couldn't bear but roared excitedly, system, your products are certainly fine works. After this, Ren Tianyu directly allowed Little Yu to join Akatsuki organization. Although her actual strength was not too high, merely Earth System Great Magic Master, but it didn't matter. Ren Tianyu let her join the organization so that to be together with her, and he would also be able to protect her if she was by his side. As for her strength, he would help her to increase later. As Wan Yusin originated from one of the major four clans, Wang Clan, her innate talent and blood lineage was also not too low. And her strength was low only comparing to those abnormal geniuses. Ren Tianyu gave Little Yu Santai ring, then began their following move. Vermilion Bird, you are returning back to your home, but why aren't you excited even a bit? Instead all along you have this bitter expression on your face. En route, White Tiger looked at Vermilion Bird's that anxious expression, then asked curiously. I forgot to tell you that, in fact from the time I secretly ran away from home, this is the first time I am returning. So I don't know how my mother will scold me? Seeing that they had nearly arrived at Flame Phoenix Villa, Vermilion Bird forced a smile on her face as she replied. When she thought about the scene of her mother losing her temper, she involuntarily shuddered. Oh, didn't expect Vermilion Bird, you unexpectedly ran away from your house. Haha, I truly have never though that. Hearing Vermilion Bird, Ren Tianyu suddenly burst into laughter, next White Tiger and other also laughed staring at Vermilion Bird. Is this funny? Seeing her companions were laughing, Vermilion Bird's complexion instantly became red. Then with a cold murderous look, she stared at Ren Tianyu and others. She especially stared at Ren Tianyu. Suddenly the laughter of all of them stopped, they clearly felt that thick murderous look as they suddenly felt chill.
Ren Tianyu saw Vermilion Bird was continuously staring at him, so he lightly coughed a few times, raised his head to look at the sky and opened his mouth, cough cough, today's sun is very big. Ha ha. Ha ha, I'm dying with laughter. Just after Ren Tianyu spoke, White Tiger and others burst out laughing, because currently there was no sun in the sky as today was cloudy day, and the sun was completely blocked by dark clouds. After hearing Ren Tianyu, Vermilion Bird also couldn't help but laugh, no longer continued to stare Ren Tianyu. Then Vermilion Bird, why did you run away from home? At this time, Little Yu asked. There was no reason, I merely felt that staying at home was too boring. My mother also never allowed me to go out from the mountain, so I didn't know anything about the world outside this mountain, as a result I became curious. Therefore one day, I secretly ran away from Flame Phoenix Villa. Vermilion Bird said with a helpless smile. Although she was born in big family, she didn't have any freedom. Finally Flame Phoenix Villa. When everyone were chatting, teasing and walking, the voice of Void who was walking at the front entered their ears. Then the eyes of everyone were drawn towards the front. In the summit of mountain in front of them, a huge villa appeared before the eyes of everyone. The area of this villa was very large, compared to Shaman Clan's that Soaring Dragon Villa, this villa was 7 or 8 times more larger. However, this was also understandable, this after all was the supreme headquarter of super big power, so how could it be shabby and miserable? In front of large entrance door of Flame Phoenix Villa, Ren Tianyu and others saw 2 beautiful guards dressed in fiery red leather armor. And those guards also similarly discovered Ren Tianyu and others, so they immediately became alert. After seeing Flame Phoenix Villa, the steps of Ren Tianyu paused, then all of them continued to walk forward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Flame Phoenix Villa. Chapter 178, Flame Phoenix Villa. Halt, who are you people? Our Flame Phoenix Villa doesn't welcome outsiders. Just when Ren Tianyu and his group arrived before the entrance door of the villa, 2 female guards stationed at the entrance immediately blocked their path, and raised the weapons in their hands. They roared with their lovely voices. Vermilion Bird. Seeing their way was blocked by these 2 guards. Ren Tianyu stopped walking, then turned around towards Vermilion Bird and spoke. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Vermilion Bird knew that she would not be able to hide herself any longer. She stepped forward in front of everyone, and under the curious gazes of these guards, she slowly extended her hand towards her bamboo hat. Along with the sound of wind bells, the bamboo hat was slowly removed, revealing her beautiful face. Ah, Mississippi. Seeing the familiar face of Vermilion Bird, these 2 maids revealed a pleasantly surprised expressions on their faces, then they jumped down from the entrance platform, and arrived at the side of Vermilion Bird. They happily said, Miss, you finally came back. Hee Xiaolan, Xiaomei, after I left, how was the villa? Also, my mother, looking at the 2 maids, Vermilion Bird spoke to them with a smile. But before she could ask about her mother, nevertheless she revealed a baffled expression on her face. Everything is very fine, and Villa Mistress, she, saying up to there, these 2 guards noticed the expression of Vermilion Bird. However, they still carried on. After she discovered Miss, that you had secretly ran away from the mountain, Villa Mistress, instantly became very angry. She directly split open the east courtyard with her sword. Afterwards Villa Mistress sent people to search for you, Mississippi. And what should I say of what happened after that? Miss, you weren't found, now you must be prepared to be grounded for at least 10 years. Ah. When Vermilion Bird heard that her mother had split the east courtyard with her sword, her expression became very unsightly, and when she heard that she would be grounded for at least 10 years, Vermilion Bird began to regret running away on impulse a little bit. Not to mention Vermilion Bird, even Ren Tianyu and the others behind her also had their brows beaded with sweat, and the corners of their mouths began to twitch. Now they finally understood clearly why Vermilion Bird was so fearful of her mother. Just hearing about the reaction of her mother, they absolutely believed that her mother had the temperament of a Tyrannosaurus, so who would be fearless? Hey Vermilion Bird, don't think of slipping away. This matter is related to my elder sister Yuer, so you should slightly sacrifice yourself, and accompany me in this visit. When he saw that Vermilion Bird wanted to flee, Ren Tianyu immediately got anxious. However, he knew that this matter was related to the issue of resurrecting elder sister Yuer, so how could he let her slip away this time? So in a moment of desperation, Ren Tianyu had no time to think properly. He directly stepped forward, and held the arm of Vermilion Bird, who was intending to slip away, then get close to her ear, and softly spoke. Zero, can you release me first? Feeling Ren Tianyu was tightly holding her hand, as well as the hot air coming from the side of her ear, caused Fengwu's complexion to instantly redden, she stammered. Seeing the reaction of Vermilion Bird, Ren Tianyu also became aware of his action, so he immediately let go of her arm, then expressed he was sorry. He moved back a few steps. And sensed the unbridled stares of his companions behind him, Ren Tianyu's thick-skinned face also instantly become red all of a sudden. Only after noticing that little Yu was not angry did he sigh in relief. "Miss, they are." Seeing the intimate action of Ren Tianyu with their families, Miss, and the Miss's unexpected lack of any form of resistance, Xiaolan and Xiaomei glanced at each other, and saw the surprise on the face of each other, then curiously asked Vermilion Bird. "They are my friends, I brought them here to have fun in our house. So let them enter and look at our Flame Phoenix Villa for a while." Vermilion Bird adjusted her state of mind, then continued speaking, "Now I'm going to take them to meet my mother, so make way, But Miss, the villa mistress commanded us not to let any outsider enter our Flame Phoenix Villa, so if we let them enter like this, villa mistress will blame us." Xiaolan looked at Feng Wu with a miserable expression on her face, as she replied. "You two are so foolish." Hearing Xiaolan, Vermilion Bird used the finger of her jade hands to point at their heads, and continued, "Isn't villa mistress my mother? So why can't I, as her daughter, let my friends enter my house? Well, don't be at odds, I have traveled from very far away, and I am very tired, so we are entering. Yes, Mississippi." Hearing Feng Wu, Xiaolan and Xiaomei clutched their aching heads and replied with grievance. Seeing the path had opened, Vermilion Bird took the lead and walked inside the villa. Ren Tianyu and the others of course followed closely. After they entered the Flame Phoenix Villa, that saw that the ground inside the villa was covered with layers upon layers of smooth slab stone, neat and tidy without any dents or bumps. Unusual fiery red-colored trees were grown inside the villa, and many fiery red-colored leaves of trees were emitting a pale red light, and from afar, it looked as if these trees were emitting flames. Across the front courtyard, there was a courtyard for practicing martial arts. Many young girls wearing skin-tight training dresses were currently dancing with long swords in that courtyard, making a beautiful scenery. F***K, isn't this a kingdom of women? Wouldn't it be very pleasurable to stay here? Seeing these young girls on the training courtyard, Ren Tianyu's eyes lit up, as he madly howled inside his heart. Fortunately his face was covered with a bamboo hat, otherwise his drooling face would have been exposed for all to see. After these young girls saw Feng Wu, each and every one of them stopped what they were doing and greeted her. Feng Wu also smiled and greeted everyone back. Under the strange gazes of everyone, she continued to lead Ren Tianyu and the others. After passing the training courtyard, they continued to walk for several minutes, only then did they arrive to their destination, the hall. Vermilion Bird took Ren Tianyu and the others and entered the hall, however inside the hall, with the exception of a few maids, there was nobody else. Miss. Seeing the figure of Feng Wu, the few maids also had a look of surprise and delight, they bowed towards Vermilion Bird, and greeted. You go and make several cups of tea, you go and notify my mother about my arrival, just say that I have returned. Vermilion Bird instructed the two maids. Yes, miss. Replied the two maids, then respectfully stepped back, then went to do as Feng was instructed. Hey Vermilion Bird, from your current appearance, it seems you are not afraid to meet your mother. After Ren Tianyu and the others respectively sat on the seats in the hall, White Tiger looked at Vermilion Bird and said with a smile. I am still afraid, but what can I do, after all I won't be able to hide from her forever. Vermilion Bird slowly opened her mouth. She also knew that no matter how well she hides, she would have to meet her mother someday, as it would be impossible for her to hide for her entire life. Oh, our beautiful Vermilion Bird wants to communicate. Hearing Vermilion Bird, Ren Tianyu said with a smile. Ha ha. Hearing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and the others also laughed. Humph. Hearing Ren Tianyu and the others were laughing, Vermilion Bird snorted coldly, and no longer spoke. After waiting for a while, the maid came back holding a few cups tea, and gave everyone a cup and retreated. After that Vermilion Bird and the others sat there slowly drinking tea, waiting for Feng Wu's mother Feng Yunmeng's arrival. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Ren Tianyu who was sitting suddenly sensed someone, and looked towards the entrance of the hall. At that time, a figure emitting golden-colored flames suddenly entered from outside the hall, blazing heat spread all over the hall. Everyone's vision blurred for a moment, and after their vision was restored, they all saw a well-developed beautiful woman about 30 years of age had appeared in front of Vermilion Bird, and the face of this beautiful woman and the face of Vermilion Bird were very similar. Little Wu, so you actually know how to come back? Good, and you also know that running away from the mountain would really anger me, isn't that right? The beautiful woman looked at Feng Wu who was sitting and drinking a tea, and one stone inside her heart fell down, relieved. However she nevertheless berated her, Feng Wu, with her motherly mouth, also she extended her right hand to hit the head of Vermilion Bird. Mother, I will never dare to run away again anymore, please forgive me, pretty please? Seeing the gesture of this married woman, Vermilion Bird immediately knew her next move, so she immediately placed the teacup on the table, and threw herself into the bosom of her mother and started acting like a spoiled child. You.
Feeling Feng Wu in her embrace, this beautiful woman, i.e. Feng Wu's mother, Feng Yunmeng couldn't help but smile and stop the movement of her right hand. After that, she returned her extended hand. Only after this she suddenly discovered Ren Tianyu and others who were also sitting inside the hall, so she asked with surprise, "Who are you people?" Before Feng Wu could introduce them, Ren Tianyu took the initiative to stand up and took off his bamboo hat. Next, White Tiger and other also followed Ren Tianyu's suit. Akatsuki's Zero. Akatsuki's White Tiger. Akatsuki's Void. Akatsuki's Jade Maiden. Akatsuki's Santai. ED, Who, XD. Greetings Phoenix Villa's mistress. Ren Tianyu and others simultaneously slightly bowed towards Feng Yunmeng as they spoke. Support me through Patreon to get early access and other bonus. Here is the link. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Business Deal. Chapter 179, Business Deal. Akatsuki? Zero? White Tiger? What is this? Although the greeting method of Ren Tianyu and the others was extremely flashy, nevertheless the mother of Vermilion Bird Feng Yunmeng clearly didn't know what the Akatsuki organization was, so she asked with a surprised look in her face. Although Ren Tianyu and the others had created a big ruckus in Ailer Empire's Shiman clan, even to the extent that they almost slaughtered all the peak experts of the Shiman clan, leaving not one behind, and also various big forces of this continent had already received the news, but it seems after Vermilion Bird had secretly left the villa, Feng Yunmeng had dispatched most of the scouts of the villa all over the place to search for traces regarding the whereabouts of Vermilion Bird. However, was unable to get any clues regarding her whereabouts, and was still solely focusing on finding her whereabouts. As a result, they knew nothing regarding the havoc caused to the Shiman clan by the Akatsuki organization. However, this was also understandable. Feng Wu, she was from the Flame Phoenix Villa, so naturally she must be extremely knowledgeable about the inner workings of the villa. So if she wanted to hide from the scouts' eyes and ears, it's simplicity itself. Seeing that Feng Yunmeng didn't know anything about his organization, Ren Tianyu blanked out for a moment. Immediately after that he heaved a sigh of relief. Then thought, well, it's much better if she doesn't know anything about my organization. If she and her peoples treat us as terrorists, then it would be a tragedy for us. He had already caused a great havoc at Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, and with the exception of Shiman Beishan who was able to flee as luck would have it, everyone else was thoroughly killed cleanly. Last one of them was Shiman Feng. Ren Tianyu used Tsukuyami on him for 3 days. It was not the 3 days of Tsukuyami's world, rather 3 actual days. In these 3 days, as long as he rests his eyes properly, he could continue using Tsukuyami. This left Shiman Feng hanging between life and death. Finally, after Shiman Feng broke down, he used fire-style jutsu to directly burn him, and while alive, he was burned to dregs. After hearing his slaughtering deeds at Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, his organization was already regarded as a terrorist organization who killed without batting an eyelid. After heaving a sigh of relief, Ren Tianyu made a wry smile as he tried to explain to Feng Yunmeng, "We are not things, no we are things, also no." The more he spoke, the more he felt it was wrong. Finally he thought to himself, I don't know how to explain clearly. Hearing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and the others behind Ren Tianyu had the corner of their mouths continuously twitch, and black lines formed on their foreheads. According to Ren Tianyu's explanation, in the end were they things or not? Causing others to become even more confused. Interesting youngster. Hearing the third-rate explanation of Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng, full of mature charm smiled sweetly, making everyone feel dazed. However, our Flame Phoenix Villa is not a place where you can come as you please. If there is nothing, then it's better for you all to leave as soon as possible. Feng Yunmeng found Ren Tianyu very amusing, plus he seemed to suit her daughter, so she didn't want to make things difficult for them, and just asked them to leave. Mother, they're my good friends, how can you drive them away like this? Hearing her mother, Vermilion Bird immediately became anxious, and hurriedly asked. Little Wu, you be silent. Hearing Vermilion Bird, Feng Yunmeng turned her head towards Vermilion Bird and said in a stern voice. I still haven't settled accounts for the matter of you secretly running away, so wait for me to take care of you. Villa Mistress Feng. Ren Tianyu cupped his hands, looked at Feng Yunmeng with a begging expression, and said, as a matter of fact, we also have a matter we want to request you. I hope Villa Mistress Feng would be willing to help us. What connection do I have with your matter? Why should I help you? Considering you are all friends of my darling daughter, I talked to you to this extent, and also didn't look into the matter of you all secretly entering Flame Phoenix Villa. If it was before then your old mother would have already chopped all of you with my sword. Feng Yunmeng looked at Ren Tianyu with disdain as she spoke. As for Ren Tianyu's pleading, she directly ignored it. Humph, those are some pretty big words, but I don't know whether you have the ability?
Hearing those arrogant words of Feng Yunmeng, White Tiger immediately snorted coldly, and a powerful killing intent spread all over the big hall. Suddenly the surrounding temperature seemed to drop by a lot, and the two maids standing inside the hall felt a bone-piercing chill. Oh, didn't expect that this little handsome boy's killing intent to be as this heavy. Feeling that dense killing intent from White Tiger, Feng Yunmeng giggled. Then the thin golden radiance suddenly appeared from her body, and the whole killing intent of White Tiger suddenly dispersed. White Tiger, don't be rude, step down. Ren Tianyu turned his head around, and said to White Tiger in a stern voice. But, hearing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Never mind, just step down, I will handle this matter. Ren Tianyu continued to speak. This time they were asking for a favor, so they had no choice but to lower their heads a little. Furthermore, she was Vermilion Bird's mother, so when speaking, he should watch his manner of speaking. Okay, replied White Tiger, then immediately fell back. Villa Mistress Feng, I also know that we took the liberty to enter and failed to show courtesy. Just like Villa Mistress Feng said, we are neither relatives nor friends, so there is no obligation for you to help us. Looking at Feng Yunmeng, who was standing in front of him with a smile on her face, Ren Tianyu slowly said. The matter I want to request is very important to me, so if Villa Mistress Feng helps me this time, regardless of what condition you may have, I will definitely accomplish it for you. I have no matter for you to do, and I'm not interested to hear your matter, nor am I interested to know it. Guards, lead them out from here. Feng Yunmeng didn't have any interest in Ren Tianyu's request. She directly opened her mouth and yelled towards the entrance. Yes. Several pretty women guards came in from the door, and directly pounced on towards Ren Tianyu and others. Who dares? Seeing several female guards charging towards them, the eyes of White Tiger and Void simultaneously flashed and explosively roared. Then their bodies directly changed into light and flashed towards them. After that, along with several pang sound, those several female guards suddenly shrieked, as they were kicked flying by White Tiger and Void. They heavily landed outside the door, but with the exception of superficial wounds, all of them were alright. Presumptuous. Seeing the moves of White Tiger and Void, the complexion of Feng Yunmeng immediately sank, then she roared like a thunder. After that, golden-colored flames suddenly appeared around her body, blazing heat filled the entire hall. Feng Yunmeng waved her right hand, suddenly a half-moon like gold-colored energy chi chopped towards Ren Tianyu and the others. At that time, a lightning silhouette suddenly flashed in front of her attack. When everyone looked carefully, they noticed that this figure was Ren Tianyu. The whole body of Ren Tianyu was covered with powerful lightning chakra, and he stretched forward his right hand, which directly changed into a lightning claw and grabbed this terrifyingly hot flame energy slash. The lightning chakra on the right hand of Ren Tianyu and the flame slash continuously clashed against each other. At this time, Ren Tianyu exerted a bit of strength into his right hand, and pinched the flame slash, directly breaking it into pieces. These pieces changed into fire elements and disappeared into the air. Oh, you do have some strength. But making trouble in Flame Phoenix Villa with this small amount of strength is just bringing about your own destruction. Seeing the powerful lightning element on the body of Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng sneered. Just when she was about to make another move, Vermilion Bird immediately blocked her front. Mother, don't raise your hand, okay, they are my friends. Seeing her mother was about to make another move, Feng Wu pleaded. Friends, our Flame Phoenix Villa's people would never be friends with these stinking men. Now you quickly get out of my way. After I finish settling with these fellows, I will settle accounts with you for the matter of secretly running away from the villa. Hearing Vermilion Bird, Feng Yunmeng suddenly became angry as she berated her. No, I won't, unless you kill me first, I will not move. Hearing Feng Yunmeng, Vermilion Bird resolutely said. From childhood, because you said we people of Flame Phoenix Villa were not permitted to leave this mountain, I never got out of this mountain. I grew in within this mountain from childhood, so I knew nothing about the world outside this mountain world. I didn't have any real friends within this mountain. Those disciples and mates treated me as miss, and the elders and you also treat me as a daughter. For 18 years, did you ever try to understand your daughter's heart as a mother? From childhood, you would punish me severely, and frequently curse me in your rage, so I went ahead and left this villa. This time if Zero didn't have a pressing matter where he needed to request your help, then I absolutely would not have returned. Hearing Vermilion Bird, Feng Yunmeng's body quivered, trembling right hand's index finger pointed at Vermilion Bird, then she suddenly raised and waved her right hand towards the beautiful face of Vermilion Bird. Pa! This slap didn't land on the face of Vermilion Bird, as her arm was firmly held by a lightning-covered hand. Looking at the owner of the hand, she saw Ren Tianyu expressionlessly standing at the side of Vermilion Bird, and his right hand was tightly holding her right arm, making it impossible to move forward. Villa Mistress Feng, there is no need to get worked up over such a small matter.
Ren Tianyu indifferently spoke to Feng Yunmeng, as he also slowly loosened his grip. This is an internal matter of our Flame Phoenix Villa, it is not a matter for you outsiders to meddle into. As a matter of fact, the instant she had begun to hit, inside her heart Feng Yunmeng had already regretted it, and so she felt fortunate when it was blocked by Ren Tianyu. But it was not easy to make Feng Yunmeng show gratefulness towards men. Okay, Villa Mistress Feng, I want to do a proper business deal. Don't be in a hurry to reject what I have requested, as you will not be helping me in vain. Ren Tianyu took out a simple book and one crystal which was emitting a black-colored magic fog from his space ring, and continued to speak. I am willing to give you this mid-heaven ranked battle skill, Violent Cloud Sudden Change, plus this low god ranked, Demon Clan's Divinity Crystal as a payment. And I will furthermore promise to do any 3 tasks you, Villa Mistress Feng, ask, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will exert my fullest efforts to get them done, but... The mid-heaven grade battle skill was the reward he got after completing the mission Get Purple Gauze Magnificent Skyflower of Mercenary Guild. As for this low god, Demon Clan's Divinity Crystal, he naturally obtained it after killing that unlucky Demon Clan member in the Tower of Babel. Oh, your condition is actually very fascinating. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng's complexion immediately changed slightly for a more favorable expression, then the golden flame on her body also slowly dissipated. Then tell me, what do you want? Hearing this, Ren Tianyu slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened and staring at Feng Yunmeng, he said, I want Villa Mistress to resurrect my dead elder sister. What did you say? Say it again. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Feng Yunmeng suddenly changed, and a powerful aura from her body firmly locked onto Ren Tianyu. From where did you hear the information that our Flame Phoenix Villa is capable of resurrecting a dead person, but... Simultaneously Feng Yunmeng secretly thought inside her heart, where did this guy get this information? Don't tell me that little woo. Impossible, except me only very, very few elders of the Flame Phoenix Villa know of this. So it is impossible for even the members of our villa to know this, let alone outsiders. I guessed. Ren Tianyu completely ignored the aura of Feng Yunmeng, and continued on, I heard the Phoenix God blood lineage of your Flame Phoenix Villa have Rebirth Fire Bath ability. I also don't know whether this ability could be used on other people or not, but I was also forced to give medicine to a dead horse, so I came here to request of you. T.N. To give medicine to a dead horse, idiom to keep trying everything in a desperate situation. But from the reaction of Villa Master Feng just a moment ago, it seems you Flame Phoenix Villa can really resurrect my elder sister, so Villa Mistress Feng, please you must help me, I absolutely will never forget this favor. So it was like that. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng slowly retracted her aura, then she looked at that heaven-grade battle skill and that divinity crystal in Ren Tianyu's hands, and again, thought of her daughter, then sighed inside her heart, AI, let it pass, since it's like this, I should help him. Even little Wu is asking me to help him, what's more we will not suffer losses excessively, 1 divinity crystal plus that mid-heaven grade battle skill, we definitely will not suffer too big of a loss. Heaven grade battle skill is very rare, even Flame Mountain Villa, this kind of big forces possessed only a few, this proves the worth of heaven grade battle skills. As for the divinity crystal, it could be used to increase the likelihood to break through the barrier of God domain and enter the boundary of God domain, so it was similarly priceless. Fine, I agree to your request. Looking at Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng slowly said. But before Ren Tianyu became happy, she continued, but to revive the dead, you must first get 2 things. Spring of Life and Revenant Stone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Steps of Resurrection. Chapter 180, Steps of Resurrection. Spring of Life and Revenant Stone? What are these things? Could it be that these things are needed for resurrection? Ren Tianyu doubtfully asked. Ren Tianyu didn't notice the change in Void's expression when the Revenant Stone was mentioned. Did you think reviving people was an easy thing to do? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng grumpily gave a supercilious look, then slowly explained to Ren Tianyu and the others, reviving people is completely going against the law of heaven and earth. First the soul of the person must be recalled from death domain, then the life force must be restored into an already deceased mortal body, restoring this dead mortal body to its original living state. Finally after that, using a type of special power to return the soul back into the human body and let them merge, successfully reviving that person. But wanting to fulfill these conditions is easier said than done, even the first step is just as hard as ascending the heavens. Speaking up to hear Feng Yunmeng sighed, then continued, death domain is a special plane, where the souls of the deceased gather. This is not only for our divine wind continent, but the same for other planes too. So anything that possesses flesh is basically unable to survive in this death domain. The environment of that place is suitable for the existence of the soul only. First, recalling the soul from this death domain is easier said than done. First, we basically don't have enough strength to break through and enter the death domain.
Secondly, even if we use special means to enter death domain, not to mention that the surrounding of that plane is basically unsuitable for us to exist in, just finding a particular soul of a person in that vast death domain is simply like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Having heard up to here, the complexion of Ren Tianyu slowly sank. He had never thought that the resurrection of a person was this difficult.
Feng Yunmeng was absolutely right. He was powerless to accomplish even the first step with his current strength. And he thought, I don't know how many years it would take for me to be able to awaken my Rinnegan, so could it be that I really have to learn Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, then resurrect elder sister Yuer, but if I resurrect her like this, she would basically turn into neither dead nor alive zombie. This move should be used on enemies, not on my own close ones, but the next explanation of Feng Yunmeng ignited the hope of Ren Tianyu once more. However, although this matter can't be accomplished by ordinary means, but there is one thing that can help us to accomplish it. That thing I mentioned before, the Revenant Stone.
Seeing the dejected expression of Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng didn't torment him and said the method directly. As expected, after hearing Feng Yunmeng, the eyes of Ren Tianyu immediately lit up again. The Revenant Stone is the most valuable treasure passed down within the Death Clan of the Divine Wind Continent. Legends say that, because of their special blood lineage Heart Death, the Death Clan possesses an innate ability to communicate with Death Domain. And in the past years, Revenant Stone was bestowed to the Death Clan by the Master of Death Domain, the Death God himself, and were simultaneously bestowed a special spell, Revive Magic Spell, The people of Death Clan can use the blood of the deceased and drop it on the Revenant Stone, then use their special undead battle chi and chant the Revive Magic Spell. Only after that the barrier of Death Domain would directly open, and the owner of that drop of blood soul would be summoned back into this world. But only those guys of Death Clan have the ability to use this Revenant Stone, so even if you were somehow able to acquire the Revenant Stone, you also need to find a member of Death Clan who would be willing to cooperate. When she spoke up to here, Feng Yunmeng suddenly found that Ren Tianyu's complexion was very brilliant, as it seemed shocked, happy, doubtful, and so on.
Hello, boy. What's going on with you? Did you hear what I said?
Seeing the foolish look of Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng immediately gathered chi and yelled loudly into the ears of Ren Tianyu.
Hon. Ren Tianyu felt as if his ears exploded, and his ears turned deaf for a moment, then rubbing his ears, Ren Tianyu snapped from his daze, then without telling her about Void, he urged her to continue. I'm fine, Villa Mistress Feng, please continue. The second step of resurrection is restoring the life force of the deceased's mortal body. Since after the death of a person, the body gives rise to a type of special death force. This death of force slowly swallows the remaining life force of the deceased's mortal body. Even if you use a special method to take care of the mortal body, it's useless, because this is the law of heaven and earth, so there are no other ways. After taking a quick look at Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng didn't bother with him, rather continued. And once this death force completely swallows the remaining life force, the deceased is basically impossible to resurrect, because the instant the deceased is revived, then their soul would be immediately devoured by that death force, leaving nothing behind. After that there will be no method to revive the deceased person ever again.
And to expel that death force, the second thing I mentioned earlier is needed: Spring of Life spring water. Spring of Life is the most valuable treasure of one of the ancient 100 clans, Elven clans. It has the ability to completely heal injuries very quickly. Even if you are injured very heavily, if you drink from this Spring of Life, then all the injuries will be healed rapidly. Spring of Life possesses an extremely strong life force. After drinking it, it still could increase the lifespan of people. Legend says that a small bottle of Spring of Life could make people maintain a youthful appearance for more than 500 years. But every year the Spring of Life gives birth to spring water, which is enough to fill only a small medicine bottle. This shows the preciousness of the Spring of Life. Those elves hold this Spring of Life more dearly than even their own lives, so wanting to obtain this Spring of Life as an outsider is very, very difficult. Legends say that until now, only very few people were able to get the Spring of Life. Those peoples of the Elven clan are one of the most ancient 100 clans. Their strength is also very high. They possess high saint-ranked nature blood lineage, innately possess the ability to control plants, ability to communicate with plants, and furthermore could use special nature magic. But after you gather these things, I will help you in the final step of resurrection by igniting fire of life and reviving them. However, that is on the premise that you can get these things first. And I will not help you in getting any of these things. So your primary task is to collect the things I mentioned. Looking at Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng said, Rest assured, senior, I will absolutely gather all of those things and place them before you. Ren Tianyu said with a determined face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 181, Set Off. Chapter 181, Set Off.
After finished listening to Feng Yunmeng, Ren Tianyu firmly clenched his hands to fists, and resolutely thought, no matter who, and no matter what difficulties lies ahead, they will never be able to stop my steps to revive Elder Sister Yuer. When his sword of Tatsuka pierced Elder Sister Yuer's abdomen, at that time Ren Tianyu felt as if his heart scattered. Because of the memory of Shimen Tianlong, inherited emotions of Shimen Tianlong, and long ago fused with Ren Tianyu's soul of Shimen Tianlong, one could say Ren Tianyu was Shimen Tianlong. But could not say Shimen Tianlong was Ren Tianyu, because the soul of Shimen Tianlong had already assimilated by Ren Tianyu. Okay, I finished what I have to say. After you got those things I mentioned, come here again. Looking at Ren Tianyu's that firm expression, Feng Yunmeng smiled and said slowly. Thanks a lot for the advice, Villa Mistress Feng. Ren Tianyu bowed to Feng Yunmeng and thanked sincerely. Then he handed over that mid-heaven grade battle skill, and that demon clan's divinity crystal to Feng Yunmeng. Since Villa Mistress already told me the secrets of resurrection, these two things belongs to Villa Mistress Feng. Oh, you are giving me these two things right now. Could it be that you are not afraid that I am deceiving you, or not helping you after getting these things? Seeing Ren Tianyu was handing over those two things, Feng Yunmeng couldn't help but strangely asked. She had never believed that Ren Tianyu would actually give her those things this easily. I believe in Villa Mistress, your character. And the Villa Mistress of dignified Flame Phoenix Villa cannot go so far to covert eye, this nobody's things. Hearing Feng Yunmeng, Ren Tianyu said with a smile on his face. And you are also the mother of Vermilion Bird. If I cannot even trust you, then how can I still call myself her boss? Vermilion Bird? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng doubtfully asked, as she didn't know that her daughter had already joined Ren Tianyu's Akatsuki organization. Vermilion Bird is your daughter, Feng Wu. She is also member of our Akatsuki organization. And every member of Akatsuki organization have their own code name, and the code name for Feng Wu was Vermilion Bird, represent those who possess flame of extermination of flame bathing phoenix. Ren Tianyu explained slowly. Did you join this Akatsuki organization? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng turned around to Vermilion Bird and asked. Yes. Vermilion Bird answered without the slightest hesitation, then she continued. Because they are extremely good people, and being with them, I feel very happy, very joyful. I extremely like this feeling, so I decided to join this organization. Well, you are grown up now, so you can decide things you want to do, and since you already joined this organization with your own decision, I will also not stop you. Hearing Vermilion Bird, Feng Yunmeng quivered inside her heart, and she said after sighing. Boy, since it is like this, I will first receive your things. Now the most important things is to gather those two distinct things I have said without losing any time. And turning towards Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng took battle skill and divinity crystal from Ren Tianyu, and said. Okay. I have another matter to inconvenience Villa Mistress. Ren Tianyu cupped his hand, then pointed towards White Tiger and others. He asked, is it possible for my companions to stay here for the time being? I felt moving alone would be more convenient. Them? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng looked towards White Tiger and other and frowned, and wanted to reject, but caught the sight of Vermilion Bird's pleading expression, then sighing inside her heart, she said, never mind, I will let them stay here for the time being. Thanks a lot, Villa Mistress. Please let me say some words of farewell with my companions. Ren Tianyu happily said to Feng Yunmeng. And she also tactfully took the maids of hall and retreated, leaving behind only the members of Akatsuki. Zero, are you really intending to move by yourself? After seeing her mother had left, Vermilion Bird walked over and said to Ren Tianyu. No, I am not moving alone, rather I and Void will move separately. Ren Tianyu looked at the companion at his side and slowly opened his mouth. I want Void, who is the member of Death Clan, obtain this Revenant Stone. As for Spring of Life of Elf Clan, I will obtain it myself. I have Revenant Stone now with me. After hearing Ren Tianyu, Void directly said this one unexpected sentence. What? You already have Revenant Stone with you. Hearing Void, everyone on the scene were extremely shocked. And the complexion of Ren Tianyu and Little Yu had pleasantly surprised expression. They had never expected this Revenant Stone was actually being carried around by Void. Didn't Feng Yunmeng just said that Revenant Stone was Death Clan most valuable treasure? Even if the status of Void in Death Clan was very high, it should be impossible to carry it around everywhere like this. Hearing the query of everyone, Void slowly explained, even though this Revenant Stone is most valuable treasure bestowed to our clan by His Excellency the Death God, but this Revenant Stone don't have that much of a use to us. Although it possessed the effect that was said by the mother of Vermilion Bird, but for us Death Clan, that however is useless. But because this Revenant Stone is bestowed to us by His Excellency the Death God himself, we treated it as our most valuable treasure. Altogether there are 5 Revenant Stones, and when I came out from the clan, I just happened to brought one with me,
Because this revenant stone also possessed the ability to store the energy, and the seniors of my clan have sealed their energy inside it. So at the critical moment, I can use it to save my life. So it was like that. Ren Tianyu and other nodded their head, and suddenly understood inside their heart that although this was revenant stone was bestowed by Death God himself, but it was not any big uses to anyone. Only the peoples like Ren Tianyu who wanted to revive someone would need this revenant stone. In this case, it saves a lot of time. Ren Tianyu excitedly said. After that he took out 2 crystals from his space ring. One of them was emitting earth element aura, while other was emitting death aura. These are divinity crystals. This one is Death System's High God Death Dragon's divinity crystal. This one is that old guy of Shiman clan's mid-god ranked divinity crystal. I had only 3 divinity crystals, one I gave to Mother of Vermilion Bird, so I have only these 2 left to give you. Void you take this Death System divinity crystal. Your undead battle chi and the attribute of this divinity crystal completely compliance with each other, so I believe this will absolutely greatly help you to increase your strength. Ren Tianyu handed over that Death System divinity crystal to Void. Then looking at the remaining Earth System divinity crystal, Ren Tianyu looked towards Little Yu and said, Little Yu, this divinity crystal is for you. You are the only Earth-attributed person among us, so only you have the ability to completely utilize it. And you are the weakest among all of us, so in the time I am not here, do not use pills to cultivate, just cultivate properly. And if you have any issues in cultivating, you can just go and ask White Tiger and others. Okay, idiot. Little Yu stretched her jade hand, and took the divinity crystal from Ren Tianyu as she make firm determination inside her heart, I must strive hard to cultivate. Finally after great difficulty, I am able to get together with Idiot, so I must not become his burden. I only have this few divinity crystal now, if I obtain more divinity crystals in the future, then I will give them to you all. After Ren Tianyu finished distributing, he looked towards Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Jade Maiden, and said. Okay Zero, in any case the ability of my blood lineage is not low, so I believe that I will be breaking through the barrier of God domain and enter into God realm very soon. White Tiger waved his hand, then said to Ren Tianyu. Vermilion Bird and Jade Maiden also similarly said so. As a matter of fact, although Ren Tianyu could exchange these divinity crystals for system points, i.e. one low god divinity crystal gave 30,000 system points, mid god divinity crystal gave 50,000 system points and high god divinity crystal gave 80,000 system points. But after considering, he still decided to give these divinity crystal to everyone. Because if only his strength increased, and the gap in strength compared to the companions became very large, then what was the point of creating his Akatsuki organization? Might as well be best to act alone. His aim was to create Akatsuki with matchless members, so that everyone could be able to fend himself anywhere with lofty strength. Just like Naruto World's Akatsuki organization. Deidara and Sasori, these 2 directly entered San Ninja Village, and captured host of Ichibi Kazakage Gara alive. Kakuzu and Haiden massacred the peoples of 5 big ninja villages throughout their journey, and finally captured the host of Nibi Yujito alive, and also killed Sarutobi Asuma. Yukita Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame intruded Hidden Stone Village, and captured the host of Yanbi who had Yotan, Lava Style, Rashi alive. Pain alone ventured into Leaf Village, and used one move Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to destroy the whole Leaf Village. And if Naruto the host of Kyuubi didn't appear, plus Pain didn't use Geto Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Geto Art of Rinne Rebirth, then Pain wouldn't have died there. As for Obito, he controlled Kyuubi and raided Leaf Village, although 4th Hokage stopped him, still 4th Hokage and Kusina both died. And the aim of Ren Tianyu was also to make his Akatsuki organization unmatched giant organization like that brought fear with just the name Akatsuki alone, instead of showing off their ability. Okay, let's end out chat here. I should leave now. Ren Tianyu looked at everyone, and bidding farewell, he prepared to leave. Zero, you must always be careful, Elf Clan is not simple and they also don't welcome outsider. Jade Maiden warned Ren Tianyu. As a member of Illusory Shrine, she understood Elf Clan more than other peoples, and also clearly knew the terror of those seemingly harmless beautiful women and handsome men. Idiot, you must come back, I will wait for you here. Little Yu walked over, although embarrassed, she hugged Ren Tianyu and said. Rest assured, did you forget my strength? It is not that easy to kill me, I will absolutely come back safely with Spring of Life, then revive your elder sister. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu's eyes turned into Mangekyo Sharingan, and along with spiral-shaped space ripple, the figure of Ren Tianyu disappeared in front of everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Elven Forest. Chapter 182, Elven Forest. Within the border of Dark Empire, there was an incomparable vast forest. There was many types of fresh green flora inside this forest, and there was many big trees with dense leaves on its branched in this forest. The area of this forest was comparable to the area of Magical Beasts Forest, occupying majority of the area of Dark Empire. But inside the forest, with the exception of sweet-sounding chirping of birds, there was not any roaring sound of magical beasts, and appeared particularly tranquil. This forest name was Elven Forest, was the dwelling place of one of the ancient 100 clan, Elf Clan. This was also the reason this forest was called so. Elf Clan was one of the clan of ancient 100 clans. They were favorite of nature, and also companion of nature. The members of Elf Clan all had extremely long life, even the ordinary elves who did not cultivate were able to live up to 700 years, so one might as well say that they were typical long-lived clan. Basically, the members of Elf Clan were the embodiment of noble, elegant, intelligent, and beautiful. They integrate themselves with nature, and also possessed extremely high vigilance. Basically everyone in their clan were expert in using nature magic, could communicate with plants and gather the information, and also control plants and put good use to their nature magic. In the forest, among same-ranked experts, the Elf Clan was well-deserved king. All the plants inside the forest were the helper of elves. Once enter into the forest, you would be surrounded by myriad of trees and vines, making it impossible to flee. So the members of Elf Clan were very fond of living inside the forest. And the vision of members of Elf Clan also far surpassed the vision of ordinary peoples. Even in the dark environment, their vision was basically triple the vision of the ordinary people, so they were also natural-born archer, and could easily reach peak of archery. But the physical body of Elf Clan was extremely weak, twice as much weaker than that of ordinary peoples. Because of this, Elf Clan never had any warrior within their clan. During the invasion of Demon Clan, the nature magic in that extremely extraordinary archery of Elf Clan caused extremely heavy damage to Demon Clan. But after going through this large-scale war, Elf Clan also received heavy losses, and depending the most valuable treasure of their clan Tree of Life and Spring of Life, they were recuperating for a long time, and slowly recovering. And just outside this elven forest, along with the appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple, a person wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on them and also wearing a bamboo hat on the head appeared in that place. Finally found the right direction. Seeing the vast forest in front of him, this person lifted his head and reveled his young face, but oddly his eyes were blood-red in color. This person naturally was Ren Tian Yu. After leaving from Flame Phoenix Villa, throughout the way, he asked about the location of Elf Clan. Because he didn't know the space coordinate of Elven Forest, he went wrong direction many times, but he was finally able to reach the right place. And after he heard about the information of Elf Clan, Ren Tian Yu was greatly shocked, because he found out that the nature magic of Elf Clan and Mokuton, wood style, of Naruto world were similar, could control myriad of plants for their help. Wasn't this defiance of natural order? At that time, Ren Tian Yu wanted to retreat for a bit. Now he would be going against the nature magic which was similar to Mokuton. If he didn't handle this properly, then he would get himself in difficult position. However, after carefully understanding, he also slowly calmed down, because this nature magic was basically not comparable to Mokuton. Their ability to control plants were powerful, but this move was usable only in the forest, and if they need to produce forest on vast land, then even if they are beaten to death, they would be unable to do so. But with Mokuton of Seiju Hashirama, no need to talk about land. Even in the midst of desert, producing a forest was very easy matter to do. But even so, it was easy matter for Elf Clan to summoning few trees on the empty land. Although their nature magic was far too weaker than Mokuton, but within forest, he also don't dare to look down upon these elves. They could easily controls all the plants within the forest, so if he underestimate them, then perhaps he might never come out from the forest. Ren Tian Yu stepped forward and entered Elven Forest. Within this Elven Forest, it would be for the best to not use Kamui, because he don't know the coordinate of Elf Clan. If by chance, he rashly burst in the middle of the experts of the clan, then wouldn't that be a tragedy? He had come here to borrow Spring of Life, and if venture like that, then he would very probably be misunderstood. And the matter of borrowing Spring of Life would also fall apart. And if the peoples of Elf Clan refused to borrow it, then using Kamui to secretly sneak in and steal the Spring of Life also wouldn't be late. Inside the forest, Ren Tian Yu only heard the chirping of birds. He basically didn't find any trace of magical beasts throughout the way. Ren Tian Yu knew that this was because the peoples of Elf Clan had completely drove out all the magical beasts. Even after walking for a long time, Ren Tian Yu was still not able to find any trace of Elf Clan. Just at this time, the stomach of Ren Tian Yu called out, so he helplessly took out one black-colored pill from his space ring, threw it inside his mouth, and swallowed. This was food pill, which Ren Tian Yu had especially exchanged. Now he basically shouldn't lit a fire, and there was also not any suitable prey here, so he was forced to allay his hunger with food pill. After eating food pill, the empty stomach of Ren Tian Yu slowly became full, and the hungry feeling also slowly disappeared. Ren Tianyu continuously jumped from one tree to another, searching the trace of Elf Clan. Just at that time, the vine from one tree suddenly grew longer quickly, then advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Facing a sudden attack, Ren Tianyu was not a bit anxious. His right foot heavily stepped on the branch and changing his direction, he jumped over to another tree. The legs of Ren Tianyu firmly stuck to the tree trunk as if his legs have huge suction force, making him not fall down. Firmly standing, the eyes of Ren Tianyu continuously scanned all around, and he also prepared himself for any sneak attack. Just at that time, he heard few movement sound, then he saw 3 arrows were quickly advancing towards his direction. There you are. Ren Tianyu looked towards the direction from where these 3 arrows were shot, and clearly saw a figure flashed among the thick bush. The eyes of Ren Tianyu shined seeing this, then instead of retreating, he advanced towards that figure welcoming those 3 arrows. In the sky, Ren Tianyu threw 3 kunai with his right hand, and these 3 kunai flew towards those 3 arrows. Then with ding, ding, ding sounds, these 3 arrows fell down to the ground. Under the formidable power of his Sharingan, he could easily see through the trajectory of those arrows, so it was quite easy for him to hit them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Control. Chapter 183, Control. Along with ding, ding, ding 3 metal colliding sounds, the 3 long arrows which were quickly advancing towards him were shot down by the kunai thrown by Ren Tianyu under the observation ability of his Sharingan. And the figure of Ren Tianyu continued to jump towards the direction from where the long arrows were shot. And just when Ren Tianyu landed in the middle of that huge thick bush which was able to completely cover any man with ordinary height, a petite figure suddenly shot out from inside that thick bush, and jumped onto a tree and ran away. That figure was very agile and speedy, merely in a blink of an eye, that figure disappeared from before his eyes. Humph, running away? Seeing the figure of that person had disappeared before his eyes, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly, then he also jumped and chased after it. But just at that time, 5 long arrows were again quickly incoming towards him from the direction where that figure had disappeared. With no other choice, Ren Tianyu was forced to stop and flip backwards several times, to dodge these long arrows. Then with a pang, several sounds, these long arrows directly shot at the place where Ren Tianyu was just a moment ago, and the feathers of these 5 long arrows were still unceasingly shaking. And when Ren Tianyu had just come to stop his body, that long thick bush in the front, as if alive, continuously extended its long tendrils towards him, as if it wanted to completely swallow him. Ren Tianyu had no other choice but to jump and he arrived at Sight's huge tree, but when Ren Tianyu had just came to stop, the whole tree suddenly shook ceaselessly, as if it wanted Ren Tianyu to fall down. Then under the unexpected and surprised gaze of Ren Tianyu, the roots of this tree grew out from the earth, and its branches changed into arms, which advanced towards Ren Tianyu who was standing at the tree trunk to capture him. F***K. The complexion of Ren Tianyu changed, and he couldn't help but cursed. Then heavily stepping on the branch he was standing, he jumped towards the sky. But those violently growing thick bush also closely followed after him in the sky. Ren Tianyu stepped on the space cross-section which couldn't be seen with naked eyes, and was dodging unceasingly in the air. And from the corner of his eyes, he saw the roots of those big trees that grew out from the earth were also advancing towards him. And on the ground beneath him, he saw innumerable vines, thick bushes, and branches, under the mysterious power were unceasingly growing and was stretching towards him. And in the middle of this, several arrows were also continuously shooting towards him, making it even more troublesome to deal with. The dodging was getting more and more difficult, under such concentrated attacks. If not for his Sharingan's powerful observation ability, he would have long been swallowed by these attacks. Even Kamui was not that big of a help in such continuous concentrated attack, as Kamui could be maintained continuously for only 5 minutes. This is getting bad. First I should see whether I can make them stop their attack or not. After all, I am here to seek medication. If I get too heavy-handed, and unknowingly injured them, then I fear it would be even harder for me to request the medicine. Ren Tianyu simultaneously thought while dodging, then scanning around, he said in a loud voice, "Friends of Elf Clan, please listen to my one sentence. I didn't came here with any ill intention, rather there is one matter I want to request you Elf Clan to help. Our Elf Clan does not welcome outsiders, and we can clearly sense dense bloody chi on your body. You must have killed a lot of people just some time ago. You blood-reeking human, we Elf Clan will not welcome you, so please leave." After Ren Tianyu spoke, a crisp and beautiful female voice came from all direction. And hearing this, Ren Tianyu was stunned, then made a wry smile on his face. He honestly had never thought that the perception of the members of Elf Clan was actually this powerful. It had already been 5 days he had left the soaring Dragon Mountain villa of Shiman Clan, but didn't expect that they could clearly sense the bloody chi that contaminated his body due to killings of that time. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? Could it be that the perceptivity of this Elf Clan was comparable to the perceptivity of Sage Mode? Yes, my hands are stained with the bloods of many peoples, but all the peoples I killed were the peoples I deemed should be killed, so I feel no qualms in my heart. I arrived here to this elven forest after untold hardships, as I have something important I want to request your elf queen. Hope friends of elf clan be lenient. Ren Tian Yu said with honest expression. In any case, Ren Tian Yu would never show mercy to those peoples who he deemed should be killed, but he also had never killed innocent. Even if other people said he was a devil, as long as he firmly stayed true to his original intention, he was okay with it. In this world there was neither devil nor Buddha. And compared to hypocritical gods and Buddha, Ren Tian Yu rather become devil who would remember debts of gratitude coupled with duty to revenge. We elf clan doesn't welcome outsiders, no matter what your matter is, we elf clan forbid outsider to enter. If you don't leave now, we will not show any mercy. This time it was the male voice, which refused the request of Ren Tian Yu without a slightest hesitation. In that case, I will put off a discussion until I caught you rats. Hearing that he was refused, the complexion of Ren Tian Yu slowly became cold. Then while dodging the surprise attack of 3 long arrows, he saw those insanely growing tendrils and vines which were stretching towards him. Seeing these, Ren Tian Yu quickly made a series of hand seals, and after a few seconds of dodging the attacks, he completed making hand seals. After that he placed his right hand in front of his mouth, took a deep breath and spat out huge blazing flame ball from his mouth towards those stretching vines and tendrils. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Along with Hong sound, this huge flame immediately spread and began to rapidly burn innumerable tendrils and vines to ashes. Then remaining power of this flame directly burned those thick bushes too, and began to unceasingly spread to all those stretched thick bushes and vines, also burning them to ashes. The surroundings immediately changed into violently burning sea of flame. Humph, since you can't tell good from bad, then we will also no longer show any mercy. Everyone begin all-out attack, put your life on the line. After Ren Tian Yu counterattacked, the elfman hiding on the dark ordered to launch all-out attack towards Ren Tian Yu. Then Ren Tian Yu saw large amount of dark green colored dense fog spread in all direction, and every vines that were infected by this dense fog began to quickly grow, became bigger, and attacked towards Ren Tian Yu. Ren Tian Yu immediately released fire-style jutsu to block these quickly growing plants. Under his blazing flame, all of those plants were burned to ashes. Everyone, if you don't stop, then don't blame me for using too much force. Ren Tian Yu scanned all around, as he slowly spoke this sentence filled with chill air. Humph, with only you alone, you are not qualified to talk such big words. Let's see if you really have the ability to injure any of us? A voice full of disdain came through the dark. It seems they were clearly not taking the threats of Ren Tian Yu seriously. After that he commanded the surrounding companions, release 10,000 arrows simultaneously, and shot this intruder into a sieve. Immediately after this voice, the sound of bowstrings vibrating sound reverberated through this place. Ren Tian Yu scanned all his surroundings, and discovered innumerable sharp arrows were quickly advancing towards him, giving him nowhere to dodge. Seeing this, the complexion of Ren Tian Yu sunk. Even clay figurine had 3 points of anger, let alone Ren Tian Yu. These elves were repetitively making it difficult for him, so he decided to let these guys know his ability. Humph, since it's like this, don't blame me if someone got killed or injured. Finished speaking, Ren Tian Yu quickly made a series of hand seals. Just when these sharp arrows arrived just before him, he finished making hand seals. Katan Zukaku. Fire style, searing migraine. Ren Tian Yu took a deep breath, then spat out blazing flame from his mouth, which quickly spread in all direction. And before those sharp arrows were able to reach the body of Ren Tian Yu, they were completely burned to ashes by this flame. After that, along with loud explosion sound, almost all the trees and plants around were burned to ashes, practically leaving behind nothing. And these flames still quickly spread, and all those elves that were hiding in the surroundings were forced to show themselves one after another. Then very quickly retreated to dodge these terrifying flame, so as to avoid getting injured. Humph, finally these rats are forced out of hiding. Looking at those fleeing elves, Ren Tian Yu coldly snorted while standing on the sky. After that he stopped this fire-style jutsu, then purple lighting appeared all around his body, and in a flash, he disappeared from this place. In front of one female elf with long green-colored hair and 2 pointed ears, who was holding green bow and arrows, and wearing light green-colored leather armor, lightning suddenly flashed, then a figure of a person suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the way of this female elf. Seeing this female elf who was in the process of fleeing away from the blazing flame was dumbfounded. But she was not able to stare blankly at this figure for much longer. This lightning figure suddenly flashed and immediately appeared before her. After that, before she could react, she was kicked on the flank and was sent flying, as she felt unbearable pain on her body. And only after slamming with 2 trees, she fell down on the ground, and lied there motionlessly. She was truly kicked just like a football. Although these elves didn't know what's good for them, but Ren Tian Yu still didn't carried away in anger and killed them. He knew that the consequences of killing them, as a result, even though his heart was filled with anger, he controlled his strength so as to not kill them. And just a moment ago too, he had controlled the spreading speed of his fire style jutsu too, otherwise with his current attainment in fire style, how could these ordinary elves have time to flee? He merely wanted to use fire style jutsu to force them out from their hiding. After that he could easily took out all of them one by one. And after seeing the state of that female elf that was attacked by Ren Tianyu, the remaining elves that were also in the process of dodging hurriedly became angry, then angrily raised their bow and shot arrows towards Ren Tianyu. In their opinion, Ren Tianyu had killed that elf. Looking at those rapidly incoming long arrows, Ren Tianyu just curled his lips and smiled with disdain. If they shoot like this, then even in their dream they won't not be able to hit him. Controlling his body, Ren Tianyu rapidly rotated his body in the sky and released powerful chakra from his whole body. As a layer of powerful chakra covered his entire body. The rotation speed of Ren Tianyu became even faster and faster, then this chakra gradually changed into white-colored tornado column. Suddenly a deafening sound of dragon roar reverberated through the air, then the tornado column quickly stretched, suddenly changed into huge dragon, and two huge dragon eyes flashed with blue light. After that this huge dragon god directly advanced forward. And the powerful air current around this huge dragon god uprooted the trees around it, and blew it towards the sky. This was the taijutsu which Ren Tianyu had not used for a long time, Konoha Ryujin, Leaf Dragon God. This move was perfect to use in this scenario. The long arrows that were advancing towards Ren Tianyu were not able to arrive in front of him. Before they could arrive, the powerful chakra air current around the body of Leaf Dragon God would directly blew them off. Ren Tianyu didn't even need to use a bit of strength to block them. After that he directly advanced towards elves. And along with a loud hong sound, a huge dust cloud suddenly rose. And 5 or 6 figures shot out from this dust cloud, then flying backwards, they heavily slammed into few trees, then falling on the ground, they lied there motionlessly. After this dust cloud dissipated, the figure of Ren Tianyu appeared in that place. Standing on the middle of the crater, looking at the figures standing on the branch of the tree in front of him, he opened his mouth, "I will not let any of you flee." Finished speaking, he changed into a blur, then disappeared from that place. After about 3 minutes, several more pits had appeared on the grounds, and the trees around were also upside down, as if prehistoric beast had rampaged here. And many elves was lying on the ground motionlessly as if they were dead. Both male and female elves were lying on the ground without any movement. And under one huge tree, one handsome male elf sat exhausted on the ground and was unceasingly retreating until his back touched that huge tree. After he no longer had place to retreat, looking at the figure slowly advancing towards him, he opened his mouth and yelled loudly with voice full of fear, You devil, don't come here. He, devil? Hearing this, Ren Tianyu smiled with disdain, then firmly staring at this elf, he asked, Where is your elf clan located? Devil, you killed so many of my companions. Even if I have to die, I will never tell you. I'll kill you. Finished speaking, this male elf suddenly roared loudly. After from somewhere around the leg, he took out dagger, then stabbed towards Ren Tianyu. Humph! Seeing this, Ren Tianyu just snorted coldly. He merely used his right hand to pinch the blade of the dagger, stopping all his movements. After that, staring at his eyes, his Sharingan rotated as powerful eye power gushed out from his eyes and entered the eyes of this male elf. Illusion, Sharingan. Along with the start of Sharingan's illusion, the eyes of this elf slowly become dull. Finally both of his eyes became lifeless, and his struggling simultaneously stopped. He nevertheless had already fell into the illusion of Ren Tianyu. Tell me about the location of your elf clan. Seeing the gaze of this elf was lifeless, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled then slowly said. In the middle of Elven Forest, our elf queen have set up enormous nature barrier. Other than member of elf clan, no outsider could enter this barrier, unless our queen herself create entrance on the barrier to let outsider enter. This male elf slowly answered to Ren Tianyu. In the middle of Elven Forest? Hearing this male elf, Ren Tianyu looked at the distance place of this forest, as he thought, I don't have any problem entering this barrier, because as long as I use Kamui no barrier can stop my path. Finished thinking, Ren Tianyu looked over to those elves that were beaten by him, and thought. Suddenly he had a good idea, then he took out long rope from inside his pace ring, after that used his Kusanagi sword to cut this rope into short pieces of rope. Then using these short ropes, he thoroughly tied both hands of these elves, then all of them were sucked into the Kamui space of his right eye. After finishing all this, he patted his hands and said something with a smile, settled. After that, looking at that dully standing male elf, he said, Lead the way, and take me to the location of your elf clan. Okay. This elf answered without slightest bit of hesitation. Under the illusion of Ren Tianyu, he didn't have any resistance. Directly leading the way, he walked towards the center of the forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Daylight Robbery. Chapter 184, Daylight Robbery. Under the Genjutsu control of Rintianyo's Sharingan, this male elf led Ren Tianyu inside the elven forest, all the way to the center of this forest. While on the way, Ren Tianyu didn't encounter any other elves' obstruction. From the mouth of this male elf, Ren Tianyu became aware that those elves he had captured were in fact one of the roaming guards in the forest dispatched by Elf Clan. Usually they were responsible to stop the people who were trespassing into the elven forest, so as not to let outsider intrude the center of the forest. And under the control of Ren Tianyu, this elf avoided other roaming guards throughout the way, in order to avoid conflict. Ren Tianyu was not willing to waste his time dealing with these peoples, so he directly avoided them as he proceeded to the center of the forest. After about 2 hours, Ren Tianyu finally arrived at the location of Elf Clan Elf Source. Ren Tianyu and that male elf stood on the branch of one of the huge tree. In front of Ren Tianyu, there was a huge barrier. The huge light green colored huge barrier in front of Ren Tianyu surrounded the area of more than 1,000 meters in circumference. The light screen of this barrier was full of life aura, which gave peoples a kind of elated happy feeling. And inside this barrier, sturdy trees were lined up everywhere, plants with strange flowers and grasses spread all over the ground, making this place look just like a world of fairy tales. Looking at the circumstance as well as moving around elves inside the barrier, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled, then he turned around and looked at that elf with blank eyes at his side. After that, along with an appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple, this male elf was also sucked inside his Kamui dimension. After that, looking at the barrier in front of him, another spiral-shaped space ripple appeared, and he disappeared from that location. The elves resides here at this elf source. Just as in the past, they complete the matters of every day in accordance with ordinary habits and customs. This place was just like a separate small-sized country. Merely when they occasionally passed through the house above the tallest tree of Elf Source, all the elves would display worshipping expression in their eyes. That was the place of the Elf Clan's Elf Queen. Under the guidance of Elf Queen, they passed through recuperation of thousands of years, and the Elf Clan finally reverted back to their original strength, even to the extent that they had already exceeded their own strength at eliminating Demon Clan time's golden age. But at this time, a discord voice reverberated through this elf source, which was heard by every elves in this place. Zero of Akatsuki organization asked to meet Elf Queen, hope Elf Queen will meet me once. Hearing this, an inconceivable expression appeared on the face of all the elves. Each and every one looked towards the direction of the origin of this voice, and they saw not far away in the sky, a young man wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on them was standing. And the whole body of this young man was releasing chilly aura. This person was naturally Ren Tianyu. When they saw this youth, the eyes of all of the elves flashed with inconceivable expression. They were not surprised by the momentum of Ren Tianyu, rather all of them were simultaneously thinking, how did this guy noiselessly pass through the nature barrier and entered the elf source? One should know that this nature barrier was set up by Elf Queen herself using her peak True God realm strength along with the clan treasure, Minato staff. For several thousands of years, no one knows how many people with bad intention towards Elf Clan were stopped by this barrier, but now someone actually brazenly passed through the barrier and entered Elf Source without alerting anyone. Could it be that the strength of this person is higher than their Elf Queen? Who is this impudent? Just at this time, a cold snorting voice came through the palace on the tallest tree, then 5 green colored streaked out from this place and stopped in the sky, not far away in front of Ren Tianyu. After this green light dissipated, extremely beautiful woman whose body was emitting mature charm appeared in the sky. She was wearing a gorgeous noble clothing, as well as wearing crown in her head, and was also holding a green-colored staff in her hand. And seeing the appearance of this beautiful woman, the eyes of all the elves released crazed worship expression. This person was Elf Queen of Elf Clan. And at her side, 2 male and 2 female elves were standing. Although their bodies were also releasing aura, but compared to Elf Queen, theirs were weaker, but also not that weaker. Ren Tianyu, who was standing in the sky in front of them, didn't have any aura in his body, he looked just like a commonplace ordinary person. But someone who was capable enough to conceal himself from the perception of all the elves including them, and noiselessly pass through the nature barrier, couldn't be a commonplace ordinary person. And also the most evil thing about this person was his eyes. They could clearly sense a hint of evil aura from his eyes. They discovered that if they stared those eyes for too long, they felt as if their whole mind would be sunk inside it. This shook the heart of Elf Queen herself. In the end, who was this guy? Actually capable of entering the elven forest freely. And the most bizarre thing is his eyes. Looking at Ren Tianyu standing in the sky in front of them, the eyes of Elf Queen were filled with shocked expression. The only clan that possess eye blood lineage that I am aware of are only Three-Eyed God Clan and Evil Eye Clan. But Three-Eyed Clan possess 3 eyes, so it is impossible for him to be from Three-Eyed Clan.
As for Evil Eye Clan, although their eyes are also filled with evil and have illusion powers, so all of them are heavenly gifted illusionist master, but although their eye are also red in color, inside their eyeballs, they basically don't have this kind of bizarre tadpole-shaped things. In the end, what the hell are those eyes? Still, the willpower of Elf Queen was extremely outstanding. She simply suppressed the fear in her heart, then looking straight at Ren Tianyu, she said in a flat tone, "I don't know who your excellency is? But you are trespassing into our elf source. This one is leader of Akatsuki Organization, 0. Seeing Elf Queen plus those 4 powerful experts standing in front of him, terrifying waves have appeared in the heart of Ren Tianyu, as he thought, good gracious, never thought that this elf clan is this powerful. There was actually this many experts inside the clan. First, no need to talk about Elf Queen, as I couldn't even see through her power level. Even those 4 experts at her side are as strong as Shiman Zhou of Shiman clan. It seems I myself entered the wolf den. I need to be very careful. As for the matter of trespassing into elf source, please forgive me, Elf Queen. Because I thought that if I was outside the barrier, you will not meet me, and at that time your people would definitely chase me away, so I was forced to secretly enter inside the barrier to ask to meet your highness the queen. Ren Tianyu cupped his hand, then looking at the queen in front of him, he continued, there is one matter where I want the help of your highness the queen. I don't know your highness's so-called matter? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Elf Queen didn't lay down the guard in her heart. Because Ren Tianyu was capable of freely entering and exiting this nature barrier, from the beginning she had raised guard inside her heart. Myself want to obtain 10 bottles of Spring of Life. Ren Tianyu said to Elf Queen while cupping his hand. As a matter of fact, to restore the life force in the corpse of Shiman Yuer, 4 bottles was sufficient. But the mother of Vermilion Bird used one of the 3 promise of Ren Tianyu, which was to get her 2 bottles of Spring of Life. So with no other choice, he was forced to comply. After that, Ren Tianyu simply hardened his heart, and directly intend to ask 10 bottles. He decided to use 1 bottle on himself. After all, although his ninjutsu was able to increase his strength, but was nevertheless powerless to increase his lifespan, and this was not a small regret. And when he heard that 1 small bottle of this Spring of Life was able to add 500 years of lifespan, and let him perpetually remain young, at that moment, even Ren Tianyu wanted to get them. As for remaining 3 bottles, he intended to use it on White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Jade Maiden, as this Spring of Life not only increased the lifespan of human, but could also change aptitude, increase strength, and let their body be full of life force. Last time he didn't have suitable divinity crystal for them, so using this Spring of Life would compensate it. What? 10 bottles of Spring of Life? Your Excellency is joking, right? Hearing Ren Tianyu, the complexion of the Elf Queen instantly sunk, and her face became extremely unsightly. You human who don't know what good for you, actually dare to intrude our elven source, then behave atrociously. I see you are courting death. Hearing Ren Tianyu's daylight robbery, the complexion of the elders of Elf Clan behind Elf Queen also instantly collapsed, then firmly locking their aura on Ren Tianyu they rubbed their fists and palms as if they were eager to fight Ren Tianyu. But just at that time, a white tender jade arm blocked them in the front. The Elf Queen had noticed that the elders behind were about to make a move, so she temporarily stopped them, because on one hand she didn't know the depth of Ren Tianyu's strength, and Ren Tianyu was able to pass through the barrier and entered Elf Source without alerting anyone, which alert her and didn't dare to look down upon him. And on the other hand, if they were to battle here, as an expert of God Realm, single move would cause great destruction in the surrounding environment. So if they made a single move, then many of her peoples would definitely be heavily injured, or at worst die. Taking a deep breath, Elf Queen looked at Ren Tianyu without any expression on her face and opened her mouth. Your Excellency should know that the Spring of Life is very precious for our clan, and in 1 year, only a bottle of it is produced. And even in our elf clan, demand exceed its supply. Now your Excellency wants 10 bottles in 1 breath, which is equivalent to the output of 10 years. Your Excellency, isn't this a little daylight robbery? I am sorry to say, but we are unable to give you Spring of Life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Despicable Ren Tianyu. Chapter 185, Despicable Ren Tianyu. Yes, I also know that asking 10 bottles of Spring of Life at once is a little daylight robbery. Ren Tianyu slowly opened his mouth. From the beginning, he already knew that this would happen, but he really had no other choice. When he entered Elven Forest, he had already noted this, and had prepared a plan. So he was not afraid of Elf Queen disagreeing to it, but he wanted to use that method only as a last resort or to never use that method. Because if he used that method, then that would be equivalent to thoroughly offending the Elf Clan. So he wanted to persuade them first. However, this Spring of Life is extremely important for my friend's life. So even if I have to pay extremely big price, I will obtain it. And I also know that there is no free meal in this world. In order to get something, one must pay a corresponding price. So Your Majesty the Queen, as long as I can accomplish it, I'll help Your Majesty to accomplish anything, whether that is obtaining gold coins, magic cores, divinity crystals, or even battle skills.
I will help Your Highness to get them.
Ren Tianyu firmly stared at Elf Queen standing in front of him and said sincerely, "Thank you for Your Highness's good intentions, but it's too bad, I cannot give Your Highness these 10 bottles of Spring of Life." Elf Queen shook her head slowly, and rejected the request of Ren Tianyu. The importance of Spring of Life towards Elf Clan was very significant, so how could she suddenly give out 10 bottles to outsiders?
Your Majesty the Queen, don't be this hasty to reject. Could it be that you will no longer reconsider my conditions?
Hearing the immediate rejection, the complexion of Ren Tianyu slowly sunk, then firmly staring at Elf Queen, he said, "No need to reconsider. Furthermore, we will also not fuss about the matter of Your Excellency trespassing to our elf source, so I hope Your Highness would leave as soon as possible." Elf Queen didn't hesitate to again reject Ren Tianyu immediately. Furthermore, she asked him to leave as soon as possible.
Ha 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 ha. Hearing Elf Queen, Ren Tianyu raised his head and madly laughed. Then staring at Elf Queen, he coldly said, "Leave? Humph, I have not attained my objective, so how can I leave? Is Your Excellency looking for a fight? Humph, do you think you can confront our whole elf clan by yourself?"
Hearing Ren Tianyu, Elf Queen suddenly released her horrifying aura, which firmly locked on to Ren Tianyu. And those 4 elders of Elf Clan also firmly locked onto him with their powerful aura, as if he misspoke one word, they would immediately initiate attacking.
No need to talk about your whole elf clan, I am not even able to defeat you alone. Hearing Elf Queen, and sensing her horrifying aura, Ren Tianyu cursed inside his heart.
This was the gap of strength. Although his Sharingan had many top-notch jujitsu, but he didn't dare to be certain that he could burn the body of these peoples with his Amaterasu, as they would definitely be able to dodge it easily. His left eye's Kamui might be the only biggest killing weapon. And although Tsukuyami was powerful, but these experts of God Domain's spirit power was too powerful, so Ren Tianyu was uncertain whether they could see through his Tsukuyami. If they did, then his eyes would definitely receive a powerful backlash. So unless he advanced to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, strengthening his eye power enough to control Kyuubi, he feared to carelessly use Jujutsu on them. Although Amaterasu was powerful, but its burning speed was very slow, so the enemies could easily dodge relying on their speed. If first time it didn't land on enemy, then next one would be very unlikely to hit. As for left eye's Kamui, the injury in the eye he would suffer from using this Jujutsu was too big, so as long as it was out of absolute necessity, he would not use it rashly. As for Susanoo, although the attack was powerful and defense was matchless, but half-body Susanoo didn't have the heaven-defying ability. It's not like it was not broken through in Naruto world, and Ren Tianyu clearly remembered that, at Tower of Babel, how that mysterious finger had poked Susanoo flying. But in spite of this, Ren Tianyu had already made a preparation for this. He helplessly looked at Elf Queen plus those 4 experts by her side standing opposite to him, then he descended and stood on the branch of one of the huge tree. After that, looking at Elf Queen at the sky, he yelled, "Your Majesty the Queen, take a look at this, then make your decision." After that, the Magatama of right eye quickly rotated, and a spiral-shaped space ripple slowly appeared from Ren Tianyu's right eye. Seeing the appearance of this space ripple, Elf Queen and those elders simultaneously exclaimed, "Space Magician." They had never expected that the person before their eyes actually had rare space system power. Along with the appearance of this space ripple, the figure of 2 people suddenly appeared before their eyes from inside this space ripple, and kneeled at the side of Ren Tianyu. Bastard! Seeing these 2 people, the complexion of Elf Queen instantly became ashen. And the eyes of the elders behind her instantly filled with anger, as they cursed. All the people of Elf Clan underneath were also angrily staring at Ren Tianyu, and gnashing their teeth as if they wanted to eat Ren Tianyu. These 2 people were naturally the people of Elf Clan's patrolling squad who were captured by Ren Tianyu in Elven Forest. Altogether 19 elves, all were captured by Ren Tianyu. And after capturing them, he had used rope to tie them up, send them to his Kamui dimension, and simultaneously used Genjutsu to hypnotize them. Ren Tianyu had purposefully done so in order to deal with the kind of situation in front of his eyes. Before coming here, Ren Tianyu clearly knew that it would be very difficult to obtain Spring of Life, but he had also no other choice, so he thought to take one step and look around before taking another. But who would have thought that, not long after he entered the forest, he would meet the attack of elves? And after he dealt all these elves, he instantly thought a very good plan. That was to take these elves to be the hostages. If requesting for Spring of Life didn't work, then he would use these elves to threaten them. And he believed that at that time, they would definitely give in obediently. Although this method was relatively shameless and despicable, but in order to revive his elder sister Yuer, Ren Tianyu would do even more despicable things if need.
What does this mean, Your Highness?
Although she was surprised to know that Ren Tianyu was space magician,
but seeing the sudden appearance of the two elves, she became even angrier in her heart. She had never thought that this person had actually kidnapped elves. This moment she really wanted to use her nature magic to tear this guy before her eyes into shreds. What does this mean? Hey hey! Hearing the voice of Elf Queen, Ren Tianyu sneered, then took out Kusunagi's sword from his waist, and placed the sword blade on the neck of one elf. Then said to Elf Queen, "Your Majesty the Queen, you suppose your move is faster or my sword is faster? Now Your Majesty the Queen ought to reconsider my request, right? You despicable villain, if you have the ability then release my people, then we will fight to death. If you win, I'll give you Spring of Life." Seeing the shameless move of Ren Tianyu, plus seeing that he placed the sharp sword on the neck of that elf, Elf Queen instantly became angry, and cursed Ren Tianyu. I'm not a fool, and I have such a good weight in my hand, so why do I have to fight you to death? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Hearing Elf Queen, Ren Tianyu curled his lips, and snorted coldly with disdain. Then said to Elf Queen, "As for despicable, this small me will not deny it. As long as I get Spring of Life to revive my elder sister Yuer, I will do any despicable and ruthless things, even if I have to sacrifice your entire elf clan." You? Hearing Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Elf Queen instantly became ashen, the flames of fury in her eyes seemed to want to burn Ren Tianyu, and her extremely beautiful tender body was unceasingly trembling with extreme infuriation. And after hearing Ren Tianyu, those underneath elves used a kind of wanting to eat people expression in their eyes to firmly stare at Ren Tianyu. If their eyes also had abilities like that of Ren Tianyu's Sharingan with the ability to kill, then Ren Tianyu would have already died several hundred times already. Well, Your Majesty the Queen, you'd better carefully consider what I said. My patience has limits. And I can honestly tell you, including these two elves, there are altogether 19 elves in my hand. And I will kill one every 5 minutes, until you agree. After saying this, Ren Tianyu completely ignored the gaze of Elf Queen and other elves, then comfortably standing at that place, he began counting the time. What should we do, Your Majesty the Queen? This bastard however have 19 peoples in his hand. Looking at the two elves who were motionlessly kneeling on the branch, one male elder at the side of Elf Queen asked worriedly. But we also cannot give him Spring of Life this easily. After passing through the eliminating demon war of that time, the vitality of our elf clan was greatly injured. But luckily we had Tree of Life and Spring of Life, but after the consumption of many years, the Spring of Life is almost exhausted, and not much of it remains. So if we give him, then our elf clan, female elder also worriedly said. Elf Queen frowned, but just at this time, from the corner of her eyes, she saw a figure was stealthily advancing towards Ren Tianyu from behind, then shocked expression suddenly appeared in her face. A beautiful female elf with head full of light green hair who had bow on her waist was slowly advancing towards Ren Tianyu from the house on the tree behind him. She was holding a dagger which was glimmering with pallid light in her hand. Very soon this female elf arrived behind Ren Tianyu, then she immediately stabbed the dagger towards Ren Tianyu's back of the head. But just at this time, Elf Queen saw a smiling expression on the eyes of Ren Tianyu, then immediately feeling something was wrong, she yelled, "Xinglu, quickly run. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 186, Succeed. Chapter 186, Succeed. But it was already too late. This girl named Xinglu had already swung the dagger in her hand to stab towards the back of the head of Ren Tianyu. This girl named Xinglu, Amasita Xia, was the daughter of Elf Queen, and her bedchamber was exactly behind where Ren Tianyu was standing. The people of Elf Clan liked to build their houses above big trees, because they believed that, like this, they would be able to easily get even closer to nature, and communicate with nature. And when Ren Tianyu had landed on the branch of the tree, this movement had woken up sleeping Xinglu, and after carefully observing the activity, she clearly understood the circumstance of outside. It turned out that this mysterious man had kidnapped her friends, and was threatening her mother to hand over Spring of Life. And she also discovered that this man was paying attention only in front, completely leaving his back wide open. She instantly realized that this was an exceptionally good chance. Perhaps she would be able to kill this man, and then rescue her friends. If she used bow and arrows, or nature magic, then the movement would certainly be very big, so she took out dagger and slowly advanced towards Ren Tianyu from behind. Very quickly she arrived behind Ren Tianyu, then without the slightest hesitation, she swung her hand to stab the back of Ren Tianyu's head. But just at that time, she heard her mother's exclaiming voice, but now she had already made her move, so she could only continue to stab the back of Ren Tianyu's head. Closer and closer. Seeing her dagger was getting closer and closer to the head of Ren Tianyu, undisguised excited expression appeared in the eyes of Xinglu. But the unexpected things for her was, her dagger unexpectedly passed through his head, without any resistance, as if hitting the air, and him standing in front of her was just an illusion. As a matter of fact, just when Xinglu had come out from the house, Ren Tianyu had already noticed her, but he pretended to not notice her. Even though Ren Tianyu's eyes were continuously watching front, in fact each and every move of Xing Lu was under the mental perception of Ren Tianyu. And just when Xing Lu stabbed towards him, he immediately used Kamui, letting her dagger pass through from his head, then directly caught the right hand of Xing Lu which was holding the dagger with his left hand. And when the left hand of Ren Tianyu caught her arm, Xing Lu immediately knew that it was bad. Sure enough, Ren Tianyu forcefully pulled with his left hand, and only relying of that frail body of elf clan, how could she be capable to compete with Ren Tianyu? She was directly flipped down in front of him, then along with Pang Sound, without a shred of pity and tenderness to women, Ren Tianyu directly fling the dainty body of Xing Lu while holding her arm, causing her to heavily fall on that sturdy branch. Instantly Xing Lu felt as if huge beast rammed her, and very soon her falling stopped, then she couldn't help but suddenly coughed few times, and the blood slowly spilled out from inside her mouth. Afterward she felt her neck tighten, a sturdy hand grasped her neck, and lifted her up. After that she immediately felt the feeling of suffocation. Even after that, she opened her eyes with great difficulty, and saw a youth with grave and stern complexion in front of her. And his pair of evil scarlet eyes divulged a sense of mystery, and increased evil charm to his whole person. After looking at this female elf in front of him, Ren Tianyu raised his head, and said to Elf Queen who had worried expression on her face, "Your Majesty the Queen, now 5 minutes is over. Since this girl rushed to die, I will start from her." Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu pointed the tip of his Kusanagi sword downward, then stabbed towards Xing Lu. Seeing the sword was getting closer and closer to Xing Lu, Elf Queen hastily opened her mouth and roared, "Stop, quickly stop, I agree you, is this not enough, But as if he did not hear the voice of Elf Queen, the speed of Kusanagi sword suddenly accelerated, and directly stabbed Xing Lu. Seeing the circumstance before her eyes, the eyes of Elf Queen immediately became red, and with powerful energy immediately exploded out from her body as she roared, "You bastard, didn't I say you to stop? Why? Why did you still kill my daughter?" Looking at that insane appearance of Elf Queen, furthermore that terrifying aura from her body, Ren Tianyu was apprehensive inwardly, but nevertheless smiled and said, "Don't get too excited. I am merely joking with you." Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu pulled out his sword from the body of Xing Lu, and there was not even a trace of wound on her body in that place. As a matter of fact, Ren Tianyu had used Kamui, so even though the sword had directly stabbed through the body of Xing Lu, there was not a single wound on her body, but this intimidated Elf Queen to jump. Seeing her daughter was unscathed, Elf Queen rubbed her eye and was not able to believe what she was seeing with her own eyes. After that Ren Tianyu's right eye rotated, and the emitted eye power arrived at the eyes of Xing Lu, causing her to suddenly quiet down. After that Xing Lu immediately sat down on the branch motionlessly. Then Ren Tianyu slowly said towards Elf Queen, "Well, quickly hand over Spring of Life, else I'll really start killing people." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Elf Queen immediately said, "Where are the other 17 people? Quickly get them out, and I will give you Spring of Life." "Humph, without seeing Spring of Life, do you expect me to release them?" Ren Tianyu said with tone full of disdain. Honestly speaking, although he had boldness to threaten others with superb skill, but being surrounded by a group of experts like this, he was still feeling great pressure. "You'd better take things out now, or I will immediately begin killing, and I mean it." But hearing Ren Tianyu, Elf Queen was angry. She didn't know what to say, her eyes turned around, and a light lit up in her brain, and she answered, "Okay, I'll give you Spring of Life. If after you take this thing and still didn't release all of them, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the world, I will definitely not let you go. Don't worry, I'm not addicted to killing those peoples who don't have any motive against me." Ren Tianyu shrugged his shoulder, then honestly said, "If it weren't for this Spring of Life, he would have never done such boring thing." "Then okay, here are the things you asked." Elf Queen took out 10 small transparent bottles which was filled with green liquid from inside her space ring, then she threw these small bottles towards Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu caught it and directly placed it inside his space ring. Then a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared in front of him, and more than 10 elves appeared on the branch one after another from inside that space ripple. After that the figure of Ren Tianyu immediately disappeared, leaving behind the sentence, "Your Highness the Queen, all these elves are trapped in illusion, so they will not move for a while. You just have to wait until the illusion is lifted from them." Looking at the disappearing figure of Ren Tianyu, the corner of Elf Queen's mouth curved to a strange radian. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Fake. Chapter 187, Fake. On a top of the mountain, looking at the content inside that exquisite transparent small bottles, the complexion of Ren Tianyu who was wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on them instantly become ashen, then his eyes burned with flames of fury. Along with Pang Sound, this exquisite bottle was directly crushed by him, and the light green colored liquid immediately spilled on the ground, slowly sinking inside the ground. "Damn, I have never thought that I would actually be fooled like this by that old woman Elf Queen. Looking at that glass scattered on the ground, in addition that light green colored liquid, Ren Tianyu angrily cursed. The older the ginger, the hotter the spice. This time I greatly lost my face. After he had obtained that spring of life which was tossed towards him by Elf Queen, he didn't bother to check it, because he deemed that since he held the life of Elf Queen's daughter, furthermore nearly 20 elves in his hand, how could Elf Queen even think about tempering spring of life? But this thought of his caused him to eat big loss this time. After he left Elf Source, he had casually found one unmanned mountain to stop and look over those 10 bottles of spring of life which he had obtained. And the result instantly caused the whole complexion of Ren Tianyu to ashen. Where is the F*** King Spring of Life? These are basically bottles filled with mixture of plain water and a bit of dye. Your father actually regard this garbage as spring of life, ain't I truly stupid? No, I should not curse myself like this. It ought to be that Elf Queen was too crafty. F***K, hereafter in front of your father, if someone dared to say that Elf Clan are honest and kind-hearted, these words, your father will definitely bit the crap out of them until they are unrecognizable by even their mother. Ren Tianyu resolutely cursed, as if he wanted to get rid of the depression in his heart. Who said the people of Elf Clan were honest? Your sister. They are many times craftier than mankind. Angrily he spat out mouthful of saliva, and thought that all his efforts he had made a moment ago were in vain. At that time, he had made firm resolution to become bad person for once with great difficulty, but the result, obtained 10 bottles with useless colored water inside it, so why wouldn't he become depressed? Just at that time, the voice of Naruto's system rang inside his mind. Congratulations host, you triggered branch mission Resurrect Shimen Yuer. This mission is divided into 2 steps. First step, return to Elf Source, obtain Spring of Life and gather all the materials necessary to resurrect Shimen Yuer. Mission reward, 30,000 system points. Mission failed penalty, minus 50,000 system points. Mission time limit, 3 days. Second step, after obtaining Spring of Life and other materials, return back to Flame Phoenix Villa, and resurrect already dead Shimen Yuer, and let her reappear in the living world again. Mission reward, 80,000 system points. Mission failed penalty, immediately seal Kekkei Genkai host have already got. Mission time limit, unlimited after completing step 1. Notes, if the system point of host become negative, then all the Kekkei Genkai possessed by host will be sealed, including Sharingan, until host gets the system points back to positive. Hearing the voice of system, the body of Ren Tianyu shook, then his eyes scanned towards the direction of distant elven forest, and a smile appeared in his face. Humph, since it is like this time your father will absolutely have fun with you. Finished speaking, along with spiral-shaped space ripple, Ren Tianyu disappeared. At Elf Source, after seeing Ren Tianyu disappeared, although Elf Queen and other peoples were surprised to see him leaving with space magic, nevertheless they very quickly snapped out of it, and flew to that branch where Ren Tianyu had placed Xing Lu and other elves, then carefully inspected them. After that they discovered that everyone were merely trapped in illusion, just as Ren Tianyu had said when he was leaving. And all their injuries were merely superficial wounds, which wouldn't hinder them. After all of them were released from illusions, everyone confusedly looked all around them, but very quickly recalled their encounter with that terrifying enemy inside the elven forest, and everyone nervously stood up, while cautiously looking all around. But when they saw Elf Queen and 4 elders were standing in front of them, their brains stopped working then and there. What's going on? Just a moment ago didn't I die after that guy hit me? Why am I here? Could it be that I am just dreaming? But when Her Majesty the Queen asked how they were captured, they became clear that that wasn't a dream, rather they were rescued. After that they narrated systematically and in full detail about their encounter with Ren Tianyu, and about how they were captured without even able to land a single hit on him. After finished hearing them, Elf Queen slightly pondered for a while, then waved her hand, letting them leave, and she took Xing Lu and returned to place with 4 elders. Your Majesty the Queen, according to the narration of those peoples, it seems that person of just a moment ago really had no intention to injure our clansmen, or else relying on his strength, if he wanted to kill them, then it would be as easy as turning his hand over. At palace, sitting on underneath wooden chair, one female elf elder submissively said towards the Elf Queen who was sitting on the throne which was located on slightly higher location. But even if that was the case, he actually held our people as a hostage, which is unforgivable, and that bastard was actually still able to get away easily by taking our 10 bottles of Spring of Life. Yet another elder said resentfully. When he said Ren Tianyu had taken away 10 bottles of Spring of Life, his face clearly showed distressed expression. 10 bottles of Spring of Life was equivalent to the output of 10 years, and losing this much at once, how could he not be distressed? Yes, that cheap bastard. Yet another elder also cursed with distressed face. Who said that guy took Spring of Life? At that time, Elf Queen who was sitting throne opened her mouth and said lightly. But at that time, didn't your Majesty the Queen gave him Spring of Life? Hearing Elf Queen, that female elder who was seating below asked with confusion on her face. At that time, they had clearly seen that the Elf Queen herself had handed over Spring of Life to that fellow. That was fake. Fake. Hearing Elf Queen, all four elders below simultaneously stood up and doubtfully asked. Correct, that was fake. Elf Queen nodded her head, then slowly explained, what I gave him was the grass juice which was mischievously created by Xing Lu when she was bored, which do not have any use. Too good. Hearing Elf Queen, the four elders below simultaneously waved their fist and said excitedly. And the face of Xing Lu, who was sitting on the side of Elf Queen, showed embarrassed expression. She had brewed this grass juice from the grass juice of green jade grass while she was bored, and this grass juice didn't have any use, but the color of this grass juice, which was created from green jade grass, was extremely similar to Spring of Life, so she sometimes used this grass juice to stealthily substitute it with Spring of Life which her mother had laid aside, and taking the Spring of Life she would stealthily ran out. But after second time, her mother Elf Queen, who was waiting idly for opportunities, caught her red-handed. But at that time she, however, had never thought that it would be used like this. But everyone, don't lower your guard, this fellow however have mysterious space system magic. And if he wanted to pass through the nature barrier I set up, he can easily do so. Elf Queen thought about that mysterious space magic of Ren Tianyu, furthermore he had those evil eyes, so she couldn't help but said solemnly. When it comes to who they were most unwilling to have as an enemy in this whole continent, then that was obviously expert of space system magic. They were unmatched in running away, then taking advantages of when you're sleeping, or eating, or going to toilet, or even to the extent of the time when you and your husband were passionate in bed, that expert with space magic could suddenly appear and give you a heavy blow, absolutely making all your days bleak. Precisely because Elf Queen clearly knew this, she was deeply worried and sick at heart, and now she was regretting a little bit for not handing over real Spring of Life at that time. Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. Those four elders also clearly knew the importance of this matter. After bowing and retreating, they arranged manpower to increase the defense of Elf Source. Xing Lu, you suffered an attack today, also suffered a minor injury, so get back and rest early. Seeing the elders had retired, Elf turned around her head towards Xing Lu and said. Okay, mother. Xing Lu answered, then she stood up, leave the palace and returned to her own room. After entering her room, Xing Lu didn't notice two scarlet eyes at the dark corner of her room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Grandson Monkey Steals Palate Medicine ****. Chapter 188, Grandson Monkey Steals Palate Medicine ****. Anyone have better suggestion? At the dark corner of Xing Lu's room, where no one would pay attention, a pair of scarlet-colored eyes abruptly appeared. In the darkness, Rentanyu's pair of eyes firmly stared at Xing Lu, who had just entered the room, and his eyes revealed complicated expression. After discovering the Spring of Life which he had gotten was fake, Ren Tianyu immediately used Kamui and stealthily entered Elf Source. With this practical Dujutsu Kamui, plus with all the ninjutsu he had learned from Naruto system which could be rated as Encyclopedia of Ninjutsu, he had directly entered the room of Xing Lu without arousing any attention of those patrolling elves all along the road. Why did Ren Tianyu directly go to the room of Xing Lu? That was naturally because Ren Tianyu thought that he would be able to get the location of Spring of Life from her mouth, otherwise if he blindly looked for Spring of Life, not only would he not obtain it, perhaps he might arouse the attention of the experts of Elf Clan too. And as for those who knew the location of Spring of Life, Ren Tianyu believed that with the exception of Elf Queen, most likely only those four elders and Elf Queen's daughter Xing Lu would know about it. And unless he had a pit in his brain, he would absolutely choose Xing Lu among them. First, as a daughter of Elf Queen, Xing Lu was closest person to Elf Queen, so she would definitely know more than those elders. After all, regardless of who, people have selfish heart, so certain extremely secret matters, with the exception of their closest person, they would not let other people's know casually. Just like how much money do you have in your house, with the exception of your wife, parents and children, do you tell other people's about this causally? Second, and the most important point. Ren Tianyu didn't dare to go to the room of those four elders. Yes, he didn't dare to go. Although the strength of Ren Tianyu was very high now, already stepped into initial Kage level, but currently he could truly fight and kill single high god only with great difficulty. Just like last time at Shiman Clan, he used the full power of his Susanoo once, and after using it, he exhausted almost all of his chakra. And without chakra, Ren Tianyu was just a waste, and if he encounter enemy or people with evil plan towards him at that time, he won't have any means to resist. And if he encountered true God Realm expert, then he could only run away. However, fortunately he had two-tailed beasts. But Ren Tianyu, however, didn't want to use Susanoo or summoning jutsu here. If someone tells Ren Tianyu that one of the ancient 100 clans Elf Clan only have one true god and 4 high god realm experts, then even if he got beaten to death, he won't believe it. And he was also not sure whether he could conceal himself from high god, not to mention controlling and getting information from them using his Sharingan. Although Sharingan was powerful, but also depend upon whom it was used against. If Rin Tianyu had Madara-like strength, then using ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, he would be able to completely control these high gods, but current Rin Tianyu, even if he used Mangekyo Sharingan, he would not be able to properly control them. This was the gap of strength, just like it is impossible for kid holding a magic weapon to defeat expert holding kunai. This was the same kind of principle. Ren Tianyu saw Xinglu had already closed the door of her room. Then his body immediately flashed, and quietly appeared behind her. And after closing the door of her room, Xinglu turned her body intending to go to bathroom to take a bath, but just after turning, she discovered a person was standing in front of her. From the dress, it seems like this person was the same person who had intruded Elf Source and injured her today, so just when she wanted to open her mouth and scream, that person's scarlet eyes suddenly rotated rapidly, and she felt her eyelids increasingly getting heavier, slowly unable to open it, and her consciousness increasingly blurred, and finally didn't know anything at all. Ren Tianyu looked at Xinglu, who was already trapped inside his illusion, and he couldn't help but smile, as he asked, "Tell me the location of Spring of Life." The majority of Spring of Life is located inside the secret room under the floor of my mother bedroom's bed, and she also have some Spring of Life inside her space ring. With dull eyes, Xinglu answered everything she knew without any hesitation. As expected, the location of Spring of Life is too good. Hearing the answer of Xinglu, the complexion of Ren Tianyu immediately became bitter. He had already guessed that the location of Spring of Life wouldn't be ordinary, but didn't expect it would be located inside the bedroom of Elf Queen. This instantly caused Ren Tianyu to feel great pressure. Stealing a thing from inside the bedroom of True God Realm expert, seems to be very challenging. Then where is the place that produced Spring of Life? Ren Tianyu thought for a while, and asked Xinglu. Spring of Life is produced in Tree of Life. Each year it produces merely a bottle. Only at the end of every year, it is produced, so now there isn't any Spring of Life. Xinglu continued to explain everything she knew systematically and in full details. What is this Tree of Life? Ren Tianyu asked curiously. What kind of thing was actually able to produce such mystical spring water that is actually capable to increase lifespan of people, as well as making them young forever? Tree of Life is all of us elves' mother. Precisely because of this Tree of Life, we elves obtain life. Tree of Life gave birth to us elves. And Tree of Life is full of powerful life force. If we heavily injured elves return to the side of Mother Tree, all our injuries would immediately healed by Tree of Life, even the broken legs or severed hands will be recovered anew. Xinglu dully told everything she knew to Ren Tianyu. F***K, isn't this so awesome? Hearing Xinglu, Ren Tianyu instantly burst out with swear words, and his 2 eyes suddenly emitted green lights. Ren Tianyu was jealous of this terrifying healing ability. In the Naruto world, with the exception of first Hokage Senju Hazarama's sage body, no one else was able to achieve this. Even the Uzumaki clan, who had tenacious life force just like cockroach, were also not capable. In this moment, the attention of Ren Tianyu was attracted to Tree of Life. Since it is like that, first I will obtain Spring of Life, and after that I will go to Tree of Life to see it. Ren Tianyu thought slowly, then he looked at Xinglu, who was standing in front of her, used his right eye's Kamui, and directly sucked her inside the Kamui dimension. This time just like grandson monkey stealing most exalted Lord Lao's elixir of life. Anyone have better words for this? I will definitely steal all the stock up Spring of Life of your elf clan. This will be the consequence for deceiving me with fake water. Ren Tianyu laughed mischievously. And with a sinister smile on his face, Ren Tianyu continued, your father is taking, correct, am taking, not stealing. I'm such a clean and honest person, how can I steal things? Finished speaking, the figure of Ren Tianyu disappeared along with the spiral-shaped space ripple from inside the room of Xinglu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Infiltrate. Chapter 189, Infiltrate. Above the tallest and biggest tree in the center of Elf Source, a lofty palace-type treehouse was built. Many vines, flowers and plants wind around this place, which gave people a kind of feeling of fairy tale world's dream cottage. This palace was the palace of Elf Queen, and also the place where Elf Queen and clan elders would discuss important matters. And at this time, nobody noticed the sudden appearance of concealed figure on the top of this palace. Ren Tianyu stood on the top of the palace, and carefully scanning all around. He discovered 4 guards were guarding the entrance door of this palace. The sharp eyes of these guards, just like eagle, were firmly sweeping the surrounding all around them. The vision of Elf Clan's eyes were extremely sharp. Even in darkness, their eyes exceed the ordinary person by double the amount. And all around the walls of this building, many guards were continuously patrolling. Ren Tianyu looked all around, then he descended from the top of this house, and just at that time, he heard the sound of footsteps coming towards him. Ren Tianyu immediately made series of hand seals, Doton Iwagakure no Jutsu. Earth style, hidden in stones jutsu. After Ren Tianyu used his jutsu, the color of his body slowly overlapped with the color of wall behind, finally as if transparent, his body was concealed inside the wall behind. Just after this, a group of more than 10 patrolling elves came over from the corner of this wall, and slowly passed by the wall where Ren Tianyu was hidden without taking any notice of him, then slowly disappeared in yet another turning of wall. And after these elves disappeared, an energy fluctuation slowly appeared from this wall, and the figure of Ren Tianyu slowly appeared from there. After that, looking at the disappearing patrolling elves, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled, then along with a large amount of eye power poured out from his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan, as if transparent, he directly passed through the wall in front of his body, slowly disappearing from that place. And inside the palace, Ren Tianyu's figure emerged from the wall. He carefully scanned all around, and only after he discovered that there was not a single figure, he slowly come out from the wall completely. Because Ren Tianyu also didn't know the way inside the palace, so he also didn't have any means to find the residence of Elf Queen all at once. Although he could torture Xing Lu to get the way of inside the palace, nevertheless with his poor sense of direction, only listening to the direction from other people to guide himself was a little bit too difficult for him. But if he used sensory-type ninjutsu, then there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be discovered. One should know that inside this palace, there was Elf Queen, and he didn't know whether there were other experts or not, but without mentioning about their nature blood lineage, they were extremely sensitive to energy fluctuation, and it was impossible for ordinary experts to hide themselves from them. So Ren Tianyan was powerless to use any type of sensory ninjutsu, and was forced to search room by room. Seeing the passage in front of him, he quickly ran forward this passage. While running, he didn't create any sound of movement, was completely noiseless. Ninja in itself was a type of people who had very good control over their body, just like an assassin. Ren Tianyu was continuously ran through the corridor, and just at that time, he suddenly heard the sounds of movement, then his body immediately changed into a blur and disappeared from that place. And at that time, 3 elves came over talking and laughing from the corridor ahead. Eric, wait, it's your turn to take over. Her Majesty the Queen passed down the command that human trespasser from this afternoon would very likely come again, so guard well. Got it, I will absolutely follow the command of Her Majesty the Queen sincerely. If that human trespasser dared to come, I will personally catch him, and let him know we elves are not pushovers. Yes, that's right, this human not only dared to threaten our Her Majesty the Queen, but also actually hurt our beautiful Princess Xing Lu, really courting death. Don't let me catch him, otherwise, ... And at the crossbeam above the corridor, Ren Tianyu was sitting above it, and his pair of eyes were indifferently staring at those 3 elves underneath. Just at that time, from the turning in front of those 3 elves, the loud sound of footsteps came. This sounded like a couple of patrolling party was coming over here. And hearing this footsteps, Ren Tianyu frowned. Because currently Ren Tianyu was at crossbeam, which was exactly at the dead angle of those 3 elves who had entered just a moment ago, so with this 3 meters tall corridor, they didn't discover him, but this position was directly opposite to the turning without any cover. If any elf enter from this turning, then in the first moment, they would absolutely discover Ren Tianyu. So Ren Tianyu could only frown. I'm staking it all, hope Lady Luck is standing on my side. Ren Tianyu secretly though in his heart. From the opposite corner, the sound of footsteps became bigger and bigger. It seems these patrolling groups would enter this corridor very soon, but just at that time, those 3 elves slowly passed through from below Ren Tianyu. And immediately after that, Ren Tianyu instantly jumped off from that crossbeam, noiselessly landed on the ground behind them, then immediately accelerated, and changing into a blur, in 1 second, he disappeared from that nearly 5-meter-long corridor. Split second after Ren Tianyu disappeared, one of the 3 elves who was in the process of walking in the front felt like he heard a sound of movement behind him, so he turned around his head feeling uncertain, and looked behind him, but there was nothing behind him. What happened, Blatch? Seeing this elf had stopped, other 2 elves also stopped and asked. It seems I heard a gust of wind behind us just a moment ago. This elf called Blatch said doubtfully. Gust of wind? How is that possible? How can a gust of wind appear inside the palace? You are patrolling for whole day, so it seems you are excessively tired, and hallucinating. So return early and have a rest. Hearing Blatch, another elf was dumbfounded, then laughing he patted his shoulder and said. Hallucinating? It's possible. Hearing his companion, the elf called Blatch shook his head, and agreed. Because he was patrolling for whole day, he was having a bit of headache. And at that time, from the turning of the corridor in front, a couple of patrolling guards entered this corridor. And in one corner, Ren Tianyu was firmly leaning on the wall. He was holding his breath, and his forehead was covered with cold sweats. After a few seconds, only after he heard the sound of footsteps of those patrolling guards, he rubbed the cold sweat on his forehead, then he quickly disappeared from that corridor, advancing inside the palace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Inner Palace. Chapter 189, Inner Palace.
Ren Tianyu swiftly walked all the way towards the most inner parts of the inner palace, because on the basis of general setup and deploy, generally speaking, all the master of the house mostly selects the most central location to reside. Throughout the way, Ren Tianyu met one after another teams of guards who were patrolling inside the corridors. Ren Tianyu used his fast speed as well as his endless streams of ninjutsu, and was able to narrowly avoid those guards' line of vision. Now finally reaching in front of this huge place door, Ren Tianyu hid at the turning of the corridor in front of this palace door, and looking at the 4 guards in front of this door, he mumbled, "If I am not mistaken, this place ought to be the residence of Elf Queen." Throughout the way, Ren Tianyu had carefully looked thoroughly at all the rooms he had passed, but was unable to discover any anomaly room. On the contrary, those decoration as well as guards standing in front of this entrance, portraits that this was the residence of Elf Queen. These 4 guards, however, are troublesome. Now I need to find a way to avoid the line of sight of these guards. Seeing those 4 guards who were firmly guarding in front to the door, Ren Tianyu had a headache as he mumbled. He also thought to use Kamui and directly enter inside this door, but he didn't know the circumstance inside. He didn't know whether Elf Queen was asleep or not, and if he enters now and was directly caught red-handed, then it wouldn't be a laughable matter. Frowning his eyebrows, he inwardly thought about the countermeasures on how to enter this place without alerting any of these 4 guards. Just at that time, an idea flashed inside his brain. Patting his head, he excitedly, though inside his heart, "I've got it, let's handle it this way." After that, Ren Tianyu began to quickly make a series of hand seals, and the chakra inside his body also fluctuated according to seals, and began to quickly circulate. Genjutsu Maisegakure no Jutsu. Chameleon Jutsu. After Ren Tianyu used this jutsu, his body flashed with colorful streamer, and the color of his body slowly changed, gradually changing into the same color as the woods that were used to manufacture the walls behind him. After that, it looked as if he had disappeared from that location. Originally Ren Tianyu had thought to use Iwagakure no Jutsu, hidden in stones jutsu, but who would have thought that the walls here, however, were made using woods, so with no other choice, he was forced to use Genjutsu. In any case, the effect of this Maisegakure no Jutsu, Chameleon Jutsu, was same, merely this was Genjutsu, that's all. After that, Ren Tianyu openly came out from that corner, and confidently stood in front of those 4 guards. But it seems they didn't seem to notice anything regarding Ren Tianyu, just continued to guard in front of the palace door as before. Under his Genjutsu, even the powerful perception of Elf Clan was of no avail. But even after that, Ren Tianyu didn't continue forward. Because when all was said and done, this Maisegakure no Jutsu, Chameleon Jutsu, was Genjutsu, so if he gets too close, it is very likely for them to see through it, resulting himself to be discovered. And also he had used this jutsu in preparation to use his next move. Ren Tianyu made a series of hand seals in high speed. In just this fashion, Ren Tianyu openly used ninjutsu in front of these 4 guards. After he completed making hand seals, he yelled inside his heart, "Genjutsu Kokoi no Jutsu. False place technique." Along with the completion of this jutsu, an obscured chakra fluctuation quickly spread in all direction from the body of Ren Tianyu. And those 4 elves guards merely felt their brain abruptly muddled for an instant, but there was not any change in the corridor. And after using this Genjutsu, smile slowly appeared on the face of Ren Tianyu, then maintaining a hand seal, he said, "Kai." After that, the body of Ren Tianyu slowly revert back to normal color, and the effect of Maisegakure no Jutsu, Chameleon Jutsu, slowly disappeared completely. Now Ren Tianyu was completely visible in front of those 4 elves guards, but those guards were completely oblivious to his appearance, as if they didn't see him. As a matter of fact, they really didn't see Ren Tianyu because of this Kokoi no Jutsu, false place technique, he had used just a moment ago. The principle of Genjutsu Kokoi no Jutsu, false place technique, was to revise the terrain which was seen by enemy into another environment. Ren Tianyu used this Genjutsu to change the environment these 4 elves are seeing into another same corridor which liked himself nothing more. Seeing his Genjutsu was successful, without wasting any time, just in this fashion, he blatantly walked forward, and past these 4 motionless elves guards. And after arriving in front of this huge door, his right eye quickly rotated, then as if his body is transparent, he penetrated through this metal door without any resistance. And after Ren Tianyu left, those 4 elves guards were also released from his Genjutsu, restoring their true vision. In just this fashion, Ren Tianyu quietly passed through these 4 guards and entered the main hall. In the main hall, Ren Tianyu used Kamui, and hiding his body in the big door, he firmly scanned the circumstance inside this hall with his eyes. He saw there was not a soul in sight inside this big hall, merely there were several magic lamps burning above the candlestick, brightly illuminating this hall. After observing this hall for a while, Ren Tianyu determined there was no people inside, so he came out from inside the door and entered the hall. AI, if only this Kamui of right eye didn't have the time limit of 5 minutes, how wonderful would it be? Ren Tianyu sighed inside his heart. Every time,
he could continuously use Kamui of Right Eye for only 5 minutes. After that, it loses its efficacy. If not for this restriction, he would have directly walked within the walls without any worry and obstruction. But even so, this Kamui of Right Eye is already heaven-defying. In the Naruto world, even 5 Kages were powerless to catch Obito who had used this move. With the exception of 4th Hokage and Konan, I have not seen anyone else able to injure him. Ren Tianyu sighed with feeling. After that he shook his head and discarded these thoughts. Now the most important thing was how to successfully steal this spring of life. Finally entering inside the main hall, Ren Tianyu slowly recalled the information he had gotten from the mouth of Xing Lu and carefully scanned all around him. After that his eyes firmly locked onto the door manufactured with red-colored wood, then he thought inside his heart, this ought to be the bedroom of Elf Queen. Xing Lu said that the bedroom of her mother was at right-hand side from the entrance door. And this door manufactured with the redwood of magnificent heaven tree is comparatively a little bit bigger than other doors. So without mistake this ought to be her bedroom. Ren Tianyu thought inside his heart, then very quickly and noiselessly he arrived in front of this door. After that he didn't stop before this door, rather he turned and stopped at the wall next to this door. After that using the Kamui of Right Eye, his head slowly passed through this thick wall. After his head entered inside the wall, he carefully watched the circumstance inside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Endless Spring Scenery. Chapter 190, Endless Spring Scenery. After his head slowly entered, furnish and decorates inside the room reflected in the eyes of Ren Tianyu. In the middle of this nearly 200 square meter room, there were many exquisite wooden furniture such as wooden table, wooden chair, wooden cupboard, and so on. Above the table, flower vases which had bright-colored flowers stuck in were placed everywhere it could be seen. And this whole room was filled with fresh fragrance of flowers. At one side of one wall, material stand was set upright just as a screen, and several women clothing were hang over it. And what made blood flow out from the nose of Ren Tianyu was a piece of pink-colored underwear hanged over at that stand, whose pink color clearly reflected in the eyes of Ren Tianyu. And not far away from this stand, he saw one huge wooden bed, and a lithe and graceful figure became visible from that translucent gauze curtain. That matchless beautiful mature body of Elf Queen was transmitted into the eyeballs of Ren Tianyu, and explosively entered his brain. And from the middle of that continuously fluttering gauze curtain, Ren Tianyu would indistinctly see a tiny bit of snowy white. Erase, comb, comma. Ren Tianyu instantly withdrew his head from the wall, then leaning against the wall, unceasingly panted, and his right hand was unceasingly pinching his own arm to forcefully clam himself down. I had never thought that one day I would actually enter into the bedroom of woman stealthily, and peep her sleeping appearance. On the earth, I have never done such wretched matter. My innocence. But, thinking up to this, a smile appeared on the face of Ren Tianyu. Although this is a little wretched, nevertheless it still feels very simulating. Calming down his mind, he slowly recalled furnish and decorates inside the bedroom he had seen just a moment ago. According to the circumstance inside, it seems this room ought to be the room of Elf Queen. So this time I was not taking the wrong path. According to the narration of Xing Lu, the entrance to the Chamber of Spring of Life should be at below the wall of her bedside. Ren Tianyu looked over to the left-hand side wall, and noiselessly arrived there. After that he estimated the location, and placing his ear on the wall not far away in the left side wall of the door, he thought, this place ought to be the location of the bed where Elf Queen is sleeping, and the entrance of the chamber ought to be around here. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu directly used Kamui of Right Eye, and his head slowly entered inside this wall. Along with the going deeper of his head, in the darkness of inside the wall, a light slowly appeared. And when the vision of Ren Tianyu was restored clearly, an alluring snowy white appeared in front of him. By coincidence the head of Ren Tianyu and half of his body appeared at the middle of that huge bed where Elf Queen was lying via the white gauze curtain outside. And that beautiful body of Elf Queen which was filled with temptation reflected in his eyes. Elf Queen had taken off all of her outer garments, so her matchless beautiful body was wearing only pink-colored underwear, plus one small shorts which covered her 3 importation place. But this faintly discernible sensation truly gave Ren Tianyu even greater simulation. On the top of that pink-colored underwear, sharp-eyed Ren Tianyu could clearly see one deep gully. His head was less than 10 centimeters away from the forehead of Elf Queen. This greatly simulated the mind of Ren Tianyu. Before on the earth, Ren Tianyu was 100% virgin, no need to mention about rolling together with girls on the bed, he didn't even had his first kiss. This was not because Ren Tianyu's look was not handsome, or to say he was defective in that aspect, but mainly because this kid was absolute fan of Naruto before. It didn't matter when, but he liked to stay inside his rented room watching Naruto, and researching its plot, then unceasingly practicing hand seals to cast off boredom. So how could those girls accept his such super staying in at the house disposition? Before he had broken off with few girlfriends, and there was only one reason for this. That reason was Naruto manga and anime series. Previously those girlfriends would make a call to Rin Tianyu, wanting him to take them on a date. But the reply of Rin Tianyu would instantly cause the other party to fall down. Sorry, I have to watch Naruto. Because of this simple sentence, before arriving to this world he was not even able to have his first kiss. After hearing that short sentence of Rin Tianyu, all of those girlfriends would leave him similarly. And after arriving to this world, first he stayed inside the magical beasts forest for more than 2 years just like a barbarian, then entered Supreme Light Academy, next he went to take revenge against Shiman clan, got his beloved woman with great difficulty, and now running around to revive elder sister Yuer, so where is the time to get intimate with little Yu? And now he suddenly saw such simulating scene, so how could he not feel his heat seething a little more with excitement? And Rin Tianyu also clearly sensed that his lower part had arose in reaction outside the wall. Just at that time, Elf Queen who was soundly sleeping lightly let out an enticing moan sound from her nose, and her right jade hand slowly rubbed her bosom all of a sudden. It seems like something had caused her itch a bit. And this move thoroughly blew Rin Tianyu, he could no longer control his heavy breathing. The face of Rin Tianyu was red through and through, and blast of hot air blew out from his nose, which directly reached the underneath face of Elf Queen. Not good. Rin Tianyu didn't think much, and yelled inside his heart, then his body straightly fell down. The half-body of Rin Tianyu immediately passed through the body of Elf Queen and the bed underneath her, and fell to the ground below. Who? Just after that, Elf Queen suddenly opened her eyes. And along with her eyes shining, she immediately jumped out from the bed, and landed on the floor. And seeing the appearance of pure white jade legs at bedside, Rin Tianyu who was lying on the floor under the bed couldn't help but admire this beautiful asterisk scenery. Then he immediately slid out from the wall and returned outside. Inside the room, Elf Queen cautiously looked all around, she even thoroughly looked under the bed, but didn't find anything, so she doubtfully thought, what is going on? Just a moment ago, I felt someone blow on my face, can it be that it was just my misconception? At this time, she looked over to the direction of door, thought for a moment, then pulled over her outerwear from the stand, and wore it. After that she opened the door, and walked outside. And Rin Tianyu who was outside the room was carefully listening to the sounds of movement inside the room. When he heard the sound of the door, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately passed through the wall and entered inside the room. And simultaneously after Rin Tianyu entered inside the room, Elf Queen walked outside from open door. After Rin Tianyu entered inside the room, he didn't dare to delay, immediately looked over to the direction of the floorboard which was most inside the bed of Elf Queen. After that he used his kamui, and passing through this floorboard, he entered the secret chamber. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, Unexpected. Chapter 191, Unexpected. Opening the door of her room, Elf Queen who had worn only extremely thin gauze clothing walked out, and ceaselessly swept everywhere in the hall with her two sharp eyes, looking for any suspicious goods or things. Her nature blood lineage bestowed her powerful perception ability, and with her strength of peak true god realm, she was able to cover this whole palace with her mental perception. She continuously searched, but even after long time, she didn't find anything. Don't tell me that it was really my misconception after sleeping? After her search was fruitless, Elf Queen was confused inside her heart, because she didn't believe that there was someone was capable enough to conceal themselves from her mental perception. Her nature blood lineage in itself possessed powerful perception and prediscern ability. With regarding to danger sensation, her perception was 5 to 6 times more sensitive than ordinary person, plus with her strength, even if God King came, they would not be able to be undetected under her perception. After searching once again, and determining that there was not any suspicious sign, Elf Queen returned to her bedroom and locked up the door of her room. After that, lying on the bed, tried to sleep again, but because of the matter of just a moment ago, the mentality of Elf Queen was still on the state of alert, so she was not able to enter deep sleep. And on the other side of Elf Queen's bedroom wall, Rin Tianyu didn't even dare to breathe heavily, just huddled tightly. Just now, the powerful perception of Elf Queen had swept even this place, but fortunately he himself as a ninja had pretty good concealing ability, plus with the help of Jade Maiden, he was able to hide himself from the search of this perception ability of Elf Queen. Fortunately Jade Maiden gave me this blood lineage seed before leaving. Sensing that powerful perception had disappeared, Rin Tianyu released a long sigh of relief. After that, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he looked at that one small bead which was now releasing gentle white radiance on his hand. When Rin Tianyu had just entered the secret chamber, the perception of Elf Queen had already arrived, and he basically didn't have any time to use kamui to absorb and hide inside the kamui space. But fortunately, before embarking to the Elven Forest, Jade Maiden had used her secret skill to condense her blood lineage ability into a small blood lineage seed. With this seed, Rin Tianyu could use the blood lineage ability of Jade Maiden, but only for 3 times. And after condensing this seed, the vitality of Jade Maiden was greatly damaged. Now for the short time, she basically didn't has the ability to condense second seed. And just now, Ren Tianyu had used that exceptional concealing ability which was the blood lineage ability of Jade Maiden from the seed, and was successfully able to conceal himself from the perception search of Elf Queen. The blood lineage of Jade Maiden could be said to be purely assisting nature ability. Firstly, no need to talk about reversing time and projecting all the incident that happened in that place from 1 hour before to now in front of everyone's eyes. Even this perfectly concealing ability would give rise to everyone's admiration, jealousy and hate. And what's more, this ability could be used not only for herself, but she could also bestow this ability to everyone by her side. After the radiance of this blood lineage seed weakened, Ren Tianyu stood up and looked over towards underneath dark passage. Slowly walking down for almost 2 minutes, a secret chamber appeared before the eyes of Ren Tianyu. This was not that big space, was decorated with countless flowers and plants, and fresh fragrance filled this entire room, which made this tightly closed secret chamber not that stuffy. Next to the 4 walls of this chamber, there were 4 long wooden tables. Above these tables, there were many treasures which were emitting resplendent light, which includes magic cores, magic crystals including divinity crystal, plus emitting powerful magic fluctuation magic wand. Innumerable treasures were piled up here. This sight almost dazzled Ren Tianyu. But Ren Tianyu didn't pay much attention to these, rather his gaze was locked onto those small bottles with light green colored liquid inside it above the table. Spring of life? Seeing these bottles, Ren Tianyu exclaimed with pleasant surprise, very quickly rushed in front of this table, and firmly stared at these small bottles. Finally seeing the items required for the resurrection of elder sister Yuer before his eyes, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but became extremely excited. And there was more than 40 bottles of Spring of Life. This was more than enough for Ren Tianyu to squander. He could no longer control his excited heart, and he stretched his trembling hand towards the table in front of him. But the unexpected thing for Ren Tianyu was, just when he was about to pick up the bottle of Spring of Life, a powerful magic fluctuated spread all around, and the walls all around suddenly flashed with violent red lights, which was accompanied by ear-piercing sound that suddenly reverberate through the entire hall. F***K, why is here such advanced automatic alarm system? Looking around, Ren Tianyu cursed. At the same time, he heard the gear movement sound from all around. Not good. Ren Tianyu had a bad premonition inside his heart, as he immediately knew what was happening. There is a mechanism. After that, without looking all around, he immediately stretched his hand and swept off all the bottles of Spring of Life, and placed all of them inside his space ring. And at that time, many thickly dotted holes appeared on the walls all around him, and from the passage of the secret chamber, sounds of hastily running footsteps came. Kamui. Ren Tianyu roared as he immediately began his right eye's Kamui, then a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared in front of him and surrounded his body. Hurry, hurry, hurry ah! Ren Tianyu was impatiently roaring inside his heart. The mechanism of walls and the sounds of footsteps in the passage clearly told him the danger of this place. But the Kamui's speed of absorbing other people or himself was very slow, as it required 3 seconds. Now passing of this 3 seconds had changed into life and death time. Just at that time, he heard continuous swish, swish, swish sounds. Countless sharp arrows were shot towards him. Humph! Ren Tianyu snorted coldly. Then along with the disappearance of Space Ripple, he also disappeared from that secret chamber, leaving behind those continuously shooting sharp arrows from all the walls. And just when Ren Tianyu disappeared, along with the burst of wind gust, Elf Queen arrived there from the passage, and was able to slightly see the disappearance of Ren Tianyu with his Space Ripple, leaving behind only few drops of bloodstain as well as not a single bottle of Spring of Life. Bastard! Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Seeing there was not even a single bottle of Spring of Life left, the complexion of Elf Queen immediately became extremely unsightly. She had tried her best to rush over at this secret chamber as fast as possible immediately after she had heard the alarm, but she had never thought that she was still a step slow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Iryo Ninjutsu. Chapter 192, Iryo Ninjutsu, Medical Ninjutsu. With the alarm inside the secret chamber ringing, Elf Source was immediately thrown into confusion. Innumerable guards ran towards the place of Elf Queen. And the 4 light very quickly flew in the sky towards the palace. In secret chamber, Elf Queen looked at still continuously shooting arrows with the unsightly complexion. She reached out to a piece of stone on the wall and knocked it twice. Suddenly this stone opened with a pang sound, and 1 round wooden button appeared inside. Stretching her jade hand, she placed her hand above this button, and turned it few times in right direction. Suddenly, along with the sound of gear movement, those arrows which were in the process of shooting slowly stopped, and the holes on the walls also slowly closed. Entering into the secret chamber, and stepping on those sharp arrows glimmering with pallid light on the ground, she arrived next to the table where bottles of Spring of Life were placed. All of the originally more than 40 bottles of Spring of Life were swept clean. But fortunately other treasures on the however were still there, otherwise, even she herself don't know what terrifying thing she would do. That bastard, my body was definitely. Thinking this, her face immediately become hot, and her complexion also immediately become very red. Didn't know whether this was because she was angry or shy because Ren Tianyu had seen her body. Sooner or later, I will definitely dig out your eyeballs. Elf Queen returned back to her bedroom, got dressed up and walked out of the door. In the hall, 4 elders were already waiting for her in this place. Your Majesty the Queen, what exactly happened? Why did the alarm of secret chamber suddenly rang? Seeing Elf Queen had come out, and her complexion was also extremely unsightly, a female elder among 4 elders stood up and asked Elf Queen with a slight bow. Someone sneaked into the secret chamber and stole all the Spring of Life. Elf Queen slowly said, and her tone was filled with resentment. What? Hearing Elf Queen, all 4 elders simultaneously exclaimed, and their face was filled with confusion. Who had so much ability, sneaking into Elf Source by avoiding everyone's ears and eyes, entering into palace without arousing any suspicion of patrolling guards, and finally in front of the eyes of Elf Queen herself, noiselessly entering the secret chamber which was inside her bedroom, then successfully taking away the Spring of Life. And if this was not the case for this fellow not knowing the mechanism in the secret room, and carelessly touching the mechanism inside the secret chamber, then everyone wouldn't have even known that the Spring of Life were already stolen. In the end, who did this? The same question simultaneously appeared inside their head. And one male elf elder thought of something, but was unsure, so to confirm, he asked Elf Queen, Your Majesty the Queen, could it be? That's right. It was that person. As if she knew what that elder wanted to ask, Elf Queen nodded her head and continued, that same mysterious person who had stealthily entered Elf Source this afternoon. Him. Hearing Elf Queen, in the brain of all 4 elders simultaneously appeared the figure of youngster with grave and stern complexion who was wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it, as well as his scarlet eyes which were filled with evil aura, in addition his secretive space magic. Immediately give order to dispatch Nature Armed Force to investigate whole continent and find out the whereabouts of this person. After finding out, kill on the spot. Elf Queen looked at those 4 elders and ordered with voice filled with killing intent, which decreased the temperature of this big hall. Yes. Hearing Elf Queen's command which was filled with killing intent, these 4 elders simultaneously bowed and answered. And at the same time, they were cursing Ren Tianyu inside their heart, damned thief, actually dared to sneak into our elf source and steal our things. Just let me capture you, and you'll see how I'll properly concoct you. Inside their brain, innumerable cruel torture method instantly appeared such as cutting fingers, roasting, freezing, and so on series of cruel torture methods. Who said the elf clan were kind-hearted and peace-loving race, they merely hid their brutal side excellently, that's all. And when Elf Clan were discussing how to deal with Ren Tianyu, inside his Kamui space, Ren Tianyu was sitting on the floating platform in tough straits. His right hand was covering his left shoulder, and blood was tickling down from this shoulder. Next to him, there was one arrow which was stained with blood. In the secret chamber, at the final moment when he was about to leave with his Kamui, one arrow directly hit his shoulder. Because when he was absorbing himself with Kamui of right eye, his body should be materialized, so at that time he was basically powerless to block. And at that time, he also couldn't stop his Kamui, because Elf Queen was already hurrying over. And at that time, if he confront the experts of Elf Clan, even if he had exceedingly high abilities, he would be unable to escape even if he was given wings. But fortunately his luck was good, this arrow didn't hit his vital part, merely penetrated his shoulder, that's all. He could easily recover this small wound very quickly. Slowly light chakra radiance appeared above his right hand, covering the wound on his left shoulder. Under the medical ninjutsu of Ren Tianyu, the wound slowly stopped bleeding, no longer losing his blood. The medical ninjutsu of Ren Tianyu was half-baked, no need to mention Tsunade who was the expert of medical ninjutsu and her disciple Sakura, his medical ninjutsu couldn't compare to even the medical ninjutsu of Kabuto. It was not that there were no records of medical ninjutsu inside Naruto system, instead there was record of all the ninjutsu, forbidden jutsu, secret jutsu of Naruto world inside the system, so there naturally was no lack of medical ninjutsu. All the medical ninjutsu from low level to advanced level, all of them including many illustrious medical ninjutsu were available inside Naruto system, but Ren Tianyu however was very unlikely to learn them. Because grasping high-ranking medical ninjutsu required very precise chakra control ability, and Ren Tianyu was more talented towards battling, but with regarding to medical ninjutsu however was utterly ignorant. After 3 years of time, he had actually learned medical ninjutsu for healing, stop bleeding, and mystical palm jutsu. Except these, he had not learned any other medical ninjutsu. With regarding to this, Ren Tianyu was also a bit self-deprecating. He had repetitively thought that he might be suitable for ending the life of others, but he was not suited for healing the wounded and rescuing the dying. After simply healing his wound, Ren Tianyu couldn't hold back anymore, and he took out bottle of Spring of Life from his space ring, and slowly opened the bottle cap. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Spring of Life. Chapter 193, Spring of Life. Along with the opening of bottle cap, a kind of lively, excited and pure aura which was filled with life force rushed at the face of Ren Tianyu from inside that bottle, making his wounded body to tremble subconsciously. Then all of his fatigue cleared away completely, making him full of vitality anew. Really a treasure, just the aura alone somewhat improved my injury, and my body is full of vitality. Smelling that fresh aura, as well as sensing the changes in his body, Ren Tianyu exclaimed with pleasant surprise. An excited expression appeared on his face. Spring of Life, this is the liquid of life that flows down from the Tree of Life, which is one of the first batch of life form that had come into being from Divine Wind Continent itself. Each drop contains the essence of Tree of Life, which is full of powerful life energy. According to legend, Spring of Life possess ability to revive dead person. Although this legend was a little bit exaggerated, nevertheless it absolutely have a bit of truth too. No matter how heavy your injury was, as long as you are completely not dead, even if only a single breath was left, as long as you take this Spring of Life, its life force could immediately bring you back from the brink of death, making you healthy and active anew. And the Spring of Life could also immediately increase the lifespan of any living beings by 500 years, and could make you possess body with young vigor forever, so one may as well say this item is extremely heaven-defying. But a number of experts didn't care about the ability of increasing the lifespan, because once anyone enters the boundary of God's domain, they would immediately have the lifespan of at least 10,000 years. And along with the increase of the strength, their lifespan would also continuously increase. But the capability of Spring of Life was not limited to that. After taking in Spring of Life, that powerful life force would continuously cleanse the body, one would have the probability of revising their aptitude, and also let one to possess simple control over plants. Looking at this bottle of Spring of Life, Ren Tianyu's heart was filled with excitement. As he sees it, the ability to increase his lifespan was most important ability for him. Although his chakra and ninjutsu was powerful, but they were powerless to increase his lifespan. In the Naruto world, even the creator of Ninja Sage of Sixth Path was unable to escape from the shackles of his limited lifespan. Along with the end of his lifespan, he died. So the ability to increase his lifespan of this Spring of Life was very important for him. After all, until now, he still had never discovered any other method to increase his lifespan. So at the moment, this Spring of Life was the best method to increase his lifespan. Ren Tianyu forcefully calmed himself down, and cleared all the chaotic thinking from his mind. After that he glanced at the Spring of Life in his hand, then without slightest bit of hesitation, he drank all the Spring of Life which was inside the bottle in his hand. Flowing down his throat, Spring of Life slowly entered his stomach. After Spring of Life entered his mouth, he felt a flavor which was full of simple but elegant delicate fragrance filled his whole body following his throat. A powerful life force seeped into all the internal organs of his body and infiltrated into each and every muscles and cells. Ren Tianyu felt as his body was emitting lively sounds. Every muscles and every cells were full of powerful life aura. This powerful life force was in the process of cleansing his body from inside, and was also remolding his body. After about an hour or so, that sensation of floating slowly disappeared from his body. In this 1 hour, Ren Tianyu clearly sensed the changes in his body. First, he sensed that his body was full of powerful life force. Along with his blood, this power was slowly flowing all over his body, and all the internal injuries which were caused because of cultivating taijutsu before were also slowly disappearing. But the most important matter was, because of powerful life force inside his body, even if he received any injuries, the healing speed was several times faster than before. Furthermore, after taking Spring of Life, he clearly sensed that his perceptivity was also very stronger than before. And the foreboding ability of danger and prediction were also a lot stronger than before. These were the steps of evolution towards the Sage Mode. In the Sage Mode, the user's perception is linked with the nature power of surroundings, nature element becomes the friend of user, and the perception of dangers and human auras in the surroundings become a lot stronger. And although the perception of Ren Tianyu who have taken Spring of Life and the perception of Sage Mode had very large gap, but compared to ordinary state, it was much stronger. And elves of Elf Clan, their nature blood lineage endows them with powerful nature perception ability. And for Ren Tianyu, it looks as if each and every one of them were in perfect Sage Mode all the time. Along with the increase of their strength, and development of their blood lineage, their nature blood lineage's Sage Mode might be more powerful than the Sage Mode from the Naruto world. Moreover, Ren Tianyu sensed the change in his chakra too. Although the chakra capacity had not increased, nevertheless after passing through the cleansing of this powerful life force, the impurities were slowly removed from his chakra,
making it even more pure, and increasing the quality of the chakra. Now the consumption of chakra in using ninjutsu was decreased by 1/4 compared to before. This also implied that Ren Tianyu could sustain the battle 1/4 times longer than before. And this was for permanent too. Standing up, Ren Tianyu stretched his body. Suddenly successive clear sounds of crackling, just like fried beans sound, came through his bones. After that, sensing the changes within his body, and also sensing his even clearer world of heart with his perception, he only said, "Great. Double great." After that, turning around his head, he looked at Xing Lu, who was still under the genjutsu of Sharingan on the floating platform at his side. Then he muttered, "Oh, it seems this female elf is still too young. So it's too pity to kill her. First let her lead me to the location of Tree of Life, then I will let her go." Moving in front of Xing Lu, Ren Tianyu directly asked, "Where is Tree of Life located?" "In different dimension of elf source." Xing Lu, who had dull eyes, slowly answered, "Different dimension." Hearing Xing Lu, Ren Tianyu was surprised. After that he asked, "Where is the entrance of this different dimension?" "In the most middle crescent moon well of elf source." "Can you enter that place?" "I can." "Good." Ren Tianyu sighed out in relief. Fortunately, Xing Lu could enter this different dimension. If he wanted to enter without knowing the entering method, then it was impossible for him to enter that place. "Then let's go together." Finished speaking, spiral-shaped space ripple appeared from his right eye that surrounded himself and Xing Lu, then disappeared from this dim dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Crescent Moonwell. Chapter 194, Crescent Moonwell. At the most center location of Elf Source, there was a small forest which occupied the area of nearly 500 meters in diameter. This whole forest was filled with trees with lush leaves, but there was not a single sound of birds chirping inside this forest, and this forest was just as a beautiful earthly paradise. And at the center of this forest, more than 10 experts of Elf Clan whose strength were at least of saint rank were firmly guarding this place with bow on their shoulder. Their sharp gaze was ceaselessly scanning all around. Although they never considered that there was someone that was able to break through the nature barrier of Elf Source and enter this place, nevertheless the thing behind them was too important for their Elf Clan, and could be said to be their Elf Clan's source of life, so they were basically unable to tolerate even a slightest bit of mishap. As a result, none of them dared to relax even a bit. This thing behind them was entrance of the well. Looking down from this entrance of the well, one could see the specks of starlight inside the well. This increased the mysteriousness of the rippling water inside the well. And the strangest thing was, there actually was one crescent moon of curved wheel inside the well, just like Moon of Well. And at this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came over from the forest in front. It seems someone was in the process of coming over here. Who? Hearing the footsteps, these elven guards instantly became vigilant, and with their eyes completely fixed towards the forest in front of them, every one of them prepared their bows and prop up the sharp arrows, then firmly locked on the front. "It's me!" A beautiful female voice came out in front of them from inside the forest, followed by a beautiful elf with light green colored long hair wearing purple colored dress came out from the forest. "Your Highness the Princess!" Seeing their Elf Clan's Princess Xing Lu, these guards simultaneously relaxed. After that, all of them quickly put down their bows and arrows, placed their right hand on their chest, and slightly bowing, they said towards Xing Lu, "We pay respect to Your Highness the Princess. Just now we didn't know it was Your Highness the Princess, so we offended Your Highness the Princess to some extent. Please forgive us." "It's okay, your duty is to guard my clan's Tree of Life, so you are not in fault." Xing Lu shook her head, then opening her beautiful lips, she slowly said, "Many thanks for understanding, Your Highness the Princess." Hearing Xing Lu, these more than 10 guards respectfully said. After that they stood straight, and one among them who was leader of these people asked confusedly, "Don't know for what matter Your Highness the Princess has come here this late at night, This afternoon I was held hostage by the enemy, finally forcing Mother to hand over 10 bottles of Spring of Life. Because of this, I am feeling extremely uncomfortable in my heart, and am unable to sleep, so I thought to pray Mother Tree here, hoping the power of Mother Tree can calm down my mind." Xing Lu slowly said. When she spoke about herself being held hostage by the enemy, her beautiful face revealed resent and grieved expression. "So it is like that." Hearing Xing Lu, as well as seeing resent and unreconciled expression on her face, they immediately understand clearly in their heart. They clearly knew about the matter of surprise attack in Elf Source of Ren Tianyu this afternoon, and they also naturally knew that Xing Lu was held hostage, so the doubts in their heart were cleared. After that guard leader encouragingly said to Xing Lu, "Your Highness the Princess, don't blame yourself, that was not your fault, merely that peculiar thief was too cunning and despicable, actually holding more than 10 of our fellow citizens, plus Your Highness the Princess as a hostage to threaten Her Majesty the Queen." "Thank you. Now I want to enter Domain of Life and pray Mother Tree. Please let me through." Xing Lu slightly bowed, and with a look of gratitude she replied to guard leader,
Your Highness the Princess is too courteous. Seeing slightly bowed dainty body of Xing Lu, these guards felt extremely flattered and hastily replied, then every one of them opened a way and let Xing Lu pass through. Seeing everyone had got out from the way, Xing Lu took small quick steps slowly moving towards Crescent Moon Well. After arriving at the edge of this well, she looked at those specks of starlight and also that crescent moon of curved wheel inside the well, then her sexy lips slowly opened, and a mysterious incantation came out from her mouth. After that light green colored magical power mist appeared from her body, which floated around her body. Along with the incantation of Xing Lu, well water inside the crescent moon well began to slowly roll over and over, and the specks of starlight began to rise from inside towards that well crescent moon inside the water. And after that curved wheel crescent moon was filled with this power of starlight, and the incomplete crescent moon slowly began to change into full moon form. And seeing Xing Lu's magic spell and incantation, as well as the changes in the well, the last bit of doubt in the heart of these guards completely disappeared. Honestly speaking, as a princess of Elf Clan, coming here this late at night by herself, and saying that she wanted to go to Tree of Life, how could this not provoke suspension of these guards? In their heart, they had also suspected that the princess in front of them might be enemy who had impersonated her and came here to destroy Tree of Life. Although the chance of this happening was very small, nevertheless these guards didn't dare to relax their guard. Just a moment ago, letting Xing Lu pass by them was also a kind of test. Because if you want to enter the different dimension domain of life where Tree of Life was located, one must actually use a special incantation and secret magic of Elf Clan to open the passage to domain of life. And only Elf Queen, Princess and the clan elders were qualified to know this incantation, all others were completely unaware. And if Xing Lu was powerless to open the passage to domain of life, then that proves she was fake. After that they would immediately attack to kill her without any questioning. But now in front them, Xing Lu was directly chanting the incantation, and fully using the secret magic to open the passage. This completely dispelled the final doubt in their heart, and they knew that the person before their eyes truly was Her Majesty the Princess. Along with quick chanting of incantation, green-colored nature dense mist gathered even more densely around her body, and that originally incomplete crescent moon inside the well also slowly became complete, almost forming a full moon. The moment when this crescent moon became complete, huge pillar of moonlight shot out from that full moon inside the well. This perfectly straight huge pillar of moonlight as if a pillar of moonlight joining heaven and earth joined to the nature barrier in the sky. And at the side of crescent moon well, a pure white moonlight was emitted on all sides from this light beam, which was filled with cool, refreshing, and warm power. And this pillar of moonlight was the passage to enter domain of life. Now I am entering domain of life. Xing Lu turned around her body, then looking at those more than 10 guards, she said with warm smile on her face. Okay, respectfully sending off Your Majesty the Princess. These guards simultaneously bowed slightly, then respectfully bid farewell to their princess in front of them. Hearing them, Xing Lu turned around, directly walked and entered this pillar of moonlight. Suddenly mysterious power wrapped around her entire body, making her float in the sky. After that, along with the noiseless chant of incantation by Xing Lu, this pillar of moonlight slowly disappeared, and Xing Lu who was surrounded by this moonlight also gradually disappeared. Continue to guard. Seeing Xing Lu had disappeared, that leader guard stood straight, then said to his companions around him. Immediately these guards stood all around again, cautiously looking all around. And that leader guard took out a small magic communication device, then transmitted the circumstance of this place. Inside the palace, Elf Queen and 4 elders were in the process of discussion about the matter of tonight's spring of life getting stolen. Suddenly they saw a huge pillar of moonlight raise at distance place outside which illuminated entire elf source. Who has entered domain of life? Seeing the familiar pillar of moonlight, Elf Queen who was sitting on the throne suddenly stood up, then staring at that pillar of moonlight at the distant place, she solemnly said. In this sensitive period of time, when the spring of life was stolen, seeing this, she couldn't help but thought many possibility. Just at that time, the space ring of one elf elder suddenly shined. Then this elder took out small magic communication device from the space ring. Seeing slight magic fluctuation on this communication device, this elf elder closed his eyes and sunk his consciousness inside it. After 10 or so seconds, this elder opened his eyes again, then seeing all others were curiously watching him, this elder immediately said, Your Majesty the Queen, the guards of Crescent Moon Well sent a message. It said that Her Majesty the Princess has opened the passage and entered domain of life. Xing Lu? Hearing this elder, Elf Queen was a little surprised as she exclaimed. Then with confusion in her eyes she said, Why did she enter domain of life this late at night? According to the message of guards, because of the matter of this afternoon. This elder restated the message of the guards from beginning to end, then continued, and because of that Her Majesty the Princess entered domain of life to pray Mother Tree. This stupid child. Hearing this elder, Elf Queen shook her head inside. After that said towards the elders around, Forget about it, let her go, we will continue the discussion about the matter of just a moment ago. Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. All elders replied in unison. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Gamadera Kagayatsuri no Jutsu. Chapter 195, Gamadera Kagayatsuri no Jutsu, Toad Subjugation Shadow Manipulation Jutsu. In the mysterious dimension, everywhere here was full of lush trees, and countless beautiful fragrant flowers grew all over this whole dimension. Cheerful and pleasant birdsong sounded among the trees, and beautiful butterflies were dancing lightly and gracefully in the clusters of flowers. This place was simply a fairyland. And in the middle of this dimension, one huge celestial tree grew there. This tree was so tall that standing below this tree, it was impossible to see its top. And the diameter of this tree was at least 1 kilometer, and its root extends everywhere on the ground. At this time, one huge white-colored radiance cut open this space, and landed on the ground of this space. After that, along with the dissipating of this radiance, one female elf wearing purple-colored dress appeared in that place. This elf naturally was Princess Xinglu of Elf Clan, and this place was Domain of Life where Tree of Life was located. Is this the Domain of Life? Feeling many times fresher atmosphere compared to outside, suddenly a male voice came out from the body of Xinglu, and yet the mouth of Xinglu had not opened from the beginning to end. At that time, the body of Xinglu suddenly quivered, and behind her body, a young man wearing black robe with red-colored clouds imprinted on it slowly emerged out from inside her shadow underneath her body. And after this youngster firmly stood behind her, Xinglu powerlessly kneeled down on the ground. Oh, it seems this technique consumed too much of her physical power. Seeing Xinglu kneeling down on the ground and gasping for breath, this youngster muttered to himself. This youngster was naturally Ren Tian Yu, and after taking in Spring of Life, he had hurried over to Crescent Moon Well together with Xinglu. And relying on his methods, those elves were unable to discover him again. After entering into the small forest in front of Crescent Moon Well, he had used Gamadera Kagayatsuri no Jutsu, Toad Subjugation Shadow Manipulation Jutsu, to manipulate Xinglu. Gamadera Kagayatsuri no Jutsu, Toad Subjugation Shadow Manipulation Jutsu. After user of this technique infuse his chakra into victim's shadow, the user's body becomes very thin just like a piece of paper, furthermore combines with victim's shadow becoming one with it. And the user is able to temporarily control victim's body and mind. And they can also control the other person to carry out a conversation. After Jiraiya had sneaked into Amagakure, Hidden Rain Village, he had used this ninjutsu to control one villager of Amagakure, Hidden Rain Village, intending to secretly scout information of pain, but unfortunately the moment he entered Amagakure, Hidden Rain Village, he was already discovered by Yukojaizi no Jutsu, Rainmaker Jutsu, of Nagato. After that his every action were under the surveillance of Nagato. Finally after Conan met with him, Nagato's 6 paths of pain killed him, and his corpse sank into high-pressure deep sea. Seeing that huge celestial tree far off in the distance, Ren Tianyu was greatly shocked, then muttered, is this Tree of Life? At this moment, the heart of Ren Tianyu was filled with a feeling of awe. This feeling had appeared extremely naturally, not an abrupt feeling. This feeling was completely different compared to the feeling of last time when he had seen Tower of Babel. That Tower of Babel was emitting majestic momentum from head to foot which pressured the mind of everyone, and the more you resist, the greater the pressure you felt, until you couldn't move. And if you didn't resist and let the nature take its course, then with the exception of a little bit constraint, there was no other discomfort. But Tree of Life emitted warm aura which gave people a kind of strive to improve and thriving feeling, and also make people to unconsciously sense the peaceful might of life. This Tree of Life was one of the first life form that was born in this continent, and to this must be added, this Tree of Life innately contained life law, and its capacity of life force was simply beyond measure. Taking a glimpse at Xinglu lying on the ground, Ren Tianyu frowned, then walked to her side, and placed his hands which was covered with light blue-colored chakra radiance on her body. Under the mystical palm technique of Ren Tianyu, that tightly wrinkled brows of Xinglu slowly loosen. In truth, Ren Tianyu actually didn't has any killing intention towards this elf girl, but still always controlling and using her like this regardless of her life and dead. What was the difference between her and domesticated animal? Ren Tianyu himself believed that he was not a good person, was absolutely not a soft-hearted in killing peoples, and compared to anyone else, he was even more ruthless and cruel. Just like last time when he invaded Shimun clan, he directly killed nearly everyone of Shimun clan, and finally used Bijidama and destroyed the whole mountain where Soaring Dragon Villa was located. Now the vitality of Shimun clan was greatly damaged and their strength also reduced greatly. Although he was ruthless to enemy, nevertheless Ren Tianyu still always had bottom line, and he would never run amok just because he gained strength. Otherwise there wouldn't be any difference between him and beasts. After seeing Xinglu's complexion had somewhat taken a turn for the better, Ren Tianyu began using Kamui of right eye. After that a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared, and Xinglu was sucked inside this space ripple. After finishing this task, Ren Tianyu stood up and looked over towards the far-off Tree of Life, then rushed towards it. Ren Tianyu was so fast that his speed was nearly comparable to the speed of sound, which was nearly 340 meters per second. But even after running for 20 minutes in that speed, he was nowhere near Tree of Life. This shows how far this Tree of Life was. It seemed strangely near because this Tree of Life was too tall and too big. After arriving at the side of this tree, Ren Tianyu finally sensed the tallness and bigness of this Tree of Life. Yeah, is this truly a tree? Looking at more than 1 kilometer tree trunk as well as that gaze couldn't see the treetop, he was obviously amazed. And now Ren Tianyu was standing on one of the root of this Tree of Life. The roots of this Tree of Life, which no one knows how many years it had grown, were already spread all over the place. These roots were so thick that 5 to 6 people could easily stand sideways on it. Ren Tianyu controlled his body and flew towards the top of Tree of Life. No, he was jumping. After all, he was merely stepping on space cross-section and jumping. Arriving at the side of Tree of Life's trunk, Ren Tianyu punched it with his right hand, which was covered with lightning. There was only muffled pang sound without any movement in Tree of Life, but Ren Tianyu's face nevertheless slowly became red then purple. Ah! Ren Tianyu cried loudly in pain, then quickly waved his right hand continuously. His fist was already red and swollen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Forever Green. Chapter 197, Forever Green. This Kekai Tingai Hajin, probe barrier, could exhibit similar perceptive effect of Byakugan, but the shortcomings were also very obvious. It doesn't have a kind of relaxedness of Byakugan. Along with his perception merged with entire wall membrane of the barrier, all the scenes inside the barrier appeared one after another in the brain of Longi just like animations. How could this be? When he saw the circumstance inside the Tree of Life, Ren Tianyu exclaimed aloud inside his heart. A look of disbelief appeared on his face, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened in which trace of shock was flashing. Inside this Tree of Life, just as Ren Tianyu had expected, the deeper he went, the denser that green-colored fog of life was, and the energy was also bigger and bigger, but after he pierced through nearly 500 meters inside the trunk, there nevertheless appeared a mysterious space inside the Tree of Life which was filled with light green-colored aura. No one would have ever thought that this towering Tree of Life's trunk was unexpectedly hollow inside, and actually had this big space inside it. This might be something unexpected to everyone. This Tree of Life is really mystical. Its outward appearance has such big trunk filled with life force which could easily intoxicate people, and possess indestructible trunk which I guess not even so-called magic weapons could damage it a tiny bit, but it possessed such big space inside it. Recalling that mystical huge space, Ren Tianyu thought aloud. After that, along with the disappearance of Chakra of Ren Tianyu, the huge spherical barrier of Kekai Tingai Hajin, probe barrier, in front of him slowly began to distort, and finally along with Pa sound, it scattered and disappeared. Since there is this space, there definitely must be a reason behind it, or perhaps there might be a treasure too. Thinking about that mysterious space, a thought suddenly appeared in the brain of Ren Tianyu, and he could no longer remain unperturbed. Even a random treasure from this Tree of Life would definitely be a priceless treasure for him. After thinking this, his eyes rotated and changed into the Sharingan of Obito, then along with the appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple from his right eye, which surrounded him, he disappeared from that place. In the space inside the Tree of Life's trunk, along with the sudden appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple, Ren Tianyu appeared there. Ren Tianyu slowly descended down from the sky and landed on the ground. Here ought to be the location of Tree of Life's root. Afterwards, he lifted his head and scanned all around him, then he discovered that this whole space was filled with light green-colored fog which could be clearly seen with naked eyes. Spreading his arms, Ren Tianyu inhaled a deep breath. This light green-colored thick fog surrounding his body entered inside his body from his nostril. Then a fresh, lively, a hard to clearly understand feeling appeared inside his heart. Although the effect of this aura was not comparable to the effect of that bottle of Spring of Life which he had taken just some time ago, but he dared to confirm that the effect of living in this place for more than half a year was better than drinking a bottle Spring of Life. Because the thick fog here was fog of life which was emitted from inside the Tree of Life. If a person stayed here for a long time, she would inhale this thick fog along with breathing, which would slowly change her body. This subtle changes was far more powerful than that split-second changes after you drink Spring of Life. Because drinking Spring of Life was equivalent to, let's say, instantly changing oneself relying on a drug, exactly as if eating it one go to turn into a fatty. But this place had imperceptible influence, thread by thread changing your body over the period of time. It's truly too miraculous. Seeing green-colored chi all around him, the eyes of Ren Tianyu displayed unconcealed excitement. This was definitely a treasure land for cultivation, and cultivating here would also slowly change his body towards successfully becoming the sage body just like Senju Hazarama, and would also possess massive strength like him. But he should spend much more time in here for that to happen. Even 180 years was merely wishful thinking. Eh? Just at that time, Ren Tianyu exclaimed. He suddenly discovered life aura was slowly gathering and moving towards one direction. It seems there was something attracting them in that direction.
Don't tell me there really is treasure here?
Tian exclaimed inside his heart, and instantly came up with this possibility. Then without hesitation he immediately used his Mangekyo Sarangan, and carefully sized up the direction where these light green colored life aura were flowing, then quickly ran towards that direction. Throughout the way, Tian ran side by side with this flowing life aura. After about half an hour, he finally arrived at the place where these life aura were attracted. Tian saw a tree stump which was as tall as half-adult human in front of him. And what attracted the attention of Tian was not this tree stump, rather half-twig which was on that tree stump. Yes, that's right, twig. This half-twig obviously had already broken off from the tree it had grown, but it still was full of vitality. And light green colored radiance was still floating above this twig, and alluring life aura was spreading all around from it.
What is this?
Seeing that half-twig, Tian instantly thought this question.
Could it be that this half-twig was attracting these life aura, or am I mistaken?
Tian doubtfully walked over, then picked up that unassuming twig, but the unexpected thing for Tian was, just when he picked up this severed twig, suddenly the system voice was directly transmitted inside his brain.
Congratulations to host for discovering universe's soul wood essence, forever green.
If host agree to let system absorb the energy inside it, system will reward host with 100 million system points. Moreover, all the seals of system will be lifted, and system will automatically upgrade to its highest. May I ask whether host agree or not?
What?
Hearing the system voice inside his mind, Tian felt as if lightning struck his brain, and looked at the half-twig in his hand with disbelief.
The value of this broken thing was unexpectedly 100 million system points.
And he no longer had to work laboriously to gather those materials to level up his system with this broken thing in his hand.
This broken thing unexpectedly yielded him such massive amount of system points overnight.
After having 100 million system points, he could exchange Mokuton, wood style, which he was longing for day and night, and he might even be able to awaken his own Rinnegan too. This thing in his hand was absolutely capable of making him powerful expert instantly. Tian felt this was just a dream. After pinching himself, he felt pain, so he was sure this was not a dream.
Could it be that today his fortune was so big that he encountered such as large as the heaven good thing?
Tian opened his mouth intending to agree with system, but just at that time, he suddenly recalled the first words that system said, so forcibly stopping himself from agreeing, he swallowed back his answer. Because he recalled system words universe's soul, wood essence, so on words, he decided to ask about these words.
Tian again opened his mouth and asked in trembling tone, System, what the hell is this thing? Actually having this high value? Having 100 million system points. This thing is called forever green. Condensed life essence of the soul tree of life since the birth of the universe, which contains life law.
With regarding to Tian not answering its question, and instead asking the information of this item, system sighing as well as glad voice was transmitted in the brain of Tian.
Glad because Tian was capable of resisting the temptation and calmly asked more information.
Sighed because after it tell about the uses of this thing, it knew that it would definitely not be able to absorb this forever green. But with regarding to the question of Tian, system still explained from the beginning to end, just like forever in its name forever green, this would not form even after the time period of 100 million years. Forever green is condensed energy after the slow accumulation of these life aura inside the tree of life over a long period of time. There is only one of this in this entire world. No, this is the only one in this entire universe. Because forever green is congeries of life law, the heaven and earth permit the existence of only one of it at a time, or because of external forces, only after first one is destroyed or used by human, then second one would form. After you use this forever green, tree of life needs unknown numbers of years to form second forever green. And forever green only have two effect. First is long life. As long as you absorb the energy inside, you will live forever and never grow old.
Your lifespan will be everlasting. Unless you are killed, you will never die due to old age.
So as long as you take in this thing before your eyes, you will get very long life. The system voice slowly transmitted inside his brain, instantly causing Tian to firmly stare at the forever green in his hand with his very red eyes.
He couldn't wait to swallow it right now.
Mostly this effect was too tempting for Tian, before the matter about how his ninjutsu was not able to give him long lifespan, unlike the cultivations of this world, was troubling him. Once the cultivator of this world enters God domain, they would receive at least 10,000 years of lifespan, and along with the increase in their rank, such as when they stepped into God King rank, they will not die out due to old age, as they would have long lifespan equal to the lifespan of universe. And Tian was powerless regarding this matter, but this forever green before his eyes could thoroughly fulfill this wishful thinking, making him able to live forever. After that he would have sufficient time to seek the truth of ninjutsu, also will have enough time to accomplish all of his dreams.
This was the temptation which Ren Tianyu would never be able to resist. This was also the reason why System had sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Choose. Chapter 198, Choose. And after giving the temptation of immortality, System threw out another tremendous bomb that nearly caused Ren Tianyu to lose his consciousness. The second effect is, it lets you have sage body similar to the sage body of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and also let you possess the power of Mokuton, wood style. The voice of System slowly transmitted to the brain of Ren Tianyu, but this indifferent voice made Ren Tianyu to instantly jump as if his buttocks was on fire. What? What did you say, System? Ren Tianyu doubtfully exclaimed loudly. His face was filled with shocked expression, as if he didn't dare to believe what he had heard. Lets me possess sage body, plus Mokuton, wood style, of Senju Hashirama, is this for real? It is not that Ren Tianyu didn't dare to believe, it was just the reputation of the word sage body and Mokuton were too big, don't you think so? Those people who had seen Naruto ought to know this sage body and Mokuton, however, were abilities of Senju Hashirama, who had sorted out those turbulent days of ninja world with Madara. And it required 6,000 W system points to exchange these in system, but now with this small wooden twig, he could obtain both of them, so Ren Tianyu still didn't dare to believe what he had heard. T.L. 6,000 W equals 6,000 * 10,000. You are greatly underestimating this forever green in your hand. You should know that it, however, is worldly treasure which is formed by condensed life law of this universe. So how can it be so simple? Hearing Ren Tianyu's surprised retort, System snorted coldly with disdain, and looked down upon the narrow and shallow knowledge of Ren Tianyu. Hearing those apparent disdain words of System, not only the thick-skinned face of Ren Tianyu became very red, he coughed few times and leisurely said, System, do you think I am omniscient like you are? Give me explanation about it so I can know about it. Fine, in that case I can serve as your universal knowledge bank. System had no other choice but to explain in the brain of Ren Tianyu. After you absorb this forever green inside your body, all the life force it has accumulated after passing through countless years will enter your body and turn into your own. This is why you can basically live forever and never grow old. But how could this large amount of life force merely give you such simple long lifespan? This huge life force will slowly transform your body into real body of life, and your whole body will contain terrifying amount of life force. As long as you don't receive critical injury, all the injuries will be healed very quickly under the effect of this life force, just like sage body of first Hokage, but your physique will ultimately surpass the physique of first Hokage, becoming the strongest sage body. And this powerful life force will also give you an ability to use Mokuton, and you can also cultivate those secret arts of Mokuton in the system, but what? Hearing System stopped at this point, Ren Tianyu, who was excitedly listening, couldn't help but immediately ask. But because this life force is too powerful, with your current strength, you can basically bring out to play merely 10,000th of the strength inside, so even if you absorb the energy inside it, this energy will be stored inside your body for the time being, and you should try hard to slowly refine it, slowly changing it into your true power. Having heard this, Ren Tianyu felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured on his heart. Calming him down at once, he stutteringly said, in other words, it is basically impossible to have ability of sage body and Mokuton for the time being. Yes, after you finish absorbing, your lifespan will immediately increase to infinite, you do not need to worry about it. But as for sage body and Mokuton, you can merely bring out to play extremely little bit of power, nothing more for the time being. And after you absorb it, you need to depend on your own effort to develop this power. I am powerless to help you. In other words, you are powerless to use system points to develop this power, because this power is not part of me. And after you finish absorbing, before you have thoroughly convert this power into your own, you cannot exchange Mokuton, because the energy of Forever Green will repel the power of Senju Hashirama, resulting in the failure of your exchange. As for using it for yourself or letting me absorb, you choose yourself. Finished speaking, System no longer utter a sound, letting Ren Tianyu have his choice. This could be said to be the choice concerning the life of Ren Tianyu. Was giving up this extremely rare chance to obtain 100 million system points to instantly strengthen his strength, or absorbing this thing and slowly refining it had greater potential. Ren Tianyu continuously struggled inside his heart, because he was uncertain whether he could find the method to thoroughly develop this power. Moreover, he also couldn't exchange Mokuton before he thoroughly changed this power. If by any chance he failed, then he will lose one powerful means. In the end, Ren Tianyu still couldn't discard the temptation of living forever and never grow old. And he decided, if 1 year of time was not enough, then he would use 10 years, if 10 years is not enough, then he would use 100 years, in any case he will have long life, so why fear the time will not be enough? Gritting his teeth, Ren Tianyu resolutely said, System, I choose to use it on myself. When all is said and done, it is extremely difficult for me to give up living for a long time.
Yes, long lifespan for the experts of this world might not be dream, but for him, it was too distant, otherwise Ren Tianyu would not have asked so many spring of life from Elf Queen. And now there was an extremely good chance before his eyes, so how could he reject this chance? There was no way he would miss this opportunity. Fine, host, gather your chakra in your hand, this forever green will slowly fuse with your arm and enter inside your body. Hearing the decision of Ren Tianyu, System silently sighed, then gloomily said, System, I know this forever green is of great help to you too, but currently I am powerless to reject this temptation, so I can only say I'm sorry. Hearing the voice of System, Ren Tianyu also knew this forever green was of great help for System because he sensed that System had strong desire to get it, but now he had robbed this thing, this. But you can rest assured, one day, I will definitely undo all the seals of System, and fulfill your this wish. Ren Tianyu said firmly towards the System inside his body. But from the beginning to end, the System remained silent, so he sighed. Then he gathered chakra in his right hand, slowly covering the forever green in his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Mokutan. Chapter 199, Mokutan, Wood Style. Under the urge of Ren Tianyu, the chakra inside his body unceasingly flowed and gathered on his right hand. And a hint of light blue-colored chakra radiance covered that forever green on his right hand. Suddenly, this forever green which was just like a half-twig abruptly glimmered with large amount of green-colored radiances, and slowly softened, changing into a dark green-colored liquid which slowly seeped into his body from the center of his right hand's palm, then changing into a stream, flowed towards the dantian of Ren Tianyu and gathered there. The flowing speed of this stream was extremely fast, nearly in a split second, it had already entered his dantian, then slowly gathered there, changing into a huge dark green-colored spiral brook in his dantian. And a powerful life aura slowly dispersed all around his body from this brook, causing Ren Tianyu to feel unspeakable relaxed sensation in his heart, and felt as if he was ascending to heaven and become an immortal. This feeling continued for more than 10 minutes, only then it slowly disappeared. Slowly opening his eyes, a sharp light flashed from the eyes of Ren Tianyu, then firmly clutching his hands into fists, he began to sense the changes inside his body. Within this extremely short period of more than 10 minutes, huge changes had occurred inside the body of Ren Tianyu. First of all, his body was filled with powerful life force, although the system had stated that he was powerless to completely refine the life force of Forever Green for the time being. Nevertheless, just now after absorbing Forever Green, which contained extremely powerful life force, his body had already thoroughly transformed into body of life. According to Ren Tianyu, this body could be said to be a sage body, but this current sage body was only a kind of pseudo-sage body, because the strength of this sage body of Ren Tianyu was extremely weak. He must pass through long time to refine that life force accumulated in his dantian, only then his sage body will slowly become powerful and reach first Hokages or even surpass his body of life. Next was his chakra. Under the effect of Forever Green, his chakra was further enhanced. Beginning from getting poisoned by 7 rings twisted silver snake at Good Weeping region, and finally using purple gauze sky magnificent flower to get rid of it, and furthermore managing to enter Kage level in strength, but those were also nothing, and his strength was not stable yet. But now under the effect of this Forever Green, Ren Tianyu thoroughly stabilized his Kage level strength. And the amount of his chakra was also increased by additional 1/4, greatly increasing his strength. Then there was Mokutan too. Yes, after absorbing this Forever Green, system also told Ren Tianyu that now he was already able to use Mokutan, merely, the power of Mokutan was not so powerful. This was because of his chakra, and also his sage body was too weak. Finally, because he possessed sage body, now he could also train the sage mode. According to his own estimation, his sage mode would also probably resemble Naruto, Orochimaru, and first Hokage's perfect sage mode. No need to summon 2 sage of Mount Myobokuzan on his shoulder to maintain the equilibrium. Learning sage mode, however, should wait until I return back and resurrect elder sister Yuer. Now since I have grasped Mokutan, first I should widen my knowledge on why this Mokutan is called godly power by the ninjas of Naruto world. Feeling the power within himself, Ren Tianyu slowly muttered to himself. Many hand seals required for using Mokutan were available inside his system. Moreover, Mokutan and other ninjutsu were not alike, as the number of hand seals required for using Mokutan were extremely low. With the exception of secret technique of Senju Hazarama, which required many hand seals, other Mokutan ninjutsu were simple. Ren Tianyu could easily use with his current strength. Snake, rat, dog, tiger. Ren Tianyu made a series of hand seals very quickly, and in less than a second, he complete required hand seals of ninjutsu, then loudly yelled, Mokutman Mu Ding Wall. Don't know which jutsu this is, any idea? I think it is Mokutan Mokujihiki, but it doesn't have extra things mentioned below in description. Also there isn't snake hand seal for this jutsu. Along with his voice, suddenly the ground in front of him split open, and huge wooden rampart appeared in front of him.
It was densely covered with thistles and thorns, so not only was it capable of defending, these thistles and thorns were capable of stabbing plus withstanding the physical attack of enemy.
I really can.
Seeing the appearance of wooden rampart in front of him, Ren Tianyu excitedly exclaimed. Regardless of what system said, before he really used it, it was basically impossible for him to feel at ease, so seeing that he could really use Mokuton, he was thoroughly relieved.
Mokuton Daijirin no Jutsu.
Wood style, giant forest jutsu.
Ren Tianyu couldn't help but test out another Mokuton ninjutsu.
His right hand made a hand seal while his left hand slowly changed into wooden arm, then this wooden arm suddenly split into wooden branches and rushed towards the front. Restraining himself, he stopped Daijirin no Jutsu, giant forest jutsu, and his left arm immediately restored back to its original appearance. Never thought that coming to Elf Clan actually yield me so big harvest, truly a big harvest.
Thinking this accidental harvest, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but grinned. The effect of this forever green was too useful to him.
Fortunately, the people of Elf Clan didn't know that inside Tree of Life they were continuously guarding, there was such extremely important treasure, otherwise my life would certainly be miserable.
Ren Tianyu thought for a bit and couldn't help but shook his head.
This time he had stolen more than 40 bottles of Spring of Life from Elf Clan, although this caused them to lose their face, nevertheless when all is said and done he hadn't killed or wounded any of their clansmen, also hadn't caused any destruction, so they would only send some people for chase to kill and nothing more. As for real powerful experts, they were unlikely to move easily. And now although he had taken away Forever Green, nevertheless they also didn't know the existence of this treasure, and this would not cause any effect to Tree of Life. Because Forever Green was merely a treasure formed by the congelation of Tree of Life's surplus life force, so even after taking it away, Tree of Life merely needs to spend 100 million or more years to condense another one again, nothing more. Now I should go away, after all this is also the territory of Elf Clan, I shouldn't stay here for a long time. After testing his Mokuton, Ren Tianyu stood up and thought. After that, along with the appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple from his right eye, Ren Tianyu disappeared from this space. An hint of light green-colored mist of life began to gather at the place from where Forever Green was taken away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.